Mom, what did you say?
Speak louder. I didn't hear clearly. Did you say you've signed me up to go to the countryside? Why should I? I told you I wouldn't go. I will find a job instead. Mom, you and Dad are so cruel. I'm only 15, and you're already sending me to the countryside. Am I not your real child? How could you do such a thing? Aren't they afraid of being exposed? Early July 1974. The day after running a high fever and returning home from the hospital, Qiao Yuan was told by her mother that she had to go to the countryside. Qiao Yuan is 15 years old, just finished high school. The Qiao family has 4 children. The oldest sister, Qiao Yuzhu, is 24 and works at a sugar factory. She has a 3-year-old daughter. As the first child of her parents, she's a girl. But as the saying goes, first bloom, then fruit. Although her parents were a bit disappointed, they still loved her very much. Just look at her name, Yuzhu, precious as a jewel. When expecting their second child, her father and mother desperately wanted a boy. If this second child was a boy, he would be the heir of the family. The father and mother both wanted the eldest grandson. They hoped every day, but unfortunately, it was another girl. The bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. According to their second aunt, who gave birth to the eldest grandson on the same day, her parents looked as gloomy as a pot bottom, long faces like donkeys. They even gave her a very plain name, Qiao Yuhua, during the blooming season of lotuses. Luckily, it wasn't too bad. After her second sister finished high school, she volunteered to go to the countryside. When her mother was pregnant with her third child, she was very gloomy, fearing the baby wouldn't be healthy. When the baby was born, her mother, enduring pain, immediately asked if it was a boy or girl. When she found out it was a little boy, her mother shouted excitedly, "I have a son. I finally have a son." Her voice was so loud it seemed to break. It was as loud as the village's loudspeaker. Her father also got excited and pushed the door open loudly. During that time, the couple often just stared at the baby without doing anything, smiling so much their faces almost hurt. Her father was walking around as if the wind was behind him, eager to show off the new grandson. They spent 3 days and nights flipping through dictionaries to choose the name Qiao Yudong, meaning a pillar of the country. All this was narrated by her second aunt, Zhou Chunhua, with a very exaggerated tone, sounding humorous and hard to tell if it was real or fake. When she was born, her parents believed their luck had changed and started to hope for a son again. During her pregnancy, she ate and drank happily, and after giving birth, she went to the hospital cheerfully. Unfortunately, she was also a girl. She was the most expensive girl of all. Mr. and Mrs. Qiao started to argue again. When it was time to choose a name, Mr. Qiao was drinking porridge and casually named her Jade Bowl. Luckily, the official registering the household saved her life by writing the wrong character. He wrote gentle instead of graceful. Mrs. Qiao, still recovering from childbirth, cried twice, mourning her son's tough luck. She said that among 4 children, he had the worst diet while she was pregnant. Thinking about this always makes her complain and feel sorry for her precious son. She's been telling this story so often that everyone's ears are numb. Xiao Wan, aren't you hurting my feelings with what you just said? Mrs. Qiao lowered her voice, worried neighbors might hear, and signaled Xiao Yuan to speak softer. You don't have a job, so you have to go to the countryside. You're only 15. Who would want you in a factory? The workshop thinks you can't handle it and the office wouldn't take you. It's better if you go voluntarily, and you can choose the place yourself. Look at your second sister. She volunteered and chose the big team next to her grandma's house. That Daida Bay is a very wealthy team, with so much grain they can't eat it all. Going there for work is a real blessing. Do you want this blessing for your son? Xiao Yuan rolled her eyes and said, "This is the first time I've heard someone say going to the countryside is a blessing." Mrs. Qiao choked and looked a bit uncomfortable. Well, how is it the same? Your brother has a job, but you and your second sister don't. Besides, your second sister volunteered herself. It's not like we forced her, Mrs. Qiao said confidently. Are you fooling a 3-year-old? Xiao Yuan sneered. I really don't understand you and Dad. You're clearly biased, but You keep insisting on fairness. Mom, when you tell Aunt Leong that you treat all your children equally, do you think they're not secretly laughing? I think forget about them. Even street dogs would laugh if they heard this.
You.
Mrs. Chow glared angrily. Xiao Yuan snorted again. Any parent who truly cares about their children would plan early. Even if they end up going to the countryside, they try their best. When second sister graduated, you didn't even mention it. You just shrugged and said there are no children to send, and neighbors would gossip. I've never heard anyone say anything. Maybe it's your own guilt. You're just afraid second sister won't go, and then it'll be your turn with your precious son. When you found out second sister volunteered, you looked so happy. You couldn't hide it. When you finally met Xiao Yudong, you two had been paying attention for half a year. When your work wasn't settled, you looked so anxious, your mouths were swollen, and your voices were hoarse. You even planned to leave early and give him your job. You also said that if you stopped working, I should rely on my dad to earn money because the family was tight. Just let me finish middle school. Xiao's mother was surprised and widened her eyes, blurted out, How do you know? Did your second sister tell you nonsense? Don't listen to her spreading rumors. She always stirs trouble. My husband and I just said that casually. We never really didn't want you to go to school. Your dad said he would sell everything to support you. Xiao Yuan felt like her eyes were about to pop out. Mom, you really think all the good things are for the big girl and the precious son, and all the bad things are for me and second sister. My second sister has already gone to the countryside, and even when she's not in front of you, you blame her. Haha, no need to blame her. I forgot to bring my Chinese book that day, and I overheard it when I went back to get it.
I still remember what you said.
Xiao Yuan cleared her throat and started imitating Xiao's mother. Girls reading so many books. What's the use? You'll just get married anyway. Xiaowan is pretty, prettier than her two sisters. Big eyes, double eyelids, a face as white as a peeled egg. She's the most handsome in our area. Even if she can't read a single word, she'll find a good man to marry. Right now, several factories are joking with me about wanting to marry our family. Xiao Yuan mimicked perfectly. Xiao's mother felt awkward. Xiao Yuan continued, When I skipped a grade, didn't you show off around the residential building? Do you know why I skipped a grade now? I was so scared. I dreamt at night that I was wearing torn clothes, at home washing endless clothes, cooking nonstop. When I got older, you sold me, and it was to a bald man. I was so thin, I looked like a stick. Only when Xiao Yudong got into the pharmaceutical factory did they stop talking about it. She would remember that forever. Although Xiao's father and mother were biased, they wouldn't sell their children. But she was only 12 then. She didn't understand much. She was just scared. Xiao's mother's eyes suddenly turned red, and Nua spoke softly. Mom just said that. How could she? How could she? What are you jealous of? Xiao Yuan refused to buy it. Don't pretend. You did it. She saw through it. There was no hope. I'm your mom. What are you talking to me like that? Xiao's mother raised her hand. Xiao Yuan wasn't afraid. She leaned forward, face close, and said, What's the matter? Still want to hit me? I've touched your heart. Are you getting anxious? Go ahead and hit me. Come on, hit my face. If you dare to move even a finger, I'll cut off all 5 of your son's fingers with a knife. Xiao Yuan smiled softly as she threatened. Since she was young, she had taken revenge many times. At first, she did it secretly. When her parents, Xiao father and Xiao mother, went too far, she started to target Xiao Yodong and Xiao Yuzhu. For example, she poured into their water bottles, set fire to their homework books, and cut their hair in the middle of the night. As these acts increased, her parents began to notice. When they found out, she was not afraid. She started to act openly. She would throw sand into their bowls, put chicken droppings in their soup, and splash cold water on their bedding in winter, all to catch them off guard. When her parents tried to hit her, she would scream. Her parents cared about their reputation, so they could only threaten her harshly. Later, they stopped even that and tried to keep everything fair. Xiao mother was very good at saving face. When her memory returned, she somewhat let go of her anger. Yuan. Seeing her like this, Qiao Yuan slightly smiled, calmly poured herself a glass of water, and sipped happily. Xiao Mother, weighing about 100 pounds, was even more displeased with her rebellious daughter, who was almost 99.9 pounds. I don't know what sins I committed in my past life to raise you. Can't you learn from your older sister? Can you just listen and understand a little? Being parents isn't easy.
No.
Xiao Yuan leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs. Are you treating me the same as your older daughter? When I'm asked to be sensible, is it like being a beast of burden for you? Maybe I shouldn't eat at all, and even cut off my flesh to stew for you. That's what being sensible means? What? Envious of old Wang's family in the front street? Old Wang's family was the biggest oddity in their neighborhood. Unlike the Qiao family, they had many children, 5 sons and 1 daughter. Usually, rare families like theirs should have a daughter cherished by her parents and spoiled by her brothers. But unfortunately, Wang's daughter ate less than a chicken, worked harder than a cow, and went to bed later than a dog. She was very capable. She was better than any good man. And she didn't complain or feel burdened. It was a mystery how the Wang family managed to brainwash her so successfully. Hearing this, Qiao Mother was furious. Her hands trembled as she pointed at Xiao Yuan. How could I raise such a rebellious daughter? Did your father and I lack food or clothing since you were little? I say one thing, and you respond with 10. Can't you say a little less? Do I still have a place in your eyes as your mother? You even compare me to the Wang family. Unfilial. What hurt Xiao Mother the most was that her daughter actually equated her and the Wang family. Xiao Mother, who prided herself on being fair, looked down on the Wang family, who treated her daughter like a tool. Usually at the dinner table, I often talk about crickets and praise myself a little. Mother Qiao tries to calm her emotions and reason. I didn't mean to hit you just now. From childhood to now, your dad and I have never laid a finger on you. I just want you to be quieter. Your shouting was heard by the neighbors on both sides. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you think your parents are embarrassed? 1. Don't worry. The place I signed you up for is right near your grandparents' village. With your grandparents, your great-uncle, and second great-uncle taking care of you, no one dares to bully you. Besides, you like visiting your grandparents' house so much, right? Every year. During holidays, Mother Qiao's voice grew softer as she spoke. Being looked at with icy, slightly mocking eyes by Qiao Yuan made her feel uncomfortable. Is staying a few days at your grandparents' house the same as going to the countryside? That sounds nice, but you can't fool anyone that easily. How did I not realize before that you're so fake, Mom? Qiao Xingli is from the countryside, and he knows how hard it is there better than I do. He's always rushing from the countryside to the city. I've never heard him say he loves going to the countryside. Who in the countryside isn't proud if they have a worker in the family? Everyone envies that. How are life at your grandparents' house and ours different? In her youth, Mother Qiao's pride was not as strong as it is now. In her hometown, she looked down on others. Your dad has stopped calling me, and he dares to call me by my first name. I need to teach you a lesson. Mother Qiao was about to cover her mouth, but Qiao Yuan quickly slapped her hand away. I haven't finished talking. If you cover my mouth, I'll still speak. You've ruined my whole life. Stop me from talking. I'm just confused. I haven't been home for half a year or a year after graduation. I just graduated a month ago. How do you know I can't find a job? A few days ago, I was out looking every day and I just found some clues. And now you're trying to kick me out? Am I bothering you? Xiao Yuan's anger grew, and her loud voice made neighbors and passers-by listen at the door. Mother Qiao was anxious, stomping her feet and waving her hands wildly, trying to stop her. She kept giving her looks, her eyes nearly twitching from exhaustion. Comrade Li Guilin, you don't need to give me eye signals. Are you worried about losing face? If you're afraid of shame, don't do shameful things. Anyway, I'm going to the countryside, and I'm not afraid of anything. The neighbors here all know what everyone eats and how many times they eat each day. There's nothing to hide. Xiao Yuan simply opened the door wide and blocked it, so Mother Qiao couldn't close it. Close the door. Mother Qiao clutched her chest, gasping for breath. You naughty girl, always causing trouble like a firecracker, up at the slightest spark. Now everyone in the neighborhood will definitely know. It's so embarrassing. Xiao Yuan faced the corridor and continued, "It's not my fault. I don't care about losing face. Whoever wants to listen, listen. Don't think I don't know. You and my dad are just afraid I'll spend your money when I find a job. Didn't I say I would take exams myself and wouldn't spend a penny from the family? The day before yesterday, you went to the hospital to bring me food. Didn't I tell you over and over again? She has been the daughter of Qiao Xingli and Li Guilin for 15 years and knows them very well. Recently, the couple openly and secretly said they had no money at home. They also said Xiao Yodong was the only one who could carry the family. When marrying, they wanted everything grand, buying a 3-bedroom house, a fancy car, and counting how much it would cost repeatedly in front of her. They said the family had spent a lot on raising children over the years. Plus, the usual social expenses, so they didn't save much. They also mentioned that other girls from the neighborhood who went to the countryside were doing well and would return to the city every 3 years. They said jobs are hard to find now. Each position is reserved, and openings are prearranged. They repeated this several times. She wasn't deaf or stupid. She understood their meaning. They were just using the same tricks on her as before. Holding a grudge, and with her job still uncertain, she suddenly got a fever of 40 degrees Celsius and was hospitalized, nearly losing her mind from the heat. She didn't know if it was the water from Meng Po's soup in the underworld, but she was lucky. She didn't go crazy and even remembered things from her past life. She even brought along the space she had accidentally gained in the orphanage. The space was huge, with mountains, rivers, lakes, and the sea. Inside, everything was abundant: food, clothes, daily necessities, and even some gold, jewelry, antiques, and paintings. These were all things she had taken easily in her past life. Yes, she was quite a criminal in her previous life, a thief on the roof. But she had principles. Her favorite thing was to rob the rich and help the poor. She never took good people's things. Confident now, she told Xiao Mu, who brought her food, that she wouldn't let her family spend a single cent on her job search. She wanted them to keep their worries to themselves. Unexpectedly, she still had to go to the countryside. She was so angry. Smack. She couldn't hold back anymore. Xiao Yuan ran into the house and knocked everything off the table. "If I leave you at home, you and your third sister-in-law will probably fight every day. My husband and I only have this one son, and we rely on him for our old age." Mother Qiao glared at Xiao Yuan, so angry she forgot to hide her feelings, and she spoke quickly. She didn't think she was wrong. Every family depends on their son for support. Once a girl gets married, her family might be criticized if she still expects help from her parents. As the oldest daughter, she should change her stubborn ways and avoid future problems. So there's also something about Xiao Yudong. Xiao Yuan sneered. "Did you slip up? Are you afraid of a fight? Or is it about the house?" She had suspected this for a while. The Qiao family's house in the apartment complex is quite big: 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and a narrow storage room, about 40 square meters. The south bedroom is large, twice the size of the north bedroom. Father Qiao divided the main bedroom into 2 small rooms, making 3 rooms in total. Father and Mother Qiao live in the south bedroom, near the window. Qiao Yudong lives in a small partition without a window. The 3 sisters share the north bedroom, which is also a heated brick bed, and they all live comfortably. But Qiao Yudong was unhappy. The 3 sisters sharing a small space wasn't practical. After Qiao Yuzhi got married, he wanted to move. But he couldn't compete with Qiao Yuan. When Qiao Yuhua moved to the countryside, Mother Qiao led the effort, and Qiao Yuzhu kept hinting that Qiao Yuan should voluntarily give up the bright north bedroom. Father Qiao just watched coldly. As for Qiao Yudong, it seemed like the north bedroom was already his. He started packing his things. Qiao Yuan immediately advised them on how to behave. In the apartment complex, she performed a little skit about a vegetable called little cabbage, which was yellow in the field. It was a coincidence that the factory director's wife happened to pass by. They were educated not to favor boys over girls, and to be kind to siblings. The Chiao family's faces darkened for half a month. After that, they never mentioned changing rooms again. Now, Chiao Yudong was getting married, which was the best chance to take the north bedroom. Probably afraid she would cause trouble again, he decided to just go all out and tell her to leave. Actually, even if they didn't say anything, she would give up the north bedroom. The young couple's marriage next door to her parents wasn't suitable. She could hear everything clearly, her father-in-law and mother-in-law. Too awkward. She understood and had already decided. Once she found a job, she would move to her workplace. If she couldn't, she would move into the small partition. She wasn't unreasonable, but she couldn't stand being pushed to move to the countryside. Thinking of this, Chiao Yuan packed her bag and slammed the door as she left. "Where are you going?" Mother Chiao hurried after her, anxious. Chiao Yuan ran far away and only shouted from the bottom of the building, "So it turns out you only care about him, Chiao Yudong. For your precious son, you're willing to send your own daughter, who just turned 15 and recently recovered from a serious illness, to the countryside. I'm going to find Xiao Yudong and their leaders to ask which family has such a cruel brother." Upstairs, countless heads appeared as people hurried around. Mother Chiao, worried, rushed out and said, "I only sent you to the countryside because I had no choice. Your third brother is already 20, and he's been seeing someone for over a year. If they don't get married soon, what will happen? It's the decision I made, Mother. Come back quickly and don't go to your third brother's factory." "Oh no, oh no." Mother Chiao was so anxious she kept hitting her thigh and almost shouted. She wanted to stop Chiao Yuan from going, but neighborly Lirong stopped her and started talking. "Guilan, I'm telling you, little Yuan is such a good girl. She's been obedient since she was little. How can you let her go to the countryside at such a young age?" Li Lirong was good at talking nonsense. She often secretly competed with Mother Chiao. "Yuan is really a good girl. She's like a jade doll since she was little. She looks beautiful, and her words are sweet. She's smart too. She always ranks first in exams and even skipped a grade, saving a lot of school fees. She's better than your Jade Zhu and Jade Dong. TSK, if she were my daughter, I'd cherish her in my hands. People who truly understand you are often your enemies." Aunt Li's words could sting. Mother Chiao spoke nicely outside, but everyone knew her and her husband favored Jade Zhu and Jade Dong. In fact, both their looks and studies were better than Yuan's. She hoped Yuan would make a move, maybe cause a fuss at the medicine factory. Thinking this, she clutched Mother Chiao's hand more tightly. "Don't be in such a hurry. Yuan and Jade Dong are siblings. They can't fight. Even if they do, Yuan is small and weak. She'd be the one to suffer. Keep your heart calm." It was better not to say anything, but the more she spoke, the paler Mother Chiao looked. Yuan was thin, but she had always been stronger than most kids and could pack a punch. The siblings often didn't get along. Yuan was especially stubborn and always compared herself to her brother. Now, with the conflict over going to the countryside, things were worse. She worried about how to fix her son's job situation. She blamed herself for speaking out and revealing too much about her son. But every family cares about their children. They didn't do much wrong, just register him to go back to their hometown. Going to the countryside was fine, but they kept causing trouble. She thought finding a job isn't so easy. Without one, he'd have to rely on the family, living at home, not married yet because he's young. No sister-in-law would tolerate this for long. It might be better to send him to the countryside early, keep some dignity, and maybe stay in touch. If something happened, they could ask his brother and sister-in-law for help. People say she and her husband favor their children. If they had been born into a family like old Wang's, they wouldn't survive. This child was spoiled from a young age and didn't understand her parents' worries. Aren't they just doing it for her good? As Chiao mother thought more, she felt sadder, her nose prickled, and tears started to fall. Chiao Yuan ran out of her mother's sight and began to walk around casually. She didn't seem as angry as she looked. There's more space in the countryside, and it's more comfortable than in the city. Working there also means fewer days off, working 3 shifts a day. It's exhausting. The factory is also full of chores. Earning only 20 or 30 yuan a month, she's always under the watchful eyes of her family. She started to think about what to bring when moving to the countryside. Since it's decided that she can't change her mind, she'll prepare well. If the Chow family won't give her anything, she'll take it herself. She won't let herself walk out alone like her second sister. No way. Over here, Chow Yuan arrived at the medicine factory, paused slightly, and clicked her tongue. Big factories are just different, more grand, with higher walls than small ones. She circled the gate, and under the watchful eyes of the security guard, she turned and headed to a state-run restaurant nearby. There would be a tough fight later, so she needed to eat well first. She excitedly rushed into the restaurant. The small blackboard listed today's menu and prices. She ordered braised pork, chicken with potatoes, a big tofu stew, and 2 liang of rice. Xiao Yuan ate with her mouth full and greasy. Especially the braised pork, with its rich sauce poured over the rice. Each bite was delicious. It had been a long time since she had pure stewed meat. With only a small meat ticket each month, her mother would wrap dumplings when she bought meat, and after cooking twice, it was gone. She craved more, and the more she ate, the hungrier she got. Other diners watched in surprise as the skinny girl, Xiao Yuan, confidently finished a plate of braised pork, chicken with potatoes, and a big tofu dish. They were so shocked their mouths couldn't close. An older man drinking small wine even trembled slightly as he held his cup. Inside, he exclaimed, "My goodness! Who's that greedy girl? Most people can't afford to eat like that." After getting tired of eating, Xiao Yuan opened a bottle of orange soda, drank it all in one gulp, and then let out a satisfied sigh. That's real life. She patted her stomach, guessed it was almost time to leave work, and stood up to leave. She went to stand at the factory gate, with a stern face, arms crossed, saying nothing. "Miss, do you need help?" The old man peeked around several times and couldn't resist coming over to ask. "I'm fine. I just ate too much and feel uncomfortable, so I'm standing here to digest," she replied. The old man, "But I don't believe you. Miss, if you have something to say, let's go inside the factory to talk. If there's an issue, find a leader," he suggested. He was thinking, but please don't cause trouble at the gate. It wouldn't look good. Xiao Yuan lowered her hands, looked down, and kept rubbing her foot on the ground. She occasionally sniffed. Seeing her like this, the old man softened a bit. No matter the era, good-looking people are always more popular. Xiao Yuan has fair, tender skin, a small face, and big, bright eyes. At first glance, she seems harmless. When something happens, anyone would see her as the weaker side. Without her saying a word, the old man already started imagining things. He tentatively asked, "Girl, is your boyfriend working at our factory? Did he make you angry?" Xiao Yuan tilted her foot and almost couldn't keep acting. The old man was really funny. She looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, pretending to be sad. "Old man, this is a sad story." The old man was speechless. Looks like he was mistaken. This girl is clever. But he was curious. "Tell me about it. Let me see if I can make myself cry listening." Xiao Yuan tried hard to hold back tears, her eyes turning red. "My parents want me to go to the countryside." "What? Your parents want you to go to the countryside? How old are you?" The old man looked her over. 15. "Wow, at your age, small arms and legs. If you go to the countryside, can you work? If you don't earn enough points, you might starve. Most importantly, such a pretty girl going to the countryside would attract a lot of attention. Although most people are honest, there are always a few bad ones." The old man, having lived so long, has seen all kinds of people, some with dirty tricks. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Wanting to help, he asked, "So, why are you here at the medicine factory today?" "They aren't hiring right now." "I know. I came to find my brother," Xiao Yuan suddenly said happily. "Why are you looking for him?" The old man was speechless. "Why is she so pretty? Even when going to the countryside. He persuaded my parents to sign me up for the countryside. If I don't find him, who else? I've registered and I have to go. I need to plan more for myself, bring more money." Xiao Yuan gave him a look, letting him imagine things. The old man nodded approvingly. "You're pretty clever. What if he doesn't give in?" "I'll threaten him first." If that doesn't work, I'll find the leader. That's what I'll tell the leader too. Xiao Yuan immediately acted like a little actress, pouting her face. I want to ask him if I can stay at home for another month. No, just half a month. I need to rest my body. When I get better, I'll go to the countryside. I won't spend a penny from the family. All the money is his. I don't dare argue with him. I also won't delay his marriage. I'll clear out my small, shabby bedroom and move to the storage room. Although it's full of junk, covered in dust, with rats and cold in winter, I'm not afraid. I promise, once I recover, I'll go to the countryside immediately and won't stay around to cause trouble. My parents only have this one son, and everything listens to him.
Boo-hoo.
I'm scared. I really fear going to the countryside. Xiao Yuanwan was very into her acting. The old man listened intently. Is this even a person? This is too selfish. Come on, old man, I'll take you to see the factory director and settle this. As soon as he spoke, the old man suddenly remembered he was acting and waved his hand in frustration. You little girl, you almost tricked me. Here, go inside and find your brother. If he's stubborn and refuses to give money, come out and find me. The old man kindly added, I'm the factory director's uncle. My real uncle. Xiao Yuanwan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, everywhere was like a wise monk. She grabbed a handful of candies from her pocket and handed them to the old man. Old man, eat some candy. You're such a good person. After giving the good person card and registering, she quickly ran into the factory. She inquired about the two people and found Xiao Yudong precisely. Why are you here? Xiao Yudong, coming out of the workshop, looked surprised to see her. What do you think? Xiao Yuanwan smirked. Of course, I came to see you. Our mom signed me up for going to the countryside, and it was your idea, right? Don't deny it. Mom told me everything. You are so good to me, I should thank you in person. How can I not? Hurry home and stop talking nonsense here. Xiao Yudong frowned. Don't disturb my work. Seeing that he still didn't understand why her face was so red and still looked impatient, Xiao Yuanwan opened her mouth to shout, Everyone, come out and see. Xiao Yudong's face turned pale with fright. He covered his mouth with one hand and grabbed Xiao Yuanwan's arm, trying to pull her outside. Xiao Yuanwan punched him hard in the stomach. Xiao Yudong was knocked down like a shrimp, bending over, veins bulging on his neck, face flushed red. Xiao Yuanwan sneered, full of sarcasm. When Xiao Yudong finally recovered and was about to spit out insults, Xiao Yuanwan took out a small bottle of pesticide from her bag. Xiao Yudong, I am miserable, and you won't be comfortable either. I want to see who dares to marry you after you get a reputation for killing your own sister. Which factory will still hire you? By then, you'll be a stray dog, a rat in the street, despised by everyone. Just wait to be sent to the farm for reform. After saying this, she opened the pesticide bottle. You don't scare people. Do you dare? The pungent smell of the poison made Xiao Yudong realize it wasn't just water. He was so scared his legs went weak, but he still kept his tough attitude. He didn't believe Xiao Yuanwan would really want to die. I just want to shout loudly a few times, then put the pesticide near my mouth. Yes, that will do. Crying, causing trouble, and pretending to be suicidal have always been classic ways to get attention. Xiao Yudong's face darkened. He knew Xiao Yuan was capable of doing anything. He reached out to try to take the pesticide away. I not only prepared the pesticide but also a rope, Xiao Yuan said, pulling a rope from her bag and pretending to hang herself from a tree branch. Xiao Yuan, you are really ruthless. Xiao Yudong gritted his teeth in anger, speaking through clenched teeth. His only thought now was to get her to stop. What do you really want? He asked. I'm your real brother. You can't do this to me. I'm not doing well, and what good does it do you? The benefits are huge. Maybe we can even be friends and go to the countryside together. Our parents love you and wouldn't want you to suffer. They would probably send you things often. I could benefit from that too. Look at second sister. Since she went to the countryside, our parents haven't sent her anything. She must be struggling a lot. She rarely wrote letters, and during holidays, she didn't even say she was visiting home, which made people feel cold. I'll ask Mom and Dad to bring you some things and get you some tickets. Jo Yudong quickly promised, scared of her. The conditions in the countryside are so bad. Jo Yuan continued to hint, rubbing her thumb and forefinger, smiling in a very sinister way. I'll give you 30 yuan, no, 50. Jo Yudong endured the pain in his heart. His 2 months' salary wasn't small. Jo Yuan rolled her eyes. You're just giving to a beggar? Sigh, I guess I should just take the pesticide. Anyway, once I get to the countryside, I won't do farm work. I won't earn any work points. No points, no food. Better to die now than starve later. At least it would be quick. No need to suffer too much. She again pretended to put the pesticide near her mouth. Jo Yudong wanted to rescue her. There are our grandma and grandpa in the countryside. They won't ignore you. Jo Yuan, sweet-talking and good-looking, was loved by everyone back home. Sometimes he even felt jealous. Shameless. Jo Yuan snorted coldly. My real brother, my real mother, and my real father all can't do anything. You still expect someone from another family? She sighed and took out a pair of scissors from her pocket. Her collection of 3 classic items from the palace was complete, and her mind was set on death. How much do you want? Jo Yudong's heart trembled, knowing he couldn't stop her without bleeding. If he hesitated more, it would be time to leave work. He softened his voice, trying to calm her down. 500. Jo Yuan waved her hand. How much? Jo Yudong went crazy. 500 yuan? You really dare to ask for that? You might as well sell me. Jo Yuan pouted. Your rotten flesh is worth a few bucks. You might as well sell your job. Come with me to the countryside. I promise I won't ask for a single penny from you. Xiao Yudong was so angry he nearly fell backward, his face turning bright red. Seeing how useless he was, Xiao Yuanwan kindly reminded him, hurry up and decide. The clock is about to strike off work. His stubborn attitude, like a pig not afraid of boiling water, made Xiao Yudong feel cornered. Can you go easier on me? It's almost 2 years' worth of salary. Once I get married and start a family, I need to support them. I'll give you 100, no, 200, at most 200. Xiao Yudong's heart was bleeding. No way. Xiao Yuanwan firmly refused, picking up a rope and looking around to see where it might hang. 300. Xiao Yudong gritted his teeth. Since he was young, he had never had the upper hand when it came to Xiao Yuanwan. Although he was indeed in the wrong this time, taking 300 yuan without paying was absolutely unacceptable. He agreed first, planning to tell his parents when he got home. He couldn't handle it himself, but someone else could. Thinking this way, he felt much better. He agreed happily. I'll also make a concession, 300 yuan plus 20 jin of grain coupons, and 2 new thick quilts made by our mother. Plus, your new radio. Oh, and you can prepare some common medicines for me at the pharmacy, like for colds, fevers, or diarrhea. Also, I want an iron pot. Seeing his eyes bulging with anger, Xiao Yuanwan lifted her chin. I know it's hard to buy an iron pot. You can give me an old one, I don't mind. But it can't be leaking and it can't be too thin. When I go to the countryside, I need to cook myself. After all, I can eat, and it wouldn't be fair to eat with others without doing my part. Fair? Xiao Yudong's face twisted instantly. Xiao Yuanwan genuinely thought she was being fair. She hadn't even asked for the family's bicycle. By the way, prepare a few more oil coupons for me. Cooking without oil isn't good, and some brown sugar too. 8 or 9 jin isn't too much. Even 5 or 6 jin is fine. Hey, I'm so young, so thin, just recovered from a serious illness. If I get driven to the countryside without good supplies, I might die there in just a few days. Third brother. By then you'll be a murderer. But don't worry, I hold no grudges. Even if I become a ghost, I'll be a kind-hearted ghost. I won't come back to bother you. Stop talking. I'll give it to you. Xiao Yudong shivered, and his heart pounded. This is what you promised. Don't try any tricks. If you agree, you have to give it. If I don't get it. Xiao Yuanwan shot him a half-smile. Her goal was achieved, and she was too lazy to pay him more attention. She needed to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. First, she took a detour to the black market, where she bought a batch of second-rate goods. She exchanged a lot of vouchers and money. Actually, her space has everything thieves, whether small or masterful. She can't help but feel excited when she sees good things. She just can't resist. Passing by an orchard. The fruit is sweet, so she takes a couple of saplings. At a farm, she thinks, I'll put some in her space. Then a wave of patriotic products swept through. She just finished watching a video and couldn't hold back that night. She visited several factories. Sometimes she even paid money. Where else could she find such good items to steal? Later, she grew stronger and traveled all over the world. When abroad, she was even more bold, taking whatever she saw. Gradually, her space filled up more and more. Things flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the sea. There's nothing she can't find in her space. She has so many things, she could use them for generations. She asked Xiao Yudong for stuff just to take advantage of him and make them uncomfortable, hee. Xiao Yuzhu spent the afternoon shopping and, when she returned home, she immediately noticed something was wrong. As soon as she entered the community, many people were whispering behind her. Aunt Lirong was holding a small scallion, chatting excitedly. When did I ever tell lies? I heard everything clearly. You didn't see how the third son of the Qiao family looked when he came back from work. As dark as a pig's backside. His face was so long, it was even longer than the donkey's face in the collective farm. I asked if his sister had come to see him, but he didn't say a word. I thought maybe he didn't hear me, so I asked again. Good grief. His eyes were so scary, I still feel my heart pounding. If you don't believe me, feel my chest. Really? The third son of the Qiao family doesn't usually look like that. He's usually so cute and quiet around us. Aunt Lirong looked even more mysterious, winking and waving her hand at a few other women nearby. Don't you guys get it yet? It's all because of the village trouble. Because the third son of Qiao is getting married and there's not enough space at home. This happened around noon. And I just overheard that they want money. Li Guilin is so angry she's about to go crazy. I don't know how much money Xiaoan needs. I didn't hear clearly. The voice was too soft. 300. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't hear anything just now. How do you know it's 3? Aunt Lirong suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Her head slowly turned, and she saw someone smiling behind her. She forced out a smile. Xiaoan's back. Let's go home quickly. Your mom has probably finished cooking. Well, I should go now. Your uncle wants scallion pancakes today. Look at how busy I've been all day, I almost forgot. Before she finished speaking, she turned into a small whirlwind and disappeared from the courtyard. Others looked at each other, exchanging glances. No one spoke or moved, their faces filled with curiosity. I'm going home first, ladies. Qiao Yuan was the first to break the silence. As she entered her house and closed the door, she clearly felt her neighbors all open their tightly shut windows at once. Little Wan, you're back, she said with a bright smile. Yes. Big sister, you're back too? Yes, just a step behind, replied Xiao Yuzhu with a smile. That's right, since our homes are so close, it only takes 10 minutes to walk. You can come back anytime. Unlike me, I might never leave the countryside in my life. Are you the only one? Your brother-in-law is really something. If he doesn't want to visit his mother-in-law, maybe your sister-in-law should go to the countryside to see her. Or is it your mother-in-law stopping her? Tsk, maybe she's afraid of bringing bad luck to our family, Qiao Yuan said sarcastically. She didn't care about everyone's awkward expressions and decided to relax and be herself. Big brother-in-law Wang Pengfei had never been close to the Qiao family. She guessed it might be because the Qiao family wasn't as well off as the Wang family. Her older sister's job was to take care of her mother-in-law. Wang Pengfei was an only son. He and his father worked at the grain station, a top-notch place these days. Their family was well off, which made them a bit proud. They initially liked Xiao Yuzhu because she was pretty. She didn't ask for a bride price but wanted a job. Her mother-in-law then arranged for her to work at the sugar factory. Big sister, you probably know I'm going to the countryside. Are you bringing me some things? Where are they? Let me see. Don't let Mom keep them. If you give her, it's hard to say who they belong to, she said, giving Xiao Yudong a meaningful look. This made Xiao Yudong grit his teeth in anger. Yuan. Xiao's mother looked worried and wanted to lecture her, but Xiao Yuan immediately covered her ears with her index finger. Xiao Yuzhu stepped forward and took her hand away. Little one, I specially bought a fish for you. Mom cooked it today. It was lucky I went. The fish is very fat. It smells so good. You should eat more later. Xiao Yuan glanced at the dinner table. I can tell. The only thing left is the fish head. Xiao Yuzhu. Embarrassed. She brought the fish and went home to eat, arriving just after Xiao Yuan. She looked at her mother. We waited for you to come back, but we thought maybe you ate out since it was so late. Dad and your third brother worked all day and were exhausted. They were already hungry, so we ate first. Xiao's mother quickly explained. If you haven't eaten, I can cook you some noodles and fry an egg for you, add a few drops of sesame oil. Really, if it's not possible, Mom can buy you a block of tofu. You can stew it with this fish head. It will taste good. You love eating tofu after all. Mother Qiao had no choice. She wanted to save some for later. Father Qiao said the fish didn't look big, maybe just over 2 pounds, and there wouldn't be much left after dividing it. No one would get enough. The son kept shouting he was hungry, saying he hadn't eaten fish in a long time and could eat half of it himself. He also said little one was upset with the family. Leaving the fish was like holding a grudge. It would be better if they ate first, and if they came back in time, they could eat together. If not, they would have to wait. She felt she had no luck, blaming herself. She was angry because her daughter had broken the thermos, causing her to lose face at the residential compound. Then she heard her son's words from the afternoon, which made her even angrier. The whole family was fighting over such a small matter. They ran to the workplace, acting desperate, making it hard for others to explain to 100 people. They were being unreasonable. It was because they had spoiled her since childhood. Thinking of this, she decided not to stay. Father Qiao was also upset about Xiao Yudong coming back and talking about studying. Anyway, he was going to the countryside and he didn't know what he would become. He no longer had high hopes. I just want to eat fish today, Xiao Yuan said firmly. Big sister, how much did you pay for this fish? 1 yuan and 3 cents. Xiao Yuzhu sighed. Xiao Wan, you're not leaving tomorrow, and we don't have to eat the fish today. Maybe tomorrow. She knew that Father Qiao and Mother Qiao wouldn't buy a fish just for Xiao Yuan. She didn't want to buy another one, either, because her mother-in-law would complain if she saw. She tried to persuade her not to make a fuss and wait until the anger cooled down. No. Xiao Yuan reached out to Mother Qiao. Give me the money, I'll buy another fish. When I get back, you can cook it for me, and I'll eat alone. Why should she eat noodles or tofu while they eat fish? Stewing with fish head. Who is she embarrassing? She wasn't a glutton. If you don't give me the money, I'll go back to the pharmacy tomorrow and find the boss directly. Old Xiao's mother pretended to advise. Look at what you're saying. What are you saying? She's just spoiling you like this. The couple continued their act, and Xiao Yuan sneered coldly. Xiao's father saw she was not convinced and dared to hum at him, which made him angrier. You're so young, and you've already learned to cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang yourself. You dare to cause trouble at the factory and ask for 300 yuan. What do you spend money on in the countryside? 30 yuan is enough for you. Your grandpa and grandma work in the fields all year and can earn 30. You want tickets, a radio, and all that stuff. Why don't you just move the whole family away? Xiao's father originally planned to give only 10 yuan, and she wouldn't need to pay for travel. Clothes and bedding could be taken from home. Buying some small items, 10 yuan wouldn't be enough. When she goes back home, her parents, older brother, and second brother will take care of her, so there's no problem. After she leaves, I'll give her 30. If I find out you're giving more. Xiao's father threatened his wife in a pretend serious tone. Xiao's mother looked at Xiao Yuan with a fake look of difficulty. Xiao Yuzhu also looked at Xiao Yuan, not approving. Little one, going to the countryside is a policy, and what our parents say doesn't count. How can you blame them? They love you, but they just can't help it.
You don't have a job now.
Listen to your sister, be obedient, and go to the countryside. You might come back someday. Many families have returned after 3 years. You'll only be 18 then, so it won't delay anything. Your destination in the countryside is your hometown, so it won't be too hard. When the new year comes, our dad and mom will visit you if they have time. Be good, stop causing trouble. Just give your big sister some face. Let's eat first, then pack your bags. Having been in the countryside for 7 or 8 years or even longer and never returning was a topic they never mentioned. Are you done talking? Have you blabbered enough? Xiao Yuan's face suddenly turned cold, her sharp gaze falling on Xiao Yudong. Xiao Yudong, if you're a man, spit one word and stick one nail. Just tell me, do you agree or not? Will you give in or not? Don't hide behind others like a coward. Not giving. Xiao Yudong looked proud. The little girl still thought she could control him. Dream on.
What?
I just won't give, and you dare to hit me?
Come on, try it.
Xiao Yudong stepped forward, puffing out his chest, looking proud and mischievous.
I don't believe you dare to.
Before he could finish the word hit, he suddenly felt like a kite cut loose. He flew backward, crashing against the wall, and then fell to the ground with a thud.
Ah!
The entire Qiao family let out sharp screams, which alarmed the neighbors watching nearby. They all looked anxious, scratching their heads in worry. Several women couldn't resist gossiping and quietly slipped out of their homes, tiptoeing carefully to listen at the door of the Qiao family. Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yudong's face turned pale, veins bulged on his neck, and he curled up on the ground like a broken string of a violin. The other 3 members of the Qiao family looked at her in shock, gasping aloud. Xiao Yuan moved her wrists, said nothing unnecessary, and suddenly rushed at Xiao Yudong. She clenched her fists and fiercely punched his stomach. 1 punch, 2 punches, 5 punches. The 3 people from the Qiao family snapped out of their shock and tried to step forward to stop her, but Xiao Yuan instinctively dodged. She then delivered a swift kick, knocking Xiao Yudong into Qiao Shengli and Li Guilon, causing them to fall in a heap. "Oh my back," exclaimed Qiao's mother. By this time, Xiao Yudong was in so much pain he was sweating cold, feeling dizzy, with a pounding head. Xiao Yuan quickly grabbed his collar.
Slap.
Slap. 2 loud slaps left Xiao Yudong's cheeks visibly swollen, blood streaming from his nose, and his lips also bleeding. He looked at Xiao Yuan with a frightened expression.
Do you see?
Do you dare to forget this lesson now? I like your current look much better, much more pleasing than before, she said, still not satisfied, giving him a few more sharp slaps. He saw stars and felt scalp tingling from the hits. Yuan, he's your brother. Stop it, you can't hit him. Xiao's mother clutched her waist, crying anxiously. Xiao Yuzhu was pacing nervously, trying to persuade her, but afraid to step forward. In her eyes, Xiao Yuan seemed completely crazy. Xiao's father's face was grim, nearly dripping with anger, his eyes nearly popping out. He stood up and raised his hand. Xiao Yuan quickly grabbed his hand. What? Want to hit me? If you dare to move me, I'll fight you back with all I've got. As long as I don't die, I'll fight to the end. I was just holding back a little earlier. I've been ruined because of you all being sent to the countryside. My whole life is over. You all have jobs, but I'm barefoot and not afraid of those in shoes. If you're not convinced, try me. Her words made Xiao's father and mother feel a chill. Xiao's father stared blankly, then reluctantly lowered his hand, still stubborn. You're crazy. Xiao Yuan snorted coldly. If you don't give me the money, I'll do something that will ruin the whole family. I'll go outside and tell everyone that our family prefers the seaside. We'll all be finished. Her voice was very low in the last 2 sentences. She knew there were people outside, so she didn't want to be too fierce. Xiao's father was so frightened by her crazy words that his legs went weak and his chest hurt badly. You. He was furious and trembling. Xiao Yuan pushed him away, then kicked Xiao Yudong again, coldly saying, "Good for nothing." Turning to look at Mother Qiao, who seemed to have lost her son, she spoke slowly. "I want to eat fish. Fish, fish, fish." The 4 members of the Xiao family were almost breaking down, still thinking about eating fish at this moment. Xiao Yuzhu felt even more regretful. Why did she buy fish? An hour later, Qiao Yuan happily patted her stomach and let out a satisfied burp. Mom, don't say it. Your cooking is always delicious, especially the stewed fish, full of flavor and fragrant. Tomorrow, I want to eat celery-filled dumplings, more meat than vegetables. Add some green chili inside, very fresh. The day after tomorrow, I want to eat braised pork. The day after that, I want to have chicken stew with vermicelli. Besides these, before I leave, I must have 2 boiled eggs for breakfast. Also some millet porridge, plain steamed buns, and salted duck eggs. Mom, your pickled cucumbers and small preserved vegetables are crispy. Mix some more with chili oil. I love that taste. Oh, after all these years, you still don't remember what I like to eat. Did you remember this time? Xiao Yuan smiled happily. If she forgot again, she would have Qiao Yudong stay in the hospital for a month. Got it. Mother Qiao nodded vigorously, repeating every word without missing a beat. Xiao Yuan smiled with relief. The money, tickets, and things you promised me. You better deliver quickly. I want to see them first thing tomorrow morning. Deal?
Deal.
Without hesitation, Mother Qiao nodded immediately, fearing her son might faint from pain. You can't just promise yourself. Qiao Yuan turned to look at Father Qiao. At this moment, Father Qiao's face was pale, legs weak, and he cursed his rebellious daughter inwardly. Dad? Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Here. Xiao Yuzhu widened her eyes in disbelief. Dad, so much money.
Why?
She was the eldest daughter, yet she had never taken so much money from the family. The dowry she received at marriage was all standard. Shut up. For the first time in his life, Father Qiao scolded Xiao Yuzhu. Her eyes reddened with discomfort. She wanted to go back home, but didn't trust Qiao Yudong. She could only stare directly at Xiao Yuan with her eyes. Xiao Yuan glanced at her lazily, her mouth too tired to open, and she found it exhausting to say another word to her. She stretched lazily, hummed a tune, swung her hips, and went back to her room. Everyone could tell she was in an extremely good mood. The remaining 4 family members looked angry, their eyes blazing with fire, but they had no ideas left. Father Qiao quickly carried Xiao Yudong on his back, and Xiao Yuzhu went downstairs to push her bicycle. As for Mother Qiao, you better not go. It's useless to go among so many people. Stay home and find everything that little troublemaker wants. If it's not at home, buy it early tomorrow. If you can't buy it in the morning, think of a way quickly. Mother Qiao's face was puckered like a shriveled orange peel. They never expected that Xiao Yuan would dare to act. In the past, when siblings argued, they just accused each other or played small tricks. But this time, why did she want to fight to the death? They couldn't understand no matter how hard they tried. The whole family, with bones broken but still connected by tendons, couldn't bring themselves to do it. They were too cruel. Mother Qiao wiped her tears. The neighbors at the door were all staring with wide-open mouths. The next morning, Qiao Yuan looked happily at the breakfast on the table. Yuan, you're just a young girl with so much money, and there are so many people at the youth station. It's not safe. Maybe you should take less? Any leftover money, Mom, I'll keep for you. I'll give it to you when I get married. Mother Qiao tightly held onto the money, unwilling to let go. Mom, I'm not going to stay at the youth station. Qiao Yuan happily peeled an egg. I plan to build a small house for myself.
What?
Build a house yourself? Yuan. Mother Qiao wanted to persuade her. In her opinion, building a house was unnecessary. No one liked living at the youth station. It was better to stay at old Qiao's house. If she got married in the countryside later, the man would prepare the house. She thought her daughter was just being silly and wasting money. But unfortunately, Qiao Yuan wouldn't listen to her. Mom, do you regret it? If you hadn't signed me up for going to the countryside, I wouldn't ask you for money. If I had a job, I would still be filial. I would even move to the factory to free up a room for your eldest son to get married. You've really lost out inside and out. Seeing her mother's face, which looked like she was about to cry, Qiao Yuan felt very happy and took a big sip of porridge, deliberately making noise. Mom, since I found out I was going to the countryside, I've had a fire burning inside me. That fire burns whoever gets close. I advise you not to talk too much. If you say something I don't like, I'll feel bad, and the fire will burn even stronger. Someone has to be responsible for putting out the fire, right? You're my real mother, so I can't hit you. But I can't promise that my dear brother Qiao Yudong won't get hurt or lose a limb. Don't blame me then. Sometimes, I just can't control myself. Mother Qiao looked at her sadly. Yuan, why have you become like this? Qiao Yuan hated melodramatic acts. Every time she saw them, she got furious. She finished her meal quickly, grabbed the money and the radio, went back to her room, locked the door, and started packing. Anything that belonged to her, she packed it all. There weren't many clothes in the wardrobe. Several had faded to white after washing. Some should be thrown away or sold. The remaining 2 or 3 pieces were still about 70% new, and she kept them, planning to find more suitable clothes for this era once she moved. Her clothes, pants, underwear, and socks were all missing or worn out. The cotton-padded jacket and pants were old, with the cotton feeling stiff. This wasn't urgent. She planned to ask her grandmother to make new ones when she went to the countryside. The space had down jackets and military coats. These cannot be taken outside easily. They can only be made at home, and there is plenty of cotton. Making them yourself may be simple, but it keeps you warm. The winter in the Northeast is long and very cold. Besides the 2 quilts made by Qiao Yudong, she plans to make another thick one. During the day, she usually just covers her legs with a blanket, so it doesn't need to be too wide. She will also make 2 thinner quilts, since it's hot now, and thick ones aren't suitable. Her old quilts are too worn out, stiff, and not warm enough. She plans to make a few new quilt covers for easy washing, and she needs to replace the pillows because the old ones are flat now. She likes high pillows filled with rice husks because they are comfortable. She searches through her storage space for socks, soap, toilet paper, shampoo, skincare products, towels, pots, bowls, cups for drinking. All essentials. She also looks for some food, fruit candies, white rabbit candies, egg cakes, sticky rice strips, peach cookies, and canned peaches. She always wants to bring something to her family back home. She picks everything carefully, planning to sneak it out when she reaches the countryside. Seeing the space filled with stuff, she nervously rubs her hands. Was she so greedy in her past life? She was an orphan, suffered as a child, and felt insecure as she grew up. Seeing good things, she just wants to stockpile them to make up for it. TSK, she's had no parents in 2 lives. When she comes out of her storage space, Qiao's father and Yudong are already back. Qiao Yuan raises an eyebrow. Oh, you're back? I told you earlier, I handle things carefully. It's just some minor injuries. I told you not to go to the hospital. A good sleep will fix it. But you refused, wasting medical resources.
See?
Wasting money. Yudong dares not speak up, while Qiao's father ignores her, and Qiao's mother quickly brings out a plate of dumplings. Today's meal is pretty good: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold cucumber noodles, and a stir-fry of celery, carrots, and shredded meat. Mom, you're just worried about your son, trying to give him some extra nutrition? Did you accidentally put the meat into the vegetable dishes for me? Qiao Yuan raises an eyebrow. Seeing her mother hesitate, she guesses her plan. It's okay. I'll eat the vegetables anyway. But she won't share her dumplings with them. She cheerfully pushes Qiao Yudong aside and sits in his seat. Sorry, brother, but the meat and vegetables are right in front of you. I'm about to go to the countryside, so please let me have some. Yudong grits his teeth, but dares not complain. Qiao Yuan nonchalantly takes her dumplings, puts some garlic sauce and vinegar in 2 bowls, and then scoops all the shredded meat from the vegetables into another bowl, leaving no meat behind. She happily eats her dumplings one by one, not missing the eggs, and she loves the cold dishes and the shredded vegetables and the celery. After a few bites, half of the dishes are gone. Mrs. Qiao felt a little upset and quickly moved the remaining small pieces of egg into Mr. Qiao and Qiao Yudong's bowls. 1. You need to be polite when eating. This is our home. If we were somewhere else or there were guests, people might laugh at us. When you find something tasty, you shouldn't just keep eating. As a young girl, you should be more gentle. You're such a glutton. Xiao Yudong muttered softly. Really? I haven't eaten enough all these years, Xiao Wan replied. She was strong and had a big appetite. But Mrs. Qiao didn't believe her, insisting she wasn't full and kept eating until she couldn't anymore. She even said she might ruin her stomach by overeating and kept watching her eat. She clearly hadn't even reached 6/10 full. She explained twice, but no one listened. She gave up and just tried to eat quickly. Her portions were fixed anyway. Are you saying I and your father are too harsh on you? Mrs. Qiao didn't agree. All 4 children ate the same food. Little Wan, it wasn't easy raising all 4 of you. None of you dropped out of high school. What more do you want? Compare yourself to old Wang's daughter. Don't be ungrateful while you're in a good situation. Mr. Qiao sighed deeply, stopped eating, worried that eating more might upset his stomach. Dad, I'm telling you, no wonder you haven't made much progress all these years. Your thinking is wrong. Why compare yourself to the bad? Why not compare to the good? Mr. Qiao looked even more uncomfortable. Qiao Wan didn't care and focused on eating quietly. Besides, I never said I wasn't satisfied. I am very ungrateful. Who else has my treatment, eating a whole dumpling by myself? You raised me until I was 15, and I will take care of you in old age. Counting your retirement, I will support you for 15 years. If you work too hard, then the remaining years should be spent being supported by Yudong. I won't interfere anymore. Mr. and Mrs. Qiao. Qiao Yudong. Their feelings were very complicated, but I feel so wronged inside. You signed me up to go to the countryside without my consent just because of Yudong. I had a chance to find a job. The forestry station and food factory are hiring, and my teachers told me. The teacher who has been teaching me for over a year is even thinking of me. I am your biological daughter. Can't you think more about me? Why are you so eager to send me away? If the street committee comes to ask, I won't say anything. But our family has a child going to the countryside, and the street committee never came. You signed me up quietly. As parents, how can your hearts be so biased? I just can't understand. I've tried my best to understand. Qiao Wan stared intently at Mr. Qiao. She just wanted to see what expression her biological father would have: surprise, regret, guilt, anger, indifference. Father Qiao's face was cold and seemed a bit impatient. Impatient that she kept bringing up old matters. Impatient that she kept insisting on small issues to accuse them of neglecting their duties as parents. Jiao Yuan sneered softly, knowing her own plans well. She wasn't someone to waste energy on internal conflicts. Bringing up these issues was just to expose their true faces, so they wouldn't pretend otherwise once she became successful. She turned to Jiao Yudong and said, "No one's fighting over the room anymore. You don't need to worry about conflicts with your wife. Once the baby is born, there will be enough space. You also don't need to worry about me spending the family's money on a job. Maybe I'll even save some dowry money in the future. But I'm curious, was the idea to send me to the countryside all yours alone? Or did your future wife have a part in it?" "What are you talking about?" Xiao Shu could never. Jiao Yudong immediately retorted loudly. Seeing his reaction, Jiao Yuan knew she hadn't wronged Qin Changshu. "Jiao Yudong, haven't you noticed? Whenever you lie as a kid, you start picking your fingers." Father Qiao and Mother Qiao turned to look at Jiao Yudong's hand on the table, their faces darkening instantly. They favored their only son, but that didn't mean they liked their daughter-in-law's long fingers. Jiao Yuan's tone was full of obvious schadenfreude. "You better be careful. Your future daughter-in-law's fingers are already so long, and before she even steps inside, she's already scheming to kick out her sister-in-law. And your son listens to her. He doesn't dare say a word. As the old saying goes, the magpie with a long tail marries and forgets her mother. Now you have a salary, and you can support them. You're healthy, so you don't need to serve them. Later, you can even help take care of the children. She'll definitely be very filial, but when you're old, can't work anymore, or get sick, Don't be surprised if she kicks you out of the house. When that happens, you'll have nowhere to cry. I'll just be here in the countryside, watching how Jiao Yudong and Li Changshu show their filial piety to you. But don't give me a chance to laugh at you, hee. The three members of the Chiao family looked pale, their hearts feeling as if a big stone was pressing down on them. Seeing their discomfort, Jiao Yuan felt even better, eating happily. After eating and drinking to her satisfaction, she packed her small bag and headed out. She was planning to do something big before leaving. Everyone knew there was a man named Hao in their area who knew all about good stuff in every household. He often came by to help appraise treasures for free. He was strong, had a ruddy face, and sparse hair. Now that she's older and has spent half her life doing wrong, she's already half in the coffin, but she still can't stop. She has many followers who follow her commands. In her bed, there are two types of people she can't sleep peacefully with. Her wife is also a proud and domineering person. Her son and daughter are even more talented and beautiful, so much so that handsome brothers and sisters avoid them. Such a family needs her to take action. Also, there's old Hao and his men. They're quite overweight. Xiao Yuanwan becomes more excited the more she thinks about it, her eyes shining brightly, her legs moving quickly. She feels eager, almost like she might burst with excitement. She finds a quiet place, slips into her space, and prepares herself. Stealing isn't easy. She's not a petty thief who steals wallets or phones. She never tricks ordinary people. She's a master thief. Essential skills include disguise, gathering information, sneaking, wall climbing, keen observation, grabbing items, forging, and even appraising treasures. She can't risk stealing fake valuables. She puts on makeup, a wig, checks her gear again, tests her voice changer, and nods in satisfaction. Her skills haven't faded. She's like a master of disguise. Even her parents wouldn't recognize her face if they stood right in front of her. Honestly, her face is so ordinary, it blends into any crowd and no one would remember her. At night, in the deep darkness, she reaches out and finds a quiet spot. She silently climbs out of a big tree behind a private house in the city center. With a quick jump, she lands steadily and quickly reaches the door. She doesn't pick the lock but uses her unique method to open it. Xiao Yuanwan easily enters the house. The layout is simple. A kitchen in the middle, bedrooms on both sides, a large storage room in the north, and a bathroom. Near the kitchen, there's a cellar and a well-hidden spot. She glances at it, but knows her treasures aren't kept there. She carefully moves the water jar, nothing. Under the stove, nothing. It seems the treasure is in the bedroom. If it were someone else, they might hide it in the yard or another house, but Hao is too clever to do that. Based on his personality, he wouldn't keep his treasure far away. Xiao Yuanwan's analysis is correct. Hao must check on his treasure every night before bed. He touches it, kisses it, talks to his wife about how he got it, and finally reflects on how hard it was to build his empire. His wife is even more extraordinary. When alone, she wears 10 gold rings on her fingers and gold jewelry on her wrists and neck, turning her into a moving jewelry display. I don't love jade gemstones. I prefer shiny yellow ones. But that's not the most shocking part. Every year during the new year, the couple dresses up specially, wearing very luxurious clothes. They sit seriously on a carved wooden chair. When their child kneels to give New Year greetings, they feel very happy, like they are former officials. The wife is quite overweight but loves to wear a cheongsam and a fur coat outside. It's quite eye-catching. Xiao Yuan enters the bedroom, takes a medicated towel from the closet, and gently covers herself, helping the family sleep more peacefully. TSK, Xiao Yuan mutters, these two are really a couple, they're used to sleeping. In the hot summer, they don't cover themselves, leaving everything exposed, which makes her eyes hurt. She looks carefully to confirm that people shouldn't be overweight because excess weight shrinks easily. Covering a big belly makes it hard to find even with a magnifying glass. No wonder the investigation shows he has no other partners. He also seems to have some self-awareness. Glancing around, she thinks, wow, they are really rich and quite arrogant, not hiding anything. The TV, radio, and fan are all displayed openly. The radio isn't one of those cheap models bought by Xiao Yudong. It's the most expensive on the market. The furniture and sofa are complete, all made of good wood and new styles. The small bedside table is made of yellow sandalwood. Probably unaware of its value, it has many scratches. There are also 2 watches on the bedside table. Xiao Yuan picks them up and looks closely. Still imported goods, only sold at friendship store, requiring overseas remittance vouchers. Based on her experience, Xiao Yuan quickly finds a ladder hidden behind the cabinet. She turns on her flashlight, looks up, and sees a tiger window in the ceiling. Amazing! The ceiling is over 3 meters high, covered with dark floral wallpaper. It's hard to see without careful inspection. She gently hooks the chain lock with a flying claw, quickly climbs onto the ceiling, and opens it. Wow! She's home. She also found some scattered money, about 1,000 yuan, and the 2 children had some small savings as well. There were many receipts stored in a box in the wardrobe, rare ones like watch tickets, bicycle tickets, radio tickets, sewing machine tickets, food coupons, stamps, sugar coupons, fabric tickets, and more. She didn't look at them carefully. These were probably just a small part, with most stored in an earlier box. Given how Jianren's personality, there couldn't be only this much money and tickets at home. How had already taken away bedding and clothes, since they weren't needed anymore. In the corners, not a single stool leg was left untouched. Even the firewood for going to the countryside was perfect for burning. Speaking of fire, Xiao Yuan tilted her head, hesitated for a moment, then immediately dismantled the window frame and door frame. The glass was stored in the space, useful for building in the countryside. Breaking it and sticking it on the wall was also good, great for preventing theft. It could also be used to scrape potato skins, better than a spoon. All the coal, firewood, 3 bicycles, 8 live chickens, and 4 big geese in the yard were taken away, along with the vegetables. She happily clapped her hands. What does it mean to be left with only walls? How Jianren's family was exactly that. After thinking for a moment, she still felt something was missing. Xiao Yuan blinked her eyes, took out a bundle of firecrackers from the space, lit them, and quickly threw them into the toilet. That was much more fun than exploding cow dung. She stepped on her windfire wheel and sped away from the scene. Just as she jumped over the wall, she heard a clanging sound from the yard. Xiao Yuan felt delighted. It must have been a flower shower from the heavens. Serves them right. Suddenly, a northwest wind blew.
Ugh.
The next morning, Xiao Yuan woke up naturally. She tossed and turned in her bed, let out a groan, and reluctantly left her cozy bed. The rest of the Qiao family had gone to work. Mother Qiao left some food, 2 boiled eggs, a salted duck egg, and a small bowl of porridge. Xiao Yuan wasn't full yet. She took out 5 large meat buns and 2 bags of soy milk from the space. She especially liked drinking soy milk. After breakfast, she tidied up and went downstairs to see if anyone was catching crickets. "Hey, Aunt Lirong, Aunt Wang, what are you in such a hurry to do?" she asked, noticing they hadn't even taken off their aprons. Aunt Lirong, full of excitement, hurriedly said, "Going to see the excitement. I heard a house was blown up by a bomb. The house was completely destroyed. Many people have gone to see. I just found out late. Xiaowan, if you're not busy, come with us." Li Lirong wanted to get along well with Qiao Yuan, preferably to be close to her mother. With how petty Qiao mother was, she'd be miserable if she didn't. Just thinking about it made her happy, and her face was full of smiles. She imagined Xiao mother being so angry her face turned pale and her body trembled, and she couldn't help but laugh. Aunt Wang, standing nearby, didn't want to waste time and quickly said, "Let's go quickly, or there won't be anything exciting to see later. My eldest son just came back and said the police have already been here a lot." Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in shock. A bomb? Such a lively scene must be checked out. She quickly lifted her heels and ran ahead. Sure enough, they arrived too late. Many people had gathered to watch, packed in layers both inside and outside. Some children were carried on adult shoulders, and others hung from trees skillfully. Li Lirong strained her neck and pushed forward, sweating heavily, which annoyed the people around her. As she squeezed through, she called out, "Xiaowan, stick close to Andy. If you stay outside, you won't see anything. Make way, everyone. The children are leaving for the countryside, and this is the last show." Xiao Yuan, that honestly, she didn't want to watch this lively scene anymore. She understood what was happening now. Who spread the rumor? What kind of nonsense was a bomb? It was more like a gas explosion. Thinking of the fragrant breeze from the northwest last night, she instinctively stepped back, but Auntie Lirong quickly grabbed her. "You see your small frame? You can't even see the excitement properly. Why hide? Come on, squeeze forward," she said. After watching them struggle, some people made way for her. Auntie Lirong grinned happily, showing her teeth. She was friendly and curious, asking the person next to her, "Brother, what's going on inside? Isn't this house in good shape? I heard a bomb destroyed the house completely." The man perked up and raised his voice. "What bomb?" "No, someone died inside. It seems they suffocated. A family of 4. They were all killed overnight. The police haven't come yet, but I went inside to look. They were just lying stiff on the bed. I was so scared I ran out, almost peed my pants. We common folks don't see such scenes. You haven't seen it. Nothing left in the house. The walls are chipped away in pieces, and the floor is full of holes. The house is ruined. No idea who did it or what kind of grudge it was. Really terrible." Another person who had been inside looked mysterious. "I think they didn't just die. They must have suffered before dying. Clothes were gone. Think about it." Xiao Yuan's face darkened. "Brother, do you mean all of them are dead?" Last night, after she left, someone else came to punish the wicked and praise the good. Don't listen to his nonsense. She's not dead, just angry, but I don't know why she hasn't woken up yet. Another woman, speaking softly but with a hint of regret, said, "It's still how. The boss's people couldn't find him at the workplace. Only the previous visitor found out. We thought someone was harmed, and were so scared we called the police. 5 or 6 officers came, but they haven't found out anything yet. I guess it's revenge. If it was theft, could they up his bathroom?" Xiao Yuan quickly understood what was happening. Last night, since she wasn't really a good person, she acted a bit rough, gave her some strong medicine, too much. "Oh no, will she go crazy?" "She's awake, she's awake," someone shouted. Suddenly, a crowd rushed in, mostly people familiar with Hao. Everyone watching the scene instinctively stepped back, afraid of getting involved. If they couldn't find the real culprit and didn't like the others, they might get blamed. Thinking this, everyone dispersed quickly. On the way back, Xiao Yuan split from Aunt Lirong. She needed to contact her friends and call her grandparents to prepare her place. Before her house was fixed up, she stayed at her grandparents' home. They didn't have extra rooms, but it was okay. She could stay in her grandparents' room. When they were kids, they all lived like this back in the old hometown. The old couple's room was spacious, with a Kong, raised bed, on the south side, and a board could be laid on the north side. There were long benches underneath, with boards on top covered with mats and quilts, just like a hard bed. A curtain in the middle kept it private. There was also a window on the north side, outside which was a vegetable garden, especially cool in summer. She could reach out and pick apricots from the garden outside the window. After hanging up, Xiao Yuan went to visit Hao's most trusted households. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. Over 3 days, she searched those households thoroughly, even breaking some people's legs. The whole market was buzzing about her. Even her parents, Xiao and Xiao, would mention it when they got home. During this time, her father and mother secretly still wanted to get back the money and things. Xiao Yuzhu also came once, secretly trying to let her understand some things. Xiao Yudong went to see Chen Changshu, but no one knew what they talked about. When he returned, he looked upset and whispered with his mother in the south room. When they came out, they saw Xiao Yuan and stopped talking about money, ignoring her completely, treating her like air. Xiao Yuan didn't mind and was happy to do as she pleased, eat when she wanted, drink when she wanted. On the morning of the 4th day at 7:30, Xiao Yuan was alone, carrying a small, flat suitcase. Her eyes were red, and she kept looking back with each step as she slowly headed toward the gate. Seeing her like this, the older women working in the yard quickly gathered around her. Aunt Lirong spoke first. Xiao Wan, you're carrying your luggage. Are you leaving for the countryside today? Yes, the train leaves at 8:30. I should go early and wait, so I won't miss it, Xiao Yuan replied, sniffing. Where are your dad and mom? Aren't they coming to see you off? Your brother and sister didn't come either? Aunt Lirong kept looking toward the stairs, her voice anxious. You only brought so little? Didn't bring your bedding? Did you pack winter clothes and shoes? Even though home is close, it's hard to come back. You can't expect them to mail things. Who knows when they'll arrive? Listen, go home quickly and pack everything. If it's too heavy, Auntie can help carry it. Also, bring your usual towels, bowls, chopsticks, soap, and so on. They're cheap to buy, but if you buy a little here and a little there, your money will run out. Money is the hardest to keep, and you kids don't understand that. Aunt Lirong kept talking, genuinely worried now. The 15-year-old girl was going to the countryside alone. No parents came to see her off. How heartless that was. Even if they took money, it was their own child. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt, her nose souring. Yeah, the Chow couple is too cruel. Even if she goes back to her hometown, they shouldn't ignore her completely, someone said. Li Guilin has been complaining to me these days. She said her child has grown wings and won't listen anymore. She only agreed to go to the countryside if she got 300 yuan, and now she's building a house there. It's clear she's heartbroken as a mother. But I don't blame her. 300 yuan. Whose kid wouldn't want that? One aunt seemed to side with Qiao's parents, but before she finished, another aunt pulled her away. Seeing this, Qiao Yuan's nose sniffed more loudly. Auntie, I don't want to leave either, she said. I've been doing well in school and heard about the job openings early. I didn't need to leave. I won't say more. It's too late now. Anyway, I can use the room for my brother's wedding when I go back. Aunt Lirong, I've packed everything I need. There's nothing left at home, she continued. Their room is locked, someone added. Thank you, Auntie. I'm leaving now. If you ever want to find mushrooms, wood ear, or anything, just ask me, she said. Without waiting for others to respond, she wiped her eyes fiercely, grabbed her small backpack behind her, straightened her back, and walked away without looking back. Her figure was strong but lonely, bleak, and sorrowful. Seeing her like this, all the women's noses tingled with tears. Behind her, the Qiao family's courtyard was quiet. Auntie Lirong wiped her tears. Look at Wan's backpack, so small. It probably doesn't have many things inside. Poor girl. I knew Li Guilin was pretending to be nice. She seems to love her daughter, but her heart is really cold. I told you before that they act one way in front of people and another behind their backs, and you didn't believe me. Now you see, right? Yes, I believe it now. I saw it with my own eyes. The backpack is small. TSK, locking the house and still arguing with her child. How can parents do that? An old lady sitting on a chair puffed on her pipe and sighed. This couple has spoiled their child. From what Wan said, she could have found a job, but she chose to marry old Qiao. With her good looks, if she had a job and waited a couple of years to grow up a bit, wouldn't matchmakers be lining up at the Qiao family door? Maybe one could even marry a high-ranking official. The Qiao family would benefit too. Now look, they've been driven to the countryside, and soon they'll be as dull as potatoes. And who likes daughters-in-law with rural household registration? That will affect the children later. Looks aren't everything. Being pretty doesn't mean much. It's not the kids' fault for wanting so much money. It could ruin their whole lives. Old Qiao's family doesn't see far ahead. As the old saying goes, favoritism leads to trouble. Just wait and see. There will be a day they regret it. Everyone sighed. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan found a quiet spot and took out her prepared luggage from her space. It was full of dishes, clothes, bedding, and her big cage. She had planned to sneak away using the space once she arrived. But she remembered her grandpa was coming to pick up the educated youth, so she didn't want her luggage to seem too light. Luckily, she was strong and could carry it easily. She wanted to leave quietly, but this morning she discovered all the doors except her north bedroom were locked. She was disgusted. Using a piece of wire, she unlocked all the doors in less than a minute. Some might question her character, but her skills were never to be doubted. She left a note saying free lockpicking. Then she happily baked 5 sugar cakes, using all the flour and sugar at home. She also cracked 10 eggs and put the remaining rice and lard into her space. Since she didn't care about appearances anymore, she didn't hold back. She gave herself full marks for her spontaneous performance in that scene. Her acting was excellent. Just then, a clear female voice came from behind. Xiao Yuan turned around, saw the approaching person, and nodded in greeting. She didn't speak because they weren't close. Both families lived nearby, just across the street, so they knew each other's faces, but had never spoken. Is that really you, Xiao Yuan? I saw you from afar just now, and thought I was seeing things. I almost didn't dare to recognize you. If you hadn't turned around, I might have thought I was mistaken. Are you also going to the countryside? Where are your parents? Did they come to see you off? Wang Meili was dressed in a faded, ill-fitting outfit, wearing patched cloth shoes. She carried a small bundle and smiled cheerfully at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. My parents didn't come. Did yours? I didn't see them. Seeing you like this, you're probably heading to the countryside too. How could your parents let you go? Without you, who will cook at home? Who will wash clothes? Who will watch your brother's kids? Who will be the punching bag for your sister-in-law? Who will bring your parents foot-washing water? TSK, you didn't secretly sign up for going to the countryside without telling your family, did you? After all, you eat less than a chicken, work more than a cow, sleep at the dining table, and never complain. They definitely wouldn't want to let you go. Thinking about her, that's impossible. The disagreements she had with her family were known even by the dogs on the street. Wang Meili must know that. Was this person always like this? But it doesn't matter. Her strength could crush all evil spirits. By the way, what was her name again? Wang Pretty or Wang Beautiful? At this moment, please call her Qiao Dala Green Tiyuan. Wang Meili. Wang Meili's face stiffened, and a flash of displeasure crossed her eyes. She didn't expect Xiao Yuan to look down on her so much as to pretend not to know her name. She also saw through her secret plan to sign up for the countryside behind her family's back. But thinking of how miserable Xiao Yuan was in her dreams, her displeasure quickly faded, replaced with a hint of pride. What's the point of arguing with someone who won't live long? She was destined to dream of the future, to be the daughter of the heavens. Maybe in her past life, she was a fairy. The hardships she endured before were probably a test from heaven. Now that the test was over, her good days were just ahead. When she had money, she would make sure Xiao Yuan knew she was Qiao Meili. Her father would realize she was the most promising. Her mother would cook her a bowl of braised pork. No, 2 bowls. She wanted to eat her fill. She wanted everyone to be afraid to speak loudly to her, to all look up to her. Watching Wang Meili, lost in her dreamy, intoxicated state, Xiao Yuan's lips twitched. This was interesting, so interesting. She was sure this person was not right in the head. She remembered how Wang Meili used to bow her head when she saw people, walking with her shoulders hunched, speaking like a mosquito. A person changing so much can only mean, no rush, fools are always fools. They will eventually reveal themselves. After packing her luggage and carrying a big cage onto the train, the carriage was crowded. It was full of young educated youths, with luggage piled everywhere and the aisle packed tight. Not only was there a strong smell of sweat, but also chattering voices with various accents. Some people were crying softly, others singing patriotic songs, some reciting poetry, and a few passionately discussing rural development. Zhou Yuan's head was buzzing. She found a seat, put her luggage under it, but the cage wouldn't fit, so she just left it in the aisle. When someone walked by, she picked it up. Just as she sat down heavily, a familiar voice came from behind. Excuse me, could you help with the cage? Coincidentally, Wang Meili was sitting directly across from her. Zhou Yuan moved aside to let her pass, then heard Wang Meili ask, Xiao Wan, What are you doing with such a big cage for going to the countryside? It seemed to be moving, but she didn't know what was inside. Wang Meili's eyes were full of curiosity. Oh, it's for a small dog, which will grow up and might bite people, Zhou Yuan said, not wanting to mention the rabbit inside to avoid questions. Wang Meili paused, and the surrounding silence lasted a moment. Then, a boy sitting next to Wang Meili broke the quiet. Hello, I'm Zhou Yang. The name means sunshine. I'm from Beijing, 19 years old. Zhou Yang grinned widely, looking like a cheerful, outgoing young man. The round-faced girl sitting by the window quickly introduced herself. Hello, I'm Qi Jimei, from Sichuan province. I'm 18 and going to Yongchun Commune in Ao City for rural work. The three of us are also going there. What about you? Qi Jimei was very pretty, with big eyes, double eyelids, and red lips. She had two shallow dimples when she smiled, and although her skin was a bit darker, it was very smooth and poreless. Zhou Yuan thought she and Zhou Yang made a good impression. Yes, I'm also going to Yongchun Commune for rural work. My name is Zhou Yuan, with the characters for Jade and Gentle, she said. But I'm not gentle at all, she added. Zhou Yang was relaxed and carefree. Hey, you're quite interesting. I really hope we get assigned to the same place. I saw you just got on the train, so you're locals from Ao City, right? You're really lucky. No worries about adjusting to life or being bullied. You're so close to home, you can go back anytime. Unlike us, who can only go back once every 2 or 3 years, Qi Jimei said with a faint smile. She had heard that in the Northeast, people had beards and were tough, quick to fight if upset. She wasn't sure if the villagers would be easy to get along with. Before leaving, her mother told her to make good relations with other young educated youths, so she'd have someone to support her if needed. She was told to avoid rushing into trouble, but also not to be timid. She started to feel scared, thinking that anyone could take advantage of her. I also taught her some swear words to boost her confidence. I don't know if she'll actually use them. On the way, she kept practicing in her mind, afraid she might forget.
How about you?
Qi Jimei looked at Wang Meili. I'm Wang Meili, Wang Meili quickly answered, but her eyes didn't look at Qi Jimei. Instead, they looked at the person sitting next to Qiao Yuan.
How about you?
Are you also from Yongchun Commune? Her voice was unusually gentle. Her gaze was intense, as if her eyes could turn into threads that tie the person up completely. Qiao Yuan watched the scene and turned to look at the person beside her. Not bad. Wang Meili has good taste. This person was tall and thin, wearing a clean white shirt, military green pants, and shiny leather shoes. His skin was fair, with big eyes, a high nose bridge, and long eyelashes. The sunlight outside made his face look especially attractive, giving off a noble and rare appearance. Not bad, but not her type. She preferred tough guys with 6 or 8-pack abs.
Feng Hua.
Feeling the intense gaze, Feng Hua responded perfunctorily without looking up, flipping his book by himself. I'm Lin Xincheng, 20 years old, also from Jing City. The last male youth introduced himself. Qiao Yuan nodded to greet him. Wang Meili's eyes shone like the sun. She leaned forward, stretching her neck to keep asking Feng Hua, which commune are you from? Feng Hua didn't give her a single glance. Qiao Yuan covered her mouth with her right hand, smiling subtly. Seeing Feng Hua ignore her, Wang Meili didn't get discouraged. She spoke even more gently and asked Feng Hua again. Qiao Yuan clearly sensed Feng Hua's stiffness. She thought to herself, boys need to protect themselves when outside. Lin Xincheng, sitting next to Wang Meili, couldn't bear it anymore and jumped out. He pointed at the cricket and said, some people are really rude. Just because they look good, they act proud and ignore everyone. Who do they think they are? The sun. Everyone should revolve around them. Well, I'm Ho-Yi, and I shoot the sun. He was angry at Feng Hua. They had taken the bus in Jing City, and he had started talking first. Out of 10 sentences, Feng Hua only responded twice. It made him look like a jumping monkey, losing face. Most importantly, Feng Hua was more handsome than him. As the only son in his family, he was always spoiled by his sisters, and he felt very uncomfortable about this. Of course, he didn't want to admit it. He simply looked down on Feng Hua's pretentious attitude. We are all young people from different places, gathered here for a common goal. We should look out for each other and stay united. Looking down on others or trying to stand out is not good. If you're so proud, why not go to the city instead of working in the countryside? Once again, there was a sarcastic remark. Feng Hua slowly raised her head and coldly stared at Lin Xinqing, holding his gaze for half a minute. The stare made him look stiff. Xiao Yuan whistled softly in her mind, thinking, wow, impressive, half a minute without blinking. She thought he was a good candidate. Lin Xinqing's face turned red. What are you looking at? I didn't say anything wrong. Everyone stop arguing. It's my fault. I talk too much. Comrade Feng Hua was just absorbed in her book and didn't mean to offend. Lin, don't take it to heart. Take it to heart? Lin Xinqing couldn't believe it, pointing at himself. So, I'm not a person inside or out, and you're so generous and tolerant? Seeing Wang Meili's expression, as if she hadn't seen a man in hundreds of years, he suddenly felt disgusted. He stood up abruptly and directed his words at Wang Meili again. Wang Jiqing, you talk too much. You're just too eager. We just met, and you're already clinging to the man. Wang Meili didn't expect him to be so rude. She suddenly panicked. Feeling the contemptuous looks from around her, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. She instinctively looked at Feng Hua, her nose sore, tears welling up. Her expression made Xiao Yuan very excited, so much like a tragic heroine. She secretly hoped he would save her like a divine hero. TSK. Unfortunately, Wang Meili was sincere, but Hua was indifferent. Wang Meili was just acting on impulse. Lin Xinqing saw Wang Meili's behavior and cursed silently at the two-faced couple, then simply looked out the window. He couldn't stand to look at her even once.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Yuan giggled uncontrollably, not wanting to hold back. Zhou Yang nudged her in the ribs. Wang Meili was so angry she almost ground her teeth and wanted to rush over and slap Xiao Yuan twice. But she dared not show her anger, afraid Feng Hua wouldn't like it. She was so frustrated she felt like tearing her hair out. Especially after noticing how close Xiao Yuan's and Feng Hua's clothes were, her anger grew even more. When she looked up again and saw Xiao Yuan's beautiful face, her hatred deepened. She wished she could just tear her apart. She also became wary of Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan didn't realize how sick her mind was. She was hungry. She took a small aluminum lunchbox from her shoulder bag, which contained her homemade egg pancakes and sugar pancakes. In the corner, she had cut some pickled vegetables. When she opened the lunchbox, the aroma instantly spread out. Wang Meili couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She didn't sleep all night, feeling nervous and scared, worried she would be caught when going to the countryside. Every second was full of anxiety. Around 2 a.m., her father got up to use the bathroom, which nearly made her scream out loud. Just after 3 a.m., she quietly left the house, not daring to take anything with her. She was scared all the way. She didn't eat much last night, just a bowl of thin corn porridge and half a piece of corn cake. At first, she didn't notice, but now, smelling the food, her stomach was growling loudly, and she felt acid in her stomach. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask Xiao Yuan if she could lend her a piece of cake. She promised she would return it after the grain distribution in the countryside. But she didn't want to ask directly in front of Feng Hua, especially not from Xiao Yuan. She kept making eye contact, showing a hesitant expression, and her hand kept touching her painfully aching stomach. She thought her signals were obvious, and Xiao Yuan should have understood. She believed Xiao Yuan should help her voluntarily. They are from the same place, helping each other is normal. She wasn't unwilling to return the favor. Even if she didn't, Xiao Yuan, being so wealthy, shouldn't mind. Xiao Yuan was so absorbed in her cooking that she didn't notice anything. One bite of sugar cake, one bite of egg, then another sugar cake, then another egg, with some syrup in between. She was eating happily and looked very content. Soon, she finished most of 4 sugar cakes and half a chicken egg cake, and she ate all the pickles. Wang Meili's eyes turned red. She hated Xiao Yuan so much, knowing she was begging but pretending not to see. She had never eaten sugar cakes before. Not even plain white flour pancakes, only cornmeal pancakes. She had only eaten cornmeal and black flour mixed pancakes 5 times, and she remembered it clearly during the New Year. The sugar in the pancakes was dripping down, and Xiao Yuan's way of licking the syrup was so graceful. But at this moment, in Wang Meili's eyes, it was painfully glaring. She clenched her fists tightly, telling herself to stay calm through the pain. She silently told herself she was special, that her good days were just beginning, and that Xiao Yuan would have bad luck later. But she couldn't hold back. Xiao Yuan, did your mom make these pancakes early in the morning? Your parents are so kind. Even when you went to the countryside and your dad insisted on taking 300 yuan, they didn't get angry. Unlike my parents, who favor boys. I do the most chores at home, but I still go hungry and get beaten. As she spoke, Wang Meili's eyes turned red, and tears fell down her cheeks. Xiao Yuan was amused and angry. People shouldn't judge by appearances. This person was quite mean, an educated girl from the countryside, carrying 300 yuan. In this era, where wages are only 20 or 30 yuan, many bad intentions could be attracted. Did Wang Meili not know? Looking at Lin Xinqing's darting, restless eyes and the suddenly quiet air around, I knew what was happening. Wang Meili, you've changed. I almost don't recognize you anymore, Xiao Yuan said softly. What do you mean? Wang Meili's heart skipped a beat. It's nothing much. I just think you've changed a lot, not like yourself anymore, more like a talkative donkey, Xiao Yuan said with a meaningful tone. Wang Meili was startled by her words and trembled, feeling faint. What's wrong? Lack of calcium? Why are your legs trembling? Maybe she's sick? Got a fever? If you have a fever, you'll feel cold all over. Xiao Yuan spoke carefully, avoiding clear mention of illness. Laughter quietly spread around, but Xiao Yuan still looked concerned. You can't ignore a fever. It could damage your brain. Should we wait until we get off the train and go to the hospital for some tests? To see if something's wrong? Wang Meili trembled again, her face turning pale like paper. Going to the hospital, getting tested, what if? She couldn't let her future be exposed. Thinking of this, she shook her head like a rattle drum. Lin Xinqing and Qi Jimei turned to look at her. Qi Jimei asked with concern, Wang Meili, your face has no color at all. Are you feeling unwell? Should I call the train staff? She was about to stand up. The commotion drew the attention of many passengers who craned their necks to look. Wang Meili bit her lip hard, took a deep breath, and said, It's nothing. I'm not sick. I just didn't sleep well last night. I'm just a bit excited. Leaving home, if I work hard, I can eat enough.
Oh.
Xiao Yuan drawled, giving the impression she saw through her. Wang Meili's throat felt tight, stuck between feeling uncomfortable and unable to speak. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She had wanted to tease Xiao Yuan a little, reveal her difficult family situation to gain sympathy, but it backfired. She forced a smile and said, Xiao Yuan, sorry. I didn't mean to bring up your family. You know, I stay at home doing chores and rarely contact outsiders. I'm just a bit foolish and not good at talking. Please don't be angry. I promise I'll change. If I say something wrong again, just tell me, criticize me, or even hit me if you're really upset. I just wanted to leave home and escape suffering. I got a bit braver and spoke more freely, but I haven't changed. I'm still me. Xiao Yuan noticed Wang Meili's nervous, scared expression and slightly curled her lips. That's what you said. Next time, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't listen. No more unnecessary words. I will directly slap you. Remember, I am only saying this once. Don't make me hit you again, and don't ask why or act innocent. This kind of behavior doesn't work with me. Also, we're not close, so from now on, please call me Comrade Xiao Yuan or Xiao Jiqing. Wang Meili's face turned red from being scolded. She bit her tongue, telling herself to stay calm. At the same time, her anxious feelings eased a little when she saw Xiao Yuan's expression, which seemed unaware of anything. It was probably just a coincidence. She was a bit careless, too eager, and lost her sense of proportion. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She needed to think carefully about what to do next. Seeing her quiet down, Qiao Yuan also closed her eyes, listening to the people around her and analyzing useful information. Qi Jiamei hugged her thin self with concern, quickly reciting a list of curse words in her mind. At 11:30, after taking a 2.5-hour train ride, they arrived at Yongchun Commune. The commune wasn't big, but the train station was quite large, with small trains constantly transporting logs outward. The Qingshan Liangzi Brigade was in the south of the commune, not far away, about 20 minutes by bike. Further south was the Erdeo Bay Brigade, where Qiao Yuhua had gone to the countryside. From Qingshan Liangzi to Erdeo Bay, it was also about a half-hour bike ride. Back then, Qiao Yuhua didn't choose a closer place to the commune or one with relatives. She only had one reason. Qingshan Liangzi was poor, very poor. The poorest brigade in Yongchun Commune. Other brigades competed fiercely for leadership, but Qingshan Liangzi's leaders hesitated. The secretary and brigade head there didn't even get paid. The only advantage was not having to work, but still earning full work points. Work points were everything to the people. But in reality, work points didn't matter much in Qingshan Liangzi. The land was limited, with many slopes and low-yield fields, so they couldn't produce much grain. After paying the state grain quota each year, members could only eat about 70% of their fill. Money was almost non-existent. According to her grandfather, Qingshan Liangzi had never received money at year's end since the collective began. Not once. The only income came from selling eggs, pigs at year's end, or secretly taking some soy oil and fine grains to the commune to sell through acquaintances. Other brigades were different. For example, Erdeo Bay had more good land and even a brick factory. By the end of the year, a family could earn around 100 yuan. They produced more grain too. Comparing the two, Qingshan Liangzi was much worse off. Because of this, the two top brigades looked down on each other. Qingshan Liangzi dislikes the smell of Erdeo Bay and shows off a bit, acting proud because he has some money. Erdeo Bay looks down on Qingshan Liangzi, thinking he's poor and weak. When they found out that the granddaughter didn't choose Qingshan Liangzi to go to the countryside, old Zhou's face was gloomy for days. He scolded Zhou Fuyo harshly, calling him an incapable team leader who can't help everyone have a better life. But when they learned that Zhou Yuan chose Qingshan Liangzi to go to the countryside, old Zhou was very happy. Zhou Yuan carried her bag and a big cage covered with black cloth, happily running toward the station exit. She was lively and cheerful, a sharp contrast to the other tired young workers. At the station exit, Zhou Fuyo wore a sun hat made from willow branches and a faded blue shirt. He sat on a bull cart, smoking a pipe, chatting casually with other team leaders. They talked about how many young workers were sent to the countryside this time. Their team had little land, and the villagers barely ate enough. During the new year, they only had a few meals. Everyone was afraid of hard work, complaining constantly, and holding back others. They worked all day, and were so tired they couldn't straighten up, and they still had to settle disputes. Friendship team leader Wang Chongqing sighed, fanning himself with his hat, looking worried. Well, you're still complaining in front of me. Do you think I don't have troubles? Your team is next to the commune and the villagers can still sneak and sell some vegetables to make extra money. What about us? Sigh, talking about it doesn't help. I think these young workers can't be stopped. We need to find ways to make money and help the villagers live better. That's the main thing. It's really worrying. He couldn't sleep at night because of his worries. Zhou Fuyo sighed heavily. The team was poor, and the girls wanted to marry outside, while outsiders didn't want to marry into their team. It was a tough situation. Old Wei's family and the team managed to find a wife by talking nicely, but within a few months, they argued constantly over small things like soy sauce. The sisters-in-law didn't even speak to each other. Living under the same roof was embarrassing. Old Wei's family couldn't handle it, so they went to his house to cry. The Oldrin family also had trouble because their children wanted to go to middle school. Most families had many children, but only the best students could go to elementary school. Few could attend middle school, and those were usually the brightest kids. Seeing other children cry and feel sad made them feel bad because they were their own children. But what could they do? Poverty was the main problem. Every day, they worked under the hot sun, sweating heavily, drops falling to the ground and breaking apart. Life was still hard and poor. They felt powerless. He would rather work in the fields than be the team leader because the pressure was too much.
Sigh.
I don't really think about earning money now. As an old farmer, I don't have that kind of luck. I just hope I can pick 2 capable people soon. Someone who looks sharp and steady and can stand the wind without falling over. Wang Tongqing pushed away Xiao Frio. Hey, old Xiao, the educated youth are here. Look at what I just said. See that girl running out in front? She runs fast, looks lively, but she's young and has a soft face. She's pretty, but what good is prettiness? It can't feed us. She's thin, not even 2 pounds of meat, and she looks like she can't do much work. I definitely won't pick her. No way. Did you see that? The other team leaders also frowned, probably thinking the same. She's so young. It's hard to find work for her. If she's too heavy, we can't handle it. If she's too light, other educated youths will complain, and the villagers won't like it either. Who knows which team will be unlucky? TSK. Wang Chongqing clicked his tongue twice. P.S. The old grandma's team leader at her place doesn't get a salary really, just full work points. Xiao Frio looked at him faintly, lips moving slightly. He raised his foot, habitually tapped his shoe on the pipe of his tobacco pouch, then got off the ox cart and headed toward the station exit. Hey, old Xiao, where are you going? Oh no. Why is old Xiao rushing ahead? Wang Chongqing patted his thigh anxiously. The other team leaders also watched the scene. Shun Xingxing, the team leader of the Erdeo Bay team, was delighted, puffing his pipe with a click. One arm was on his waist, the other leg stretched forward, looking a bit like he was giving orders. His smile couldn't hide. This old Xiao, he's probably lost his mind, right? He probably thinks that since the girl is thin, she eats less, saves grain, and is eager to get picked. That won't do. I was planning to be modest this time. Let him pick 2 strong ones first. I'd take a little loss, and the skinny ones stay in our team. Our team conditions are pretty good. We can handle it. Who would have thought? Shin Xingxing looked at everyone with a "you see, I gave him a chance, and he's not taking it" expression. The other team leaders looked annoyed. So petty. They all wanted to kick Shin Xingxing for being so irritating. The more he talked, the more excited he got. Everyone look at old Xiao's temper. He's even helping the educated youth carry their luggage. No authority at all. How will he manage them in the future? Watch out, he might get ridden over and peed on. Oh, look at that big toothy grin, like he's laughing at something worthless. TSK. Old Xiao. Shin Xingxing's brain probably wasn't working right. He didn't even know how to criticize properly. Not just Shin Xingxing, but the other team leaders and the educated youths behind them were all stunned. Wow, the team leader is really kind. I also want to join their team. It must be very comfortable. Qi Jimai looked determined, tugged at her backpack strap, and quickly took a few steps to catch up. Wait for me. Zhou Yang followed closely behind. The leader of the team is good, so the team must have a good atmosphere. Feng Hua walked at a steady pace behind them. Wang Meili hurried to catch up. She was determined to stay close to Feng Hua. She wanted to become a millionaire's wife. Lin Xinqing. Oh, Lao Qiao, this time you're really something. You've become quite popular. We haven't chosen anyone yet, and you've already finished your selection. Shin Xingxing saw the 5 or 6 people following Xiao Frio and quickly cheered him on. Stop talking nonsense. Did I finish my selection? Xiao Frio felt a little nervous. He had just gone to pick up his niece and left for a short while. How could he have finished? Was he being tricked? Shin Xingxing, is it you? Did you sneak and take all the good ones while I was away, leaving me with the leftovers? This kind of thing had happened before. He had argued with the commune leaders about it and was scolded. They said the commune didn't manage it. The team leader made the decisions. If he couldn't compete, he shouldn't complain. If you want to eat meat, you have to be strong enough. If not, just drink the broth. That's the truth. Waiting for distribution was pointless if you weren't capable. The young workers didn't want to go to Qingshan Liangzi, but there was nothing they could do. They were very democratic and fully respected individual wishes. If they didn't reflect properly and still caused trouble, they should think about how to improve production instead. Nonsense. If the commune hadn't set the brick factory in Urdeo Bay, how could the young workers choose Shintuzu, who was so ugly it hurt the eyes? Not bragging, but based on looks, he completely outshined others. Xiao Fuyo was so confident. Look, you're getting anxious. You're behind me. The more anxious Xiao Fuyo was, the happier Shin Xingsheng became. Xiao Fuyo turned around along Shin Xingsheng's hand. Wow, he didn't know who these 5 young workers, 3 men and 2 women, were, but they stared at him intently, as if they wanted to join the party. Their eyes were firm. What's going on with you guys? Team leader, I want to join your team as a young worker. Zhou Yong smiled happily and hurried forward. Qi Jiamai said, and me, team leader. Don't look at me as just a girl worker, I might be capable. Xiao Fuyo was deeply moved. He had never felt such a firm choice before. All right. Both of you are on our team. Hurry up and put your luggage on the ox cart. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Fuyo was even happier. These 2 kids have great energy and a cheerful personality, not petty at all. They are easy to get along with. That's good. He felt proud of himself. Uncle team leader, I also want to join your team, Manhwa said, rarely speaking a long sentence. Zhou frowned, showing some disdain. It wasn't just because he looked too handsome. Even a rough old man like him liked to glance at him. How could the big girl or young wife in the team focus on work? It might cause family trouble. Just as he was about to shake his head, Shin Xingsheng leaned over with a playful look. Old Zhou, I think this young man is pretty strong. If you don't want him, our team will take him. Who said I don't want him? Zhou widened his eyes, then changed his mind quickly. I just wonder if the boys' quarters can still fit everyone. Zhou Yuan rubbed her forehead. Oh, her grandpa, he was always getting carried away by the folks from Urdeo Bay. What about the other 2 behind you? They all want to go. Beating Urdeo Bay was a victory. Zhou Fuyo waved his hand proudly. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin Xinqing Wang Meili, seems like fate is on their side. Later, Zhou Fuyo picked another young man for the team. She didn't know him. His name was Wu Xiangnan, also from Ao City. Once chosen, he didn't leave. She waited to see which ones Shin Xingxing picked, then compared with her own choices. More boys, stronger boys, happier when winning, upset when losing. Zhou Yuan watched eagerly. She moved closer to Zhou Fuyo and took a box of daikyemin from her pocket. She also took out an aluminum lunchbox from her bag with a sugar cake and half an egg pancake inside. Zhou Fuyo glanced at it. Wow, how many eggs did that take? Eat it yourself. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry either. I only had breakfast at 9, ate 4 sugar cakes, and half the egg pancake. I sat in the car all morning, didn't move feels like I haven't digested anything. Zhou Yuan pushed the lunchbox into his hand. Then she took out a water bottle. I'll pour water for you. Wash your hands. No need, I can just pick 2 small branches. Rural folks didn't fuss over such things. Zhou Fuyo was actually quite hungry. Early in the morning, before 7, he had gone out with the ox cart, then attended a meeting at the commune. Later, they waited a long time at the train station in the heat. Now he was both thirsty and hungry. He first drank half a small jar of water, knowing Zhou Yuan liked to stay clean, so he didn't drink directly from the bottle. After quenching his thirst, he picked up the egg pancake and ate it. It smells good. How much soybean oil did you put in? It was greasy, and he squeezed it, and some oil even dripped out. TSK, it definitely wasn't made by his sister-in-law. He looked amused at his fair-skinned little niece and lightly tapped her with his finger. She wouldn't suffer any loss. Zhou Yuan smiled, her eyes squinting happily. Her parents were biased, but her grandparents, her uncles, and second uncles treated everyone equally. That's why she loved coming back to her hometown during holidays. Her aunt and second aunt liked her more because she was pretty and sweet-tongued, and she was close to her family back home. During summer and winter vacations, even if Mr. and Mrs. Chiao didn't return, Xiao Yuan would take the train back to her hometown by herself. She had been doing this since she was 10. As soon as she got on the train, she would look for the conductor. When she got off, someone would pick her up, so it was very safe. Because of this, her mother often complained. Her father didn't mind much. Although he favored his children, he was also respectful to his parents. Over time, her uncles also started to favor her. She was close to her cousins and siblings, and she got along better with Xiao Yuzhu and Xiao Yudong than with others. People are like that. Any relationship needs to be maintained. Xiao Yuan's actions surprised many people. Was the youth really so competitive? She immediately tried to give gifts and flatter the leaders. The brigade leader was even more impressive. He accepted gifts openly. Lin Xinqing nudged Zhou Yang with his elbow and whispered, "People from small places are so petty. They can't even keep a low profile." Flattering the brigade leader helps, but doing it so openly isn't right. The brigade leader took the gifts, but that's just how folks from the countryside are, naive and simple-minded. "I'm starting to regret choosing this brigade." Zhou Yang looked at him in shock, took a few steps back, and kept his distance. He couldn't believe there were people so foolish. Some smarter people had already realized what was happening. Wang Chongqing approached, rubbing his head and asking, "Old Xiao, do you know this young girl?" "Yeah. We've known each other for 15 years. Is she your relative?" What had he just said? Was it anything bad? Wang Chongqing tried to remember. "Yes, she's my niece, named Yuan. She's the youngest in my third family. She's been smart since she was little. Now, at only 15, she's already graduated from high school and gone to the countryside. Yuan, call me Uncle Chongqing." Xiao, holding a large pipe, took out a cigarette and offered it to Wang Chongqing. Wang wiped his hands on his clothes, then took the cigarette, sniffed it, and put it behind his ear. "Hello, Uncle Chongqing," Qiao Yuan said politely. "Is Uncle Chongqing the brigade leader of Yi Brigade?" "My grandfather often talks about you," she replied. "What did he say? Did he say anything bad?" Wang Chongqing tried to remember. "Yes, my uncle praises you. He says you're a good person and very loyal. He says you and he are good friends. He also says he hopes to visit your home someday for drinks." Xiao Yuan spoke sincerely. She wasn't talking nonsense. She had heard her grandfather mention it several times. The Qiao family secretly sold eggs, soybean oil, and other goods through Wang Chongqing. This matter involves risk. No one is willing to help unless there's a real connection. Wang Chongqing laughed loudly. "If we get along well, after the snow falls and things slow down, I'll visit your uncle's house to drink with him." He then looked at Xiao Fuyo, who was grinning proudly, and said, "Old Xiao, you have to cook 4 dishes for me." "4? That's nothing. I'll cook 6 for you." "We agreed on that," replied Xiao Fuyo. The atmosphere was good, but Shen Xingsheng felt a bit annoyed. There were so many educated youths, but hardly any were worth noticing. They all seemed like they could be blown away by a gust of wind, and some looked like they liked to cause trouble. They muttered complaints about this and that. They were here to be re-educated through rural work, not to act like young masters or misses. They didn't want to come, so why should he be happy to take them? Seeing Xiao Fuyo get angry, his face darkened further. Before, he had also been upset about the large construction project costing 2 yuan 40 per pack, which was quickly overshadowed by the cheaper 3 yuan 50 fin packs of the Great Front Door cigarettes. His mood worsened, and it showed on his face. The selected educated youths, afraid, all backed away. One girl even exaggeratedly reddened her eyes. This work was impossible to do. He pulled his donkey face and shouted loudly, "Old Wang, what are you wasting time chatting about? Why don't you pick some youths first? You pick yours. What do I care? I've already chosen 4, Wang Chongqing muttered quietly, feeling a bit annoyed with Shen Xingsheng. He wasn't happy because Shen was always showing off, trying to compete for the best, petty-minded, and often sarcastic. Shen Xingsheng snorted coldly, strode over, and said, "I've already chosen. I'm about to leave. Our team's tractor is fast. It can get us there in half an hour. You're on a slow bullock cart, so hurry up. If you're not quick enough, you'll be eating dinner at the team when you get back. Besides, you're not tired. How tired can youths be after sitting on trains for so many days? If you really can't choose, I'll give you two. Wang Chongqing was angry at being put down and felt annoyed. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow and thought, wow, this guy is really lucky. He picked both the red song singer and the one talking about rural development. The former was a reckless youth, the latter pretending to know everything. Both thought they were great, wanted to make a career, and loved challenging anything unfair. They'd be trouble later. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly, pulling on Xiao Fuyo's sleeve behind him. Just as Wang Chongqing was about to speak, Xiao Fuyo said, "Looks matter a lot. Old Wang, you'd better go pick two good ones yourself, and then we'll leave together." "All right, we wouldn't dare take old Shen's." Wang Chongqing quickly picked two decent-looking people, one man and one woman. Shen Xingsheng was furious and cursed silently in his mind. These two must be in cahoots. After choosing the right people and completing the handover procedures, Wang Chongqing and Xiao Fuyo no longer delayed. They hurried back in a bullock cart. The cart moved slowly, and along the way, the bull stopped to eat some grass. By around 1 p.m., at Qingshan Liangzi Brigade, everyone was exhausted. Xiao Yuan still had endless energy, while the other 6 looked wilted like frostbitten eggplants. After walking such a long distance, they were tired, hungry, and thirsty, with their throats almost burning. They were sweating all over, their clothes sticking to their bodies, feeling uncomfortable enough to cry. For the first time, everyone deeply realized how hard it was to go to the countryside. If they had some hope before, now it was completely gone. Especially Wang Meili, who was so hungry her legs trembled, and she looked about to collapse with each step. Lin Xinqing supported his knees, gasping loudly, and muttered in a low voice, "This is too poor. There isn't a single brick and tile house, only broken mud huts. Look at those walls, they're crumbling and falling apart. I wonder if our youth village is like this too? I wouldn't dare live in such a house." He was worried it might collapse on him at night. The others also looked pale, understanding how tough rural life was, but they hadn't expected it to be this hard. When they knew the youth was coming, many elderly women and children gathered at the village's supply and marketing cooperative at the center. They were all patched up clothes, so worn out that their original shapes were unrecognizable. Some children ran around barefoot, their faces covered with black smudges, and their necks also dark and rough. They had snot hanging from their noses, sniffling constantly. One little boy had snot running down to his lips, which he wiped carelessly with his sleeve before running off again. They looked very dirty. But children are naturally curious, and the little boy ran straight up to the youth workers, looking curious. Xiao Yuan saw Fenghua seem to feel like vomiting and gave him a sympathetic look. She rolled her eyes and, loud enough for Fenghua to hear, said, "Some families aren't very clean. But don't laugh at second brother. Many old youth have also adapted. It's pretty rough. Last time I came back, I saw a female youth walking ahead of me. She had 2 braids swinging back and forth, catching my eye. I looked at her casually, and oh my, I found she had lice. The lice were crawling all over her hair, moving very fast, like running 100 meters at a sports meet. Zoom, zoom. Especially at the parting. They were very obvious, and each one looked full and round from feeding." Fenghua's face turned pale. Qi Jimei looked even worse, female youth. Her hair stood on end. As for Wang Meili, she was surprisingly calm, probably because lice were like childhood friends to her. Xiao Yuan didn't seem to notice and kept talking. "Every educated youth has it, and others can't escape it either. This stuff crawls around and spreads. Especially in winter, it even grows white lice. Not just on hair but on blankets, wool clothes, and cotton clothes. Just grab and squeeze. It's really uncomfortable." Xiao Yuan shivered as if she was frightened and then patted her chest in relief. She muttered softly, "Luckily, my grandma is a clean person." Qi Jimai's eyes were red, almost crying, but not quite. Xiao Yuan spoke softly enough for only a few people to hear. But Lin Xinqing's words were heard clearly by someone with sharp ears, and they saw her eyes turn red too. They thought she was scared by the house, and some people didn't like that. Old Lady Wei curled her lips and loudly said to her friends, "Look at her, still complaining." It's good enough to have a broken house to live in. We can't earn a penny, just hold everyone back, and still have high demands. If you have the ability, why not learn from old Xiao's granddaughter and build your own house? Our team has plenty of land for building. Build whatever you want, big tiled houses, multi-story buildings, anything. But maybe she's just too poor. Feng Hua and 5 others all looked at Xiao Yuan. Are you building your own house? Feng Hua's eyes lit up. He also wanted to build one. He didn't like living with strangers. Too many people, too many problems. Even small trivial matters could cause fights. And he definitely didn't want lice. Weren't you going to live in the educated youth courtyard? Wang Meili asked anxiously. If she didn't live with them and stayed far away, she couldn't get close to Feng Hua. She had just given Feng Hua a flirtatious look. Don't think she didn't notice. She was shameless, very good at it. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but glance at Wang Meili. Her lips couldn't help but curl up. Was she secretly happy? Happy? What a joke. Her mind was full of nonsense. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to say something, a familiar voice came from behind. Xiao Wan, let Grandma see if you've grown taller or lost weight. Oh, you've lost weight, lost so much that your chin is almost a point, no meat at all. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. What's a point chin? She pouted and pretended to be cute. Grandma, she elongated her voice. All right, I won't say anything. My granddaughter is so pretty, look at her. She's growing up well. You won't find a girl as pretty as my Xiao, 1 in 10 villages. Grandma Xiao smiled with squinted eyes, almost grinning from ear to ear. She praised her granddaughter, while looking her up and down. It wasn't just her grandma bragging. If her granddaughter had been born earlier, she would have been taken back by the landlords long ago. Slim and tall, with a round face like a duck egg, and hair that is black and thick. Big, bright black and white eyes that look lively, with eyelashes like small fans fluttering. A small, red, slightly chubby mouth. The more you look at her, the more attractive she becomes, more charming and eye-catching. Grandma Xiao's mouth stretched wider with a big smile. Xiao Yuan smiled brightly. I'm so good-looking because of you, Grandma. We look exactly alike. Grandma Xiao laughed so hard her eyes nearly closed. Yes, that's right. Everyone. Someone dares to say it, and someone dares to admit it. Xiao Yuan continued with sweet words. Grandma, did you miss me? I missed you so much. Yes, I missed you too. I haven't slept well these days. Grandma Xiao looked at her adorable granddaughter, took her hand, and led her home. Are you hungry? Grandma has prepared delicious food for you. When you called back, your brothers Jiandang and Jian Yi went to the river to fish. They were lucky and caught 2 big catfish. Grandma has been keeping them in the tank for a few days. Today, I made fish soup with them, and I saved a small bowl for you, so fresh and tasty. I also stewed some kidney beans and cornmeal pancakes. Eat more later. Look at your little face, no more meat on it. Such a pity. Your illness isn't fully gone, and your careless mother has sent you to the countryside. Your mother is quite a troublemaker. When the new year comes, just wait and see how I deal with her. Grandma Xiao kept chattering as she walked. She loved all her 3 sons, 1 daughter, and more than a dozen grandchildren. Especially Xiao Yuan. She's been sweet and kind since she was a child, with a good appearance and a kind heart. Among her 3 sons' children, Grandma Xiao favored Xiao Yuan even more than Xiao Yudong. But her 3rd daughter-in-law is difficult and always contradicts her, even encouraging her 3rd son to be irresponsible. The children in the family all have names starting with Jian, but she insisted on using you. It's not a big deal. Rural people name their children without strict rules or family trees. But out of 4 children, she favors 2. It's not that she's irresponsible, but why only favor 2? They're not even the 8th or 9th child. Back in ancient times, emperors had dozens of children and no one minded. Grandma Xiao's 2 lazy grandsons are the only 2 she cares about, and she's ready to abandon the other 2 in the countryside. She thinks once they have children, those children should always be respectful and listen to everything. They can do whatever they want, and she'll just do as she pleases. When the new year comes, she plans to teach those 2 a lesson. Grandma Xiao muttered to herself, feeling determined. Xiao Yuan held her grandmother's arm, chattering along, telling her many stories. They walked farther and farther away, and at the village entrance, Xiao Fuyo stretched out his hand like Kong, not even bothering to carry his luggage. He didn't even ask if he was hungry, feeling quite wronged inside. He rubbed his face and accepted his fate. All right, everyone, stop dawdling here. Do what you need to do. I'll take the young workers to the youth station. Xiao Fuyo led the young workers toward the same direction as old lady Qiao. The youth station and the Qiao family's house were on the front and back streets. The youth station was on the front street, with 4 old, broken mud brick houses, surrounded by large vegetable gardens. Xiao Yuan's small house was next to the rear vegetable garden of the youth station. Xiao Fuyo planned to open a north gate for her. Past the gate, through the corridor, just a few steps away, was old Xiao's house. It only took a minute to reach. If there was something to call out, just shout loudly, and it would be heard. It was very convenient. The houses were almost finished. Some of the young workers looked at the distant Xiao Yuan with mixed feelings, some envied, some jealous. Even though they all went to the countryside as young workers, leaving their hometowns and families, Xiao Yuan had returned home. She was well-fed and cared for, and didn't have to worry about anything herself. The Qiao family had 5 mud brick houses. At first, old Qiao built 3 large rooms, 1 kitchen in the middle, with 2 bedrooms on each side. Later, as the children grew, 2 more rooms were added on each side. When the children married, they all moved out. The elderly couple stayed with their eldest son and his wife. Old man Xiao Fuyo and his wife, Zhang Xianghua, were very filial, and they had never argued in all these years. They discussed everything together, and many families in the brigade admired them. Xiao Fuyo had 5 children. The oldest and second oldest were daughters, and later they had 3 sons, Jinhua, Jindang, and Jianya. The oldest was 25, the youngest 16, with about 2 years between each child. Both daughters were married. The eldest, Jiao Jianfen, married into the Yuyi Brigade. The second, Jiao Jianji, married into the Erdogan Brigade. Jiao Jianhua was 21 this year. Many people tried to introduce him to someone, but he refused stubbornly. He was in no rush. As for Jiao Jindang and Jianya, one was clever and always thinking about how to make money, while the other was simple-minded, strong, and loud. Second uncle Jiao Chengfu also lived nearby. His family had 5 children as well. The first 4 were boys, and the youngest was Dewanghua. Second aunt was very proud of this and often boasted about her good luck in having children, especially about the eldest, Jiao Jianan, who was born on the same day as Jiao Yuhua. One was a boy, the other a girl, and second aunt felt she had won. She especially felt she had outdone her city-born sister-in-law. That day, second aunt felt on top of the world. Whenever she talked about it, she was so happy she couldn't stop talking. Besides her only daughter, Jiao Jianpan, she favored her eldest son the most. Li Guilin has strong opinions about this. She believes that Aunt Zhou Chunhua, who is involved in conspiracy theories, intentionally caused an early birth to steal the spotlight as the oldest grandchild. From that day on, the 2 sisters-in-law stopped talking to each other. Before the new year, Qiao Jianan got married, but Li Guilin didn't come back, claiming her workplace wouldn't give her leave. She didn't bother to visit shower. Old Mr. Qiao and Mrs. Qiao often look speechless. The family is very poor, with no inheritance, so there's no point in zhengduo. Neither of them cares whether they have a grandson or not. The second son, Qiao Jianbei, is 20 years old, honest and capable, most like the second uncle, which makes Aunt Zhou Chunhua worry the most. He is so quiet and dull that he hasn't been able to find a partner after 2 attempts. The third son, Qiao Jiandong, and the fourth son, Qiao Jianxi, are twins and very clever. But even at 18, they still act like lively monkeys, jumping around. Qiao Jianpan, just hearing his name, shows he's the favorite. He's half a year older than Qiao Yuan and is her main supporter. He's a bit boastful and is now in the first year of middle school. As for the older aunt, Qiao Meifeng, she married into the Commune and is doing well. Xiao Yuan doesn't see her often. Her family sees even fewer people, and they might not recognize each other if they meet. The most embarrassing relative is Uncle Xiao Xingli, who probably was born with a bad aura. He also looks down on the 4 younger ones. Speaking of Xiao Xingli, there's an interesting story. He changed his name. He used to be called Xiao Fugue, but after moving to the city, he disliked the Fugue part because it sounded too rustic. So he changed it to Xiao Xingli, which sounds more modern and prestigious. Old Mr. Qiao was upset about this for a few days. Wealthy, prosperous, noble, these are good names full of style, not rustic at all. Old Mr. Qiao couldn't accept it. He can't read or write much, and he isn't very clever, just a bit of a troublemaker. Grandma, where's Grandpa? Has he gone to work? He took the cattle out. It rained the day before yesterday, and the ground is sticky. He can't walk easily, so he went to the western pasture to graze the cattle, said Mrs. Qiao while carrying a cornmeal pancake and some kidney beans to the east room. Xiao Yuan washed her hands and took a small bowl of fish soup that Grandma had kept warm from the pot. The fish soup was milky white, with a few oil streaks floating on top, smelling very fragrant. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but inhale deeply and swallow her saliva. She hadn't had fish soup in a long time. Grandma, did you cut some cilantro for me? Cilantro with fish soup is perfect. Yes, it's on the table. Grandma hurriedly prepared bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. Grandma, haven't you drunk the fish soup? These 2 fish look like they haven't moved at all. The fish looked broken, but when she scooped a spoonful, the broth was full of fish meat. The catfish wasn't very big, probably all reserved for her. Her grandma really favors her. She felt so happy. But she knew she couldn't finish both fish. You don't need to worry. You eat your share. We already had some at noon. Splitting 2 fish heads among the kids isn't bad. Grandma Qiao kept piling food onto her plate, and the big bowl was full. She watched her granddaughter eat happily and couldn't help but tease her daughter-in-law. Your mom's head isn't working right. Just so eager to eat? Not only is she skinny, but she's also writing to your second sister asking for grain. Xiao Yuan quickly swallowed her food.
What?
My mom asking my second sister for grain? When did that happen? My second sister probably can't even eat enough. So, where would she get grain? Is her mom crazy? Grandma Qiao was so angry she pounded the bed. Exactly. I almost got mad to death. A few days ago, our apricots ripened, and I asked Jianzhong to send some to your second sister. That's what your second sister said. Your mom didn't say directly, she just asked if she could buy yellow millet. If not, then maize flour would do. She said it was for your third brother's wedding feast, since we didn't have enough grain coupons. Buying grain in the city is expensive, so she wanted to buy some from the countryside. Then, whether on purpose or forgetfully, she didn't send the postage money. How could your second sister get grain? It was definitely on purpose, Yuan thought with a sneer. So, my second sister didn't buy any then? No, your second sister isn't stupid. Grandma Qiao saw her bowl was empty and reached for the soup again. No more, no more. I've had 2 big bowls. If I eat any more beans, I won't be able to fit it in. Yuan quickly covered her bowl. She loved beans. If she added some ribs and simmered them, and then stuck a big pancake around the edge of the pot, it would be so delicious. Wait, she had meat in her bag. Where was her bag? Grandma, where are my luggage and that black cloth cage? Inside the cage was her secret treasure. It's right here. Grandma Qiao hadn't even had time to speak. Xiao Fuyo, sweaty and tired, carried her bag and the cage into the kitchen. After setting down her luggage, he went to the kitchen to get water, scooped half a ladle of cool water from the tank, and gulped it down. I'm so thirsty. It's really hot now, like fireballs falling from the sky. Grandma Qiao and Yuan looked at each other, as if they'd forgotten about the person. Xiao Fuyo finished washing up in the kitchen, casually wiped his face, and went into the east room. He looked at Yuan silently. How could you forget your luggage? Hee. Yuan looked down at the soup bowl and immediately showed a sincere smile. I knew the big brother was here, so I wouldn't lose my luggage. Look, I even left you so much fish soup. If I hadn't planned to leave some for you, I could have drunk it all myself. Hurry up and get on the bed to eat. I'll bring you a bowl. She said this while slipping off the bed and quickly grabbing bowls and chopsticks, handing them to Fuyo smoothly. Grandma Qiao rolled her eyes at her eldest son. Big men eating fish soup? We have ready-made pancakes and cornmeal porridge. Just enough for one bite. I'll start cooking dinner soon. Her hand reached for the soup spoon. Zhou Fuyu looked hesitant. Despite his words, he still cared for his son. Grandma Qiao went to the kitchen and picked a plate of corn pancakes. She also prepared a big bowl of vegetables, washed 2 large green onions, and a big head of lettuce, all ready to eat. The big men had already finished the sugar cakes and egg pancakes earlier. Zhou Fuyu took a bite of a corn pancake. Half of it was gone in one bite. He ate quickly with fish soup and pancakes. Sir, you should eat less. I brought some meat. We can stew it tonight, Grandma Qiao said. If you're too full now, you won't have room later. I was just about to ask you. Zhou Fuyu swallowed his pancake. Why are there so many rabbits in that cage? When I carried it, it moved a lot and scared me. I looked inside, and there are 5 fat rabbits. They're packed in there, running around. We should give them water soon, or they'll overheat. As soon as he finished speaking, Grandma Qiao suddenly jumped from the bed edge to the floor and hurried to the cage. She pulled back the black cloth cover and looked inside, her mouth widening in surprise. Wow, so many! These rabbits are really fat. One weighs about 7 or 8 jin, she exclaimed. Grandma Qiao reached in and grabbed one, weighing it in her hand. It's heavy, all meat. She smiled, so much her mouth almost closed. Since you're home, after dinner, you can kill one. During busy farming times, everyone's short on oil and water. Eating one will help replenish. The rest you can raise in a big cage. When Xiaowan wants to eat, just make her one. They could share one rabbit, which was good, but they couldn't let the granddaughter eat them all. Zhou Fuyu nodded. When Zhou Yuan brought in water and asked again, he said, Where did these rabbits come from? Do your parents know? I don't know. I won't tell them. I bought them with my classmate. Her brother has some connections at the farm, she replied. Rabbits breed so fast, and with good food, they've become overwhelming. She didn't want to skin them either, which made her worried. She fed the rabbits some water and a few lettuce leaves. I'm not going to eat these 5 rabbits now. Check my luggage. On top, there's 5 jin of pork, wrapped in oil paper. We can stew pork with green beans tonight. I also brought sugar, and I'll make braised pork, Xiaowan planned clearly. 5 jin of meat? Grandma Qiao automatically ignored her granddaughter's request and focused on the 5 jin of pork. Xiao Fuyu also stopped eating with chopsticks, stretched his neck, and stared intently at Grandma Qiao flipping through the luggage. Wow, such a big piece of meat. Our family didn't buy so much meat for New Year this year. Last year, our pig was so skinny we didn't want to kill it, so we shared 3 jin with Grandma Wang's family. And that's only because we have a good relationship, selling us 3 jin plus 1 jin of fatty pork. Other families don't like to sell meat. This year, both our family and your second uncle's family slaughtered pigs, but we didn't sell any. We kept it all to eat. Later, Grandma will make braised pork for you. Oh, this piece of meat is really good, with fat and lean layers. Qiao Yuan knew about this. Grandma Wang was the neighbor to the west of the Qiao family, and they got along very well. These days, there's not much to feed the pigs, and they don't grow much. Around 200 jin is considered good. They share half of the pigs they raise, and on the day they slaughter, relatives and friends help out to eat more. They don't have meat coupons in the countryside, so they rely on their own pigs at the end of the year. When they know the pigs will be slaughtered, the whole family looks forward to it. There are many people at home, so no one eats much. Everyone craves meat. Seeing it is more exciting than anything else. Especially the fatty meat, which can be used to make oil or sold as pork, is a big favor. Grandma kept looking at the big piece of meat wrapped in oil paper, smiling so widely her eyes disappeared. This old piece can't be eaten all at once. That would be a waste. Tonight, we'll eat 1 jin, and I'll salt the rest, so it won't spoil for a while. Yuan, when do you want me to cook some for you? Grandma wanted to talk about her granddaughter. Her hands were so big, and in the countryside, they couldn't keep up with the city. Meat coupons are issued monthly. Life in the countryside is tough. Good things must be savored slowly. With so many young boys in the family, even 5 of meat wouldn't be enough. The granddaughter was filial, thinking of them, which made them happy. But the child was young and didn't understand some things. Grandma wasn't a person who liked to nag. She planned to explain these reasons to her granddaughter gradually later. Today, eating meat made her happy and she didn't want to spoil the fun. Xiao Yuan was unhappy. Grandma, 1 of meat only makes a few slices. We have so many people. Besides, we should give a bowl of meat to second uncle's family, right? Divide it up, but no one can even take 2 bites. We haven't even tasted what the meat tastes like. It's not enough to fill our teeth. When we have meat, we should eat happily and satisfy our cravings. Also, salted pork isn't tasty, and it's a waste of salt. Xiao Fuyu also chimed in, Mom, Xiaowan is right. These days, who doesn't crave meat? Even the team leader is short of oil and water. Grandma Xiao glared fiercely at her eldest son.
Eat, eat, eat.
Xiaowan, you're still young and don't understand. How can you be so big and not understand? What kind of family is this? 1 meal can eat 5 of meat. I see you as meat. Hurry up and eat, then make a cage for the rabbits. Xiao Fuyo is a proud team leader outside, but at home, he still has to listen to his mother. He eats with his head drooping, not daring to be angry or speak out. Xiao Yuanwan still wants to try hard. Mom, finish eating. Our family won't lack meat in the future, she says, waving her hand confidently. I want to eat meat every day, she adds boldly. Old Mrs. Chow laughs and pats her little head. Yes, yes, our little one has grown up and can buy meat for Mom now. This tone of coaxing a child sounds very half-hearted. Xiao Yuanwan pouts. Mom, why don't you believe me? Look at these 5 rabbits I brought. Are they ordinary rabbits? These are meat, money, and the confidence of our team to beat Erdogan. Erdogan? When Fuyo heard the key words, his ears immediately perked up. He stopped eating and quickly asked, what do you mean?
Could it be?
Fuyo, being able to become a team leader is not stupid. He guessed immediately, his eyes shining like the sun, and his expression became excited. Xiao Yuanwan lifts a rabbit that is nibbling on a vegetable leaf. Look at this belly. Isn't it big? Fuyo and old Mrs. Chiao nod together. Yes, big. These are all pregnant does. They will give birth in 3 or 4 days. Rabbits give birth in litters, with 7 or 8 at least, sometimes 11 or 12. They can have 6 to 8 litters a year. Count carefully with your fingers. How many rabbits will we have by this time next year? Fuyo and old Mrs. Chiao seriously count on their fingers. Still a bit unsure. Old Mrs. Chiao gets anxious. How many exactly? Xiao Yuanwan feels proud. She casually picks up some apricots washed by her grandmother, takes a bite, and grimaces at the sourness. Let's just count the minimum. 6 litters a year, 7 rabbits per litter, 5 rabbits each. That's 210 rabbits in a year. Young rabbits grow to 6 or 7 months and can start breeding again. Think about it little by little. The space rabbits are very productive. Xiao Yuanwan has observed that most rabbits have 12 babies per litter, sometimes up to 14. They can have 8 litters a year. She chose a meat rabbit breed that can grow to about 10 around 5 kilograms. To avoid frightening people, she picked relatively smaller ones. When the baby rabbits are born, she plans to sneak in a few of the giant rabbits from the Sanda family in space. The giant rabbits can grow to 12 around 6 kilograms. When someone notices the difference, they won't suspect her. She doesn't really know anything anyway. Old Mrs. Chiao's eyes widen, and she keeps muttering. 1 of pork costs 6 mao. A hen costs 1 mao 3. Rabbits should sell for 8 or 9 mao, right? If sold during the new year, it could be even more expensive. Even if it costs 1 yuan per and 1 rabbit weighs 6 that's 6 yuan. 10 rabbits would be 60 yuan. 100 rabbits would be 600 yuan, and 200 would be. The old lady couldn't understand anymore. Xiao Fuyu loudly interrupted. 1,200 yuan. Wow, that's over 1,000 yuan, he said excitedly, his face turning red. Rabbits don't need grain, just leaves are fine. We can build the cages ourselves. It doesn't cost much. The most expensive part is building the shelter, but that's manageable. Our herd's cow shed is big, so we can clear out 2 rooms, make some adjustments, and build a firewall. Oh my, I never thought of raising rabbits before. Xiao Fuyu spoke so excitedly that he started to jumble his words, laughing and patting his thigh. Grandma Xiao wasn't gentle with him. What do you know? You don't have my granddaughter's good brain. No, I need to talk to the accountant and others, he said, used to his mother teasing him. He hurriedly put on his shoes and was about to leave when he was stopped again. Sir, I haven't finished talking. What is it? He asked, eager to leave. Tell them I provided the breeding rabbits, so I won't go out to work. I'll raise rabbits to earn work points. Going out is impossible. Never in this life. Grandma Qiao finally agreed to use all the meat. Usually, we eat meat in winter, either stewed with sour cabbage or with boiled cabbage. In summer, we stew beans with a little pork fat, which is very tasty. Mom has never eaten bean stew or braised pork before. Grandma Qiao followed her granddaughter's advice, cutting the meat into pieces about the size of mahjong tiles, adding green onions, and blanching them. They didn't have cooking wine and didn't need much, mainly meat, and any way of cooking it would taste good. Both large pots were heated. Xiao Yuan was stewing beans, Grandma Qiao was making braised pork. Xiao Yuan poured some bean oil into her pot. Grandma Qiao couldn't help but peek into her pot, immediately covering her chest. She only drops a little oil when cooking, but now there was nearly half a bowl. She closed her eyes and pretended not to see. Mom, your caramelized sugar is ready. Put the meat in quickly, Xiao Yuan said, noticing her grandmother's worried expression. After reminding her, she happily poured the chopped meat into the pot. Sizzle. Oil splattered, and the aroma of meat filled the air instantly. Grandma Qiao's hand trembled as she held the spatula, her oil. Xiao Yuan kept smiling, stirring the meat slices. She added some green onions to remove the fishy smell, soy sauce for flavor, and the sizzling oil made the whole area smell wonderful. Then she poured in the washed green beans. Today, I am very happy, my fellow villagers. I hummed while stirring the green beans. I waited until the beans changed color and almost dried out before adding water. In the Northeast, green beans are usually stewed until soft, even until they fall apart. If not cooked enough, it can be harmful. Old Mrs. Qiao smiled happily. She liked having her sons and daughters around, lively and busy. When her little granddaughter came back, things became more interesting. 1. Come add some firewood and pour some cornmeal pancakes into the bean pot, she said. Okay, add more. 1 pot might not be enough, Juan replied. Good food makes the meal better. There's a big bowl of noodles. When I cook, I worry because Jianhua and the others are all hungry. Our big bowl can hold 4 bowls of rice, and we can make a big pot of pickled vegetables. Our stomachs are like bottomless pits, and without enough oil and water, we get hungry fast. I can't even eat too many cornmeal pancakes because we don't have much cornmeal left at home. We used to mix in elm tree leaves and wild vegetables in spring, or they'd be gone early. Now, nobody likes to eat them. But what can I do? I want to cook well, eat yellow millet rice and big millet porridge every day, but I can't. The millet rice is full of chaff and not tasty, and porridge doesn't fill you up. Last year, we planted so many potatoes, saving some to eat, but by March, they were all gone. Jianhua and Jianya love roasted potatoes, but they only had a couple of times. Life in the countryside is hard, but our family is better off than most. Last year, Yang Chenggui's family started borrowing grain from the brigade in August. Same with the Yang family, they're always breaking fine ropes. If they could raise rabbits, it would be a big achievement, and your brother Jianbei might find a better match. Mrs. Qiao kept talking. Xiao Yuanwan added some firewood to the bottom of the pot and occasionally joined the conversation. She knew about the Yang family. They lived near the supply and marketing cooperative and had the hardest life in the brigade. Both husband and wife worked hard. The children were obedient and sensible, but their old mother was weak and had a small foot. She had to take medicine all year round. If she could get some nourishment, she might feel better. But nowadays, city folks lack oil and water, and rural folks are just happy to have enough to eat. Many people have forgotten what round or square eggs look like. Mrs. Chiao was upset and worried about her children, so she drank medicine last year. Luckily, she was treated in time and taken to the Commune health clinic for stomach washing. Her family was already poor and things got worse. Her health weakened further. She was short of breath even when walking and could only do small sewing or mending at home. Cooking was hard for her. She spent her days wiping tears, and the house was full of gloom. Yang Changwei and his wife were filial. They did the hardest work every day, earned the most work points, and treated themselves like old oxen. They were thin and exhausted, like firewood sticks. In her 30s, she looked like she was in her 40s, with a face full of worry. Sometimes poverty isn't the worst. What's worse is having no hope, living a dull and lifeless family life. Last winter, she saw his youngest sister, Yang Yingying, when she returned home. She was only 8 years old, carrying a basket of firewood, her face red from the cold. Her hands were swollen and red from frostbite, but her eyes showed strength. It made people feel sad inside. The burden was too heavy, so Qiao Yuan quickly changed the subject. By the way, Grandma, how many months pregnant is Brother Jinan's wife? Is she about to give birth? She remembered she got pregnant less than 2 months after getting married, which made her mother, Li Guilan, angry. She kept complaining about being late and behind. After finishing the last pancake, Grandma Qiao covered the pot. Not yet, only about 7 months. She should give birth around mid-August. Isn't it supposed to be 10 months? Qiao Yuan was a bit confused. Before she finished asking, she realized lunar calendar August? Yes, Grandma replied. The older generation prefers to use the lunar calendar for months. When it's mid-August on the lunar calendar, it's September on the solar calendar, which is harvest time. Staying in bed after giving birth isn't too bad. The weather is cooling, and the harvest is in. But the vegetables in the field are almost gone. The pigs haven't been slaughtered. There's no oil or fat, and no one to help soothe the children. Qiao Yuan smiled. Then my second aunt should be happy. She's about to become a grandmother. What's there to be happy about? Grandma Qiao pouted. The couple is lazy and doesn't like to work, with no motivation. If they have another child, it would be better if it's like your second uncle, but if it's like his parents, they'd be unlucky.
Huh.
Your grandpa said twice, don't spoil the kids. When I mention it, your second aunt always says Jinan's health isn't good, and he can't do heavy work. I didn't see anything wrong. He was chubbier and ate more than anyone as a kid. Your second uncle's family has some good things, but he mostly eats them. Jinan promised to work hard, but after a while, he still acts the same. When he does work, he complains about his back or feels dizzy. Lazy people make more trouble. Over time, we just stop talking about it. It's useless to argue. Whatever happens, it's not our business. Your grandpa and I are old now. We can't control it, and we don't want to. We just close our eyes and ignore it. Just wait and see. Your second aunt and the others will regret it someday. Favoritism is not good, as the old saying goes. Then the old lady talked about how in the past, some families favored certain children over others. The older they got, the more they relied on the children they loved most. The most favored children often grew up lazy and unmotivated, and some even regretted it before they died. The old lady summarized, Qiao Jianan is capable, but he doesn't show filial respect. I tell you this. Qiao Yuan chuckled, but didn't respond. Since she was young, she disliked Jianan. Maybe because of his eldest grandson title, Jianan was often confused and always acted as the eldest brother. He was very bossy, loved to lecture, and wanted to take everything for himself. Because he was born early, second auntie spoiled him and made him lazy and afraid of hard work. Today he complains of a headache, tomorrow a backache, and the next day sore feet. He often takes leave from work and doesn't earn as much as the women. Yet, second auntie still protects him, saying he's physically weak. But he's just lazy and selfish. He leeches off his parents and brothers, spoiled beyond measure. He's raised badly. After a while, Qiao Yuan sniffed. The smell of braised pork grew stronger. She grabbed the fire poker and stirred the firewood, cooking slowly to bring out the flavor. Grandma Chow went outside to pick up some pancakes. The green beans were ready too, and she prepared to cook some millet porridge. She looked over and saw her cat-like expression, smiling happily. When the meat is ready, I'll serve you a bowl first, so you won't have to fight with them. Xiao Yuan looked so beautiful she was glowing, and she nodded seriously. Grandma, let's eat together. Okay, let's eat together, Grandma Qiao replied happily. She went inside to check the clock. It's almost 5 o'clock. Your grandpa hasn't come back yet. We've been discussing this for hours. I wonder if we've reached any conclusion. Your grandpa might be almost home. Your other auntie and the others will be a while. They're just cutting the grass that grew along the field edges. Such a small job, but they work all day, getting up early and working late, but not really contributing. Xiao Yuan sat on a small stool and nodded in agreement. During busy farming seasons, they start working in the fields around 4 in the morning. They get up around 3 to cook. Even while eating, they are so sleepy they can barely keep their eyes open. At night, after 7 o'clock, it's dark outside, and they only get home when they can't see anything. The cowherders have to feed the cows again at midnight, which is exhausting. The cows suffer too, and their lifespan isn't long. They have to plow the fields twice. After finishing the first round, the earliest finishers start the second. After the harvest, they still have to prepare the fields, which is slow and tedious, sometimes lasting until the day before the new year. Even after the new year, there's no rest. Things to do inside and outside the house, small chores everywhere. The team still has to dig and deliver manure, which takes a long time. Once that's done, it's time for spring planting. They call it hiding in winter, but they can't really rest. It's just less busy. Unlike in the South, where they plant 2 crops a year, life here is easier. No work points are needed, and besides busy farming seasons, they can rest if they want. The main female character looks like this. Hey, is someone cooking meat? It must be. You can smell it, that meaty aroma. I smell it too, Lao Han. Is it your house? Lao Han, what's going on? Do you have a celebration at home? Lao Han, your life is pretty good. You're cooking meat even on ordinary days. It smells so good, it makes my mouth water. I guess they say a camel is bigger than a horse. Compared to me, whose family has been poor for generations, I've almost forgotten what meat tastes like. Everyone teased each other, though some felt a bit jealous inside. Han Wanli's family had the best conditions in the village. His great-grandfather was a landlord, owning half the land in the village. About 1/3 of the villagers worked for his family. But his grandfather was mute and lost out when dividing the estate, getting the smallest share. By the time it was his father's generation, little was left, and his father was a carefree spender. Their family's fortunes slowly declined. Fortunately, when the land was redistributed, they were classified as rich farmers. Their village wasn't very politically active, so they didn't suffer much, but it was hard for their children to find good marriage matches. Everyone was worried because no one knew how things would turn out. Jiao Jiannan married Han Kaifeng, the daughter of the Han family. She was not well regarded. She was lazy and weak. But nobody disliked anyone. They were a perfect match. No one knew how they got along so well. After Jiao Fuhao was elected village head, the two of them somehow started dating. Old Jiao often told Jiao Yuan that Lao Han's family was sneaky and that Jiannan was a bit slow. Zhou Chunhua didn't agree at first. She scolded and cried. Jiannan was stubborn and determined. You couldn't argue with elders about their children. Jiannan pretended to be sick, and Zhou Chunhua finally agreed while crying. After they married, Zhou Chunhua initially gave Han Kaifeng a hard time, but she was patient and considerate. Over time, Zhou Chunhua stopped bothering her daughter-in-law. Since she hadn't suffered much from her own mother-in-law, she wasn't a bad mother-in-law. When Han Kaifeng got pregnant, Zhou Chunhua was so happy she forgot everything else and kept calling her Feng. Now Zhou Chunhua sniffed and said, "Dear, it's been hot these days. Feng doesn't eat well and has lost weight.
Look.
Could we let Feng go back to her parents' house to eat some meat?" Worried people might think she was asking for favors, she quickly added, I'll give 6 eggs. 1 egg costs 5 cents, so 6 eggs are 3 cents, enough to buy about 4 ounces of meat, which isn't bad. Han Wanli smiled kindly. Dear, what are you saying? Foam is your daughter-in-law, so she's not just my girl. Just bring some eggs and let her and Jianan go home to eat. Just in time. I want to help Jianan catch up.
So,
He paused for a moment, thinking to himself that all the money and notes at home were his, and where did his wife get money to buy meat? Han Wanli then said, this morning, I didn't hear Fomer's mother say she wanted to buy meat, and we don't have any meat tickets either. I wonder whose meat it is that's being cooked. Although he said this, he secretly thought it was probably their own families. Besides his family, everyone else in the team was quite poor, so there was no spare money for meat. But he also knew he shouldn't say too much. Xiao Jianeng and Xiao Jianya, who were carrying sickles and walking ahead of the group, exchanged glances. Suddenly, they ran off quickly, darting far ahead. They didn't even think about their mother behind them, their feet like they were stepping on fire. Their sickles almost sparked, and in just a few steps, they ran about 10 meters away, quickly turning into small black dots. Zhou Chunhua saw her 2 nephews running like big monkeys and forgot about the meat. She laughed and scolded, these 2 little brats, are they blind? Running so fast, aren't you afraid of twisting your ankles? She shouted to remind them, slow down, if you can't hold it, just go to the fields and wipe your hands with soybean leaves. Everyone laughed. This area was soybean fields. To take a shortcut, everyone crossed directly through the soybean field. After many people walked through, it became a small path, not wide, just enough for 2 feet side by side. Since it was on a, walking fast made it easy to slip. Old Wang Damao teased Zhang Xianghua. Your 2 boys know how to live. They know that good water doesn't flow into other people's fields. An older man replied, maybe they're just afraid you women are watching how the young men walk. Everyone burst into laughter, grinning widely, having a lively time. Why be afraid? The 2 boys are stillborn from me, old Wang Damao said with a smile. Then she sighed. They're really growing up fast, almost ready to get wives. They started talking about bride prices, building houses, and then about marrying a wife. When they mentioned building a house, they thought of Qiao Yuan. Zhou Chunhua patted her thigh and asked, hey, big sister-in-law, is Xiaowan coming to the countryside today? Zhang Xianghua nodded with a smile. Yes, your eldest brother went to pick her up early this morning. He's already arrived. Then Han Wanli looked thoughtful. Could it be that your family cooked the meat? Zhou Xianghua's eyes lit up. She saved her eggs. Xiao Jianeng and Xiao Jianya hurried home in a rush. As soon as they entered the gate, they saw Grandma Qiao sitting by the stove washing lettuce and green onions from afar. She immediately shouted, Grandma, are we eating meat today? Is Xiaowan here? Grandma Qiao didn't even lift her head, continuing to wash vegetables. We don't have any meat at home. I smelled it before I even reached the gate. Our house has the strongest aroma. Xiao Jianeng clearly didn't believe it. Milk, is it Xiaowan who brought back the meat? Where's Xiaowan? Without waiting for old lady Qiao to answer, he ran to the east room. Qiao Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the Kong, nibbling on a dried cucumber, sighing. She was very hungry. It was almost 7 o'clock. When Xiao Jianeng entered, he immediately cheered up. I knew you brought the meat. Wow, Jianya, come see. Such a big bowl of meat. Oh, there are also meat pieces in the green beans. We've never had such a feast during the new year. Xiao Jianya's eyes widened as he entered, saliva quickly forming. The meat was pure stew, greasy and fragrant. His long-neglected stomach suddenly felt very upset. He let out a wail. Why is Mom walking so slowly? Old man Xiao sat on the Kong edge, smoking his pipe, smiling happily as he watched his grandsons play. Old lady Qiao carried a big bowl of meat into the room and couldn't help giving him a playful slap on the. Stop crying, look at you, so useless. Don't swallow your saliva, take this bowl of meat to second uncle's house first. When you come back, we'll start eating. Xiao Jianya reached out to take the bowl, a bit reluctant, and before leaving, he emphasized, make sure to wait for me to eat together. Wait for you. Wait for you. Old lady Qiao promised with a smile. After finally having some meat, how could they not wait? She went back to the kitchen and brought out some dipping sauce and vegetables. She patted Xiao Jiandeng, who was leaning next to Xiao Yuan, and said, "Go wash up. You still smell of sweat." Xiao Jiandeng happily got up, changed into slippers, and stood outside in the yard, taking off his shirt and washing himself. After washing, he directly scrubbed his dirty clothes. The Qiao family yard had a well, making water very convenient, so they didn't need to be so frugal. Xiao Yuan raised her voice toward the south window, shouting, "Don't forget to wash your face with soap. I just brought it back. It's on the shelf. Wash well and rinse several times. Wash your hair too." As soon as he returned, he took charge of the whole family. Xiao Fuyo smelled the fragrant hands, with wet hair, and walked in. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhang Xianghua and Xiao Jianhua arrived one after the other. They went straight to the well, drew water quickly, and washed their hands and faces. When they entered the house, they saw the family sitting around the table, waiting for them. Zhang Xianghua sat in an empty seat with a smile on her face. "Oh, our Xiaowan is getting more and more beautiful. Look at her, she's better than those young intellectuals. I'll grow even prettier after eating the strawberries my mother picked for me." Knowing that Xiao Yuan was coming, Zhang Xianghua had gone early to old Wang's house and exchanged 2 eggs for a big bowl of strawberries. Strawberries are big and red, with a fresh taste, and biting into one releases lots of juice. Xiao Yuan made half a small basin of them in the afternoon. She took out the gifts she had prepared earlier. "Madam, these are snow cream and clam oil I bought for you. The snow cream is very good. Everyone in Jing City uses it. If you use this snow cream, you'll definitely be the most beautiful woman among the women in our team." Zhang Xianghua reached out to accept the gifts, smiling happily. "Oh, my girl, you really know how to care for people. Look at that. Now you're shining even more. I knew raising a boy wouldn't be useless." She looked at her 3 brothers, who were smiling foolishly, and gave each of them a look. Then she looked at Xiao Yuan, and a smile returned to her face. "These precious things, even if Madam uses them, won't matter much. You keep them for yourself, and the clam oil I'll keep. My hands have gotten a lot of cuts these days, so this will be just right." Zhang Xianghua placed the snow cream beside Xiao Yuan. Little Yuan thought of her big sister, and she was happy inside. She hadn't been treated unfairly. But she's grown up now, and there's no way she could accept such expensive gifts from a child. She heard from the young women sent to the countryside that a small jar of snow cream costs several yuan. It's hard to buy, as neither the team supply store nor the public store sells it. You have to buy it in the city, and it's often out of stock. I have some myself, and Mother and Second Ann also have some. Please accept it quickly, madam. I didn't buy this with my own money. I helped a classmate with tutoring, and she made great progress. Her mother was happy, and gave me this as a gift. That old scoundrel Hao and his cronies have quite a few good things. Besides gold, jewelry, antiques, and paintings, they also have a lot of cash and rare items. Just cash alone amounts to over 50,000 yuan. My goodness, 50,000 in the 1970s. There are also thick stacks of various banknotes. Old Mrs. Qiao gently patted Zhang Xianghua and smiled. Just accept it. Don't keep pushing it away. Little Yuan loves strawberries. Tomorrow, go to Lao Wang's house and exchange a new basin for her. This time, exchange more. She didn't even want to eat the half basin left today, saying she wanted to save it for Jianhua and the other 2 brothers. When autumn comes, pick more mountain grapes, mountain pears, and mountain eggs. Little Yuan loves these, especially mountain pears. They're never enough each year. Old Mr. Qiao also said, in autumn, I'll go up the mountain with them to pick pears. He paused. All right, enough talking. Let's eat. If we don't, Jianya's saliva will flow out in a big puddle. The table was full. A large basin of braised pork, a large basin of bean curd with meat, a big plate of pickled vegetables, a small basin of cucumber salad, a small cover of cornmeal pancakes, and a large basin of millet porridge. Old Mr. Qiao first served a piece of the mixed fatty and lean braised pork to old Madame Qiao, then took a piece himself. Like a signal gun, it fired a flare. In an instant, chopsticks flew, and the meat was quickly eaten at a visible speed. Soon half a basin of meat was ready. Xiao Jianya had his mouth full and mumbled, "Really delicious. When we slaughter pigs for the new year, I want to eat this again. Why don't you go to heaven?" Old Lady Qiao rolled her eyes. With this way of eating, no matter how much meat there is, it's never enough. Xiao Yuan swallowed the meat in her mouth, looking excited. "How about we go up the mountain tomorrow? I tell you, I feel incredibly strong now. Look at my arm." She put down her bowl and chopsticks, showing her arm, trying to make everyone see how strong she was. Seeing everyone stare in surprise, she continued happily, "See? I can punch and kill a wild boar. I could even smash its skull." The three brothers burst into loud laughter. Xiao Fu didn't expect his niece to boast like that and accidentally spat out a piece of cornbread. Old Lady Qiao scowled at him. "What? You don't believe me?" Xiao Yuan glared and waved her fist. "Believe, believe, believe." The three brothers nodded reluctantly under their mother's stern gaze. Xiao Jiandang wiped cornbread crumbs from his face. "Tomorrow, Jianya, and I will go with you. The production team is off work, so we can't help much, but we can carry wild boar." He looked at Xiao Jianhua. "What about you, big brother?" Jianhua, with his mouth full of meat, nodded vigorously, indicating he would go too. "All right, then the four of us will go tomorrow. Bring knives, axes, and willow baskets. We'll head into the deep mountains." Xiao Yuan excitedly patted the bed, full of confidence. "There are wild chickens and rabbits nearby, but to catch big game, you have to go deep into the mountains." She looked at Old Lady Qiao. "Grandma, make more dry food in the morning. We'll take it with us, and won't come back for lunch. Tonight, you can cook later. Wait for our meat," she said, eager to go on a big hunt. Old Lady Qiao couldn't help but laugh, tears coming to her eyes. All right, tomorrow I'll steam some cornbread for you." Old Man Xiao also smiled, his face full of wrinkles, waiting to eat meat again tomorrow. Seeing his granddaughter so confident, he didn't want to discourage her. The mountains do have wild chickens, rabbits, boars, and even deer, but they're not easy to catch. If it were that simple, she wouldn't be just a little girl. Going deep into the mountains is even more unlikely. Villagers rarely dare to go there. Besides wild boars, the mountains are home to wolves, bears, wild dogs, and tigers. He wasn't worried about the children getting into trouble. Jianhua was steady, Jiandang clever, and they wouldn't take their younger siblings into such dangerous places. At this moment, Qiao Yuan clapped her hands again. "After dinner, I'll ask Brother Jianbei, Brother Jiandong, and Brother Jianxi. They'll definitely want to go too. Many hands make light work. By the way, don't ask Xiao Jianan to come along. He doesn't even want to be invited. He can't help with anything and just complains all day, always holding others back. Not only does he hold others back, but when it's time to share the meat, he acts like he's entitled to a share, even though Qiao Yuan doesn't like him and doesn't want him to get any benefit. Some people are just like that, like Chow Chow." Just as she finished speaking, Qiao Yuan heard a noise at the door. She quickly bent over and peeked out the window. It was dark, so she couldn't see clearly, but after a moment, she recognized two people. Old Mrs. Qiao asked, "Little one, what are you looking at? Come back and eat some meat." If they didn't eat now, the three boys would finish it all. "I wasn't looking at anything. I was observing the sky to see if it will rain tomorrow," Qiao Yuan casually lied. "Grandpa, Grandma, why aren't you eating? Don't be shy about it. From now on, we'll eat meat every day. Come on, let me divide it. A few pieces for each person. Uncle, Auntie, why aren't you picking up any?" Before everyone could react, the meat was already divided. The family was a bit stunned. Qiao Yuan kept saying, "Let's also divide the soup. Dipping bread in it tastes so good it'll make your tongue tingle. And the little bits of meat in the beans. Brother Jianya, don't just look at me, eat. If you don't eat, Brother Jiandang will take your share." While speaking, she evenly distributed all the meat into everyone's bowls. It was the first time she served food like this. She even picked out the small strips of meat from the beans, moving smoothly and quickly, taking less than 2 minutes. At that moment, a rough voice came from outside. "Grandpa, Grandma, Kai Feng and I came to see you. Note, the mountain pear is really delicious. Hearing Qiao Jiannan's voice outside, everyone inside looked at Qiao Yuan in unison. So she was just observing the sky. Everything became clear now. For a moment, no one spoke, and the atmosphere felt very strange. The younger ones whispered to each other, exchanging glances rapidly. So fast it seemed like they could hear crackling electricity. Old Mrs. Qiao and old Mr. Qiao looked very upset, almost like they could open a dye shop. Old Mr. Qiao was so angry his eyebrows rose. He threw down his chopsticks and said angrily, "You unworthy brat." Jiao Jianya tried to hold back his laughter, blushing so hard his face turned red. He covered his mouth with his hand and shook with laughter. Zhang Xianghua scolded him sharply. Xiao Frio also glared at him, but then shouted loudly, "Jiannan and Kaifeng are here. Come inside quickly." Before he finished speaking, Qiao Jiannan had already stepped inside, with one foot. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie. Han Kaifeng followed closely behind, calling out as soon as she entered. Qiao Jiannan was all smiles. "Little one is here. Brother came to see you. You're getting more handsome and taller too." Zhou Yuan grinned with her small, white teeth. "Brother Jiannan, I'm here, not on the table. Besides, I'm sitting cross-legged. How can you tell I've grown taller?"
Ah.
Not only did Xiao Jianyi laugh, but even Xiao Jiandang couldn't hold back his laughter. Xiao Jianhua, being older, tried to stay serious but almost buried his face in his bowl of rice. His attempt to keep a straight face was ruined by his younger brother's teasing. Xiao Jiannan's face turned bright red instantly. Anger rose from his heart as he looked at Zhou Yuan. He took on the big brother role and started to lecture her. "Xiao Wan, you're older now, but I still have to say this. Just because you're from the city, don't look down on us country folks. Your sister-in-law and I came here in the dark just to see you. Your sister-in-law is pregnant and walking with difficulty, gasping for breath. You shouldn't just ignore us with a smile or act coldly. You're a young girl. Don't be so sharp-tongued. Now that you're out in the countryside, you should learn more from your sister-in-law. Be gentler, speak softly. Those are the qualities that make people like you." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt annoyed and scoffed, turning away. "Stop labeling me. Using you as an elder to lecture and teach. There are elders in our family sitting right here." Seeing Qiao Jiannan's lips move as if he wanted to say something, Zhou Yuan snorted. "If you say one more word, don't blame me for being blunt." Han Kaifeng pulled Qiao Jiannan aside, signaling him not to speak further, and spoke for him. "Xiao Wan, don't be like your brother. He's just like that, not good at talking.
He's really worried about you."
Worried that at such a young age, you got sent to the countryside by Uncle San and Aunt San. You even gave up high school. He's afraid you'll feel bad inside, or get sick from holding it all in. He waited all night just to come and see you. When something happens, we should think positively. There are also the educated youths from Jing City and Spring City. Their conditions are much better, but they still have to go to the countryside. Farming is tiring, especially these past 3 months, hot enough to make anyone turn dark. In just a few days, you'll be as black as a roasted potato. Everyone is the same. Xiao Wan, on the first day the educated youths arrived, they didn't work. Tomorrow, let Grandpa weave you a straw hat so you don't get too dark. Once you're dark, you'll look just like a local country girl. Also, don't wear cloth slippers when working in the fields. And your hair is too long. It's better to cut it short. Short hair is easier to manage. After working, your fingers will be so tired you won't want to move them, so there's no time to take care of your hair."
And
Xiao Wan, your sister-in-law says all this, and I hope you're not angry? Han Kaifeng talked nonstop, saying things that made sense, and were all for Qiao Yuan's benefit. Old Mr. Qiao and Mrs. Qiao looked calmer, softening their expressions. Mrs. Qiao invited her to sit down, and even touched her growing belly. Qiao Yuan sighed inwardly. This was a high-level conversation. She felt uncomfortable hearing those words, but smiled sweetly on the outside.
西主动握住韩彩凤的手，说：“嫂子，你说的对，我不是那种不讲理的人。” 我还是能听懂一些好话的，谁是真心对我好，我心里清楚。你说这些我一点都不生气。哎呀，我见南哥能娶到你，真是他8辈子修来的福气。嫂子，你不仅长得漂亮，声音也好听，你说什么我都喜欢听。嫂子，我年纪小，性格直，嘴快，如果说了什么不好听的，嫂子你也别介意。他提前做好了预防措施，怕一会儿激动。韩彩凤不经意看了看桌子，又迅速收回目光，脸上依旧带着笑。不介意，都是一家人，别装模作样的，有话就说。那我就直说了。乔玉婉很开心，看他这样，不知道为什么，韩彩凤突然觉得心里一紧。下一秒，乔玉婉像机关枪一样说个不停。嫂子，我以前和你不熟，有些话憋在心里很久了，今天就说个痛快。我见南哥最听你的，你平时多说说他，都说成家立业，他都快当爹了，也该改改那些坏毛病。你说他挺大的人，天天挣的工分还比不上女的，干活不是腰疼，就是腿疼，或者屁股疼，除了每天挣4个工分，啥活都不干，还嫌饭不好吃，总想着吃好点。乔玉婉说到吃好的，语气重了些。乔建南一家脸色有点不好，乔建华哥仨继续忍笑。乔玉婉假装没注意，继续说：嫂子，你说谁家的老爷们像他这样？别人家的老爷们都去地里干活，拼命挣工分，恨不得把东西都拉回家，就他舔着脸闲着，喜欢窝在家里。老婆坐月子，他都待不住，人家坐月子还能做饭、洗碗、哺乳、换尿布，他倒好，油瓶倒了都不帮忙，还不觉得害羞。要是我，早就羞得把脑袋塞进尿桶里了。嫂子，你说见南哥这样的，跟二流子有什么区别？
Zhou Yuan looked full of disappointment and frustration. She let go of Han Saifeng's hand and angrily patted the bed. Zhou Jianya whispered nearby, "It makes no difference." Han Kaifeng blushed and looked uncomfortable when asked questions. Qiao Jianan was very angry and breathing hard. It was the first time someone had pointed at his nose and scolded him. He felt embarrassed and angry, thinking his authority as the eldest grandson was being seriously challenged. He stood up, trembling, and pointed at Zhou Yuanyu. "Your words are too harsh. I am not in good health. I was born early. Everyone in the team knows that." Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Yuan quickly responded sincerely. Everyone knows you're not in good health. You were a premature baby born at 9 months. By the way, Grandma. Zhou Yuan looked at the elderly woman. How much did Jianan weigh when he was born? Grandma was surprised she needed to step in, but remembered clearly. Jianan was over 6 pounds when he was born. Back then, he was a rare chubby baby. Zhou Yuan asked again. I remember someone else's child in our team was also born early. How much did they weigh? How much? Grandma paused to think. A few years ago, life was tough and families couldn't afford enough food. It was hard work and there were 4 or 5 premature babies. You might not know the others, but Old Wei's family had a boy born early. He was born at 7 months. When he was born, he was tiny, smaller than his father Wei Laoyanshu. Many said they couldn't raise him. His mother, Chen Shuqin, had no milk, and the boy, Jigua, cried loudly from hunger. Your aunt was kind-hearted and squeezed out a little milk to send to him. Hearing this, Zhang Xianghua also looked emotional. I also felt sorry then. Jianhua was still nursing, but there wasn't enough milk. It was winter, and the chickens weren't laying eggs, so we couldn't even steam an egg custard. He was almost 8 months old, but still very light. His face had no meat at all. Your grandfather had slaughtered the family pig early, a month before the new year, so he lost some meat. I was worried and couldn't sleep well for days.
I ate the most of that pig.
Zhang Xianghua looked gratefully at her grandfather, and then at her serious eldest son. She scolded lightly. Now he's grown tall and big, and he can eat more than anyone. Xiao Jianhua, who was 1.78 meters tall, was considered a strong young man in this era of shortages and poor clothing. Everyone would praise him. He smiled, scratched his head, and placed 2 pieces of braised pork from his bowl into his grandfather's bowl. Grandpa, eat. Good, 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 Grandpa said happily 3 times. He smiled and picked up the fatty but tender meat, feeling very satisfied. The elderly loved children who were filial. Xiao Yuan listened with great interest, then changed the subject. Mom, since Wei Zhigua was born prematurely over 7 months ago, how is he still able to earn full work points now? Xiao Jiannan. No end to this. The rest of the Qiao family. This wave of sarcasm was well-founded and highly effective. Xiao Yuan kept teasing Qiao Jiannan, getting very close and loud. Look at you with your body and your face. Compared to Wei Zhigua, you're much better. No one will believe you're in poor health. As she spoke, she suddenly turned to Han Kaifeng, holding her hand. Sister-in-law, do you believe that? Han Kaifeng was startled and shook her head instinctively. Xiao Yuan smiled happily, then turned to Qiao Jiannan and said, See? Even your wife doesn't believe you. Qiao Jiannan was getting more annoyed by the second. His wife was still unhelpful, stabbing him in the back. It felt like 1,000 little horses were galloping in his heart. Xiao Yuan pretended not to notice the redness on the couple's faces, copying Han Kaifeng's tone. She acted like a caring younger sister, softly continuing, We family know our own matters. We know Wei Zhigua was born 9 months early, not pretending to be sick to avoid work. But outsiders don't believe it. They talk behind our backs and hurt us. I only come back a few days a year, and I've heard some really nasty things. It's embarrassing to even repeat. But since we're family, I can't let you be in the dark. I just want to tell you. Xiao Yuan sat cross-legged, leaning slightly toward Han Kaifeng. Xiao Jiandang was very clever and suspected his cousin still had tricks up her sleeve. He pushed his bowl further into the table, wiped his mouth, and moved closer to the bed, ready to watch the show. The fire at the head of the bed was too hot, burning his bottom, so he also pulled Xiao Jianhua and Xiao Jianya closer. Old Mr. Qiao and his son, Qiao Fuyo, both finished their last bites, took out their pipes, and picked tobacco leaves from the basket. Old Mrs. Qiao and Zhang Xianghua, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, worked together, tidying up the dishes quietly and carefully, ears perked up high. Qiao Jiannan's face darkened again. This family was too in sync, making him feel unnecessary. He was the eldest grandson. The eldest grandson. And there was Xiao Yuan, full of mischief. She clearly couldn't hold back her words now. Just look at her earlier words, talking about 9 months, 7 months. She just wanted to say he wasn't really born early, that he was healthy, just pretending to be weak to avoid work. Nonsense. He was truly weak. He was so angry it hurt his teeth. He wanted to defend himself, but seeing no one speak up, he hesitated. If he spoke now, it might seem like he was afraid of others. He felt a bit regretful for coming. He didn't get to eat a bite of meat, only got scolded, and now he was full of frustration. He pretended to yawn and gave his wife a look, trying to find an excuse to leave quickly. Xiao Yuan turned Han Kaifeng's head toward her and said, Everyone talks about the grandchildren of the Qiao family. Brother Jianhua is steady, capable, and looks like a good older brother. Brother Jiandang is clever and lively, works well, and everyone says he'll have a bright future. Brother Jianya is younger but taller and stronger than Jianhua, earning the same work points as adults, so he's also a good one. All 3 brothers will find good wives in the future. People say the elders can teach children well, so they will be lucky. But when it comes to my second uncle, his words change. People say Brother Jianbei looks just like my second uncle, quiet, hardworking, honest, and straightforward. He's honest and dependable, but he's too honest. Even when his own brother bullies him, he doesn't say a word. The reputation for bullying brothers was very bad. Xiao Jiannan immediately got upset. Who bullied Jianbei? That needs to be clear. I didn't. Before he finished, old Lady Qiao, who was inside cleaning the table, hit him with a fire poker. The 3 brothers, Qiao Jianhua, Qiao Jiannan, and Qiao Jianya, all gasped softly and shivered, not knowing why Grandma was casually holding a fire poker. It looked very painful. Old Lady Chow shot him a sharp look. What are you shouting for? Are you saying I'm wrong? Little Bei works hard to earn work points, and you didn't even eat the grain they exchanged at the end of the year? I also earned some myself, Chow Jianan said stubbornly, refusing to admit defeat. Old Lady Chow was so angry she slapped them the buttocks twice. You only work a few days and slack off the rest. What good is that? You drink thin porridge every day, barely enough for half a year. You have no conscience. Your father works himself to exhaustion, becoming thin and tired. He works all day and is so tired he can't straighten his back. When he lies on the bed at night, he keeps groaning. Can't you see? You only pretend to be filial with your words. You don't help with chores at home or outside. You've never been to the land you own, never helped in the vegetable garden. You can't even carry firewood. It's all your brothers, especially Xiao Bei and the others, helping your father. And you say you don't bully your brothers? Xiaoan, what did you say before? Xiao Yuan quickly responded, living off others, relying on my brothers. Yes, you're living off your family, relying on your brothers. Without your father and them, you'd be starving. The grandmother and granddaughter argued back and forth. Everyone says family ties across generations are close, but no matter how close, they can't compare to your own children. Grandma Qiao had long been worried about her son, but since her second son was also going to be a grandfather, she couldn't say certain things. Xiao Jianan grimaced in pain, afraid to argue further, and stood timidly to the side, worried that if he said one more word, Grandma would hit him with a fire poker again. Han Kaifeng looked at her husband with tears in her eyes from how much she cared. She felt restless and wanted to stand up to help block the pain. But her hand was quickly grabbed by Qiao Yuan, who held it tightly. She struggled a couple of times but couldn't break free. Seeing Qiao Jinan crying out in pain, Qiao Yuan felt very pleased. It was like eating ice cream on a hot day, refreshing and happy. She raised an eyebrow at Jianan, feeling smug. Jianan immediately got angry and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Qiao Yuan proudly lifted her head. You can't handle a few words? She said. There are worse things people say about you. She continued. People say you're only good for having children. Your brothers Jiandong and Jinsi are much younger and much better than you, smart, quick, and good at studying. If you could get into college, you'd be a perfect student. Little Pan is also caring and obedient. When school is out, she comes home and helps out. Compared to her, you're the worst. You can't support yourself, let alone your wife and kids. Better to have just one child. Having more means needing charity. And when Jianbei and the others get married and move out, you won't be able to take advantage anymore. Your sister-in-law will give you trouble. People in the village talk about you as lazy and greedy, always trying to get more without suffering any loss, shameless, and thinking they're clever. I've never heard a good word about you. They even say you've dragged down my second uncle and second aunt. You're just a rotten bamboo shoot from the old Qiao family. And that's not all. Han Kaifeng now dared not have any small thoughts and could only listen stiffly. She hoped Xiao Yuan would stop talking soon. But when Yuan added, and there's more, Han Kaifeng shivered all over. Seeing Yuan give her a sympathetic look, her heart nearly jumped out of her throat. She wondered if she was about to be insulted again. She had nothing to be ashamed of. She thought she was good at handling things. But what she feared happened. Yuan opened her mouth and said, Sister-in-law, they also say Jianan has been a bad influence on you. They think you might have done something when you were at your parents' home. They say you can handle everything at home and outside, but now you've learned to be lazy. They say you rely on your pregnancy to bully your brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Not only do you take their food, but you also order them around. They say you even make Little Pan wash your big pants and then throw them at you. Listen to this. Bullying your sister-in-law. Or just washing your pants. This reputation is spreading all over the village, almost ruining the whole community. I don't believe it though. I know you, sister-in-law. We haven't met many times, but I know you're not like that. You care about me so much. Just now, you even said you wanted to help me with farm work. You're so kind. It must be someone jealous of you, spreading false stories. It's definitely that. Qiao Yuan nodded heavily, almost ready to swear. Her lively little expression and the crossed legs made her look just like village women who love gossip. Han Kaifeng awkwardly pulled at her mouth, blushing so much her face was red, and she almost couldn't sit still. She touched her stomach and felt very regretful. If she had known she would cause such trouble, she wouldn't have cared about not eating enough meat. She would never mention her pregnancy again. Now she understood clearly. Her young sister-in-law and her husband's younger sister, each one is difficult to deal with. One throws her underwear, and the other speaks with sharp words. She feels like crying. Brothers Qiao Jianhua and Qiao Jianbei were very happy inside. They grew up together with Qiao Jianan. They used to go up the mountain to hunt birds and down to the river to catch fish. They're very close. They've been holding a lot of anger for a long time. But as younger brothers-in-law, they couldn't say anything even if they were unhappy, especially with the gap between them. Now they almost wanted to clap and cheer because someone finally took action. If the situation had been different, they would have shouted, "Qiao Yuan, you are my sister, my forever sister." Old Lady Qiao couldn't help but reach out and grab the fire poker. She also knew about the incident where Xiao Pan was asked to wash his underwear. It was the second wife's big mouth who let it slip. At first, she came to the house asking for cherries because Han Kaifeng was pregnant and wanted something sour. She helped pick cherries and talked, then started to babble, revealing she was disgusted by her own spicy underwear. She was so angry, she snatched the cherries back. She still wanted cherries, but forget it. She didn't even dare to tell her husband about this. How to say it? It all circles back to the underwear. But how did the little granddaughter find out? Second, and genuinely didn't treat her as an outsider. She learned all these secret family stories about underwear and sister-in-law fights. How wonderful! Qiao Yuan took a big sip of water happily. Hey, I really don't have it easy. I've been working hard so that second uncle and second aunt can have a happy old age. I've almost lost my voice. Others. Turns out, the thickest-skinned person is right here. Qiao Yuan turned to Qiao Jiannan and said, "Brother Jiannan, what I said might sound rough, but it's true. You should go home and think about it carefully. If you keep being so lazy, everyone will be covered in spit. Not just you, but the old master too. People will say you rely on him because he's the team leader and don't work. They'll say he's protecting his nephew. Over time, how can he manage the whole team?" Qiao Jiannan and his wife looked down, biting their back teeth, supporting each other as they left the door. Qiao Yuan followed behind, waving her hand. "Brother Jiannan, if you want me to visit during the day, I'll come. Anyway, you often don't go to work during the day, and at night, you can't see the road." Zhou Jiannan stiffened, and hearing Zhou Yuan's voice gave him a headache. But Zhou Yuan was shouting from behind, "All right, I forgot to tell my sister-in-law, I don't need to go to the fields. I won't turn dark like a potato."
Han Kaifeng staggered.
Was she being deliberate? Why didn't she say anything earlier? The people at the youth station in the south looked at each other in surprise after hearing her shout. "All right, you all, stop eavesdropping. Sitting on the train isn't tiring, is it? Now hurry up and pack your things, lie down on the Kong, and get a good rest. Tomorrow, everyone has a day off. We can all sleep until we wake up naturally. If you want to rest again next time, who knows when that will be. If you need to buy anything tomorrow, do it quickly. The supply store is at the village center entrance. They sell daily necessities. If something's missing, go to the commune. The day after tomorrow, we'll start working with the older youth." Old youth Li Wendong, the senior among the youth, saw them dawdling and, in a kind tone, reminded them. After speaking, he went back to his room to rest properly. Recently, busy farming had been exhausting. Li Wendong was the oldest brother among the youth in the village, fair-minded, and had been working in the countryside for 4 years. Zhao Dongxue was squatting by the stove, fiddling with firewood, and looked up at the new youth. "Don't think about those useless things. Behind us is the brigade leader's house. Zhou Jiannan is the brigade leader's nephew. If he doesn't want to work, he just won't.
Can you do that?
You envy him, I envy him too, but what good does that do? If you don't work, what will you eat? Relying on food rationing from the people will only make you hungry." Her words sounded harsh, but they hit the point. Chi Jime listened and nodded repeatedly. When she went to the countryside, her family was worried and specifically told her not to compare herself to the villagers. Youths in the village had no roots, and if they caused trouble, they might be bullied. Her family was not well off. Her younger siblings were still small, and her parents' wages had to support the grandparents. She wanted to earn more food rations to send home. Seeing others agree, Zhao Dongxue became more enthusiastic. If you had money, you could buy your own food and not have to work in the fields doing easier jobs. But among us youth, how many have money? At this point, Zhao Dongxue looked a little sad. Her mother had written in a letter that her second brother had a girlfriend and was getting married at the end of the year. Her sister-in-law had just had a baby girl. Her younger sister had a boyfriend, and her future in-laws had found her a temporary job. Her father was worried that his daughter might be looked down upon in her husband's family. He wanted to give her more bride price when she married. Money was needed everywhere in the family, so they could only send her 2 yuan by mail, telling her not to blame the family. When she first went to the countryside, they sent her 10 yuan a month. After less than half a year, it was reduced to 5 yuan, and now it's only 2. She doesn't dare to spend recklessly. She's saving everything she can. She knows deep down that soon these 2 pieces of money will be gone. At home, she has 4 children, and she's the only one who went to the countryside. She doesn't blame anyone. Her older brothers found good ideas and got jobs right after graduation. Her younger sister was too young at the time and didn't meet the age requirement. Only she was suitable to go. Her parents tried to find ways to help, but it was useless. The neighborhood watched closely, and before leaving, her mother hugged her and cried, promising to bring her back to the city and asking her to be patient. But they haven't spoken of it for a long time, and the letters from home have become less frequent. Zhao Dongxue blinked hard and then fiddled with the firewood, splitting it into small pieces and neatly stacking it by the pot. Wang Meili looked confused and whispered, "I'm not jealous. I just recognized the voice from earlier." "Xiaomei, do you recognize it?" "No, I just arrived and don't know anyone," Qi Jimai replied. Of course, Qiao Yuan recognized it. Her voice was distinctive, no accent, and it sounded soft and sweet. But she wasn't naive. She could tell Wang Meili was playing tricks. She had figured it out on the train. Qiao Yuan was vengeful and hard to deal with, but she didn't have many strange thoughts. On the other hand, Wang Meili's words always seemed to have hidden meaning, hinting at her cautious nature. She only wanted to enjoy her small life and find a chance to return to the city. She didn't want Wang Meili to use her as a. She turned and left the kitchen, went to the bathroom, and was ready to sleep. After sitting on the train for so many days, she was almost exhausted. Wang Meili's eyes darkened. She didn't believe Qi Jimai hadn't noticed. Clearly, they had moved into the educated youth compound together and should have been closer, but she favored the independent and fortunate Qiao Yuan. All her complaints boiled down to her being poor and looked down upon. All snobs, judging people by appearances. They just heard Qiao Yuan was rich, her grandfather was the team leader, and wanted to flatter her. Thinking of this, Wang Meili couldn't help but feel jealous. The neighbors had come down together as educated youths. They were wealthy, had family to care for them, and their luggage was big. In contrast, her small bag weighed less than 20 pounds, all old and patched up. Wang Meili bit her lip, her eyes reddening with anger. Just wait. When she became a billionaire's wife, she'd see who dared to look down on her. Then she'd spend money to have Qiao Yuan be her little maid, washing her feet, cooking, washing diapers for the children, kneeling to scrub the floor. She sat on a nearby chair, drinking brown sugar water, supervising. She would teach Qiao Yuan harshly, just like her mother did. "Are you blind? Can't you see the used diapers? Hurry up and wash them. You're so stupid and clueless. Qiao Yuan, can you cook? The salt at home isn't expensive, right? If you don't understand, just leave, ugh. Hee. Fantasizing was so wonderful that Wang Meili couldn't help but laugh happily. When she heard the laughter, Zhao Dongxue looked up curiously and suddenly saw her twisted face. She was so scared she fell to the ground with a thud and screamed, "Wang Meili, what are you thinking?" Your expression is strange. You scared me half to death. I almost jumped out of my skin. Zhao Dongxue quickly got up, brushing the dust off her backside, and quietly took a step back, staying far from Wang Meili. She silently observed Wang Meili. The dim candlelight made her look sinister. Zhao Dongxue felt even more nervous and mentally cursed herself. Oh my, this person looks a bit strange. Could she be seriously ill? What if she suddenly loses her mind in the middle of the night? They sleep next to each other. Oh no, someone help her. Is there anyone willing to switch with her? Sometimes, imagining things can be very frightening. Zhao Dongxue was so scared her legs felt weak like noodles. Her scream shattered her fantasy. Maybe she was too lost in her thoughts earlier, and now Wang Meili, returning to reality, felt a bit annoyed. The quick switch from the domineering woman to the pitiful one made Wang Meili's face look very displeased. Seeing Zhao Dongshue's expression as if she thought Wang Meili was crazy, her face grew even worse. Everyone thinks she's sick. She wanted to get angry but didn't dare to confront the old youth worker on her first day, which didn't fit the image she wanted to create. Her words started to sound fake again. Sorry, I scared you. I just suddenly remembered who I was talking about earlier. Hearing her say she didn't need to go outside made me feel uncomfortable. Seeing Zhao Dongxue not respond, Wang Meili didn't mind and was about to continue chatting casually. At this moment, the young workers who heard Zhao Dongxue scream came in. There were 8 old youth workers, 4 men and 4 women, and 6 new youth workers, making about 10 people crowded into the kitchen. Old youth worker Feng Xianglan had a stern face. What are you shouting for? I was about to sleep, and you woke me up again. If you're not tired, neither am I. The eldest sister, Wang Yonghong, stepped in to smooth things over. All right, stop arguing. What's going on? Oh, Meili, why are you crying? Wang Yonghong paused and looked at Zhao Dongxue with concern. She thought Zhao Dongxue was crying because she was being bullied. Many old youth workers often bullied the new ones, and Zhao Dongshue's temper wasn't very good. Wang Meili was thin and small, looking like she was being bullied. Besides Wang Yonghong, the other youth workers also thought so. They all looked at the only 2 people involved in the scene. Looking at Zhao Dongshue's expression, it was clear she disapproved. Zhao Dongxue shook her head like a rattle, denying strongly, I don't know. She wasn't crying just now. She only started crying when you came in. She pulled Wang Meili's arm. Wang Meili, quickly tell us, why are you crying? You said yourself that you were upset, and that's why you cried, right? Just tell us. Could this crazy person be trying to set her up? Wang Yonghong hurried forward to pull her away, then looked at Wang Meili, who was still wiping tears. What exactly happened? Crying all day tired her out. Her eyelids felt heavy, but she still argued and made a fuss about the case. When there are many people, trouble is easy to cause. Feeling exhausted, Wang Yonghong's tone unconsciously grew harsher. Wang Meili sniffled, her voice trembling. No, it's not Dongshue's fault. I just felt upset when I heard Qiao Yuan say she didn't need to go outside. Qi Jimai frowned inwardly and warned herself again to stay away from Wang Meili. She was too jealous and had a bad mind. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes impatiently. Wang Jiqing, what does it matter if she doesn't go outside? It's not like she's taking your cornmeal. Why are you so anxious? Are you jealous? Wang Meili's face suddenly turned red with panic. She hurriedly looked at Feng Hua's expression. Feng Hua had never looked at her directly, lost in thought. Noticing her gaze, Lin Xinqing sneered, full of mockery. He disliked everyone except Wang Meili. A flash of hatred crossed her eyes, but the candlelight was dim, so no one noticed. She shamelessly continued, Qiao Yuan and I are neighbors. We live not far apart, and now we're both working in the countryside as educated youth. It's quite a coincidence, but we're different. She has good conditions, holding hundreds of yuan, and can live comfortably without relying on work points. Before she even arrived, she built a new house, and on her first day in the countryside, she was already cooking meat. As for me, with worse conditions, I can only work under the hot sun, struggling to earn those few work points. I eat plain vegetables with no oil. I'm not jealous of her. She lives well because she's lucky or talented. I just thought about myself and couldn't hold back. Wang Meili wiped her eyes, crying pitifully. She was jealous to death. Why, despite being girls and living so close, did they seem to live in two different worlds? A few fellow educated youths looked at her with sympathy. Wang Meili covered her slightly curled lips and continued crying as she complained. Life at home was hard. I've never had a good day since I was young, always feeling like I was soaking in bitter water. Even after going to the countryside, my conditions were the worst. You all saw my luggage. I don't even have soap to wash my face. There are only 3 or 4 pieces of clothing, all faded from washing. The socks are full of patches. The quilt is also very thin. The cotton-padded jacket and pants have been worn for 3 or 4 years. They are not warm and are even a bit short. She doesn't know how she will get through this winter. She just happened to share her hardships at the right time. Anyway, anyone with eyes can see her situation clearly, so she doesn't need to hide it. If she talks about it, others might feel sorry for her and help her out. Even if they don't help, they wouldn't feel comfortable making fun of her anymore. Later, if she and Xiao Yuan have more disagreements, these people will probably naturally side with her.
People tend to sympathize with the weak.
The old educated youths looked at each other, having heard her voice just now. At night, the countryside is very quiet. Even small sounds can be heard from far away, especially from the front and backyards. They didn't pay much attention at first. Many people were not working in the fields, taking cattle out, gathering pig feed, checking the warehouse, so life was easy and the educated youths didn't have to work hard. But everyone was very familiar with Qiao Yuan's name. It was like thunder in their ears. Before going to the countryside, she had already built a new house in the educated youth's yard. She was the niece of the team leader. If everyone else was crowded into the old, shabby youth yard, working honestly in the fields, it wouldn't matter. But she was different, standing out on her own. Everyone felt a bit uncomfortable about it. Like Wang Meili said, it wasn't jealousy, just a bit of an unbalanced feeling inside. Today, she hadn't seen her. I heard she went straight to the team leader's house when she arrived. She didn't even come to meet the other educated youths. Clearly, they didn't think much of them. After all, she had many relatives in the team, and I heard the team leader's mother personally came to the village entrance to pick her up. She looked like the favorite, not needing to stick with the others for warmth. Suddenly, the room became very quiet. Everyone's expressions made Wang Meili's eyes shine with happiness. She spoke with a tearful voice. I really envy her. I don't know what easy job the team leader arranged for her. Maybe she's a primary school teacher? This afternoon, I heard Sister Yong say our team has a primary school. It would be great if we could all have a fair chance to be selected from among the educated youths. The work is easy, and we get 7 work points a day. Excluding holidays, that's nearly 200 points a month. Such a good job, but I just arrived and probably don't have a chance. If the new arrivals don't have a chance, who does? The old, educated youths. Many of them felt uneasy after hearing her words, their expressions strange. Teachers get work points, are respected, and hardly have to work in the fields. The best part is, they don't get blown by the wind or soaked by rain. Life is very easy. Who wouldn't be tempted by such good opportunities? They all sharpened their minds and pushed forward, but could they compete with Qiao Yuan? She was the niece of the team leader. I heard that she is also a high school student and is doing pretty well. The team at Daxing Anling and the principal together only have 4 people. Even if more teachers are recruited, there will probably only be 1 spot. Yet they are unwilling to give up like this. This is a matter that affects the rest of their lives. If they can't go back to the city, being a teacher is 100 times better than working outdoors in the sun and wind. In the future, they can choose good partners, and if they do well, they might even be transferred to the commune. Thinking this way, many people start to envy Qiao Yuan and no longer feel jealous of Wang Meili. They all try to comfort Wang Meili. Wang Meili wipes her tears and forces a brave smile. Lin Xinqing and Zhou Yang secretly roll their eyes and think to themselves how hypocritical they are. Wu Weimin pushes his glasses and politely says, "Let's wait and see after the workday." If it's true, we'll go talk to the team leader. Yes, we are all educated youth. Why do we not know anything? And yet she is made a teacher. That's clearly unfair. It's dictatorship. Can anyone just become a teacher? She's so young, probably can't even reach the blackboard and can't control the students. I don't know what she's thinking. Feng Xianglan kicks her foot in annoyance. Unfortunately, she kicks the water jar in the dark, and her big toe immediately hurts badly. She tears up from the pain and gets even angrier. Li Wendong, who is good at calming things down, waves his hand and says, "Stop guessing randomly. We don't know the full story yet. Wu Weiman is right. Let's wait and see after the workday." Okay, it's late. Everyone go back and sleep. Tonight is definitely going to be a sleepless night. The joys and sorrows of humans are different. In the Daxing Anling Mountains, the Qingshan Liangzi Brigade welcomes a new day. In the morning, everything awakens. Old Mrs. Xiao looks at the clock, sees that it's time to cook, quietly puts on her clothes, and gets off the Kong bed. Carefully, she lifts the curtain and sees her granddaughter sleeping with a rosy face, smiling gently. She pulls the quilt up to her navel and then lowers the curtain. Old Mr. Qiao, who is old and has shallow sleep, hears the noise and sits up quietly, asking softly, "You're not going to work today? Why don't you sleep a little longer? It's only 3:30. I'm used to it. Once I wake up, I can't fall back asleep," she replies. Mrs. Qiao brushes her hair and walks to the outer room. "Xiao Wan and the others are going to the mountains. I'll get some pancakes ready. When you wake up, call Jianhua and the others to wake Jianbei and ask them about the situation. Last night, I was busy scolding Jiannan, that lazy kid, and forgot to mention it." Mr. Qiao responds. He told him to ask less and focus on the others. The boys, all wearing the same pants, were so excited to go up the mountain, they almost jumped for joy. Zhang Xianghua from the west room and Xiao Fuyo heard the noise and started to get dressed. When Xiao Fuyo was putting on his pants, he suddenly turned around and saw that Zhang Xianghua's thigh was bruised and purple.
He was startled.
"What happened to your thigh? Why is it all purple and blue? Did you bump it somewhere?" Zhang Xianghua looked at her thigh and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that tears came out. I pinched myself. Last night, Xiaowan said Jian Nan wanted to laugh. As a big sister, I didn't want to laugh out loud, so I pinched my thigh. Whenever I wanted to laugh, I just pinched it. I don't know how many times I did that. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it turned blue. Xiao Frio couldn't help but smile and said, "You're really something, pinching yourself like that." Then he also chuckled a little. Last night, I had a hard time holding back my laughter too. I even saw our dad coughing from the smoke, and he hurried to drink water from a teacup, so he wouldn't cough loudly. That was when Xiao Wan was a 9-month premature baby. Zhang Xianghua wiped her tears of laughter and said, "I wonder if those two went home crying or not." Soon after, Zhang Xianghua came out of the west room with a big smile on her face. While washing her face, she asked, "Mom, what are we eating this morning?" "First, fry 2 pots of pancakes, then make a lettuce soup. Lettuce is getting old if we don't eat it. Add 2 eggs to the soup, fresh and lively. Xiao Wan, Jianhua, and the others can eat more. Going up the mountain will give them strength. All right, I'll go check the chicken coop. They should have laid eggs last night." Zhang Xianghua knew her sons were close, and her mother-in-law was just worried about her granddaughter.
She didn't argue.
The mischievous boys weren't very delicate anyway. She was quick and efficient, and soon she happily brought back 6 eggs. "Mom, look. All 6 hens laid eggs yesterday. Should I fry some egg sauce for them to take?" Jian Bei and the others are going too. They've been working hard digging the ground lately, so they need some nourishment. Last night's meat stew was still unknown how many bites her 3 brothers could eat. Grandma Qiao carefully examined the eggs. "All right, I'll fry the remaining 4 eggs. Add more soy sauce, make it salter. Not just 4, maybe 40 eggs wouldn't be enough for those boys." Seeing her tall and strong grandsons, Grandma Qiao's smile deepened. They looked just like her. "Let's steam a pot of potatoes too. Brother Jianbei's 3 boys at home definitely won't be full. Sometimes, the second daughter-in-law was stingy. When she didn't work, she made thin porridge with pickled vegetables to get by. No oil, just enough to fill their stomachs. The young boys ate so much they were exhausting their father. The 3 brothers Jianbei were the biggest eaters. In less than an hour, their stomachs would start to growl. Zhang Shenghua wiped the spoon with a cloth and scooped a bowl of thick soy sauce from the jar. She smiled and said, "It's clear that my mother loves her grandson. I'm easygoing and don't like to argue, but others might not be so kind." At this time, food was precious, and no one was wealthy. The most annoying thing was people mooching meals. "You've always been good. I praise you to everyone," said Grandma Qiao with a big smile. She was very pleased with her eldest daughter-in-law. Old Mr. Qiao just came out of the East Room and, hearing this, also praised her. Zhang Shenghua felt a bit shy and placed the soy sauce bowl on the stove, then took a clay basket to dig up potatoes in the vegetable garden. Pull out 2 heads of garlic and pick a few sprigs of cilantro, she thought. Yesterday, she had harvested a basket of eggplants and Grandma Qiao was planning to make garlic eggplant. She took a basin, scooped water from the water jar, washed the potatoes, and steamed them together. Zhang Shenghua responded with a sound and, in a short while, dug up a full basket of potatoes. They were of various sizes, the largest bigger than a man's fist. "Mom, look, this year the potatoes grew well. I only pulled 2 bunches and the basket is full," she said. "Your dad said the harvest this year should be good too," Grandma Qiao replied, filling the biggest basin with water. Zhang Shenghua poured the potatoes in, and the mother and daughter-in-law started washing. Once the potatoes were clean, there was no need to peel them. They could be eaten directly. The 2 worked busy all morning. Just as the meal was served, the 3 brothers, Jianbei, Jiandong, and Jianxi, arrived. Grandma Qiao hurriedly invited them to eat. "Jianbei, Jiandong, Jianxi, come up and sit on the Kong, heated bed, to eat more," she said. "No, Grandma, we've already eaten," Jianbei shook his head. Zhang Shenghua quickly brought 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, smiling, and said, "We're not outsiders, no need to be polite. Come and eat." Jianbei insisted he wouldn't sit at the table, shaking his head. Zhang Shenghua pushed a bowl and chopsticks into his arms. Jianbei, who was naturally shy about speaking, just said he was full and had eaten at home. Jianxiang and Jianxi, being lively, saw they had brought their own food and didn't pretend anymore. Jianxiang cheerfully took the bowls, saying, "Thank you, Auntie. We didn't eat enough this morning." He picked up a potato, which was hot, and peeled it quickly. Jianxi also helped himself without hesitation, stuffing food into his mouth and praising the potatoes. Jianbei blushed deeply. Old Mr. Qiao handed him a cornmeal cake, saying, "Eat quickly. No need to be polite at Uncle's house." He truly cared about his nephews, but these days every family was struggling. They wanted to help but couldn't do much. He carefully glanced at his wife with a small look, seeing her smiling happily, which made him feel relieved and even more grateful. Yes, tonight he would take good care of her, give her a foot massage. Old Mr. Qiao happily took a big sip of soup. Jiao Jiandong's mouth was full, but he still called out, "You don't know. I didn't even get half full this morning." "What's wrong? Didn't your mom make enough porridge?" Old Lady Jiao frowned. The second daughter-in-law should know her limits. "It wasn't made at all." Jiao Jianxi hurriedly added, "I don't know who upset my older brother. He looked upset early in the morning, and when I asked him what was wrong, he didn't say anything. Our mom thought he was sick again, so she didn't bother to cook. Instead, second brother warmed up yesterday's leftover corn cakes for us. The vegetables went sour, and the cakes were dry and hard to chew." The Jiao family table fell silent. Zhang Shenghua thought about the couple's expressions last night, wishing they could disappear into the ground, and she almost laughed. She quickly put down her bowl. "I'm going to call Shaoan. If she's not up soon, it'll be too late." Usually they ate in the East Room, but today Jiao Yuan was lazy in bed, so the table was moved to the West Room. When she lifted the curtain, she saw Jiao Yuan still sleeping soundly, her face pale with a touch of red. Zhang Shenghua looked at her with admiration. Softly, she called, Xiaowan, wake up, it's time to eat. Jiao Yuan turned over, her eyelids too heavy to open. Auntie, let me sleep a bit longer. You all go ahead and eat. Brother Jianbei and the others are here. Why did they come so early? It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Do they miss me that much? Finally opening her eyes, Jiao Yuan glanced at the watch beside her pillow. It was 15 minutes to 5.
She groaned.
Waking up so early was painful. She had been sleeping so well and even dreaming. Zhang Xianghua smiled gently at her niece. Did you forget you need to go up the mountain today? Oh, right. Jiao Yuan suddenly woke up completely. She sat up quickly. Auntie, help me fold the quilt. I need to wash my face and eat quickly. I want to go up the mountain to catch rabbits for you. Okay. Zhang Xianghua happily ate the pancake her niece had drawn. P.S. In the countryside, when cooking beans in a big pot, potatoes are placed around the edge. The potatoes taste slightly salty but not too salty, making them very delicious. Jiao Yuan found a yellow rose chiffon short-sleeve top and yellow carrot pants from a nearby cabinet. She also took a matching headband from a small box. She bought the box at a scrap yard for a dime. She didn't know what kind of wood it was, but it was pretty and big. She stored her hair clips, headbands, and small accessories inside. She quickly dressed, braided her hair into a fishbone braid, and placed the headband on top of her head. She looked very stylish, and Jiao Yuan was very happy. When she turned around, she saw Zhang Xianghua glaring at her with her mouth open. She deliberately flipped her braid. Annie, do I look good? Yes, you look good. My goodness, is it really okay for you to go up the mountain dressed like that? Little one, the trees on the mountain are full of branches. Don't let your clothes get torn again. Do you have any older clothes? Ma'am, it's okay. I'll be careful. She has so many fabrics and clothes in her space. Why worry? She just wants to look pretty. No matter how hard life is, she won't let herself suffer. After washing up, Qiao Yuan just entered the west room and saw Qiao Jiandeng gesturing wildly, talking about last night, spitting as he spoke. Really? Little Wan said that? Even Han Kaifeng said so? Qiao Jianan didn't learn those words. Ha ha ha, he has no shame to learn that. Did Ma really hit him?
Ha ha.
Of course, Ma is right here. If you don't believe it, ask her. I didn't make it up. You didn't see the faces of those two. All red and green, black and blue, like eggplants after frost. Qiao Jiandong and Qiao Jianqi laughed while pounding the table, looking very pleased. Qiao Jiabei was less outgoing, but also had a smile in her eyes. She was honest, not foolish. Old Mr. Qiao looked on and sighed inwardly. Even brothers can't get along well, which shows how unkind Qiao Jianan has become. He thought he should find time to talk seriously with the second son. Only when the older brother treats everyone fairly can there be fewer complaints among siblings. Right now, the children haven't married yet. Once they have their own families, if favoritism continues, brothers might become enemies. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. She actually learned how to pat the Kong, a traditional heated bed. She sat down on the edge of the Kong. What's being said? I didn't say he was pretending to be sick. Yes, you didn't say it, but that's what you mean. Xiao Jiandeng smiled warmly and served her a bowl of soup. It had 2 big pieces of egg.
Hee, that's right.
That's what I mean. She stopped pretending, laid her cards on the table, and happily took a sip of soup. She nudged Qiao Jiandong with her elbow. Brother Jiandong, can you imitate how Qiao Jianan looked this morning? She didn't want to miss any chance to tease Qiao Jianan. I'll tell you. Qiao Jiandong immediately brightened up. He even imitated Qiao Jianan's tone, sighing, pretending to be troubled, and mimicking his expressions perfectly. It was so vivid, it was a shame he wasn't an actor. The Qiao family had to listen to 2 rounds of Qiao Jianan's weak and unable to take care of himself stories that morning. Old Mr. and Mrs. Qiao felt more and more uncomfortable eating. Qiao Jiandong kept talking happily. Little one, you don't know. At first, my mom thought he was sick again. She wanted to steam an egg for him to boost his health. Usually, he would ask for a few drops of sesame oil, but this morning, he surprisingly said he didn't want to eat. My goodness, I was so scared. Xiao Jianan actually didn't want to eat eggs one day. My mom was so scared she thought he was seriously ill. She checked his forehead for fever and asked my dad to find the village doctor. Remembering the big scene this morning, Xiao Jiandong laughed so hard he almost fell over. He made a funny face and said, "My mom even wanted to go find old Jai to check on him. She thought maybe he came home late last night and got bumped on the way." Then my big brother's eyes turned red. He even said my mom treats him the best, trying to comfort her, and her face relaxed. After flattering him, he mumbled that last night I scolded him. Xiao Jiandong ended with a shrug. Xiao Yuan laughed so hard she nearly fell over. She drank 2 more bowls of simple lettuce soup and ate an extra pancake. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere at old Xiao's house, the mood at Xiao Chongfu's was a bit tense. At first, Zhou Chunhua was smiling happily because her son was trying to cheer her up, but after hearing his complaints, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Is that little girl really saying that?
Mom.
Xiao Jianan's eyes were still red. Where do I put the face of the eldest grandson of the Qiao family? As for Grandma Qiao's few whacks, the mother and son ignored them. What can you say about Grandma hitting her grandson? Zhou Chunhua wiped her tears, feeling heartbroken seeing her son cry like a child. I thought my eldest son, whom I cherish, was useless. It's no different from saying I have no eyes. Does she have no pride? She was angry, and the consequences were serious. Zhou Chunhua, furious, dried her tears and sat on the Kong, sulking. Xiao Chongfu, with his poor way of talking, couldn't comfort his wife and whispered, "That's called having eyes but no vision." He was confident in his education. He had attended a literacy class and looked up words in a dictionary. Obviously, you now, Zhou Chunhua snapped, "Just stay quiet." She was like a powder keg, ready to explode at anyone who provoked her. Xiao Chongfu, after arguing with his wife, felt a bit defeated, and his rational side regained control. Zhou Chunhua suspiciously looked at her eldest son and asked, "Are you sure you didn't just run out of food and blame others?" She secretly glanced at her daughter-in-law, suspecting she was stirring trouble. Her daughter-in-law was sneaky and tricky. She wasn't a match for her. Maybe she didn't get any benefit and was scolded like a fool, which made her angry. She wanted her to stand up for her, but she thought, no, I'm not that stupid. She knew others wouldn't pretend to be innocent. She secretly cursed her daughter-in-law for being unkind but realized she had to be careful. Otherwise, she might offend her little niece, who was just an ordinary niece, but a big supporter. She was generous and giving.
Mom.
Xiao Jianan's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling like the sky was falling. Why was everyone siding with that stubborn girl Yuan? Well, Jiannan, there's nothing I can do about it, Zhou Chunhua said awkwardly, nervously brushing her hair. If someone else said that to you, I would definitely go and confront them, scratch their faces for talking nonsense about my daughter-in-law. But Xiaowan is family. As an elder, I shouldn't argue with the younger ones, she added. Besides, I get along very well with Xiaowan, she said, mentioning that they're the gossip duo. Most importantly, they share a common enemy, Li Guilin. Yesterday, Xiaowan even gave me clam oil and snow cream, but your third aunt didn't, Zhou Chunhua thought happily. She eagerly took out the snow cream from the drawer, sniffing it happily. It smells so good. I'm getting old, and I haven't enjoyed the blessings of children and grandchildren, but I can enjoy the blessings of my niece. Li Guilin is so pretentious. She doesn't deserve such a good daughter. She planned to save some for the new year and show off in front of Li Guilin. Jiao Jianan was quite upset. Mom, she's a senior. It's right for her to give you something. He never expected his beloved mother to be bought over. If that were the case, his morning performance would have been pointless. He couldn't accept this. If I had money, I would buy snow cream for you too. 2 bottles at least, he said. Hearing this, Zhou Chunhua's smile grew wider from her son's filial piety. Next to her, Jiao Chongfu moved his lips silently. Seeing her mother-in-law happy, Han Kaifeng quickly encouraged her. Mom, Jian Nan isn't trying to cause trouble. He's the older brother. He wouldn't argue with his cousin. He just wants you to talk about Shaoan. Jian Nan is also upset. He was scolded and criticized by his sister-in-law for over 10 minutes. No older brother can feel good about that, she said. Last night, Jian Nan couldn't sleep, tossing and turning on the bed. He felt so useless. It made me restless too. Mom, even if you don't do it for Jian Nan, you should do it for my unborn child. You're her second aunt. Whatever you say, she will listen. Would she dare to argue with you? If she did, she might get splashed with spit. The old women in the village often argued, and Zhou Chunhua ranked in the top 10. She could handle a little girl easily, even using her grandson as a trump card. If she didn't get help from her mother-in-law, she wouldn't believe it. Han Kaifeng glanced softly at her treasured snow cream, smiling even more gently. Jiao Chongfu, sitting on a bench preparing to patch a sack, raised his eyelids slightly at her words. His eyebrows furrowed. I won't go, he said. Zhou Chunhua, thinking she saw through everything, said confidently. She even tricked her own parents. What do I need to do, as a second aunt? She couldn't argue with Jiao Yuan during a fight. She could talk endlessly about principles. After thinking carefully, she realized that her niece's words might have some truth. Jian Nan was born 9 months ago and is tall and strong, so he doesn't seem physically weak. His wife got pregnant soon after marriage, which shows she's not fragile either. Was he pretending to be sick before? She looked suspiciously at Xiao Jian Nan, but didn't dare believe that her eldest son was faking illness to avoid work. She watched helplessly as her parents worked hard. Maybe she should try something? Zhou Chunhua thought for a while and suddenly added, Shaoan can swim. She won't drown easily. Swim? What does that mean? Xiao Jiannan and his wife were stunned and almost choked. This morning, they kept talking past each other, saying nothing useful. It was all nonsense. Zhou Chunhua then said, Jiannan, you're a man. Relax your mind a bit. Don't be so narrow. You're always fussing over small things. Shaoan didn't shout loudly at home. She was just talking inside. As long as we don't tell others, no one will know. If you really can't get over it, think about the braised pork you ate last night. It was so fragrant it could make your tongue drool. If Shaoan gave me meat every day, she could say whatever she wants. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't lose a piece of meat. Once the rabbit factory was built, with her being the sister-in-law of the team leader, Qiao Yuan, she could at least get a job in breeding animals. Then she wouldn't have to work in the fields and could stay as fair-skinned as her sister-in-law. If she wanted meat, she could just catch one. How wonderful! Thinking this way, her eldest son's scolding became just a small matter, pushed aside. Her mind was full of her beloved niece, Qiao Yuan. She turned to her husband, Chongfu, and said, Chongfu, go to our mother's later and scrub the stone mill a few more times until it's very clean. I'll pick some soybeans at home to soak, so Shaoan can make soy milk. She loves drinking soy milk. Jian Nan and Han Kaifeng were stunned to hear this. Their faces showed disbelief, and they felt like they'd been hit with 1,000 points of criticism.
Mom.
Jian Nan suddenly shouted, clutching his chest. What are you shouting for? Are you calling for your soul? I'm not dead yet. Zhou Chunhua, who was dreaming happily, was startled and shivered. Reflexively, she grabbed the broom and threw it at Jian Nan. This was how her sons, Jian Dong and Jian Shi, used to be treated. Jian Nan froze, inexperienced and unable to dodge, and the broom narrowly missed his head, grazing his scalp painfully. Chongfu looked at his wife, silently got up, picked up the crooked broom, and handed it to Zhou Chunhua, moving with practiced ease, making her feel distressed. Han Kaifeng nervously touched Jian Nan's head. With a tone of mild complaint, she said, Mom, you almost poked Jinan's eye. Halfway through, she remembered there was still a place to ask the old lady. Han Kaifeng quickly and cleverly changed the subject. Mom, I caught Jinan. You can go lie down and hit him, especially where there's more meat. Anyway, she's her real mom, so it won't hurt. Xiao Jinan felt deeply hurt. Zhou Chunhua threw the broom handle at Xiao Chongfu and rolled her eyes at Han Kaifeng with a displeased look. She retorted, It's obvious it's you. Mother-in-law was hard to please, Han Kaifeng thought to herself. Feeling a bit awkward, she looked for a way out. Mom, let me help you pick out the soybeans. I have good eyesight and pick quickly. The effort she offered was useful. Zhou Chunhua nodded. All right, go to the warehouse and dig out 2 bowls of soybeans, pick them, wash them, and soak them in water. Wash them a couple more times. Xiaowan likes to be clean. After washing, feed the pigs. When you're free at home, feed them a few more times to help them grow more meat. After feeding the pigs, make a pot of pig feed. There aren't many soybean skins left. Just put them in 3 baskets. The pig grass is outside in the kitchen. Shake off the dirt well. Don't let it get dirty. Also add some cabbage and carrots. Oh, and there are 2 melons next to the water tank outside. Put those in too. Throw away the rotten parts. Don't give the pigs bad food. They're precious. When she mentioned melons, Zhou Chunhua got a bit angry. Those 2 melons grew really big, looked delicious. I wanted to steam and eat them today. Last night I checked the vegetable garden and I found a hole made by mice. Both melons were eaten. What a waste. She rambled on, then thought for a moment and continued. After finishing these, weeding the vegetable garden is next. The rain made the grass grow crazy fast. Your dad just pulled some a few days ago, but it's already grown back. Also, the pigsty and chicken coop manure are almost full. They need cleaning. Be alert and smart. Don't wait for someone to tell you everything. After finishing these, sweep the yard. It's almost impossible to walk. There's chicken droppings everywhere. We wake up early and work late, with no time to spare. Those at home don't even bother to tidy up. Zhou Chunhua muttered as she put on her shoes, clearly giving instructions. Han Kaifeng hadn't yet reacted to the busy work, instinctively asked, Mom, what are you doing? Zhou Chunhua rolled her eyes. You're telling me what to do? I'm going to your grandma's house. Zhou Chunhua planned to stay at her mother-in-law's all day, just in case she caught some wild game she could eat right away. Han Kaifeng, overwhelmed with chores, wondered who she could rely on. She couldn't possibly do all this pregnant. Seeing her mother-in-law busy changing clothes and not paying attention, she quickly pinched Xiao Jianan hard. Xiao Jianan also changed his mind, realizing that these tasks were all arranged for him. He was very scared and said, Mom, you don't want me to do this, do you? I've never done these kinds of jobs before. I can't do it. The pig pen was especially disgusting, smelling terrible. After shoveling pig manure, his clothes still reeked for days. No matter how he washed, the smell wouldn't go away. Chicken manure was even harder to handle. The chicken coop was low and cramped, so he had to bend over while working, almost hurting his back. And now they even asked him to sweep the yard. How could they be so cruel? His face turned pale with worry. Zhou Chunhua's eyes nearly popped out. It's just learning. What's so hard about it? Jianbei can do it, and Jiandong, and Jian she can do it too. Why can't you? Are you less smart than others? Or do you lack something? Xiaowan is right. You're about to become a father, so you should start taking on some work. Anyway, she had already done these chores and was tired, so no one could stop her from eating meat. She pulled Xiao Zhongfu aside. Come on, you should rest today too, and go with me to see my mother. Men are thin now, and they need good nourishment. Besides, if her own man stayed at home working and she ate meat alone, what would happen if Grandma took a broom and chased her out? She could tell the difference between her son and her daughter-in-law. Xiao Zhongfu put down the half-filled sack and silently followed behind. Han Kaifeng was stunned. They're leaving? So much work, just for us? Mom, what's wrong with her? She didn't dare say the last words aloud, but her meaning was clear. Xiao Jianan glanced at her and, seeing that his mother didn't hear, rolled his eyes at her. Stop talking, don't let Mom hear you. What if she gives us more chores? Han Kaifeng saw her mother-in-law walk far away and, feeling safe, continued. How come Mom changed so fast? This morning she was asking about us, and now, just an hour later, she's acting like a stepmother. If we weren't in the same brigade and hadn't known each other for years, I'd think she's faking her concern for you. Jiannan, why do you think Mom changed so quickly? There was no time to prepare, and it was hard to understand or accept. I don't know, Xiao Jianan said, rubbing his face hard. feeling a bit dizzy. For the first time, he felt the cold hostility from his own mother. Looking at the pig pen with pigs eating and covered in mud, he really wanted to cry. It's all because of Qiao Yuanwan's gossip. Our mom trusts her the most. If he had known, he wouldn't have complained. Qiao Jiannan felt a bit discouraged. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuanwan, who was worried about him, had already gone into the mountains to play. The Qingshan Liangzi brigade was small, but it had mountains and rivers. The mountains stretch endlessly, with dense, lush forests. Towering trees stand tall like giants, blocking out the sunlight completely. Only faint, dappled shadows fall on the ground. The whole forest feels very dark. As soon as you enter, the heat disappears instantly, making it seem like a different world from outside. Breathing becomes much easier. Xiao Yuanwan listens to the chirping birds and insects, looks at the wildflowers in the forest, and feels very happy. She shakes a tail grass in her hand, her eyes darting around quickly. She never misses a good find. Suddenly, a fat wild chicken, reckless and bold, swoops over her head. The chicken is very arrogant, even stepping on Qiao Yuanwan's head with its claws. It then perches on a low branch nearby, flapping its colorful wings and raising its head high, as if daring anyone to challenge it. It seems to say, "Come on, try to catch me." Frustrated, Qiao Yuanwan quietly takes out her slingshot and a stone, aims and shoots. The wild chicken falls from the tree instantly. Good grief. Hearing the noise, Qiao Jiandang quickly steps forward and rushes over. He picks up the chicken and is so surprised he can hardly speak. "Wow, you smashed its head. Sister, your slingshot is really good," Qiao Jianhua says, smiling and squinting as he touches the chicken's meat. "It's so fat, this one weighs at least 4 or 5 jin. Look at what I told you," Qiao Yuanwan says proudly. "Follow me, and you'll have meat to eat. It's just a small dish. Wait and see. Soon I'll be hitting wild boars." Qiao Jiandong fluffs his chest and steps closer, eager to flatter her, rubbing her shoulders. He's so eager he's lost all his dignity as a brother. "Xiaowan, can I try your slingshot?" Qiao Jiandang asks, grinning. "Here, take it," Qiao Yuanwan says with a smile, showing her white teeth. "My slingshot isn't ordinary. The rubber band is made from cow tendon, very strong. In her past life, she used it to smash a pervert's testicles. Big sister is so brave." Qiao Jianhua can't stand his flattery and playfully hits Qiao Jiandong on the head. "All right, put the wild chicken in the basket and let's go deeper into the forest," Qiao Yuanwan says. "There are too many people outside coming in waves, and it's embarrassing if they see us." Qiao Jianxi quickly tears off a few large leaves, and with Qiao Jiandong's help, they wrap the chicken tightly, covering it with some wild vegetables. They toss it into the basket. After this big success, the 7 siblings are even more excited, ready to show their skills. They walk about 30 minutes further into the mountain. In front, about 10 meters away, a big, silly roe deer jumps out of the grass, bouncing and running. A few pairs of eyes met the eyes of a roe deer directly, and they were both startled. After a few seconds of surprise, the roe deer suddenly dashed forward about 20 meters, then stopped. It darted into the bushes. As they say, silly roe deer. Its head was hidden well, but its rear still showed, with white tail fur flaring out, making its white very noticeable. Qiao Jiandong and Qiao Jianxi were about to rush forward when Qiao Jiandang called them back in a low voice, saying, "Don't move. Absolutely don't move. If we do, it will run again." "How can we catch it if we don't move?" Qiao Jianya asked quietly, swallowing hard. "Maybe I should fly and pounce on it?" "No," Qiao Jiandang said, thinking it safer if everyone works together. "Even a silly roe deer has 4 legs and runs fast. We'll surround it." The others nodded in agreement. Qiao Jiandong looked at Qiao Yuan and chuckled. "Xiaowan, you don't need to do anything. Just watch nearby. Wait for us to catch the roe deer for you to eat." He didn't believe that the 6 of them couldn't catch a simple, silly roe deer. With that, they quickly ran out. But before they reached the roe deer, the one leading, Xiao Jianye saw a wild boar hiding in the nearby grass. The boar's target was also the roe deer. The 6 of them, with the boar in the middle and the roe deer on either side, suddenly faced each other.
Ah!
A wild boar. Xiao Jianye shouted in alarm. The wild boar went berserk, kicking the ground wildly to intimidate the two-legged creatures in front of it. Run, little sister, several cousins shouted at once. Xiao Jianye, Xiao Jiandong, and Xiao Jinshi, all brave and impulsive, grabbed their axes and charged at the wild boar. Xiao Jinhua and others were stunned. Slow down, stop, it's too fierce. Relaxing at the back, Qiao Yuan casually threw the half-eaten cucumber aside and drew a dagger from her waist. Holding it in her hand, she stepped forward swiftly, adjusting her grip on the dagger as she ran. Running through the woods was second nature to her. She moved smoothly and quickly. In just a few breaths, she was ahead of them. Qiao Jinhua, Qiao Jiandang, and Qiao Jianbei felt a sudden gust of wind near their ears. When they looked up, Qiao Yuan was already in front of them. Qiao Jianbei was so startled that he slipped and fell into the grass nest, biting into the grass and bleeding from his front teeth. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up, tears in his eyes, and ran forward with all his might. Meanwhile, Qiao Jianye had already swung his axe onto the wild boar's back. The boar lost a few bristles, went wild, snorting and charging at him. The boar, weighing around 300 pounds and over 2 meters long, ran with heavy thuds, its long nose almost touching Qiao Jianye. Grandpa is here. Zhou Jiandong shouted to attract attention and then swung his axe. Zhou Jinshi, not willing to be outdone, grabbed a kitchen knife and struck the wild boar. The 3 brothers became more excited, their enthusiasm high, showing no fear at all, perfectly illustrating the saying that young bulls are not afraid of tigers. The wild boar's thick skin made it hard to with ordinary guns, let alone an axe or a knife. The boar shook its head and roared loudly, then turned around.
Let me handle this, said Zhou Yuan.
She slid forward quickly and stabbed her dagger at the boar's neck. Her dagger was a special space weapon made of unknown material, but it worked very well. She stabbed the boar's main artery in one strike, aiming to take its life. She twisted the dagger in the boar's neck, then pulled it out and stabbed again, then pulled out and stabbed again. Blood spurted everywhere. Within seconds, the boar collapsed with a thud. Its eyes were full of reluctance. Zhou Yuan had a drop of blood on her face, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She stepped forward and closed the boar's eyes. Rest in peace, Big Brother Pig.
Thanks for the meat, she said.
In the dim woods, with this bloody scene and her strange expression, no dark filter was needed. If some news agency saw this, they would definitely take a photo. The caption might read, "A girl from the ancient eastern country, bloodthirsty and savage." Zhou Jianhua and the other 5, who looked helpless and young, with thin arms and legs that could fall over with a breeze, were stunned. The little girl dressed beautifully had just fought a wild boar. They were crazy. The world was too wild. Oh my goodness. They hadn't helped at all. What is this? Zhou's little sister and their 6 useless brothers? They were in deep trouble. It was so funny it could make dogs laugh out loud. The 6 brothers looked at each other, feeling sorry for themselves, hugging their sturdy selves. Zhou Yuan pointed at the blood-covered wild boar and said, "Are you all stunned? What are you waiting for? Come help quickly." The strong smell of blood might attract other animals. She casually rubbed her dagger on the grass and then stuck it into her lower back. Zhou Jianhua's legs were still a bit weak, and he floated forward, pulling aside the dead boar. Should we carry the whole thing back or split it here? He was confused and had no idea. The others weren't in much better shape, all a bit stunned. It was Zhou Yuan who took charge, saying, "Let's split it. The boar is big, hard to carry. And..." She paused, lowering her voice subconsciously. "If we carry it all back, everyone will know." She openly talked about wanting to keep the meat for herself. She wasn't that noble. After working hard and risking danger to hunt wild boars, she finally sold the meat. Those who received the meat might not even say thank you, They might even curse behind her back. In the future, if she eats meat again, people might suspect she hunted wild boars again or secretly kept crickets. The wild boars are in the mountains, and she didn't stop others from stepping on her toes. It's just a matter of whether they have the courage.
Do you mean?
Jiang Jiandong's eyes lit up. He was the most cunning. He quickly understood what Zhou Yuan meant. No one wanted to share if they could keep everything for themselves. Zhou Yuan gave him a look of approval. Just sell it to the commune. We split the money evenly. Meat is expensive now. The supply and marketing cooperative sells decent meat for about 75 cents, the leanest for 70 cents, and wild boar meat could be cheaper. But black market prices are at least twice the cooperatives. We could sell a piece for $1 or $1.20, and it would sell well. We have roe deer and wild chickens. That's enough to eat. In summer, the meat won't last long. The 6 brothers all turned to look at the curious, non-running deer. Speechless. It's true, people never miss an opportunity to give nicknames. Then they all looked back at Zhou Yuan. Jiang Jianhua looked serious. Xiao Wan, how do you know the black market prices? Could she have been there? She was brave. I've been, Zhou Yuan said simply. What's there to be afraid of? I run so fast, who can catch me? The brave may go hungry, the timid will starve. Just say whether you want to sell or not. She didn't like people asking too many questions. Then will my dad agree? Jiang Jianhua asked uncertainly. Since he became the team leader, he always led by example. Why are you so stubborn? Just don't tell Dad. Jiang Jianding rolled his eyes at his brother. But he had other worries. If we sell in the afternoon, where do we hide it at noon? How about in my house? Jiang Jianbei suggested. As soon as he finished, everyone including Jiang Jiandong and Jiang Jianxi strongly opposed. No way. Absolutely not. We absolutely must not let the eldest brother find out. Jiang Jiandong said seriously. Now that they had money, Jiang Jianan would definitely try to take some. They absolutely couldn't let Jiang Jianan get a big advantage. Once he got addicted, he would become even more shameless. Brothers could support each other, but he couldn't be exploited like a bloodsucker. Second auntie also can't know. If she finds out, in just a couple of days the whole team will know. Zhou Yuan knew well how hard it was to keep secrets from Zhou Chunhua. She was terrible at keeping secrets. Just divide the meat first. Think while working. I'm going to catch the roe deer. After saying that, Zhou Yuan pulled out her knife again. In less than 2 minutes, she was back dragging the hind legs of the deer. 6 brothers who didn't even cut a piece of meat. How did they learn such skills? Could it be from practicing with Xiao Yudong? Xiao Jiandong and Xiao Jiandi exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. They feel they underestimated Xiao Jianan. Way too lightly. The 6 brothers borrowed Xiao Yuan's dagger, cut open the pig on the spot, and tied the pig's head, trotters, intestines, and heart with grass. They wrapped them with large leaves for easy sale tomorrow. They cut off the front and back legs, placing each into baskets. Xiao Yuan used a sickle to cut some bark from birch trees to line the bottom of the baskets, then stuffed grass around them to prevent any blood from leaking out. A layer of pig grass was laid on top as cover. The middle part, with ribs, was cut in half, with the heavier pieces placed on top. Xiao Jiabei and Xiao Jianhua, the biggest, carried the baskets. They weren't too heavy. Rural kids are strong, and the smallest, Xiao Jianya, carried 70 or 80 jin easily. They also divided the roe deer. Xiao Jiandang and Xiao Yuan carried those. Xiao Yuan casually picked up a cucumber they had discarded earlier, wiped it on her clothes without care, and ate it. The cucumber was crisp and fragrant. Xiao Jiandang smirked. Xiao Wan, you grew up in the city. Why are you so wild?
I'm just being free, she replied.
She didn't care about being dirty. It was much better than technology and harsh work. Xiao Jianding laughed. Xiao Wan, did you forget what clothes you're wearing today? She looked beautiful when they arrived, like a little fairy, even more eye-catching than the city girls from Beijing. But on the way back, sigh. Xiao Jianding sighed. All the books he read had already been swallowed by his stomach. He couldn't find the right words. It was like on a wedding night, when the groom excitedly lifts the veil to see the bride, only to find she has a beard. And he would say, it's Wang Gang. Xiao Yuan looked down at her clothes, noticing they were a bit dirty. No big deal.
Stop talking.
It's only past 9. Let's hurry back. Maybe we'll have meat for lunch. Hearing this, the 6 brothers brightened, quickening their steps. Luckily, after walking for over an hour and leaving the woods, they didn't meet anyone. They also caught 4 rabbits, each weighing 6 or 7 jin. Everyone's lips curled into wide smiles, and they walked more confidently. Until they reached the gate, they saw a few women. Oh my goodness, did you guys catch wild chickens? A woman saw them carrying a wild chicken and hurried over excitedly, reaching out to grab it. Where did you catch it? Not far from here? Did you go deep into the mountains? Aunt Wei, Aunt Chi, Granny Wang, were you out picking wild vegetables? Xiao Jianhua greeted them with a smile. We didn't go deep into the mountains. We wouldn't dare. We don't have hunting guns. We just went to gather pig grass and took a walk along the mountain edge. This chicken was bitten by something and collapsed. Xiao Wan, with sharp eyes, noticed it. It was planned to show the wild chicken openly. They were worried someone might smell the blood. The women looked at each other with envy. Granny Wang sincerely said, Xiao Wan has always been lucky. This wasn't an exaggeration. In the cold winter, a group of kids and girls played on the ice, sledding, ice cracking, and sliding. Only Xiao Yuan was carving a hole in the ice, fishing with her old fishing rod. She didn't catch fish every time, but twice out of 3, she had some success. The fish weren't big, but enough to satisfy her hunger. Everyone envied her. To fill her stomach, Xiao Yuan had always been hardworking. While the women wanted to ask more about the location, they didn't notice the few educated youth sneaking over from the front yard. They tiptoed quietly, crouching by the stick at the yard's edge, peeking through the gaps. Xiao Yuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and tightened the strap of her basket as she listened. Suddenly, she heard a shout nearby. Who stepped on my foot? The voice suddenly stopped. Xiao Yuan squinted and looked over. The educated youth's yard was full of trees, willows, elms, and poplars, surrounding it so tightly that nothing could be seen from outside. Not only the educated youth's yard, but almost every household in the commune was like this. Those who didn't plant trees by their yards were just lazy and full of bugs. Xiao Yuan didn't see anyone, but she guessed what was happening and felt uneasy. If they came out openly and asked, they would tell the truth. But sneaking around like this was suspicious. They really behaved like frogs in a well. She reached out and tugged at Granny Wang's clothes, giving her a subtle signal and nodding toward the stick at the yard's edge. At first, Granny Wang didn't understand, but after a few seconds, she realized. She raised her voice loudly. Enough, don't ask anymore. What's there to ask? The mountain is so big. How can they describe it? Even if they took us there, do you think there would still be a collared chicken for us to find? We only get 1 chance a year. When we rest another day, let the young men in the family go up the mountain themselves. Come on, it's almost noon. Let's go home and cook. Granny Wang pulled the 2 women and headed home first. A few young people eavesdropping had their legs go numb, but they heard nothing. They all rolled their eyes and whispered, "What's so special about that?" Exactly, just a lucky catch. Old Mrs. Chow was mending socks in the east room when she heard a loud bang at the door. She shivered in fright and quickly looked outside. She saw Xiao Jiandong grinning widely and calling out loudly as he ran into the yard. "Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle,
Aunt,
come quickly and see what we've found." He rushed inside, with Xiao Yuan following behind and closing the door casually. Old Mrs. Chow carried a fire poker into the kitchen and immediately saw the wild chicken in Jiandong's hand, her eyes shining with happiness. She casually threw the fire poker aside.
Wow, such a fat chicken.
You guys are amazing, catching meat so fast. At this moment, Old Man Xiao and others also came out. Zhou Chunhua was the fastest, helping Xiao Yuan take down her basket first. Then she helped Jiandong untie his basket. Zhou Chunhua and Jiandong both had loud voices. "Jiandong, Yuan, what's in your baskets? Why are they so heavy?" Old Mrs. Chow was almost moved to tears by her daughter-in-law's foolishness and nudged her with her elbow. She lowered her voice. Quiet you. Didn't you see Yuan close the door? Old Mrs. Chow was clever. Zhou Chunhua was scared and covered her mouth, peering outside suspiciously. Seeing no one, she sighed in relief. She whispered, Mom, don't worry, no one's around. Then she muttered, Mom, why are you pushing me so hard? It hurt her arm. All morning, she had been scolded by her mother-in-law or lectured by her father-in-law. She felt overwhelmed and almost wanted to cry. Only eating meat could make her feel better. Zhou Chunhua mumbled as she went to get the wild chicken. She touched the meat on its body and immediately looked happy. She said to Qiao Chongfu, See? I told you waiting here early was the right choice. We're definitely going to get some meat. Old Mrs. Qiao and Old Man Qiao looked speechless. They were hopeless. Qiao Chongfu and Jiandong also looked stunned. Could they say it out loud? Qiao Fuyo and Zhang Xianghua looked surprised too. Luckily, she was brave. The 6 people had 3 different feelings, but only Yuan couldn't help but giggle. She was proud of her big sister-in-law's personality. She had many small flaws, but no big problems. She was kind-hearted, open-minded, and didn't take things to heart, so their relationship wasn't tiring. Second sister-in-law, don't just laugh. Look at our baskets, she said. Hearing this, Zhou Chunhua's eyes lit up. She reached out and grabbed the basket. When she saw the roe deer meat, her eyes nearly popped out. My goodness, so much meat. Is this a roe deer? There are 4 fat rabbits here, weighing about 100 pounds together. Others couldn't hold back and moved closer. Old Joe instinctively took out his pipe and held it in his mouth. Wow, you kids are quite capable. Did anyone see? Although the roe deer didn't need to be divided, if someone saw it, it might cause trouble with jealous eyes. Old Lady Joe smiled so broadly her eyes nearly disappeared as she touched the pieces of meat again and again. She had been managing her household for decades, helping with every big event in the village. She calmly started giving orders. Hurry up, eldest daughter-in-law. Bring the big basins from home. Eldest son, go press 2 buckets of water. After pressing the water, clean the rabbits. Second daughter-in-law, bring over the 2 vegetable stands. The one in the house that's not used often, clean it thoroughly. Second son, sharpen the 2 kitchen knives quickly. Hurry up, don't delay. Turning around, she saw old Joe swaying with his hands behind his back and immediately added, Old man, don't just stand there, start the fire. Heat water in the east room pot. Boil more water. Shawan needs a bath and to clean the chicken feathers. Later, use the west room pot to stew the roe deer. It's not easy to cook, so stew it longer. Today, the stove might be very hot. After giving these instructions, she realized there was still a lot to do, so she shouted loudly outside, Jiandong, don't rush to take a bath yet. Take a basket of vegetables to the vegetable garden and pick some. Yard beans, chili peppers, potatoes. Pick more, she added. There will be many people at noon, and it won't be enough otherwise. Old Lady Joe was calculating how to organize everything in her mind. She looked at the clock inside and saw it was almost 11. She then asked Zhou Yuan, who was washing her face in the yard, Xiaowan, where are Jianhua and the others? Are they still in the mountains? Zhou Yuan, with foam all over her face, closed her eyes and replied calmly, They're back. We arrived just after them. Why didn't I see them come through the gate? Old Lady Joe was a bit suspicious. She stretched her neck and looked around the yard. Where are they? Not seeing anyone, she felt a little worried, wondering if someone was hurt. Afraid the adults would worry, she might have hidden. Go feed the pigs, Zhou Yuan said, wiping her face with a towel, her tone calm. She then went back to the east room and drank a large cup of cold water, feeling the heat lessen. Old Lady Joe wanted to check near the pig feed area. Zhang Xianghua smiled and added, Mom, don't worry. There are so many young men here. Nothing will happen. We all had our eyes on the food earlier, so we might not have noticed everything. That's true. Old Lady Qiao thought it made sense, so she let it go. This was the first time Qiao Yuan carried such a heavy load and walked so far. She was strong and didn't feel tired at first. But her feet hurt. When she took off her shoes, she saw 2 big blisters near her big toes, still shiny and fresh. She didn't pop them with a needle. She knew her grandmother would take care of crying children. The shoulder strap of her basket also burned painfully. She thought her grandfather was boiling water and would be a while, so she didn't change her clothes and went straight to the vegetable garden to help pick vegetables. They had several types of green beans. There were short, squatty ones called waste beans, oil beans, wide beans, long beans, and little sparrow eggs. The waste beans were short and low, even shorter than soybeans, and didn't need a trellis, which made things easier. The best part was they produced a lot, ripened early, and could be eaten by early June according to the lunar calendar. The oil beans were different. They ripened in mid-June, around the 20s of the lunar month. Old Xiao's family planted both kinds. In the garden, Xiao Jianhua and a few others were hiding meat in the oil bean trellis. Hide it well, so Grandma and the others don't find out. Don't worry, Xiao Jianzhong pushed the beans and covered the basket tightly with bean leaves. Just as he was about to leave the bean field, he suddenly heard footsteps and immediately crouched down. Who? Me? Xiao Yuan whispered softly. Fellow villagers, friends. The brothers looked alert. They had picked 2 full baskets of vegetables and left the garden together. Old Lady Qiao looked them over from head to toe. Each face was rosy and excited, just like a big monkey. She knew none of them were hurt, and her heart relaxed. Her smile grew wider, and she was about to praise them when she saw Qiao Jianya's back was stained with a bean leaf. Old Lady Qiao raised her eyebrows and stopped smiling. Did you go into the bean field? The brothers shivered in fear and all denied it. No. Xiao Yuan grinned, thinking this was obvious. Old Lady Qiao rolled her eyes at her grandchildren. Still deny it? Jianya's back is covered with leaves. Tell the truth, did you go into? The 6 brothers all sighed in relief. Old Lady Qiao patted Jianya's back. You little rascal, don't you know where the toilet is? Too lazy to walk a few steps, and now you smell like in the bean field. Grandma, I couldn't hold it, Jianya said at a critical moment, acting well. Grandma, I drink a lot of water so I don't smell, and it helps the beans grow stronger. The adults inside couldn't help but laugh. Old Lady Qiao scolded with a smile. Nonsense. If you burn the beans, it would be just as good. Now go away, stay out of the kitchen. It's already hot enough. A few young men gathered here, breathing hard from the heat. Everyone hurried to take a shower, then went inside to rest and wait for dinner. Today, let's eat heartily. Rabbit stew with potatoes, braised roe deer, spicy stir-fried roe deer meat, and bean curd with chicken. Old Mrs. Qiao spoke louder and louder. She also called Jiang Chongfu and Jiang Fuyo, who had just finished work. You two, don't rest yet. It's time to lend a hand. Help peel the potatoes. Yesterday, Xiaowan brought back some broken glass, but the peelings are useful. The 2 brothers responded with a hum and quietly got to work. They sat on small stools, working on a big pile. At this moment, old Mr. Qiao had also boiled hot water. Jiang Jianbei and Jiang Jianhua weren't in a hurry to bathe. They first helped pluck the chicken feathers. Although they were boys, they knew how to do household chores. They soaked the wild chicken in hot water for a while, then took it out and started plucking feathers. With strong hands, they grabbed big handfuls of feathers and soon, the whole chicken was cleaned. They used a fire stick to push some ashes out of the stove and clean the tiny feathers. It took less than 5 minutes. Jiang Jianhua washed his hands and said, Xiaobei, go take a bath first. I'll handle the rest. He quickly cut open the chicken with a knife. Old Mrs. Qiao looked on and smiled. This chicken is quite fat, with plenty of oil inside. The house to the east of the Jiang family was next to the road, with rice fields nearby and a small river beside the fields. The river was about 3 meters wide, not deep, but very clear. Some parts had sandy bottoms. Jiang Jianbei and his brothers usually bathed there. Jiang Yuan returned to the east room, took a set of clean clothes, and grabbed a large basin. She filled it with cold water, while most of the hot water went to the side room. Since no one was in Jiang Jianhua's room, she rinsed herself casually in the basin. Then she quickly slipped into the space, washed with fragrant soap, and felt very refreshed. She sighed happily. After coming out of the space, she used the water in the basin to wash the clothes she had taken off. Jiang Jianhua came out, threw away the chicken feathers, and happened to see her hanging clothes. He poured out the water for her. Jianhuaji, in the afternoon, you can go to the commune to get the thermos. Buy some ice pops to eat. It's so hot today. Okay, I'll buy you the red bean ones you like. Jiang Yuan blinked. Maybe I'll go with you guys. Seeing Jiang Jianhua about to object, she quickly said, if Grandpa and Grandma ask, just say I want to buy something. The supply store in the brigade has none. You're worried I might be unsafe going alone, so you're coming with me. I look so good, and that's a pretty good reason, right? Qiao Jianhua. No way to argue back. Seeing his expression soften, Qiao Yuan grinned and said, actually, my foot hurts, and we can also borrow the team's ox cart. We pay for it so no one can complain. I have food stamps and want to buy some refined rice and white flour. How about we make dumplings tonight? When she mentioned dumplings, Jianhua's eyes lit up. The last time he ate dumplings was during the New Year, 2 meals. One on New Year's Eve and one on the first day of the New Year. They used a mix of white flour and fine cornmeal. They didn't add much meat, mostly sour vegetables, which made him teeth hurt from the sourness. They didn't have food stamps at home. They would pay money. They couldn't always take advantage of his sister. After selling meat, they would have money. Yuan was happy and said, okay, you can take the money for the flour. When you get to the commune and sell the meat, I promise I won't go. I'll stay at the second department store and wait for you to finish selling. The commune's black market usually wasn't very interesting. Ordinary people sold small baskets, wild vegetables from the mountains, seeds, and such. She had previously gone with Xiao Pan to sell fiddlehead ferns. There were almost no egg sellers. Unlike the city black market, which was large, strict, and involved grains, meat, cloth, cotton, and medicines, sometimes gold or antiques could be found. If someone had connections and enough money, even firearms could be obtained. Compared to the city, the commune's market wasn't really a black market, just small stalls run by ordinary people. But one good thing about the commune was that no one usually came to bother them. Occasionally, if someone did come, they could tell if the visitor was slightly better dressed, and then they would just run away. If caught, they'd only have their scales, goods, and a few words of criticism taken away. The team leader would then take the person back. The office left a few baskets of small garlic, willow sprigs, monkey legs. And the enthusiasm for work was instantly crushed. Honestly, there were no big deals. They were just small farmers from the lower teams. No profit, no credit. But this time, selling meat was different. About 300 jin. If caught, it wouldn't just be about confiscating goods. On the way back, Yuan said she wanted to go, but a few others shook their heads like rattles. Jianhua thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let Jianbei go with you. He's outside watching the ox cart. Jianbei was too honest, and they didn't trust him in the black market. Inside the kitchen, old lady Qiao, Zhang Xianghua, and Zhou Chunhua, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, worked together smoothly. They lit the fire, chopped vegetables, stir-fried, busy and lively. Soon, the smell of meat wafted out, making everyone with little oil in their stomachs secretly swallow their saliva. Zhou Chunhua saw old lady Qiao adding firewood to the stove, immediately handed her some wood. Old lady Qiao turned the vegetables, and she handed her the spatula, tasted the saltiness, and she handed her the salt jar, served the dishes, and she handed her the basin. They worked with great understanding. Wherever old lady Qiao went, she followed. Grandma Qiao was furious. Second daughter-in-law, why are you always hanging around behind me? You're in the way and have even stepped on my heel. You're a grown woman. Can't see what's going on? Why aren't you boiling porridge instead of just standing there? She was really fed up. Everything had to be ordered by others. She was like a simple-minded person, with no sense at all. Grandma Qiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Zhou Chunhua. Zhou Chunhua looked like she was about to cry. Zhang Xianghua watched the scene and saw her sister-in-law nervously pacing around. She couldn't help but smile. She took the initiative to say, "Sister-in-law, dinner is almost ready. Go call Jianan and his wife to come eat." "Big sister-in-law," Zhou Chunhua exclaimed happily, carefully glancing at Grandma Qiao's expression. Grandma Qiao was so angry she wanted to give her a stern look. "I'm not a step-grandmother, so don't act like that. I still care about my grandchildren's health and won't miss out on their share of food." Even if she was angry about her grandson, she wouldn't let the whole family skip meat just for him. Of course not. Zhou Chunhua was thick-skinned and didn't get upset no matter what. "Everyone in the team knows you're the best grandma. You treat your daughters-in-law like your own daughters and are always kind to your grandchildren. Everyone says you're a good old lady." "Stop flattering me," the little old lady said sharply. "If you know I'm good, then take to heart what your father and I said this morning." "Yes, I will." Zhou Chunhua nodded eagerly. Grandma Qiao couldn't stand watching anymore. She waved her hand, signaling for people to quickly disappear from her sight. Zhang Xianghua watched her sister-in-law suddenly run far away, her short legs moving quickly. She couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Grandma Qiao also couldn't help but snort. "It's only you, the eldest sister-in-law, who isn't petty. Try it with someone else." The old lady then brought up the Old Wei family arguing over a little soy sauce. Jiao Yuan was comfortably lying on a wooden bed, crossing her legs and listening eagerly. She didn't expect her grandma to be quite clever. She understood what the second sister-in-law meant, but her grandma kept quiet, letting the eldest sister-in-law be the good person. This way, the second sister-in-law would be grateful, and the eldest wouldn't think she was biased. She even gave the eldest a sweet treat at the end. TSK, TSK. That little old lady was really sharp. After a while, the dishes were served, and Zhou Chunhua hurried back. Behind her was Jianan, with wet hair, and Han Kaifeng, holding a small basin of soaked yellow soybeans. Jianan looked a bit embarrassed, hesitating at the door and not coming inside. "What are you dawdling for?" Zhou Chunhua pushed him impatiently. "Not eager to eat meat? Have you gone crazy?" To get him to eat some meat, she was scolded by her mother-in-law. But he was stubborn and refused to come, grumbling and saying he didn't want to, asking them to bring some back after they finished eating. His reasons for not wanting to come also made people angry. He even complained that he smelled like pig manure, afraid of being laughed at. Who would laugh at him? Did he really think he was some fancy dish? She hadn't realized before how delicate her eldest son was. Bah! She was so angry she was confused. Her mother was just herself, her grandmother. Bah, 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 that's not right either. Zhou Chunhua nervously shrank her neck, glancing guiltily at her mother-in-law, who was holding a bowl and chopsticks. Her inner voice trembled, and she felt like she had taken a big risk. She decided that if she ever wanted to scold her son again, she would just blame his grandmother, since her own mother had passed away a couple of years ago. Maybe she had already been reborn. Han Kaifeng calmly carried a bowl of soybeans into the house and greeted the elders. She said to Qiao Yuan, "Your second aunt knows you love drinking soy milk, so she asked me to soak some for you." "Thank you, sister-in-law, and thank you, second aunt." "Sister-in-law, come inside and sit down. The meal is ready. There are so many delicious dishes today. Eat more, and let your little nephew inside also get some nourishment." When she mentioned the baby, Han Kaifeng's smile softened a little. Because there were many people, Grandma Qiao set out 2 tables. The tables were placed side by side, barely enough for about 10 people to sit. Usually there would be 1 table in the East Room and 1 in the West Room. The men loved drinking and chatting loudly, discussing everything from small village affairs to national issues. Those who liked to drink sat in the East Room. Women and children didn't drink alcohol and sat in the West Room to eat peacefully. Today, the East Room was so hot that everyone was sweating, so the tables were moved to the side room where Qiao Jianhua's brother stayed. Zhang Xianghua served a big bowl of chicken stew with green beans to send to Lao Wang's grandmother's house. Since the 2 families were close, they always exchanged food. It wasn't much, just 4 or 5 pieces of meat, but the green beans were oily and delicious. Qiao Yuan also brought 2 aluminum lunchboxes, filled with rabbit meat and roe deer meat, planning to take them to the commune later in the afternoon for Xiao Jianpan. Poor kid, he hadn't even finished middle school summer vacation yet. Old man Xiao looked at the table full of hearty dishes and sighed, if only we had some wine. Nowadays, all the alcohol was made from pure grains, but people were barely getting enough to eat, so there was no extra grain for brewing wine. The last time they drank wine was during the New Year, when Xiao Xingli brought some back from the city. There wasn't much in the bottle, and Xiao Fuyo and his friends didn't dare to drink much, saving it all for old man Xiao. The supply and marketing cooperative also sold loose white liquor without tickets, costing 1 yuan per jean. In this era, when pork cost only 35 cents per jean, wine was considered a luxury. Usually, when he mentions wine, old lady Qiao would roll her eyes. Today, she smiled warmly and brought out a small jar from behind her. I knew you'd be craving wine. Little one specifically asked Jiandong to buy some for you. Drink up. Old Mr. Qiao's eyes lit up. Xiao Fuyo immediately poured him half a small cup of tea. Good wine, smells great. It's strong too, around 60 degrees, right? Old Mr. Qiao quickly took a small sip. He savored it, nodded in approval, and praised Xiao Yuan. My granddaughter knows me best. With such good food, I feel something's missing without a sip of wine. Then he told his 2 sons, who were busy eating meat, Today I'm happy. You 2 should join me and Dad for a drink. I won't drink anymore. Let second brother have some with Dad. I have a lot of work this afternoon, Xiao Fuyo said, shaking his head with a pained look. In the afternoon, he needed to dig the foundation at the Jiqing courtyard, where new Jiqing Feng Hua was also moving in. The smell of alcohol on their mouths made people envious. It's okay, just drink less. Old lady Qiao thought he was reluctant to drink. Xiao Wan bought 2 jin for Jiandong. The small amount of spicy water was gone in no time, and old lady Qiao felt distressed. Xiao Yuan quickly swallowed her meat and said, Grandpa, you should drink now. If you don't, second uncle won't either. I originally asked Dongge to buy 5 jin, but the supply and marketing cooperative wouldn't sell it. It was only sold in 1 jin at first. I persuaded them, saying there were many family members, so I bought 2 jin, Jiandong said, swallowing his meat hurriedly. After finishing, he quickly shoved a big piece of rabbit meat into his mouth. The aroma was so tempting it nearly made his eyebrows fall off. Since last year's end, the family hadn't slaughtered a pig. From spring until now, a year and a half, there was little fat in their bellies. Seeing so much meat now, they couldn't help but eat greedily.
They simply couldn't resist.
The other boys weren't much better, heads down, wishing they could bury their faces in the vegetable bowl. They kept grabbing big, oily chunks of meat with their chopsticks. Only Jian Hua was a bit more reserved. Drink less, it won't affect your work, old mister. Xiao told Jiandang, who was sitting outside the Kong. Go get 2 wine cups for your dad and second uncle. Jiandang's cheeks were puffed out as he hurriedly slipped on his shoes and ran to the kitchen to find 2 cups. He rinsed them quickly with water, then returned in a flash. He immediately sat down again, nudging Jianyi, who was busy eating with his elbow. Like a relay race, Jianyi didn't need anyone to tell him. He picked up the wine bottle and filled his cup steadily. He was precise, more than a drop would spill, less than enough. It was all skill. His teeth chewed diligently, not delaying his eating at all. Xiao Yuan watched the smooth cooperation and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone ate happily, 2 rabbits, a wild chicken, and about 10 jin of roe deer meat. Nothing was left. In the end, only some broth remained, which the brothers Qiao Jianhua and others dipped their pancakes into. Xiao Yuan also ate quite a bit. Besides the meat, she ate a lot of potatoes. She mashed the potatoes soaked with meat juice, poured some meat broth over them, and added chopped green onions, cilantro, and lettuce. Such a fragrant dish. She ate 2 bowls of just potatoes. Finally, she couldn't eat any more but, feeling a bit stubborn, slowly gnawed on chicken claws. Xiao Jiandang, feeling satisfied, let out a big burp and patted his swollen belly. Watching her, he didn't quite understand and said, I don't see what's so good about gnawing on chicken claws. Everyone prefers chicken legs, but she's loved chicken wings, claws, and necks since she was little. Even when eating pork, she likes gnawing on the backbone and pig's trotters. Xiao Jianya echoed, that's right. Even when eating big geese, she loves gnawing on the goose's head. I think those big fatty slices of meat are way tastier. I love eating big fatty meat. Give me 2 bowls, and I'll eat every bit, even drinking the broth. Hearing him mention fatty meat slices, Qiao Yuan couldn't help but grimace. She loved meat, but fatty meat was definitely her lifelong enemy. White, soft, oily, greasy. And in her mouth, it made a squirming sound. Just thinking about it made her stomach protest.
Stop talking about it.
I already ate to my throat. Now you mention fatty meat, and I feel like throwing up. Watch out, I'll on you. Qiao Jianya rolled his eyes at her. If you don't enjoy it, what's the point of eating so much? You only eat the leftovers, no oil or water. No wonder you don't have 2 ounces of meat on you. He had noticed earlier that she even ate a cucumber. With so much meat, why not eat the cucumber? Isn't that strange? He didn't understand. Xiao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. You're strong now, but you're even more useless. You're all weak, can't even sweat a mosquito without a concussion. You're just a little coward. What's wrong with me being thin? I'm thin, but I caught the wild chicken, rabbit, and roe deer myself. That last sentence was a soul-crushing. Qiao Jianya. The brothers Qiao Jianhua and others, also little cowards. It was as if the balloon had suddenly been punctured and deflated, their heads drooping. The Qiao family members had been smiling and watching the two argue, but when they heard Qiao Yuan say she caught the rabbit, wild chicken, and roe deer herself, they all froze.
What?
You caught all of them? Although Grandma Qiao had never gone hunting, she knew how fast rabbits could run. Wild chickens were sneaky, and roe deer were just silly. How did you catch them? And that wild chicken, I saw its head was almost broken. Did you do it too? What did you use? Did you happen to hit it with a stone while flying by your foot? Impossible, such luck. Qiao Yuan gracefully spat out a chicken bone. I used a slingshot. I thought the kids at home would grow up and become good hunters. But it turns out, my delicate granddaughter is the real expert. Old Mr. Qiao was so happy he praised her 3 times. He asked again, the rabbit too? No way. Qiao Jiandong couldn't help but get excited and interrupt. P.S. I love eating paws, wings, and bones. I can't eat fatty meat either. Braised pork is okay, but it can't be too greasy. I have an uncle's son who could eat a big bowl of fatty meat when he was young, and he would drink all the broth. Qiao Jiandong couldn't hold back his pride. Little one used a stick to catch the rabbit. 1 strike, 1 rabbit. Every swing hits a rabbit.
Wow, you didn't see it.
Little Wan's stick work was like Sun Wukong. She seemed alive. She made the rabbits run for their lives. The last rabbit ran far away, and Little Wan just threw her stick forward. The rabbit didn't even struggle and was gone. She closed her eyes and went to meet her great-grandmother. Not bad. The whole family is destined for stewing potatoes. Qiao Jiandong got more and more excited, gesturing wildly, saliva flying. You didn't see it, I barely reacted. In a blink, Little Wan was back with the rabbit. I think it only took a few seconds. Yes, Qiao Jiandong also got excited. That scene was so cool. My sister looked like a martial arts master, right leg forward, leaning her waist, swinging her stick forward with her right hand. The enemy rabbit fell instantly. With the dark forest and rustling leaves, it felt like a martial arts showdown at the peak of the mountain. Everywhere was full of fighting spirit. If she had a straw hat and a cloak, it would be perfect. Like a hero from a comic book. Everyone listened eagerly, like reading a story. Qiao Jiandong's eyes shone, and he patted Qiao Yuan's arm flatteringly. Little Wan, let's go hunting in the mountains again someday. Sure. Qiao Yuan said happily, patting his shoulder. Qiao Jiandong didn't need to be told. He rubbed her shoulders thoughtfully. How does this pressure feel? Good. Promising, she replied. Honestly, his technique was pretty good, and Qiao Yuan felt so comfortable she almost wanted to sleep. This afternoon, I'll go to the Commune to buy some things. You come with me. When we carry everything back, You'll need to help out. They made plans for the afternoon trip to the commune. Old Mrs. Qiao and others didn't ask much. Xiao Jiandong immediately stood up, saluted properly. Yes, leader. This scene made everyone laugh out loud. Grandma Qiao scolded with a smile. Always making a fool of yourself. You don't act like a big brother at all. Such a grown-up young man, yet so unsteady, like a monkey jumping around. Zhou Chunhua followed along, saying, That's true. Always making a fuss. I thought those boys caught some game, she added, and told my sister-in-law that they'd made progress. They went up the mountain not long ago and brought back so much meat. Looks like those few boys didn't put in any effort this time.
Who said that?
Xiao Jianxi defended himself. We even carried some back. Old Chun was annoyed at his foolish younger brother during a crucial moment. He nudged his thigh under the table and gave him a warning look. Xiao Jianxi froze for a moment and then realized. He immediately lowered his head, feeling guilty. Seeing no one was paying attention, he let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest happily. Seeing his face full of relief, Qiao Jiandang helplessly shook his head. Han Saifeng's eyes flickered as she signaled to Qiao Jianan, telling him to look toward Xiao Jianxi. Qiao Jianan turned and asked, What do you mean? Not full yet? Han Kaifeng responded with surprise. Knowing they were going to the commune, Zhou Chunhua moved closer to Grandma Qiao and said, Mom, Xiaowan and the others will go to the commune soon. I thought I'd cook some meat sauce for Xiaopian to take along. It's been a while since she had any meat. She came back looking pale, and her hair didn't grow well. It really hurt me and Chongfu to see her so thin. Since there's plenty of meat now, I'll cook more for her. All right, it's hot, and meat doesn't keep well. Make it salty, Grandma Qiao said, wiping her hands on her apron. She grabbed a big bowl and a spoon and headed toward the sauce jar, saying as she went, Don't go home now, just stay here and cook with a hot pot. It's better than wasting time going back. Zhou Chunhua responded with a big smile. She cut over a pound of roe deer meat and fried 2 big bowls of meat sauce, putting them into can jars. As she thought about the meat they ate at noon, she started to complain, Jianbei and his brothers are so thoughtless. They knew they had to go to the commune in the afternoon but didn't say anything early. If I'd known, I'd have prepared some meat for Xiaopian in advance. Every mother feels pained when her children eat less. Zhang Xianghua couldn't help but laugh, saying, I saw Xiaowan filling 2 lunchboxes with meat before dinner. She probably meant to give it to Xiaopian. Ask Xiaowan. If you hadn't just salted the roe deer meat, Xiaopian wouldn't be able to enjoy her summer break for another 4 or 5 days. I'll ask her now. Soon after, Zhou Chunhua returned with a big smile, saying, This girl is more careful than the boys. Xiaowan packed full of meat. Nothing but meat, no vegetables. It's enough for Xiaopian to eat for 2 or 3 meals. Han Kaifeng saw everyone in a good mood and joined in the fun, saying, There are still 4 cornmeal pancakes left for lunch. Let's all take them to Xiaopan and dip them in meat sauce. So tasty. The sauce made by my mother is quite special in our team. Not only does it taste good, but it also has a nice red color. Bright red. My mother can't make the same. Last year's sauce turned pale and had a strange smell. She was talking about her maternal mother. Zhang Xianghua listened quietly, added some washing soda to the basin, and carefully washed the dishes. Grandma Qiao didn't lift her eyelids, just cut the remaining meat into pieces, about a jin each. Zhou Chunhua clapped her thigh and said, All right, find a clean cloth to wrap it. Then she called out loudly to Qiao Jianan in the side room, Oldest, go home and bring 6 big bowls of cornmeal. When she saw him respond, she turned to Grandma Qiao and said, Mom, sister-in-law, thank you for your trouble at lunch. Hee. Among Jianan's 4 brothers, they didn't eat little, she added. They ate a lot. Today they must be full. Usually they only eat about 70%, but this year's good harvest helped. A few years ago, with their appetite, they couldn't even eat 50%.
Exactly.
The daughter-in-law knew this well, and Grandma Qiao's smile grew wider. Life is getting better. She didn't mind Han Saifeng's distracted mood and stood up to go outside. Xiaowan, what time is it? Why aren't you leaving yet? Your grandpa has already hitched the ox cart for you. Jianhua, Jiandeng? Grandma Chow called twice but got no answer, so she muttered angrily, "Where are they?" Zhou Chunhua placed the wrapped food, meat sauce, and lunchbox on the ox cart, then took a damp cloth and carefully wiped the mud off. Grandma Chow frowned. "What are you doing? Making a fool of yourself?" She had never seen anyone clean a cart before. Usually just sweeping was enough. Zhou Chunhua chuckled. "I'm just flattering Xiaoan. She loves cleanliness." To get her support, she had to think ahead in everything. She understood this best. Zhang Xianghua wanted to laugh when she heard this. Her sister-in-law was straightforward, had many small faults but no bad habits. Over the years, they had gotten along well. Grandma Qiao's lips twitched twice, unsure what to say, and she called out loudly again. Xiao Jiandong hurried out from the toilet, holding up his pants. "Grandma, stop calling, it's done." He skillfully took the steel rope from the old ox and drove the cart away. Grandma Qiao still wanted to ask where the others had gone but saw the cart moving and shouted angrily, "Qiao Jiandong, you good for nothing. Slow down. Do you have to rush the ox cart like that?" Zhou Jiandong, pulling the ox cart, turned back sheepishly at the last moment before leaving the house. Smiling broadly, he said, "Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, Mom, you all go back inside. It's so hot today, and we're not going far. Why are you still sending us off?" Old Mrs. Zhou was so angry she hurried to the gate, saw that the ox cart didn't fall into the ditch, and then slowly headed home, glancing back every few steps. She and old Mr. Zhou muttered to each other. Old Mr. Zhou took a deep drag on his cigarette, sat on the heated brick bed, and shook his head, then walked out with his hands behind his back. "Where are you going?"
"Just to check the vegetable garden.
"To see the bean field."
Just to see what those kids are up to."
Over here, Qiao Yuan and her friends successfully gathered together. Qiao Jianhua placed the basket of meat in the middle, and everyone sat beside the ox cart. If anyone was curious and wanted to look, they could block the view. Luckily, it was very hot and no one else was around on the way. They chatted as the ox cart moved slowly, taking over an hour to reach the commune. The Yongchun commune was poor. From afar, only low, grass-thatched houses could be seen, with a few brick and tile houses scattered here and there. Every household had a small yard, much smaller than the Zhou family's. The vegetable garden was tiny and unimpressive. As they approached the center of the commune, they saw a row of four-story earthen brick buildings. These were the Forestry Bureau's staff housing. At this time, the Forestry Bureau was richer than the government, with higher wages and better benefits. The Bureau had its own elementary, middle, and high schools. Even the only cinema in the commune was managed by the Forestry Bureau. The workers at the forest farm were all proud and confident, standing tall and speaking loudly. Until the late 1990s, as fewer big trees remained and the small train leading deep into the forest was dismantled, the Forestry Bureau workers lost some of their prestige. The arrogance and bravado of forestry boss gradually disappeared. Beyond the Forestry Bureau housing, turning west and crossing the train tracks, it was about a 10-minute walk to the center of the commune. Here, there were the Xinhua bookstore, the train station, the only post office, the department store, the police station, the health clinic, and the government office complex, all gathered together. The black market was located east of the train tracks, in a narrow alley. Another exit from the alley led to the fields of the Yui Brigade, where corn was grown, making it easy for people to hide. The alley was lined with elm, willow, and poplar trees. The tall trees and narrow path added a mysterious feel to the black market. At this moment, a small train clanged loudly as it approached, whistling long at the crossing, and steam billowed from its engine. Then it let out another long whistle, and two large puffs of white smoke shot out from the chimney, pulling a train full of rough timber. Xiao Yuan counted 9 train cars. Next to her, an older woman carrying a vegetable basket looked proud, and her expression seemed to show the mighty train rushing through the snowy forest. The workers in the forest cheered happily, feeling relaxed and joyful. Another old man looked a bit worried, muttering softly, "Such good wood. It's been here for 100 years. What a pity, what a pity." Xiao Jianhua and his friends watched with interest for a while. When the gate at the crossing lifted, they all pulled their baskets closer. Xiao Jianhua lowered his voice. Once we pass the fire crossing, we'll go down first. Jianbei, you and Xiaowen go wait at the entrance of the second department store. No matter how long it takes, don't come looking for us, understand?
Got it.
Jianbei nodded seriously, but looked a little worried. Or maybe I should go with you guys, he suggested. It's useless with so many people, Jianhua said firmly.
Just listen to me.
Your job is to watch the ox cart. As for protecting Xiao Yuan, it's hard to say who might get hurt if bad people show up. Xiao Yuan took out a stack of cloth masks from her bag. These are from the city, used before. Wearing them is safer. Also, put on your hats.
Got it, don't worry.
We're clear about everything, Jian Dong said nearby. He was a little excited. This was a black market. Jianbei gently patted the old ox. The ox cart slowly crossed the fire crossing. Before it stopped, the 5 brothers quickly ran out. Jianbei's lips moved as he watched their figures turn into small blacks until they disappeared from sight. Only then did he look away. A sadder-than-crying smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yuan, let's go. I'll take you to the second department store for soda, he said. Xiao Yuan hesitated, unsure whether to speak. She almost wanted to laugh. Jianbei now seemed like a caring wife worried about her husband working outside. But she had to hold back. She wasn't really a dog. Jianbei, don't worry. They're clever.
Come on, I'll buy you an ice cream, she said.
Summer drink soda, but it's not cold. When they reached the store entrance, Jianbei refused to go inside. Xiao Yuan, you go in alone. I need to watch the ox cart. All right, Xiao Yuan agreed, finding it more convenient. Find a shady spot. I'll go buy 2 ice creams for us. A regular ice cream costs 3 cents, red beans 4 cents, cream 8 cents, and a large cream ice cream costs 12 cents. Xiao Yuan bought 2 red bean and 2 cream ice creams, spending 24 cents. As soon as she got it, she took a big bite, biting off half of the ice cream, feeling icy cold inside. Xiao Yuan was so touched she almost cried, knowing how much she hated the heat. Her clothes were almost sticking to her skin. She couldn't remember exactly what her mother said about her chest area, but her pants pocket was full of sweat. She jogged quickly to give Xiao Jianbei 2 straws, then hurried into the department store, running while shouting, "Brother Jianbei, if you're too hot, come find me." Xiao Yuan took out a small stack of receipts from her bag. These were all recently sorted, about to expire. She planned to spend all of them. She went to a counter, asking without hesitation, "Hello, could you please bring me 3 thermos flasks behind you? You're really lucky. You came in the morning and there were none, but a new batch just arrived at noon. What kind do you want? The bamboo shell ones are from the south for yuan 60, plastic ones are 5 yuan 20, and metal ones are 6 yuan 50. The clerk wasn't very enthusiastic, but also didn't look annoyed. She rattled off the prices. "I don't want plastic or bamboo ones, just the metal ones." Wow, her luck was really good. As the old saying goes, fate, luck, and feng shui. People with good luck have everything go smoothly. It was true that moving to the countryside was the right choice. After leaving those unlucky spots, her luck improved a lot. Xiao Yuan smiled happily. "Comrade, please give me a red one with magpies and a big peony flower." Her grandmother liked this kind of festive design. Then she picked 2 more for herself. Oh, that yellow peony one looked too tacky.
What's that at the top?
A pressure thermos? Comrade, the top one with the red crown crane. Yes, that one. And the one below with the tree branch, I want that one. The clerk became more enthusiastic. This is a new model of pressure water bottle for this year. Big cities have had it for a while, but we just started selling it here this year. It's more expensive and not selling very well, so I put it on the top shelf.
If you want it, I can take it down for you.
Just so you know, the regular metal thermos is 6 yuan 50, but this one costs 8 mao more, so 7 yuan 30. If you don't want it, that's fine. Subtext, if you think it's too expensive, don't bother me. Xiao Yuan chewed her lip, thinking it wasn't cheap. She remembered buying a thermos for Li Guilin at the department store before, only 2 yuan 56. And this pressure thermos was so expensive. TSK, if she had broken her old thermos before, Li Guilin would be heartbroken. She felt happy.
Thank you, comrade.
As long as there's no problem, I'll take it.
Of course, no problem. We guarantee quality.
If there's any issue, it's not worth selling. Even a tiny chip of paint is treated as a defect.
I bought one myself, said the clerk cheerfully, speaking honestly and straightforwardly, with no hesitation.
The shopkeeper next door kept giving her looks until her eyes almost twitched.
Xiao Yuan reached out to take the thermos, opened the lid, and listened closely. There was a buzzing sound. She nodded in satisfaction. She finally chose a plain thermos with a nice design, a big panda eating bamboo. Xiao Yuan also thought she didn't want to work anymore. Once the farm was up and running, she would be a hands-off boss, with plenty of time to relax. So she bought a porcelain teapot for tea and coffee. The shopkeeper lady, seeing she had money, started to recommend more. We also have new military-style water bottles and aluminum lunchboxes. Want some?
No ticket needed.
No, I don't need those. I already have some at home. Old Mr. Chiao's family had 4 water bottles and 5 aluminum lunchboxes, all free, bought during hard times when many villagers went scavenging. Back then, the Zairizui brigade didn't have enough supplies and had to walk to the neighboring brigade, Erdwin. Erdwin was close to the reservoir, and in the mountains nearby, there was an old ammunition depot from those days. Rumor had it that besides the ammunition, some treasures were left behind nearby, but no one knew if it was true. Nobody took it seriously, it was just stories. Even if someone believed it, they wouldn't dare go into the mountains to look. Who knew if there were live grenades or bombs? The older generation warned repeatedly not to pick up things randomly. To the east of Erdwin, next to the brigade, there was a small station left from those times, built for easier transportation. The brick factory was set up there by the Commune. She thought to herself that her grandpa, her great-uncle, all disliked Shin Xing Sheng, and maybe Shin Tuzi had some of that in him too. Anything related to those old days always made people uncomfortable. Xiao Yuan reached out to take the thermos, thanked the shopkeeper, and moved to another counter. Comrade, hello. Could you please give me 10 bars of soap? Buying so many? 1 bar lasts a long time, the clerk said. Not just for myself. I'm a sent-down youth going to the countryside, and I'm helping others too. The brigade supply shop is out of stock. The clerk nodded in understanding. Yeah, besides oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, there's not much else. Soap costs 4 yuan 40 per bar, total 4 yuan 40. Do you need anything else? Yes. Give me 10 rolls of pink toilet paper, 3 tubes of toothpaste for toothbrushes, and 10 boxes of matches. Oh, and do you have mosquito coils? 2 boxes. No, for boxes, mosquitoes are really fierce this season. The toothpaste and toothbrushes were for her grandparents. Their brushes were almost worn out. She used her own from her space. Okay. 1 roll of toilet paper costs 14 cents, 10 rolls cost $1.40, and 3 tubes of toothpaste cost $1.36. A toothbrush costs 29 cents each, and a box of matches costs 2 cents. A box of mosquito coils costs 43 cents. The total is... Clack, clack as the abacus clicks loudly. All right, the total is $5.84. Do you need anything else? Xiao Yuan thought for a moment, then said, Bring me 2 plastic water scoops. Only green ones available. That's fine. She was a bit ugly, but there was nothing she could do. Sigh, the space still doesn't have everything. Xiao Yuan was an orphan in her past life and had suffered a lot as a child. She had a strong desire to collect things. The storage in the space was a mess, and after a long time, she couldn't remember exactly what was inside. She packed everything up and carried it to the ox cart. She also bought a bottle of soda for Qiao Jianbei and advised him to go inside and cool off if it got hot. Then she continued shopping. This time, she bought a large iron pot with 6 stamps, which made Xiao Yodong feel uncomfortable. Who knew where he got it from? What if he soaked it in manure? She also bought 5 porcelain bowls, 5 small vegetable basins, 2 large basins, and a kitchen knife. She got a wash basin and a foot basin, then carried everything outside with effort. Qiao Jianbei watched the pile of pots and bowls on the cart gradually become dull, and asked little Yuan,
Do you really need so many things? Yes, do you think living at home is that easy? I don't know how long I'll stay here, so I want to buy everything I might need to avoid trouble later. Xiao Yuan spoke in her old grandmother's tone. Xiao Jianbei was choked and said, "Well, since you're building the house and living here, you should buy more things. Have you finished shopping?" "Not yet, I still have many things to buy." "What else?" Hearing this, Xiao Jianbei shivered. It must cost a lot of money. Quite a bit. "Brother Jianbei, if you're not leaving, help me organize these things. Tie them up with a rope. I'm worried the ox cart won't hold everything. Won't it fit?" Xiao Jianbei's legs went weak. "Little Yuan. I won't listen, I won't listen." Xiao Yuan waved her hand and quickly rushed into the second department store again. Her back looked cheerful. It wasn't a festival or event, but the store was very quiet. All the salespeople kept watching her, their eyes following her as she moved back and forth. Xiao Yuan took a small handkerchief from her pocket and checked her ticket again. TSK, so annoying. Spending so much and still having such a thick stack of money. That how Jianren. She went to the fabric counter and said, "Comrade, hello. Please give me 8 chi of white cotton fabric and 5 chi of red floral fabric. This blue earth-colored cloth, give me 1 yard. The dark blue checkered fabric, also give me 1 yard. 10 yards of patterned cloth." Then I bought 4 pairs of liberation shoes, 10 pairs of socks, 3 jean of dried noodles, a cowhorn comb, a small mirror, a few hairpins, 2 jean of high-quality white sugar, 1 jean of brown sugar, 1 jean of shrimp crisps, 1 jean of maltose, 1 jean of soft apricot candies. Then I went to the pastry section and bought 1.5 jean of honey cakes, 2 jean of peach cookies, 1 jean of glutinous rice strips. I carried everything and left through the back door of the department store, turning into a quiet alley. I found a lonely corner and took out the items I had prepared earlier in the space. There was rice, flour, millet, rice noodles. Also, half a yard of plain white cotton cloth, half a yard of floral fabric, 5 feet of velvet fabric, and 2 pieces of fine-quality clothing for jean of red yarn. 2 jars of malted milk, 2 big watermelons. All mixed together in a large sack. It took a lot of effort to carry it out, and from far away, I shouted, "Brother Jianbei, come help. I can't carry it anymore." I was exhausted. She is so delicate and helpless. She must find someone to help. If someone saw her like a little heroine, what would they think? Nonsense. You. Did you buy all these? Xiao Jianbei hurried over, helped unload the sack, and carried it onto himself. He staggered and almost fell. Steadying himself, he tried again but still couldn't lift it. Embarrassed, Xiao Jianbei looked at Xiao Yuan and said, Maybe I didn't eat enough at noon. I'll try again." This time, Xiao Yuan was stunned. How could she eat so much meat at noon and still be okay? "Haha, Brother Jianbei, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait for you at the ox cart. Just move it over before Brother Jianhua and the others come back." Xiao Jianbei. What could he do? Just move it little by little. His strength just didn't allow it. I didn't expect to see a panda pattern. The video was too long, so the screenshot isn't clear. Not long after, Xiao Jianhua and his 4 friends arrived. They all grinned widely, showing their big white teeth, their mouths stretched to the back of their heads. Xiao Yuan just opened her mouth to ask, but was interrupted by Xiao Jiandong, who patted her head proudly. "Little Yuan, guess how much it sold for?" "Hey, I have no idea. I don't know how many jean it is," she said, brushing his dirty hand away. "Xiao Jiandong, have you washed your hands? Did you touch the meat with your hands?" She was angry. She just washed her hair at noon. She stood up on the ox cart and suddenly lunged, hugging Xiao Jiandong's neck tightly. He choked and rolled his eyes, almost passing out. Xiao Jianhua hurried forward and gently took Xiao Yuan's hand away. He shot a quick glare at Xiao Jiandong. "You with your greasy hands, don't you know that?" After snapping, he turned to look at Xiao Yuan, whose eyes were wide with surprise. He immediately smiled kindly. "Yuan, stop teasing. There are so many people watching. Be careful not to attract trouble." you and Jianbei, guess what? The cousins had played together since childhood, so no one would really get angry. Xiao Jianbei frowned and thought for a while, but couldn't guess how much it was. He could only honestly shake his head. Let little Yuan guess. Xiao Yuan had a rough idea. I guess 300 yuan. Guess again. Xiao Jianhua shook his head. Is it lower or higher? With that proud look on your face, is it lower? Lower. Xiao Yuan held up and lowered her voice. Then I guess 320. Close, it's 316 yuan and 50 cents. In the end, they rounded it to exactly 317 yuan. The sale went smoothly. We just went. Xiao Jianhua, usually calm, was about to start talking more. Let's talk about it on the way back. Seeing many curious onlookers, Xiao Yuan interrupted him. I'm going to buy some ice pops. I don't know when you'll be back, and I'm worried they'll melt. I didn't dare buy any earlier. She said this while holding 2 thermoses and rushing into the department store. At this moment, Xiao Jianhua and his brothers, 5 in total, finally noticed the full load on the ox cart. They all turned their heads to Xiao Jianbei, their eyes asking questions. Xiao Jianbei nodded foolishly. The 5 Xiao brothers' mouths suddenly dropped open. At this moment, Xiao Jianbei was happily laughing inside. Haha, it seems he's not the only one surprised. Xiao Jiandong wiped his face. I thought a wild boar would sell for over 300, but I didn't expect. We really underestimated. With how fast they were spending money, selling 1 wild boar a day was about right. Xiao Jinshi, less mature, still spoke with innocent foolishness. When I grow up, I definitely won't marry someone like Yuan. She spends too much. Who can support that? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly shook his head. No, girls are too spendthrift. I won't marry anyone. If I have to, I'll find a rich wife to support me. That's a good idea.
Ha ha ha.
Why hadn't he thought of that before? The brothers from the Qiao family looked stunned. The Qiao Yuan, who had just returned with ice pops, was speechless. What a disaster. What has this kid been through? He's so young and already knows how to enjoy soft living. Look, the 3 women next to him with vegetable baskets are about to pop their eyes out. It's embarrassing. Xiao Jianbei hurried the ox cart away. When they reached Xiao Jianpan's school gate, Xiao Yuan carried a lunchbox wrapped in cloth. She also took a new cloth bag, filled with a small packet of candy, some snacks, half a watermelon, 2 pairs of socks, and a few hairpins. All for her. After thinking for a moment, she also carried a thermos. She held the 2 small bags, greeted the security guard, and entered the school. She found her class door, greeted the teacher, and called out to Xiao Jianpan. When Xiao Jianpan saw her, her eyes almost lit up with happiness. She ran out quickly and gave her a big hug. Xiao Wan, you're on holiday? When did you come back? I heard from my mom that you're going to be a young worker. Are you adjusting well? Don't worry, I'll be on holiday in a few days too, and when I go back, I'll help you with chores, she said confidently, patting her chest loudly with a loud slap. Xiao Yuan nodded repeatedly. Before she could speak, Xiao Jianpan continued, in a few months, Xiao Yudong is getting married. I don't know if my mom will go, but my dad definitely will. Our grandma and grandpa will go too. I'll ask them to bring me along, and I'll help you scold him. I've thought for days and came up with a silly idea. Xiao Yuan was the only one younger than Xiao Jianpan. The sisters are only 6 months apart. Since they were young, they've been very close. Xiao Jianpan has always been fiercely protective of her only sister, Xiao Yuan. She is her biggest supporter. What idea? Xiao Yuan became interested. She pulled Xiao Jianpan to a corner and took a popsicle from the thermos, handing it to her. Xiao Jianpan took a big bite, her face full of happiness. That little wife from the Wei family had a fight with her sister-in-law during the new year. She's a new wife, shy and sensitive. Without her sister-in-law's scolding and insults, she was so angry she cried loudly. She even took off her belt and threatened to hang herself. Her sister-in-law was so scared she apologized and made amends, giving her 2 eggs to settle it. Xiao Jianpan took another bite of her popsicle, feeling refreshed and more energetic. Seeing Qiao Yuan watching her intently, she continued, "Our grandma also says that crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang oneself are the best ways. People are often afraid of the strong, and the strong are afraid of those who don't care about life. Most of the time, they don't really want to die, they're just scaring others, like that little wife from the Wei family. We can't be like Sister Yuha, who was so humiliated when she was sent to the countryside. People say don't fight for a little pride, but what's the point of fighting? If you don't eat or drink, you suffer and lose." She thought that if she didn't ask for help from her third uncle or third aunt, that would show her spirit? That's foolish. It's stupid to care so much about face and suffer for it. We should go and ask them for things. If they refuse, we go to the third uncle or third aunt, cause trouble at the factory, threaten to hang ourselves, or take medicine. You can't just let them cheat you into going to the countryside for nothing. Let's make them suffer a lot this time, so they remember it well. Next time, they won't dare to do it again. What do you think? Isn't this a good idea? Zhou Yuan blinked. By the way, little Pan, what did you say at first? My mom says cry first, make a fuss second, and then threaten to hang yourself. No, go further back. That young wife from Old Wei's family. No, even further back. Zhou Jianpan, who was eating an ice pop, tilted her head and thought for a moment. I have a silly idea. A silly idea. Is this idea really silly? Zhou Yuan gave her a quick glance, as if she hadn't noticed her guilty expression. Then she showed her another bag. Sugar, hair accessories, cookies. Wow, and watermelon. Zhou Jianpan exclaimed. He had only eaten watermelon once in his life. I've already cut it for you, she replied. Since class was over and no one was in the corridor, Zhou Yuan took out the biggest piece and gestured for her to eat quickly.
Little Wan, have you eaten?
Zhou Jianpan asked. She didn't answer. I'm going to eat when I get home. I can't miss out, Zhou Yuan said, handing her the piece. Zhou Jianpan finally smiled and ate happily. It's really sweet. All right, take your time. I'm leaving now. Brother Jianhua and the others are still waiting outside, she said. Then you should go quickly. When I have a holiday, I'll go up the mountain with you to hunt rabbits, he replied. Okay. When they returned to the brigade, it was already after 4 p.m. Some families had started preparing dinner. When not working, meals are usually earlier. Finish eating early, lie down early, and save kerosene. At the brigade center, outside the supply and marketing cooperative, some old men and women chatting saw the full cart of goods and were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief as the cart moved. Zhou Jianbei looked down low. Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Jiandong chuckled naturally. Only Zhou Jiandong, who loved showing off, held his head high, eager to chat. As for Zhou Jianxi and Zhou Jianya, they were already sleeping soundly, not knowing what year it was. They weren't afraid of their blank expressions. Hey, you siblings are all going to the commune? What did you buy? So much, even big iron pots. Was it for little Wan? It cost quite a bit, said Aunt Wei, who just came out of the supply store, holding a bottle of vinegar, enviously looking at the cart full of goods. Come buy some vinegar, Auntie. Zhou Jiandong jumped down from the cart to chat. He was good friends with Wei Zhigua, Aunt Wei's younger son. It's little Wan's. They're all things needed for daily life. A poor family is worth a fortune. I didn't realize it before, but now I see. Small things may seem insignificant, but missing them is a real problem. Our brigade's supply store doesn't have everything. Since today is our day off, we took her to the second department store at the commune to buy everything. It looks like a lot, but we didn't buy anything fancy. Just pots, bowls, water buckets, iron pots, water scoops, chopsticks, and so on. Not buying isn't an option. Wasting money is pointless, but we should save and spend carefully in the future. That's how rural life is, Zhou Jiandong said loudly, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Everyone stopped feeling jealous and sighed. Dog Shuang Wang sighed too. Yeah, it's true. The house doesn't seem to have much fun stuff, but missing anything is a problem. My family's wash basin has developed cracks, and it's been half a year. We don't have enough money to replace it, so we're just getting by with it. Sigh, just making do. Whenever I think of the places where I need to spend money, I feel overwhelmed. Wow, your house is just a small place and your kids are still young. When they grow older, there will be even more expenses. Building a house, getting married, and dowries all cost a lot. My second son's wife is about to give birth, and the couple wants to move out after their month of rest. I'm quite happy about that. If they move out, I'll have more peace, and I won't worry so much. But where will we get the money to build a house? Even a small brick house with 2 rooms costs dozens of yuan. Plus buying furniture and other things. Oh, I can't even think about it. Just mentioning this keeps me awake at night. Xiao Xiaoying looked worried. She has 4 sons. The eldest has already married and moved out. The second son's family is about to add another member. The 2 younger boys are still small and eat a lot. Xiao Xiaoying felt like crying. Wei Auntie was in a good mood at first, because her younger daughter-in-law was pregnant and she wanted to eat something sour. But hearing about all this, she also felt down. Her own younger daughter-in-law also wanted to move out. She's been used to living independently since she was young and doesn't want to share a home with the older generation. They're willing to split the family if it means less worry. But how to split? They only have 2 pots at home and they can't afford to buy more. As for the house, Xiaowan, how much did it cost you to build your house? Xiao Yuan got off the ox cart, smiling and saying, I live alone, so I built a small one. About 30 square meters, cost over 50 yuan. That doesn't sound right. Feng Hua and several others who came to buy things were surprised. How did you spend so little? They even considered building one themselves. Wang Meili watched cautiously and glanced at Feng Hua. She tentatively said, Feng Hua's house cost over 100 yuan, much more than Xiao. Then Xiao Jiqing's. Everyone's eyes suddenly looked strange. Zhou didn't like Wang Meili and Lin Xinqing and quickly pulled the nearest person, Qi Jimai. They stepped back. Zhou lowered his voice and said, Let's not get involved. I don't think the team leader is like that. Qi Jimai nodded in agreement. Feng Hua looked at Wang Meili and Lin Xinqing and spoke more carefully. My house cost over 100 yuan. It includes a big chest, a small bed, a dining table, a cupboard, and a wash basin stand. I don't think it's expensive. After saying that, he took the things he just bought and left without looking back. Once he left, the scene became even more awkward. All eyes were on Wang Meili and Lin Xinqing, who looked like they were caught doing something wrong. Lin Xinqing's face twisted with embarrassment. Like swallowing fly droppings, I secretly blame myself for not learning my lesson. I forcefully spit on the ground and warned myself that from now on, if I speak carelessly, it will be terrible. P.S. Money was valuable in the 1970s, but building a house wasn't that cheap. Wang Meili also feels a bit unhappy deep inside. She only offended people because of Feng Hua. Not only did he not appreciate her effort, but he also left first, making her feel embarrassed in front of everyone. Yet, she was reluctant to stay silent. Finally, she found a chance to criticize Qiao Yuan. If Qiao Yuan didn't have her big boss as a backer, she wouldn't be so confident. Thinking this, Wang Meili clenched her teeth and continued, We are outsiders, not as close as Qiao Jiqing's own people, but we're not that different. The furniture is only worth a little. I went to Qiao Jiqing's house this morning, and there were a couple of boxes inside. I wonder if Qiao Jiqing's 50-something yuan wallet includes those boxes. 50-something, I mean 51 or 59. The difference is quite big. Hearing her words, the people around started exchanging glances, whispering quietly with heads close together. Some older women pointed at the young workers and scorned them, even rolling their eyes at Wang Meili. At this moment, Wang Meili felt something was wrong. Could she be mistaken? Her heart pounded, but she forced herself to stand straight, staring sharply at Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. 55 yuan, including those boxes. So what? Wang Meili, I see your family lives by the sea? What do you mean? Wang Meili didn't understand. Their houses were clearly very close. I'm saying you're meddling too much, acting like you're worried about everything, like you're the emperor, and everyone else is a. Oh no, you're just a little maid. Qiao Jindong and Qiao Jinya burst out laughing loudly. Wang Meili's eyes reddened. Qiao Jiqing, you. What are you? Always nagging and complaining everywhere. Qiao Yuan rolled her eyes. I not only have a pair of boxes but also a dining table, a wash basin rack. Are you angry? If you are, hold it in. Wang Meili was scolded so fiercely that her chest heaved, and she almost exploded with anger. She could only bite her tongue to stay calm, cursing Qiao Yuan silently in her mind. She still had to keep a tearful, delicate appearance on her face. You and Feng Hua are only missing a wardrobe and a bed quilt, but you're short 55 yuan. Do you still say it's okay? The problem was serious. Early this morning, she asked the old, educated youth about the cabinet. The cabinets come in different sizes, and even the smallest costs several yuan. The larger cabinets and the bed frame also don't seem worth 55 yuan. This clearly shows a problem. It's corruption. The team leader openly embezzling funds means that in the future, these unconnected educated youths will be exploited even more. She had heard before that some team leaders would secretly open the letters of educated youths and confiscate items sent from home. How can that be allowed? If she ever had money. Wang Meili's eyes darted around, her thoughts drifting to the Pacific Ocean, just about to say something more. Then, Qiao Yuan sneered. Yes, I built the house with hardly any money spent, just some labor costs. I can't afford to pay for meals, so the workers' wages are a bit higher, 60 cents a day, 15 people, 6 days of work. My grandpa, my second grandpa, and 6 brothers all helped out. Not a single day missed. They didn't ask for money, which saved nearly 29 yuan compared to Feng Hua. When everyone around heard this small calculation, they nodded in agreement. It makes sense, helping family work without pay, but helping outsiders must be paid. Wang Meili's face darkened quickly, and she hurriedly interrupted. That calculation isn't right either. Didn't I finish explaining? Why are you in such a rush? Qiao Yuan's words were sharp. Jiandong's eyes sparkled, eager to learn. Wang Meili gritted her teeth in anger. Qiao Yuan pouted. Feng Hua built the house, but my family didn't go. We gave the opportunity to help the poor households in the team. The house is small, all made of mud bricks, including the bed and chimney. But aren't mud bricks free? Ask everyone. Did they buy the bricks from the team or the villagers? If it's free, would they give it to you for nothing? The most expensive part of building a house isn't the labor or the bricks. It's the wood, especially the beams, which need to be thick, different from ordinary firewood. You can't just go up the mountain and cut them whenever you want. Even if you cut the wood, it doesn't mean you can use it right away. It needs to dry first. If the house is built quickly, they use stored wood from others. Are they not paying? Then there are doors and window frames. People store these for their children. They're precious, and educated youths don't understand or recognize that. Do they think they can use them for free? Who has that much nerve? Feng Hua doesn't have it, but you do. Don't think everything was cheap back then. Building a house for over 40 yuan? That's nonsense. Wood is expensive, very expensive. For pieces less than a meter long, it costs 9 cents per jean. From 1 to 1.5 meters, it's 15 cents per jean. Beams are even more costly. Oh my goodness. When I first learned that wood could be weighed by the jean, I was shocked, almost dropping my chin. Despite the hostile glare from the other person, Qiao Yuan continued. All the wood I used for building the house came from my grandfather's family. I just saved a lot of money. Old Mr. Qiao had prepared beams for all 3 of his sons. Since Qiao Xingli didn't need his, he gave it to her at a lower price. When the new educated youth heard this, he thought to himself that Feng Hua hadn't spent much money. In the city, these funds wouldn't even be available. Labor and wood were more expensive there. The wood Feng the educated youth used was bought for my family. We didn't ask for much money, and because of the team leader's favor, it was even cheaper, a little old lady nearby quickly said. Originally, Yang's old man didn't want to sell. The wood for beams had to be at least 30 centimeters thick, which was hard to find. The forestry bureau's wood could only be purchased. The mountain land in the team was free, and villagers could get approval to cut trees there. But what if one day the mountain land was gone? The family would be helpless if their children wanted to build a house. It was better when Qiao Fuyo said they could get wood after the harvest. She knew the team leader was secretly helping their family with subsidies. She was Yang Chunggue's mother, known as Old Yang Pa. She drank medicine all year round and was so poor that even mice didn't want to stay at her house. When the educated youths heard this, they understood and looked at Wang Meili with meaningful eyes. Wang Meili's face twisted a bit. Xiao Yuan looked at Qi Jiaming, Zhou Yang, and others. You all come from the city. Now, in the city, it's popular to have 3 turns and 1 sheng, a traditional firework display, with 36 legs. Let's not talk about the 3 turns and 1 sheng, just think about the 36 legs. A big wardrobe, a kitchen cabinet, a writing desk, a dining table, a double bed for chairs. All together, even the cheapest set costs about 170 yuan. Many families go to great lengths to marry off their daughters just for these 36 legs. Wood is a scarce resource in the city. Those with connections can get approval from the Material Bureau to buy wood. Once they have the wood, they need to haul it home themselves. Then they find a sawmill to cut it into planks. Finally, they hire carpenters to make furniture, usually charging about 1 yuan a day. That's if they have connections. Without connections, they have to go to the forest farm and try their luck, which isn't guaranteed. They have to beg and give gifts to get help. Our area is a forest zone, so wood is cheaper here, but not by much. If the wood is of better quality, with patterns or carvings, or if drawers are added, it will cost more. Am I right? At this point, labor costs weren't too high, and bringing your own wood made a big difference. As soon as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, everyone around was stunned. P.S. This isn't from that era, so even with research, some details like furniture tickets, quotas, and allocations are unclear.
But
during that time, construction was booming and furniture was really expensive. Wood was very costly too. I read a source that said it was calculated by weight. I always thought it was by volume. I don't want to write about historical times too high, but I asked people around me, and building a house isn't that cheap. It requires a lot of wood. If it were cheap, it wouldn't be included in the bride price for marriage.
Haha, that's just how it is.
Lu Sufeng hurriedly asked, Is that true? Is it really that expensive? Then why did Wang Jiqing say furniture is only worth a few coins? Isn't it quite valuable? Qi Jimai looked at Wang Meili without showing much emotion and replied, It's about that price. It's also hard to buy. Zhou Yang also honestly said, Qiao Jiqing is not wrong. Furniture in our capital city is a bit more expensive. Some sets cost 220 yuan or more. It all depends on what kind of furniture the 36-legged creature wants and what kind of wood is used. They're not exactly the same. Lin Xinqing couldn't help but speak up. When my older sister got married, there was no quota at home. My brother-in-law went to 2 forest farms and used his connections to get some wood. He helped with painting, installing mirrors, and almost got exhausted. Oh, so all the furniture the brigade sold to the Jiqing before was a loss, and no one told us. Such bad conscience, taking so much advantage of us. Aunt Qi angrily patted her thigh. Aunt Lu said, Qi Xiaoying, your old Wang makes quite a bit of money. Yeah, not bad. Aunt Qi felt distressed and glared fiercely at Wang Meili. Then she turned to Xiao Yuan with a smile. Xiaowan, do you know any other prices? Xiao Yuan smiled happily. My neighbor bought a pair of flower-patterned boxwood chests last month. They're 90 centimeters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 60 centimeters high. The pair cost 22 yuan, and they even have receipts. The boxes in her new house are made of flower-patterned boxwood, which naturally has a beautiful grain. It's especially good for making furniture. The wood was provided by her grandfather. The dining table was made of pine, provided by her second great-uncle, Qiao Chongfu. The whole piece of wood was a single plank, not glued together, which is hard to find even in the northeastern forest areas. Her second great-uncle and second great-aunt didn't hesitate to help. She appreciated that. Among relatives, it's just helping each other out, supporting each other. They still had some money left after building the house, and her great-uncle even built her a separate toilet. He endured the disgust and went to Erdeo Bay to buy some red bricks, then built her a small shower corner in the kitchen. She was practically bubbling with happiness. She was happy, and Wang Meili was almost desperate to find a to hide in. Some things, if you don't weigh them, don't seem heavy. Once weighed, even 1,000 pounds can't be ignored. She thought it was their educated youth helping with poverty relief, but after calculating, she realized they actually benefited the most. She hadn't bought a cabinet or a basin, just wanted to buy a wooden basin to get by. Would prices go up after today? Wang Meili's face turned pale. Aunt Chi and she suddenly found themselves on the same wavelength and stood up quickly. They hurriedly ran home on their short legs. I need to go home and tell old Wang that we can't sell at such a low price anymore. She was also bringing wood home, drying it in the sun, dealing with broken boards, planing, sanding, so much work. Prices must go up. Wang Meili single-handedly boosted the GDP of Qing Shanliang Z Brigade. She also made all future educated youths look less favorably when buying furniture. Wang Meili couldn't bear the gazes of everyone. She bit her lip, stomped her foot hard, and ran back to the educated youth courtyard. Xiao Yuan had defeated the monster, greeted Zhou Yang and Qi Jiamai, then went home. On the way, she met several older children carrying baskets down from the mountain, and they asked where she found the wild chickens. After explaining, 10 minutes had passed. At old Xiao's house, old Xiao sat in the courtyard, smoking a pipe, pondering the bloodstains on the bean pod leaves. When Xiao Yuan and her group returned, old Xiao's sharp gaze immediately looked over. "You're back. What did you buy? You insisted on going to the Commune." Old Madame Qiao casually wiped her hands on her apron and came out, asking, "Bought a lot, Grandpa, Grandma, come inside." Xiao Yuan spoke softly. Just as she finished, Zhou Chunhua, who was dozing in the east room, suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped off the bed, slipped on her shoes, and ran outside. Smiling, she asked Xiao Wan, "Did you buy something tasty?" The three brothers, Xiao Jianbei, Jiandong, and Jianxi, simultaneously twitched their mouths. It was already this late, and they hadn't gone home yet. "No dinner?" They helplessly called out, "Mom." "What, Mom? Can't lose your soul just because of that. As soon as you come back, you're calling me Mom." That afternoon, she was scolded again by her grandmother, and her constant nagging gave her a headache. Seeing her son now just made her annoyed. Xiao Yuan handed a cloth bag containing half a watermelon to Zhou Chunhua. She casually grabbed a large teacup and drank half a cup of water. Turning around, she saw that her second aunt was already biting into the watermelon. "The last time we ate watermelon was the summer 2 years ago, when Xiao Wan brought some back from the city." Old Madame Qiao handed the biggest piece to old Qiao and a large piece to Xiao Yuan. Finally, she only took a small piece for herself. Xiao Yuan looked unhappy. "Mom, there's more. Don't be stingy. I picked the biggest two when I bought them. They each weigh about 10 jin. You can eat this piece. The middle part is sweet." Old Lady Qiao looked at the large watermelon in her hand and smiled with her eyes nearly closed. She quickly took a bite. My granddaughter gave me sweet watermelon, right?" Xiao Yuan said proudly. "Little Wan, why is there a big piece missing from this watermelon?" Zhou Chunhua wondered. Did these little brats sneak and eat some on the way? Xiao Yuan didn't say anything and kept eating quickly. It was sent to Little Pan. Xiao Jianbei quickly swallowed his watermelon and almost choked. Little One also bought some snacks and shared a big bag with Little Pan, plus some hairpins, he said. He wanted to give her money, but she refused everything, saying to save it for her marriage. Xiao Jianbei's cheeks suddenly turned red. He quickly looked down to hide it and took another big bite of watermelon. Zhou Chunhua laughed so hard her mouth almost couldn't close. "Little Wan, look, second aunt doesn't know how to thank you. She's benefiting from you again. You said you wanted to make cotton clothes and pants, right? When you have some free time, second aunt will make them for you, and she'll embroider a few small flowers on them. I promise you'll look beautiful wearing them. No rustic look at all." She clapped her hands excitedly. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. She suddenly remembered something. Second aunt, her real mother's maid, was from a wealthy family and was skilled in embroidery. When she was young, she learned embroidery from her mother. Old Lady Qiao had valued this talent and spent a lot of grain to marry her into the family. Now, because the family was poor and lacked fabric, she couldn't show off her embroidery skills. She wondered if she still knew how to sew. Okay, no need for complicated embroidery. Just some patterns will do. There's no rush. As long as I finish before it snows, she said. Besides making cotton clothes and pants, she also planned to make a big red cotton coat that reached her knees. There was enough space for several bolts of corduroy fabric. No, she would make 2 coats, one in yellow, to wear alternately. Grandpa, keep the rabbit fur for me. I want to sew it onto the hat of my cotton jacket. All kept for you, Old Man Chiao said. After eating 2 pieces of watermelon, he stopped and looked at his granddaughters, the care. He smiled and said, if there's any left, your grandma will make you 2 small hats. Xiao Yuan happily nodded. After finishing the watermelon, everyone sat down again. They weren't in the mood to cook. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Yuan. She smiled and began to show off her goods today. Quickly open it and let Second Dance see what's inside. Zhang Xianghua's sharp eyes said, Xiaowan, did you buy fabric? She saw some lace. Fabric? Old Lady Qiao's eyes lit up as she squeezed past Old Man Qiao. She took the closest seat to Xiao Yuan. Yuan, did you really buy fabric? Hurry and show it to Grandma. Xiao Yuan smiled playfully, knowing this era's people cherish fabric and cloth covers the most. She proudly lifted the biggest burlap sack and took out the 8-foot white cotton cloth she bought at the department store. Old Lady Qiao, Zhang Xianghua, and Zhou Chunhua's eyes widened instantly. Oh, so much? The quality is really good, so soft. It's been many years since I saw so much fabric at once. Zhou Chunhua eagerly touched the cloth, carefully. Anything else? Xiao Yuan pulled out half a piece of white cotton cloth from the sack. Now the family couldn't sit still. Old Man Xiao also came over to look. Yuan, did you buy all this? Where did all these fabric tickets come from? Clearly, it wasn't from robbing that scrawny kid Xiao Xingli. That kid didn't have such ability. Old Man Xiao suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, thinking of the roe deer, rabbit, wild chicken, and the blood on the bean pod leaves from noon. Old Lady Qiao also shivered in surprise and hurriedly ordered Xiao Jiandong, quick, go and put the door latch on. Don't let anyone rush in. Seeing so much fabric and feeling envious, how could they be so shameless as to want to share? Xiao Jiandong looked outside at the bright sky, hesitating and not moving. Grandma, it's so bright outside. Isn't it bad to lock the door? It looks suspicious. That's called, there's no silver here, but 300 taels are hidden somewhere. Qiao Xianqi retorted. Little brat, you want a beating, huh? Old Lady Qiao casually took her smoking pipe and tapped Xiao Jiandong's head. Stop bossing me around. Hurry up and do it quickly. Grandpa, look at my grandma. Xiao Jiandong jumped and complained directly. Old Man Xiao glanced at him. I can't control your grandma, he said. He clearly knew the difference between big and small. Xiao Jiandong. Rubbing his head, he obediently went to lock the door. Zhou Chunhua muttered in her heart, son is so foolish. He can't tell the difference from near and far. A grandson is loved by everyone, but can he be more loved than a wife who's been with the family for decades? Zhou Chunhua thought to herself and had to distract her son, asking, Xiaowan, where did you get so many fabric tickets? Xiao Yuan chuckled, having already thought of an excuse. Actually, there's something I haven't told you. I used to go hungry at home. When I saw old Mr. Qiao, old Mrs. Qiao raised her eyebrows in worry. Fearing they might get upset, I hurried to explain, it's not that they don't let me eat. I just can eat more, so I don't get enough food. Xiao Xingli and his wife don't love me much, so they wouldn't want to spend a lot of money on food for me. Even if I didn't say this last part out loud, the Qiao family knew it well. Old Mrs. Qiao's eyes turned red. They often teased me and I was happy about it, so I didn't notice. I kept talking. I usually go out after school or on Sundays to walk in the nearby mountains. I get lucky, sometimes, and find good things. When I was young, I wasn't strong enough, so I just looked for mushrooms, wild vegetables, or wild eggs. I couldn't sell much, so I ate them myself. As I got older, I became stronger and ran faster in the woods. Gradually, I could catch rabbits, wild chickens, and roe deer. Sometimes I ate them myself, and sometimes I secretly sold them. I'm small and not very brave, so I didn't dare go to the black market or even know where it was. Before she finished speaking, Qiao Jianhua and the others' mouths twitched. Qiao Jiandong and Qiao Jian Yi looked like they had a. Xiao Yuan pretended not to see and kept a calm, sweet smile, showing she was not bothered. I sold some to classmates I get along with. Their families are full of relatives who are workers, and they are quite well off. They want almost all kinds of meat, except rat meat. They pay generously and sometimes give me rare tickets. Besides roe deer, wild chickens, and rabbits, I also found honey. You wouldn't believe it. Once I found a big beehive. I cut out 2 large buckets and sold a lot of honey. I got addicted to making money. Except on rainy days or when heavy snow blocks the mountains, I almost go into the mountains every day. Little by little, I saved up quite a lot of money. With only the 300 yuan my parents gave me, I wouldn't dare spend so freely. She wasn't entirely lying. She used to go into the mountains often, but after skipping grades, she went less. The nearby city mountains didn't have much good stuff. Gathering firewood, picking wild vegetables or mushrooms was okay, and sometimes she saw a wild chicken, but that was rare. Animals are smart. They don't stay where there are many people. She sold mushrooms to classmates. Some adults believed her, looking enlightened. Old Mrs. Qiao and old Mr. Qiao looked worried. Zhou Chunhua asked curiously, "Do your parents know?" "Of course not. If they knew, do you think they'd let me keep the money?" Zhou Chunhua was surprised. "Wow, you're really brave. Keeping so much money and tickets for yourself. You're young, so you're not afraid of losing it. It's better to give the money to the adults." Xiao Yuan choked, thinking that if she didn't know they were on the same side, she might have thought she was a spy sent by Qiao Xingli and his wife. Second aunt, "Did brother Jianan give you the money?" Now it was Zhou Chunhua's turn to be stunned. "He doesn't have any money. Even if he did, he wouldn't." Zhou Chunhua suddenly realized, "Look at you, second aunt. You just said that casually, and now you're unhappy. Don't be so petty. If you don't ask anymore, that's fine. Keep watching, keep watching. What else did you buy?" She focused on being willing to admit mistakes and flexible. Zhang Xianghua held back her laughter. Yes, don't go off topic." Xiao Jiandong, who just had some money and wanted to save it himself, nodded. Yes.
Yes, right.
Everyone agreed to move on to the next topic. Apart from these white cloths, I also bought a piece of red floral fabric and some blue and dark blue checked fabric. I want to make a cardigan from the red floral fabric, with a collar a bit lower and elastic cuffs and waist. I bought buttons and elastic bands too. For the dark blue checked fabric, "Mom, can you make curtains for me?" Such good fabric for curtains? Grandma Qiao was a bit reluctant. In our countryside, no one really talks about blocking curtains. Xiao Yuan said, "Grandma, I don't feel safe sleeping without curtains, especially with so many male youth in the youth camp. Without curtains, it gets light before 3 a.m. in summer, and I can't sleep in. Make them. Grandma Qiao immediately agreed. "You have quite a bit of fabric. Grandma will make double-layer curtains for you, so they block everything well. Even the sharp-eyed won't see through." Her granddaughter was so handsome, she couldn't let the male youths get a good look. The little old lady was still a bit worried, turning to old man Xiao. "Do we have any boards left? If so, make another door for Xiaowan, a double-layer door. The inner layer should be thicker. If we don't have boards, borrow from someone else, and after harvest, we'll go up the mountain to get wood and return them. Also, make the windows sturdy." At this point, Grandma Qiao started to regret agreeing to let her granddaughter stay at the youth camp. She even thought about setting mousetraps because she was worried about a male youth building a house nearby. "Okay, I'll ask Lao Wang tomorrow," said old man Xiao, feeling that his wife was right. "Tomorrow? After dinner, you should go now," Grandma Qiao urged. As for the clothes one wanted to make, here's a funny story. I've been updating so fast, reaching nearly 100,000 words, and suddenly, I can't find my work. I asked customer service, and they said the work was hidden. I don't know what's going on. So frustrating. Jiandong Qiao pouted. Grandma, you're just worried because you care. There's no need to worry. There are some people with bad intentions, and Xiaowan can easily handle 8 sticks in 1 second. The entire group of young workers in the youth village can't match her strength. 8 sticks aren't her limit. She could handle even 8 young men at once. Even a wild boar can be killed with 1 strike, and the fragile young men are even easier to handle. Xiao Jiandong feels very confident. Xiao Jianhua and Xiao Jiandang also think about the scene of a wild boar spraying blood in the woods. They all shiver at the thought. Xiao Jiandang quickly advises Xiaowan, in the future, when you fight with someone, be more careful. Don't rush to use your tools. If you can talk, don't fight. If you must fight, don't use knives. Don't hurt people to the point of needing to go to jail. Jail food never tastes as good as home-cooked meals. Xiao Yuan feels speechless. Is her reputation really that bad now? Old Mr. Qiao, Mrs. Qiao, Zhang Xianghua, and Zhou Chunhua immediately scowl and scold. What nonsense are you talking about? Yeah, jail food? That's so gloomy. Don't worry about your sister, and stop talking nonsense. Find someone to fight. You're telling Xiaowan to fight? What can we expect from you? Brothers, remember this. If someone bullies Xiaowan, you better step in quickly, understand? Mrs. Qiao cares deeply for Xiaowan. Xiao Jianfin, Xiao Jianji, and Xiao Jianben all have younger brothers and brothers who support them. But Xiaowan can't rely on Xiao Yudong. In their northeast hometown, when sisters are bullied, whether by outsiders or in-laws, brothers always step in. Beating up in-laws is common. Got it? Remember this. The conversation drifts further away from the original topic. Mrs. Qiao nods with satisfaction and pats Xiaowan's head. Xiaowan, what do you want to make with that blue cloth? Her gentle tone makes the 6 brothers shiver. Xiaowan grins, showing her small white teeth. Grandma, I don't need the blue cloth. You and the second aunt can decide who gets what. I also bought 4 jean of red yarn. Look at this color, it's very nice. The shopkeeper said I was lucky, when at the right time. If I had gone a little later, someone else would have bought it. Red yarn is very popular. Xiaowan shows the yarn to them. I want to knit a cardigan sweater. I don't know how much yarn I need, and I didn't ask. I bought all these. Grandma, can you help me knit it? I don't know how. Zhang Xianghua knits very fast. She can finish a sweater in 6 or 7 days. She also knows various patterns. She learned before, but now her eyes are good, yet her hands are tired. Zhang Xianghua happily agrees. Sure, tell me what kind of sweater you want. I'm free these days, so I can knit it for you when I have time. You're thin, so you won't use all this yarn. If I have leftovers, I'll knit you a pair of gloves. Xiaowan refuses. I don't want gloves. I don't like wearing them. Zhou Yuan refused, saying she liked to keep her hands in her pockets. If you can use it, then just take it, Zhou Chunhua said with envy. Big sister-in-law, Xiaowan doesn't want it, just give it to Xiaoban. In winter, the school always makes students shovel snow. At home, there was no more cotton. She had worn her cotton-padded gloves for years, and the cotton inside had hardened. They weren't warm at all, and last year her hands even got frostbite. So she secretly pulled out some cotton from her padded jacket to make a thicker pair of gloves, which helped. All right, Zhang Xianghua agreed easily, not making a fuss. Zhou Yuan said, perfect. After I finish making the padded jacket and pants, I'll have some leftover cotton to stuff inside for more warmth. I'll make the stitches looser when I knit, she added. The family was happy, and Grandma Qiao and Grandpa Qiao watched from the side, feeling pleased. Grandma Qiao reached out to take some things outside and saw 4 pairs of old shoes. 2 pairs were clearly too big, and she immediately understood why. She scolded, Child, why are you still buying us shoes? Grandpa and I already have shoes. Yours are cloth shoes, not as sturdy as the old-style shoes. Plus, they're cheap. Only 2 yuan and 50 cents a pair, and no receipt needed. I remember your shoe size is this. Try them on quickly. But they're too expensive. Can we exchange them? For the ones you wear, Grandma and Grandpa. Grandma Qiao was about to say they didn't want them, but before she finished, Grandpa Qiao had already gone outside to wash his feet with a basin of water. She quickly swallowed her words and shot a sharp look at her happily trying on the shoes. Grandpa Chiao chuckled. Not bad, they fit well, and they're comfortable. At his age, it was the first time he wore old-style shoes. His granddaughter was so thoughtful. Grandpa, walk around outside and see how they feel, she suggested. Grandpa took a few steps and said, Oh, they feel even better, and the soles are soft. Seeing Grandpa walking comfortably, Grandma Chiao didn't say anything more. She tried on a pair herself and couldn't help but smile brightly. Xianghua and Grandma Chiao, who had been mother and daughter-in-law for over 20 years, always knew how to speak to touch Grandma's heart. Grandma, these shoes look really nice on you. After lunch, go for a walk at the village entrance and chat with Aunt Han and Aunt Li. They'll definitely envy you. If I had to say, the most fortunate old lady in our brigade is you, Grandma. Xiaowan's only granddaughter is just as lucky as their grandchildren. But what if they're not at the village entrance? Everyone's busy with chores. Grandma Chiao hesitated. Aunt Han was Han Saifeng's real grandmother and used to be the most respected in the brigade. She loved to show off her clothes, her food, even going out. She'd first put pig fat on her lips to look good. As soon as she spoke, she said, Today we ate meat again at home, which meant the ingredients weren't very good now, and she was feeling down. Zhang Xianghua comforted her, saying, Don't worry, Mom. They will definitely be here. If they're not, there are others. All right, I'll go soon, said Grandma Chiao with a smiling, squinting eye. This time, it was finally her turn to go out and boast. In 10 miles around, who has a granddaughter as filial as hers? Who has a niece as capable as Xiaowan? Grandma Chiao felt happier and happier thinking about it. Xiao Yuan took the opportunity to continue taking things out. Grandpa, can you help me check this kitchen knife? If it's dull, please sharpen it. And the iron pot, I don't know how to open it. Grandpa and Grandma, don't be stingy with your toothbrush and toothpaste. Use them up and I'll buy new ones for you. I bought batteries. Tonight we can listen to the radio. Oh, batteries are more expensive now. 5 for 1 yuan 3. Oh, I forgot the sugar and snacks. Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie, and second auntie, you all eat. The shrimp chips smell so good and the maltose is tasty, but it's sticky. Second auntie, when you leave, take some snacks and candies back for second uncle. I remember he loves sweets. A tall old man was cracking corn stalks to eat. Zhou Chunhua smiled brightly and responded with a sound of agreement. Then Xiao Yuan took out something, and everyone was surprised. Grandma Chiao felt distressed and exclaimed, patting her thigh. When she pulled out a piece of velvet cloth, a fabric called diangliang, and malted milk, everyone gasped. My goodness, how much cloth tickets must that have cost? How much money was spent? It was too careless with money. And the malted milk, he's not even 80. Why does he need to drink that? Oh, I feel so heartbroken. In the countryside, getting a wife didn't cost this much. The money spent in one day was equal to what they earned in several years. Just after selling wild boar and getting a good amount of money, Brother Qiao Jianhua, who hadn't had time to enjoy it, looked very down, like a sick chicken. Compared to Xiao Wan, they were like a stick. Finally, Qiao Yuan took out 3 thermoses, and everyone in the house was stunned. Only Qiao Jianbei managed to stay calm. He had been exhausted all afternoon but finally recovered. P.S. Before, there was no fertilizer or pesticides, and because of the land, the corn stalks and sugarcane were as sweet as candy.
Xiao Wan.
Grandma Chiao wanted to advise her granddaughter not to be so wasteful. Just as she started, someone pulled the door, startling her so much she shivered. Zhou Chunhua was even more frightened, letting out a loud ah. The others, who were quite calm before, were also startled by Zhou Chunhua's scream, their hearts pounding. They all instinctively became cautious, acting like thieves. Grandma Chiao, already shaken, was so frightened by the sudden shout that she almost fell off the bed and nearly tumbled to the ground. Old Mr. Chiao was quick and sharp, pulling himself together just in time. Old Mrs. Chiao was so angry she was almost steaming, and she couldn't help but scold Zhou Chunhua twice. Zhou Chunhua nervously shrank her neck, trembling as she spoke. Oh, mother, I didn't do it on purpose. Please calm down, calm down. She tremblingly pointed outside. Who's out there? It sounds like someone's sneaking around the window. Could it be those greedy women from the big team? They saw Xiaowan and the others coming back with a lot of things and are rushing over to take advantage, someone guessed. We can't start this. The neighbors borrow a little here and there, but what does Xiaowan need all this for? Besides, with just this fabric, 2 families in our village are getting married this winter. And if they borrow, how will they pay it back? Refusing would offend people, and no one would be happy inside or outside. Plus, having so many things out makes people suspicious. We shouldn't spread rumors about our family dealing in shady trades. That would be terrible. They considered reporting it. The village team had 2 busybodies who loved gossip and were always gathering together. Old Mrs. Chow agreed quietly, whispering like a mosquito, "You finally see things clearly. Hurry up, everyone. Pack the things on the bed into the cabinet quickly. Quick, quick. Put the fabric in this cabinet. Also the sugar and pastries. Xiao Jinshi, are you looking for trouble? All the pastries are oily. Who uses cloth to wrap them?" Xiao Fuyo tugged at the door twice, but couldn't open it. He was puzzled and just then heard his younger sister-in-law scream sharply. It was quite frightening. He shivered with fear, almost kneeling on the ground. He hurriedly tiptoed to the window to see what was happening. The window was tightly shut, and he could hear muffled voices inside, but no one came to open the door for him. Xiao Fuyo was sweating all over in that moment. He couldn't poke a hole in the oil paper, so he knocked loudly and shouted, "Mother, what's going on? Open the door quickly." Old Mrs. Chow, wishing she had 10 hands, was frantic. Others, also sweating and busy, looked at each other in confusion. They had forgotten that Xiao Fuyo was not at home. Xiao Jianhua, closest to the door, hurriedly put down his thermos and ran to open it. "Mother!" Xiao Fuyo was about to shout again, but someone grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. "Dad, come in quickly," they said, then closed the door behind him. "Why are you locking the door in broad daylight? Where are your grandpa and grandma?" Xiao Fuyo thought the children were causing trouble and shot a stern look at his usually steady eldest son. He was trembling so badly earlier that he almost cried. He was nearly caught off guard. Once inside, they were all stunned. After understanding what was going on, I can't help but admire my niece's capability and bravery. Even at such a young age, she has already saved up enough to start her own family business. She's better than me, the older generation. I feel happy again and say with a smile, Xiaowan's house is almost ready. In about 6 or 7 days, she can move in. This afternoon, the bed was also made. To keep you warm, I left a bed hole in the room. You don't need to worry about firewood, just take some from home. Your house is small, so you won't need much. Let Brother Jianhua and the others bring a small cart to push some for you. When you're done, push it back. Xiao Yuan shakes her head. I'll take some now. Once I move in and settle down, I'll organize everything myself. Old Xiao disagrees. How can a young girl like you handle this? Can you go up the mountain to saw wood or pull down logs? There's a pile of firewood at home that could last 3 years.
Just use it.
Grandma Xiao also feels sorry for her granddaughter. Going up the mountain to fetch wood is hard. It's so cold, your hands can't even stretch out. The snow is deep enough to reach your knees. Don't let the young girl get frostbite. Zhang Xianghua teases, the northwest wind is like a tiny knife, freezing you into a little girl. Xiaowan listened to the adults. There are several strong young men at home, like Jianhua and others. You don't need to worry about that little bit of firewood. Zhang Xianghua knows her niece isn't like Qiao Jiannan, who loves to take advantage and thinks Qiao Yuan might be shy. She also advises her. Sometimes, the older woman's words are more convincing than the man's. Jianhua says, yes, and we're here too. If we bring a little more, it will last you a whole year. North Brother Qiao, who is slow to speak, also chimes in, you can use more. Brothers Qiao Jianya, Qiao Jiandong, and Qiao Jianxi all confidently agree. Qiao Jiandang firmly states, our youngest girl shouldn't have to fetch firewood herself. That's nonsense, just being silly. Qiao Yuan responds, fine, fine, fine. You go up the mountain and I'll stay home and make dumplings for you. She no longer refuses and smiles as she continues, I'm just worried about the cold. That's why I want the house to have a fire burning 24 hours a day. We use a lot of firewood, so I feel a bit embarrassed. In Aoshi, the place where they live, winter lasts about 5 months each year, and it snows heavily. Starting in mid-October, the weather gets cold. By the end of October, it begins to snow, and sometimes snowflakes drift in April. It only warms up around mid-May. So, for someone like Qiao Yuan who fears the cold, firewood is very important. Brother Qiao Jiandong's eyes widen as if his ears aren't working well, and he exclaims, What? What? You're shy about this too? Everyone laughs. Qiao Yuan rolls her eyes at him, but can't help but smile. Seeing the children at home united and friendly makes Grandma Qiao and Old Qiao feel very happy. Old Mr. Qiao took out his pipe and pouch, reached inside to get some tobacco, and packed it into his pipe. He took a nice puff. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Chunhua picked up the candies and pastries she had been given and was about to leave. Go ahead and chat, I'm going back, she said. Second aunt, stay and eat here. Tonight, we'll make dumplings, Qiao Yuan quickly said. I bought flour for making dumplings, she added. No, thank you, Zhou Chunhua shook her head. I'll eat at home. I already ate a lot of meat at noon. Besides, I need to go home and start marinating the venison. It's hot, and if I wait too long, it'll spoil. Salzer Kai Feng will definitely start marinating when she gets home this afternoon. Qiao Yuan continued to persuade her. She saw that second aunt was secretly swallowing saliva. Having one more person to help with the dumplings would make it faster. After you finish eating, you can go back with Brother Jianbei and the others. Zhou Chunhua was tempted. The last time she ate dumplings was on New Year's morning, made with a mix of white flour and fine cornmeal. Her 3 sons always took advantage of her. She still felt a bit shy about it. Was her face too thick? Don't go back. Stay and eat here, said old Lady Qiao, who knew her second daughter-in-law's character well. She was folding cloth, her eyes half closed. You'd be thinking about dumplings even if you went home. You don't eat much at home, and I'd have to bring your share of the dumplings too. It's all one thing inside and out. Go chop the meat, I'll make the dough, and let your sister-in-law chop the vegetables. That way, it'll be faster, Zhang Xianghua also encouraged her. Today, we're all benefiting from Xiao Wan, she added. Yes, we've saved a week's worth of oil and water today, Zhou Chunhua immediately agreed, giving in. She wasn't very cunning. She just wanted to be obedient. Since her mother-in-law and sister-in-law had asked her so nicely, she didn't bother pretending. P.S. In winter, wood slides down along the snow, making it easier to drag. So, they usually cut wood in winter. Back then, in northeast China, nobody gathered twigs for fire. They just cut down trees directly. When other families' elders made delicious food, they would first call their sons to eat. Daughters-in-law ate casually. Their family was different. Daughters-in-law ate with their mouths full of oil, while the sons stayed at home gnawing on cornmeal cakes. Xiao Chongfu ate a fragrant meal of stir-fried celery and shredded potatoes, along with cornmeal cakes. Han Kai Feng picked up a cornmeal cake, took a small bite, chewed it 7 or 8 times, but couldn't swallow. What's wrong? Xiao Jianan looked up and saw his wife holding a cornmeal cake, not moving for a long time. Did you hold back at lunch and aren't hungry now? I'm not very hungry either. We had a big meal at noon, lots of oil and water, so it's hard to digest. If I don't eat now, I'll be hungry at midnight. You should eat a little too. Eat more vegetables. I must say, your stir-fried celery with shredded potatoes tastes really good. Having meat makes a big difference. After saying that, he scooped a plate of food for Han Kai Feng, deliberately taking the part with more shredded meat. You don't need to worry about me, just eat yours.
Han Kai Feng smiled.
I put quite a bit of meat in the dish, about half a jin, around 250 grams. There's still some in the pot, and I also saved a big plate for Mom. But it's so late. Why hasn't she come back yet? It's so dark outside, and Mom didn't bring a flashlight. Jianan, why don't you go and pick up Mom first? We can eat when she gets back. No need, Qiao Jianan said, without looking up. Mom has a flashlight at home. Besides, Xiao Bei and the other two haven't come back either. They're probably all together. At this point, Jianan finally realized. Yes, his mom hadn't come back. His 3 brothers also hadn't returned. Surely, Grandma and Grandpa made something delicious, and all 4 of them are probably eating together. Jianan felt a bit upset. The whole family was enjoying good food, while only the 3 of them were at home gnawing on dry corn cakes. What does this mean? As the eldest grandson, his grandparents wouldn't hesitate to give him food. His great-uncle and great-aunt weren't petty either. Most likely, that little girl, Xiao Yuan, was stirring things up. That brat really causes trouble everywhere, always meddling, and isn't a good person. No wonder his biological parents aren't happy. Jianan snorted. His mother too, if there was good food, she wouldn't come back to call him and Kaifeng. The more Jianan thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. He put down his chopsticks and was about to go outside to put on shoes. But Xiao Zhongfu stopped him with a shout. Where are you going? Dad, I'm going to find my mom and bring her back to eat. Jianan continued, putting on his shoes. Just eat your meal honestly. Xiao Zhongfu was unhappy inside. He knew what his eldest son meant. He raised him, but as soon as he pouted, he could tell what he was planning. His parents were right. He shouldn't spoil him anymore. If this keeps up, the family will fall apart. Someone who always looks for easy benefits, only wanting to cling to the family and their blood but unwilling to give back. Who would want to associate with such a selfish, irresponsible son? Such a selfish, irresponsible son who doesn't show respect or care for his parents. They can't rely on him when they grow old. He still has 3 sons and a daughter, and he himself can work a few more years. It doesn't matter if he can't rely on them, but he can't let the others feel cold-hearted. He also can't bear to see his son go down the wrong path. After all, he's his son, and he can't let him keep making mistakes. Not teaching him properly is the father's fault. Xiao Zhongfu hardened his heart. Your mom isn't a 3-year-old kid. Do you really need to go find her?
Dad.
Seeing his father's expressionless face, Jianan's voice weakened slightly. What? As a father, I say you shouldn't go? Sit down and eat your meal. Zhou Chongfu rarely showed a stern face. If you don't want to eat, just go back to your room and stay there. Zhou Jianan was a bit annoyed and looked at Zhou Chongfu with some dissatisfaction. But Zhou Chongfu didn't pay him any attention. Han Kaifeng was surprised that her honest father-in-law was taking charge today, which made her feel uncomfortable. She also felt a little upset but knew that an honest person getting angry was more frightening. She quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, Jianan, listen to Dad. If he doesn't want you to go, don't go. Come sit down and eat. Sorry, I forgot about Jianbai and the others. I was just thinking about how the meat in today's dishes is plentiful, and I didn't want it to get cold and taste bad. Han Kaifeng tugged Jianan to sit down and gave him a subtle signal. She felt anxious inside, but Zhou Chongfu didn't want to hear her polite words. He put down his chopsticks, went outside to the doorway, frowned slightly, took 2 deep drags on a cigarette, and sighed. Han Kaifeng's smile froze on her face. Was her father-in-law displeased with her? She squeezed Jianan's hand and quickly looked at Zhou Chongfu, whispering, Dad, what's wrong with you tonight? How would I know? Jianan angrily picked up his chopsticks and started eating the shredded meat. Han Kaifeng rolled her eyes at him. I noticed Dad seemed a bit distracted at lunch today. He didn't drink much. Do you think Grandpa and Grandma said something to him? She felt itchy all over today. What could they have said? Jianan thought his wife was overthinking. Forget it. Don't worry too much. We have meat today, eat more. Dad didn't eat much either, she said, just eating 2 cornmeal pancakes. Dad's not a 3-year-old. He knows if he's hungry or not, Jianan retorted. Han Kaifeng nodded, and the couple picked meat from the dish. Not a single bit of meat residue was left. After dinner, Han Kaifeng asked Jianan to wash the dishes. Jianan hesitated. You're exhausted. I worked all day. I've never been this tired before. My waist hurts, my neck and shoulders ache, and you still want me to wash the dishes? These few bowls, you can do it yourself. I'm pregnant and can't bend down. Han Kaifeng felt uneasy, but didn't want to say it directly. Instead, She said, I know you're tired, and I feel for you. I'll wash the dishes myself. I can't bend down, so I'll sit on a small stool. She slowly reached for a small stool. Enough, Jiannan said, worried she might fall backward. So he stood up, rubbing his waist. I'll do it. Han Kaifeng immediately praised him enthusiastically, and Jiannan worked even harder. Just then, the clock struck 7. Han Kaifeng looked up quickly and saw Zhou Chongfu heading toward the goose pen in the yard. Zhou Jianan raised his doubts and said, Jianan, there's something I can't figure out. What's the matter? Jianan asked, confused. Do you remember what our mother said during lunch? Han Kaifeng glanced outside, seeing that Grandpa hadn't returned yet, and continued. Our mother said that Xiaowan brought back the meat secretly. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then I started to wonder. 7 of them went up the mountain, 6 young men. How could Xiaowan carry such heavy meat? Yeah, now that you mention it, I also feel something's off. It can't be Manhwa and Jianbei carrying pigs or grass, and Xiaowan carrying the meat. What do you think is going on? Could our mother be lying to us? Han Kaifeng rolled her eyes. Why would she lie about such a small thing? There's no reason. Besides, our mom and dad were there too. I think Jianbei and the others must have carried something even heavier. Heavier? Jianan exclaimed. You mean? Jianan's loud voice startled even old Jiang, who looked toward the house. Han Kaifeng quickly stepped forward, covering Jianan's mouth with her hand, glaring. Are you stupid? Why are you shouting so loudly? Jianan, muffled by her hand, nodded quickly, signaling her to let go. Once she did, and seeing that old Jiang hadn't come back yet, Jianan took a deep breath. Lowering his voice, he asked Feng, are you saying they not only caught a roe deer, but maybe something else too? Yes, that's possible. It could be a roe deer, a deer, or even a wild boar, Han Kaifeng analyzed slowly. Didn't you hear what they said? Xiaowan is quite skilled. No, it must be a wild boar. Absolutely.
Why?
Jianan didn't understand. Han Kaifeng explained carefully, think about it. Today, Xiaowan and Jiandong brought back roe deer, pheasants, and rabbits, right? Jianan nodded. And then? Han Kaifeng continued, since they carried so much, what could the other 5 carry? Think about it. It must be heavier than those. It can't just be 2 or 3 roe deer. It would be too coincidental to encounter so many roe deer, and deer are unlikely. If it was a deer, Xiaowan would have brought back deer blood, antlers, or hearts. These are good supplements, but did you hear what her grandpa and grandma said? So, it must be a wild boar. Do you think my analysis makes sense? Yes, it does. Jianan was stunned, thinking he had missed a big wild boar. At this moment, Han Kaifeng looked a bit annoyed and snorted, I didn't say we should go up the mountain together. It's obvious they don't want to share the benefits with you and are hiding their true intentions. Little one is a cousin, and she's hiding something, but Jianbei, Jiandong, and Jianxi are your real brothers. They're turning away from us. Xiao Jiannan's face turned green. Han Kaifeng seemed unaware of his change in expression and continued softly, do you think they went to sell meat this afternoon? They wouldn't really go just to help little one get something, right? Why would so many people be involved just for that? I think they definitely went to sell meat, she said. Meat prices are so high now, they could make over 100 yuan. Han Kaifeng pouted and twisted Xiao Jiannan's waist. We really have suffered a lot. Our child will be born soon, and we don't even have enough fabric to make tiny clothes. My mother's family was kind enough to give me a piece of pure cotton cloth. It's not big, just enough to make a set of clothes. That's their good intention. But look at your family. Your brothers, knowing we're struggling and about to have a new mouth to feed, they didn't even tell you about this good news. They're supposed to be brothers. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. She wiped her eyes, which showed no tears, and continued sadly, I don't know what we did to offend them. I'm the sister-in-law, just a layer apart, and even you, my brother, can't help. I've seen through it now. Our family and kids are the only ones who truly matter. No one else can come between us. Even our mother looks down on us. Han Saifeng's words were bitter, but her thoughts were even more so. The power of gossip has always been strong. Xiao Jiannan was already unhappy, and hearing this made him even more annoyed. He angrily said, "When Jianbei and the others come back, I'll ask them if I'm still considered the eldest brother." Outside, Qiao Chongfu had been listening for a while, his face as dark as a pot's bottom, trying hard to suppress his anger. He made up his mind and, with his hands behind his back, left the house. When he reached the old Qiao's house, everyone had finished eating and washing dishes. Zhang Xianghua was packing dumplings into an aluminum lunchbox. Zhou Chunhua was nearby, smiling happily. "Big sister-in-law, that's enough. Just let them three taste it. The rest you can warm up and eat tomorrow morning." Zhang Xianghua stuffed the lunchbox full. "It's not like outsiders are here. Why be so polite? Our family hasn't had dumplings in a long time. Take more, don't make it bland or too salty. Everyone will enjoy it." If she took less, Qiao Chongfu wouldn't want to eat much, especially with a pregnant woman at home. Old Madame Qiao also felt sorry for her second son. She helped press down a bit and took out another large bowl, filling it completely. "You said, take it all back. The rest is enough for little one to eat tomorrow morning. We're also stewing meat tomorrow morning, so we need to eat it quickly." Zhou Chunhua no longer refused and smiled broadly. "Mother, eldest sister-in-law, hee, I'm taking advantage of you again." Xiao Yuan sat cross-legged in the east room, sipping sweetened soy milk. She looked up casually and said, "Oh, my second uncle is here. Why is he here at this time?" Old man Xiao frowned slightly and slid off the Kong. He kicked ash from his shoe while dressing and took a few steps outside. The three brothers, Qiao Jianbei, also put on their shoes and got off the Kong. Qiao Jiandong smiled kindly. Maybe he finished eating and saw we haven't gone back, so he's staying up. When Qiao Zhongfu entered the room, Zhou Chunhua immediately sensed something was wrong. After sleeping in the same bed for so long, even though Zhou Chunhua was usually carefree, she knew her husband best. "Zhongfu, what's wrong with you? Who upset you? Why do you look unhappy? Is that good-for-nothing Qiao Jiannan pretending to be sick again? Just wait, I'll deal with him when I get back." Yes, in just one day, Zhou Chunhua understood and accepted that Qiao Jiannan had been pretending to be sick before. The children nearby saw trouble and hurried to the west room, listening through the door. Hearing good-for-nothing, Qiao Yuan's eyes widened. She nudged Qiao Jianhua and whispered, "Why did second aunt change so fast?" Her attitude flipped faster than flipping a book. She was still caring for him this morning, and now she's calling him a good-for-nothing? She thought she had just planted a seed, waiting for it to take root and sprout, but it suddenly grew into a big tree. Qiao Jianhua chuckled silently. Maybe she used to have an idea in her mind, but didn't want to admit it. Now someone's pointed it out clearly, so she just let it go. "I can't remember the word," Xiao Yuan said. "She's letting herself go." Yes, letting herself go. Second aunt initially loved Qiao Jiannan because he was the first child, and also to annoy third aunt. But over time, she got used to it. That doesn't mean she doesn't love Jianbei and the others. They're all her children. In the countryside, raising kids is rough. Every family argues sometimes. A crying child gets treats and Qiao Jiannan cries, but Jianbei and the others never complain openly. Maybe they've grumbled a little, but uncle and aunt wouldn't take it seriously. Now, with so many children and hard work, it's impossible to care for everyone perfectly. As long as they're fed and warm, they're fine. But last night, you clearly spoke your mind, and after that, Qiao Jiannan learned everything again. Can uncle and aunt not think about this? They won't say it out loud, but they're surely worried and scared inside. They don't want Jianbei and the others to complain or feel distant. They're afraid the brothers might become enemies in the future. And they're even worried about what will happen when they grow old, or worse. Qiao Jiannan has always been like this. What will happen to him in the future? This situation is so annoying. No one wants to help out. Plus, the grandparents are constantly lecturing and lecturing, making it hard for second uncle and second aunt to understand. Actually, it's not just that. The elderly couple also uses Qiao Yuan as an example. Because Qiao Xingli and his wife are so biased, Qiao Yudong feels at ease enjoying life, while Qiao Yuan doesn't hold back when confronting them or causing trouble. Learning from past mistakes, Qiao Chongfu and Zhou Chunhua are naturally very cautious. They suddenly realize the truth. No, it's a sudden insight. Xiao Jianhua doesn't know this yet. Xiao Yuan is even more unaware as she has become a role model, an example to follow. Xiao Jiandang's eyes light up and he says, "Now that I understand, it's going to be hard to fool Xiao Jianan. Just watch, he's going to suffer." How so? Xiao Jinshi leans in curiously. Xiao Yuan also leans forward. Their heads almost touch. Xiao Jiandang quietly says, "I heard earlier that the grandparents suggested splitting the family. Xiao Jianan should move out. Everyone should live their own lives, good or bad, without involving others." Xiao Jinshi is very surprised. Really? Xiao Yuan thinks it's not that simple. Can Xiao Jianan agree? Han Kaifeng is so scheming. Living together, they wouldn't have to do much, and could sneak around. If they split up, they'd have to do everything themselves, and no one would support them. Xiao Jianan can't handle the household alone.
Plus.
Xiao Yuan glances at Xiao Jianbei and Xiao Jiandong, who are also listening. Although second aunt scolds fiercely, she loves her own son and has cared for him for many years. Would she really be willing to split the family at this moment? It's one thing to understand the reasoning, another to actually do it. She feels that this split probably won't happen now. If Xiao Jianan keeps causing trouble and they slowly become more determined, then maybe they can finally give up. But this isn't a TV drama where the villains suddenly change their ways in the last episode. That only happens to villains. Xiao Jianxi looks disappointed. Xiao Jiandang listens nearby and nods. I also think they can't split now. The eldest sister-in-law just gave birth, and she needs care. If they split the family now, it wouldn't sound good. Second aunt might not agree either. Plus, they haven't even built a new house. If they split, where would they live? If they still live together after splitting, what's the point? Living under the same roof makes things even more complicated. In a few months, it will be harvest time and everyone will be busy. The baby will be born then. Someone will need to take care of them. Can they think of that? When the time comes, they might cry and admit mistakes, ask for help from their family, and second uncle and second aunt might soften their hearts. At this point, Xiao Jiandong and Xiao Jianxi also relax their expressions. Zhou Yuan added, "You know second master and second madam want to split the family, so they will stay peaceful for a while. I think it's good if they can wait until brother Jianbei gets married." When it comes to marriage, pure-hearted Xiao Jianbei's cheeks turned slightly red. Does that mean we have to wait a long time? Xiao Jianxi didn't have much confidence in his second older brother. Zhou Yuan patted his shoulder to comfort him. That's not quite right. Originally, Xiao Jianan wasn't very clever. He only relied on second madam's favoritism and knew how to act pitiful. That's why he could annoy you. But now, second madam has awakened and regained her smartness. She won't fall for Jianan's tricks anymore. Even if they don't split the family for now, it's usually the parents who are soft-hearted. But Jianan will never be able to act like a young master again, just like today, when he was assigned many chores. That's true, Xiao Jianxi chuckled. In the past, he and Jiandong would cause trouble, and Jianan had no idea what was happening. He thought he was just unlucky and not very smart. In the East Room, Qiao Chongfu was being questioned by old Madame Qiao, old Master Qiao, and Zhou Chunhua. But Xiao Chongfu was like a gourd with a sewn-up mouth. He said nothing, which made the three very anxious. What's really going on? Old Madame Qiao pounded the bed frame hard. Thinking about her second son's stubborn personality, she felt her teeth ache with anger. Xiao Chongfu shook his head and struggled to speak. "Mother, it's nothing much. I just want to discuss how to divide the family. Have you thought it through?" Old Master Qiao lit his pipe again, took a few puffs, and seeing his second son nod, he continued. "Then have you decided which child to keep close?" Xiao Chongfu's voice was dull.
"None of them."
"So there won't be complaints. Whoever has the ability can go out and make a living. Chunhua and I are only capable of raising them, getting them married, That's enough. For dividing the family, we'll build 2 small brick houses. If they find them too small, they can figure out their own way. Nothing more. Once they're doing well, as long as they're filial and visit us often, we'll be happy. If not, Chunhua and I can still live well. We'll be more free. No need to think about this or that. We can do whatever we want, eat whatever we like. When we're able, we don't need their interference. When we're old and can't work anymore, their 4 brothers can each give some filial money. If someone gets sick or faces a disaster, they'll share the burden. When we're even older and can't move or cook anymore, we'll have to go to our children's homes. It will be up to each family to decide. Whether we enjoy our old age depends on the daughter-in-law. You and your mother are at your older brother's house. Your sister-in-law is kind and easy to get along with, always considerate and respectful. You and your husband live comfortably. Your 3rd brother hasn't married yet, and you don't know what kind of person he will marry, so you're not thinking about that now. Anyway, you can't rely on the eldest daughter-in-law. The words just now made him feel cold inside, especially the eldest son, who didn't say a word in reply. Silence is like agreeing. Grandma Qiao and Grandpa Qiao are very pleased. Second son, as long as you have a plan in your heart. Then Grandma Qiao praised Zhang Xianghua repeatedly, calling her the best daughter-in-law in the world. Zhang Xianghua smiled so much she couldn't close her mouth. Zhou Chunhua was stunned nearby, trying to speak several times, but never finding the chance. When Grandpa Qiao finally finished speaking and the parents-in-law stopped talking, she hurriedly said, "Chongfu, didn't you say this afternoon you didn't want to split the family? And you managed to talk so much at once and analyze everything so clearly. Why were you so quiet before?" Zhou Chunhua thought about the 20 years of marriage. Qiao Chongfu had always been quiet. She could say 10 sentences, and he wouldn't reply once. Sometimes she talked passionately, but he was already snoring. She felt a bit upset, crossed her arms, and shouted loudly, "Qiao Chongfu, are you too lazy to talk to me?"
No.
Qiao Chongfu moved slightly behind his older brother Qiao Fuyo. "I promised to answer." He didn't know how to explain. He didn't understand why his wife suddenly exploded. And she was talking about something so distant. Shouldn't the main issue be about splitting the family? Grandpa and Grandma Qiao. They were already quite old and didn't want to get involved. Zhang Xianghua quickly tried to smooth things over. "Your older brother is the same, exhausted. He just lies down on the bed. He doesn't want to talk at all. The words he says in a day are fewer than what he says to the old cow on the team. Your second brother is just like that, quiet and reserved with everyone. But he treats you well. Look at your family. You're the boss, the top person. Everything listens to you." "That's right." Zhou Chunhua proudly lifted her head. Zhang Xianghua couldn't bear to watch anymore. It was too difficult for her. At her age, she still had to mediate between her siblings' feelings. She quietly tugged at Qiao Fuyo's sleeve. Qiao Fuyo couldn't do much either. As the eldest brother, he didn't know how to speak up. He could only change the subject and pushed a metal lunchbox toward Qiao Chongfu. "All this thinking, you probably didn't eat well tonight, right? This was meant for you 3 to eat. It's still warm, so hurry and eat some more. The dumplings are especially tasty today." I only ate 2 pancakes." Once she said it, she felt a little hungry again. Zhang Xianghua quickly went to get bowls, chopsticks, and garlic sauce. Zhou Chunhua's anger came quickly, but faded just as fast. Hearing that her husband hadn't eaten enough, she hurriedly set the table again. She remembered that her husband loved sesame oil, so she asked quickly, "Mother, where's your sesame oil?" "I came to get it, didn't I?" Old Lady Qiao rolled her eyes. She knew very well what her son liked to eat. "This sesame oil is pure, made from toasted sesame seeds. Just a drop is enough. If you add too much, you can't taste the dumplings." "Got it." Zhou Chunhua carefully dripped a small drop and added a little vinegar. Then she handed the bowl to Qiao Chongfu. He ate dumplings one after another, enjoying them very much. After eating 30, he stopped and saw that there was still half a bowl left in the aluminum lunchbox. He said, "No need to take these home. We already have a big piece of venison at home. If you want to eat, Let them make steamed dumplings with cornmeal themselves. You parents keep these. Everyone looked at each other, realizing what Zhao Jianan and his wife had done, something unkind that made honest people angry. In the end, they only took a little bit of sugar for dessert and left the fabric. When Xiao Jianan's family of 5 returned home, Jianan and his wife didn't know if they were truly asleep or pretending. They didn't come out of the room. Zhou Chunhua was about to knock on the door to ask what exactly they had done, but Xiao Chengfu grabbed her. Brother Jianbei's 3 boys are exhausted from a whole day of work. Let them sleep. Thinking that they had to go to work tomorrow, Zhou Chunhua muttered reluctantly and went back inside. Wang Meili slept peacefully all night without dreaming. Xiao Yuan's face was flushed, her blanket kicked far away, only her hands instinctively holding her belly. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. Xiao Yuan turned over and mumbled. Behind the curtain, old lady Qiao didn't hear clearly, but she guessed it was probably a harsh scolding. Then, another whistle sounded. Xiao Yuan, half asleep, opened her eyes and looked at her watch. Ugh, it's only a little past 4. Who's so mean blowing that whistle? Like chasing a dog at dawn. After cursing, she rolled back over and tried to sleep again. She was just drifting off when the 3rd whistle sounded. Xiao Yuan was overwhelmed. She sat up abruptly, ruffled her hair, put on her slippers, and went to the door to see who was so inconsiderate, disturbing her peaceful sleep so early. When she reached the kitchen, she saw Zhang Xianghua carrying a water jug, wearing a straw hat, and holding a lunchbox.
Wow.
She suddenly realized that those 3 whistles were for work. There's even a rhyme about it. The first whistle is ignored, the second makes you look out, and the third makes you slowly move. Just now, there were 3 loud sounds. Her aunt slowly swayed. It was the person blowing the whistle. Xiao Yuan felt a bit guilty. Aunt, was the person blowing the whistle my uncle?
No.
I don't know which word hit Zhang Xianghua's funny bone, making her laugh uncontrollably. It was a group of team leaders blowing together. One person can't make that much noise. Seeing Xiao Yuan pat her chest and breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Xianghua started laughing again. Did you just scold someone? No, absolutely not. I never scold people. Xiao Yuan shook her head like a rattle. Zhang Xianghua patted her head and happily left the room. Xiao Yuan thought since she was already awake, she might as well go see what was happening. Today, she needed to clean the cattle shed to turn it into a farm and also make rabbit cages. Her uncle said this task was assigned to her. She quickly tied her hair into a bun, folded the quilt casually, and finished washing her face and brushing her teeth. She hurriedly ate 10 dumplings and then ran to catch up with the 3 people, Jiao Jiao, and Jiang Hua. Jiang Hua was surprised. What are you doing here? You're not working. I can't clean the cattle pen myself. I need 2 helpers. If I don't go now, everyone's out in the fields. Who else can I ask? She had already decided. She would ask the educated youths to help clean the cattle pen. She couldn't be completely uncooperative. In the future, if the educated youths had any issues, someone needed to pass on information. She would stand with them. Just 2 people would be enough, 1 man and 1 woman. They could finish the work in a day. The rabbit cages also needed to be built today. It was simple, just a hammer, nails, and wooden strips and calling out for help. She would leave this task to Jiang Jianya and Jiang Jianxi. It's better to keep the good things to herself. Since they were the youngest, no one would criticize her for taking care of them. The rabbits she brought were hers to manage. Anyone who disagreed would have to hold it in. She had many fat rabbits, bought at a high price, costing dozens of yuan. Although her uncle and the accountant agreed that the breeding rabbits were bought by the brigade and that she would get her share once the farm made money, the little old accountant was very tricky and didn't mention any compensation if they lost money. Wealth doesn't include animals with fur, so raising them isn't easy. Oh, Qiao Jiqing is here too? Lin Xinqing, among the educated youths, saw Qiao Yuan and couldn't help but speak. Didn't you say you wouldn't go out into the fields? Everyone looked at Qiao Yuan. The brigade hadn't announced the plan to build the farm yet. Only the Qiao family, the accountant, for team leaders and their families knew. Hearing that Qiao Yuan wouldn't go to the fields, Their expressions varied. Xiao Yuan held her head high and smiled brightly. Isn't it widely known that I don't go to the fields? Even you at the youth station know? Yes, I don't go to the fields.
Why?
Everyone was young, educated youth. Why should you be special just because you arrived? Provoked by Wang Meili, the old educated youth who hadn't slept well for 2 nights couldn't hold back and started shouting. Zhao Dongxue, with red eyes, shouted loudly, "Team leader, why can your niece become a teacher just because she arrived? We've been sent to the countryside for so many years. We've performed well, and we're high school graduates too. But we can't become teachers?"
Who? Xiao Fuyo was confused.
He wanted to ask who spread the false rumor, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Feng Xianglan also looked displeased. Exactly, we don't agree. We want a fair competition. Our household registration as educated youth is with the team, so we are part of the team. The team should treat everyone equally at all times. That's not. The squad leader tried to explain, but he was also quickly cut off. Wu Weiman stepped forward, looking serious and righteous. Team leader, you can't favor your niece just because she's your relative. He looked at Qiao Yuan apologetically. Qiao Jiqing, we don't have any personal issues with you. We just want fairness. Yes, little. Qiao Jiqing, we're all educated youth. It's not easy for any of us. You have such good conditions, so don't compete with the older youth. Just show kindness and give the teaching position to the older youth, Wang Meili said cautiously, but her eyes revealed hidden malice. Feng Xianglan rolled her eyes. Exactly, you already have 300 yuan and… Before she finished, she felt a gust of wind sweep past. She instinctively reached out but caught nothing. Turning her head, she saw someone already in front of Wang Meili.
Slap.
Before anyone could react, Qiao Yuan slapped Wang Meili across the face. She used quite some force, and Wang Meili's cheek visibly swelled. Wang Meili was stunned, her face numb, her mouth hurt, and she tasted iron. How dare you hit me? How dare I? I hit you, you big mouth. Always causing trouble and spreading rumors, Qiao Yuan said sharply. Without waiting for a response, she slapped her 3 more times. Her quick punches resembled a swift cat strike. Wang Meili was overwhelmed and let out high-pitched screams. Possibly because she was short of oxygen and was hit so hard she saw stars, she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Yuan grabbed Wang Meili and pulled her up by her hair, forcing her face toward her. She gently slapped her cheek, insulting her fiercely. Qiao Yuan, how dare you hit me? I will report you, Wang Meili stammered, tears in her voice. Wang Meili was shouting loudly, but her eyes were full of fear, anger, and hidden hatred. Xiao Yuan spoke calmly. We've already fought, so why all the unnecessary talk? Do you not understand why I hit you? It's only been 2 days, and you've already forgotten. It seems my previous lessons weren't enough. I've reflected on this and take full responsibility. So, I've decided to give you a deep lesson that will touch your soul. Her tone was so flat, as if hitting someone was no different from hitting a tree or a bench. Nothing serious. The young workers all stepped back together. Lin Xinqing, who had started the topic, shrank to the back, lowering his head, afraid of being noticed by Qiao Yuan. Zhao Dongxue and Feng Xianglan, who had spoken earlier, trembled like leaves. They saw her as a troublemaker. Zhao Dongxue quickly said, "We don't want the teacher position anymore.
We give it all to you."
Feng Xianglan nodded eagerly. Yes, you can definitely manage the students well and teach them great grades. Tough discipline produces talent, and you're perfect for that. Our ancestors' words are right. A member with children at school said. Was that polite? The other young workers looked confused, stunned. How could these 2 troublemakers be so servile, so good at lying? Enough. Xiao Fuyo pushed aside his 3 sons and 3 nephews. If he didn't step in now, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Who told you that Xiao Jiqing wants to be a teacher? I don't even know about this. Our team doesn't lack teachers now, he added. Hearing this, the young workers all looked again at Wang Meili, who was pale and red in the face. Team leader, it was Wang Meili who said that. All of us young workers can testify. Feng Xianglan immediately accused, thinking about Qiao Yuan's fighting skills, hoping to earn credit or even cling to her. Yes, Zhao Dongxue, whose legs were still a bit weak, agreed.
Right.
Lin Xincheng also hesitated, originally having some ideas about Qiao Yuan, wanting to scam some money. But now he dared not think that way anymore. He was afraid it would cost him his life. But you shouldn't hit people. Wu Weimin stepped forward again, looking noble and proper. We all heard Xiao Jiqing say, she doesn't need to go to the fields. Wang Meili misunderstood. Although her guess was wrong, a gentleman talks instead of fighting. Excuse me, I'd like to interrupt. Qiao Yuan raised her right hand high, acting like a good student raising her hand to speak in class. Young worker, if you love to show off your writing, you should have heard the saying, only a small person and a woman are hard to raise. I am only 15 this year, still a child, both a young girl and a woman, not a noble person. Haha, what's so funny? Her obedient appearance makes people feel uncomfortable, like a fishbone stuck in the throat, neither coming out nor going down. Can't cough it out, and it. Just now, she slapped someone hard, with a loud slap, acting without hesitation. Without a second thought, she even lifted Wang Meili with one hand, showing her fierce side, which everyone saw. Wu Weimin also choked, instinctively pushing up his glasses. Qiao Jiqing, my name is Wu Weimin. That's not important. Qiao Yuan smiled and waved her hand. It doesn't matter what he's called. Wu Weimin also choked again, and stopped beating around the bush. He directly said, we're all educated youth here. You started hitting people without reason, and you hit her so hard. She can't work for a while. What is she supposed to eat? You can't just hit her for nothing. Also, a girl's face is very important. You've made her look like a pig's head. If she gets a scar, how'll she get married in the future? Hearing about a scar, Wang Meili let out a loud scream. She made a pig-like squeal, tears and snot covering her face. Boo. What should I do? I don't want a scar. Fenghua, pull me out, hospital. At this moment, Wang Meili's face was swollen and bruised, with purple and blue patches, her cheeks swollen shiny. She drooled as she spoke unclearly, reaching out toward Fenghua. Her disheveled hair made her look like a midnight monster. Fenghua's pupils shrank in fear, his usually calm face almost breaking apart. Without thinking, he hurried to Qiao Yuan's side, feeling only safe there. Qiao Yuan's mouth twitched. Feng Jiqing, the protection fee is 10 yuan each time. Okay. Fenghua agreed, without hesitation. Everyone was speechless, realizing that the youngest granddaughter of the Qiao family was quite materialistic. Qiao Fue was Qiao Yuan's great-uncle, and at this moment, whatever he said didn't seem appropriate. The accountant, Yu Xiangqian, stepped forward to advise. If it's just a misunderstanding, let's disperse. Do what you need to do. As for Wang Jiqing, your arms and legs aren't hurt, so go to the village doctor and get some medicine. Afterward, if you want to work, go ahead. If not, take another day off. Don't rest too long, or you'll lose work points. I'm just thinking for you. As for the cost of medicine, Yu Xiangqian didn't make the decision himself. He held the hopes of the entire team. The medicine isn't expensive, just some terramycin powder. Qiao Jiqing, just pay for it, all right. Qiao Yuan agreed immediately. Old Master Yu, I'm doing this for your sake. If Wang Meili asks for money, I won't give her a penny. Yu Xiangqian. Thank you, I guess. Wang Meili cried loudly. You are unfair. I will report her to the commune, and I also want to go to the health clinic. She really didn't want to use terramycin. She didn't want to see barefoot doctors. Her face is that of a noble lady, the face of a future millionaire's wife. Yu Xiangqian and Xiao Fu were both looking displeased. When the educated youth just arrived, they already reported her to the commune. Wasn't that just to fool them? Qiao Yuan chuckled softly. Wang Meili, I gave you face, right? Still want to report me? If you have the guts, go ahead. I can even drive a bullock cart and personally take you there. What do you think? If you don't go, then you're like my daughter. You can call me Dad. Wang Meili's face turned green. How could someone be so mean? Others also looked at Xiao Yuan with suspicion, their eyes wide with surprise. Wang Meili, are you going or not? Be clear. Don't be so cowardly, Xiao Yuan kept provoking. Wang Meili was full of grief and anger. Oh, just a friendly reminder. You'd better not waste your effort because you can't win this case, Xiao Yuan said with a slightly arrogant tone, stretching out the words, because I told you to hit yourself. No way. Wang Meili wasn't stupid. Xiao Yuan, you're lying without even preparing. In front of everyone, you're talking nonsense, lying through your teeth, and everyone is listening. Wang Meili found Xiao Yuan amusing. She couldn't even come up with a good reason, just something so easy to expose. She felt secretly pleased. Xiao Yuan waved towards the educated youth. Lin Xinqing, step forward and tell everyone. Did Wang Meili ask me to hit her? Yes. I don't believe it, Wu Weimin exclaimed. Who would make such an unreasonable request? Exactly. Lin Xinqing hesitated, not knowing when. He just instinctively agreed with Xiao Yuan. Behind him, Zhou Yang's eyes flashed with a smile. He remembered something. Seeing that Wang Meili had the advantage, she was about to praise Xiao Yuan, but in the next second, she was suddenly cooled down. Lin Xinqing, think carefully on the train. Yes, I remember now. With this hint, Lin Xinqing's memory immediately returned. On the train, Zhou Yang, Feng Hua, and Qi Jimei sat together. Wang Meili loudly said that Xiao's parents gave her 300 yuan. Xiao Jiqing was unhappy at the time. If that had happened to me, I wouldn't be happy either. Everyone understands the principle of not revealing wealth. You all saw that after Wang Jiqing finished speaking, many people in the carriage intentionally or unintentionally looked at Xiao Jiqing. Many people have bad ideas. That's 300 yuan. Who wouldn't be jealous? Then Xiao Jiqing argued with Wang Jiqing. Meili immediately cried and apologized, even saying that if she ever said the wrong thing again or mentioned the money, she would let Xiao Jiqing scold or hit her. Xiao Jiqing then said, next time you dare to talk back, I won't say a word. I'll just slap you. She added, if Wang Jiqing gets hit next time, don't ask why or pretend to be innocent. Reflect on yourself. Wang Jiqing agreed at the time. Everyone else looked at Meili with strange eyes. They saw her speaking softly, but her mind was actually very mean. She was sneaky and cruel, like a barking dog that bites. Luckily, everyone in the carriage was a young worker, and Xiao Yuan was clever. If it had been an ordinary carriage with all kinds of people who knew who the bad guys were, the money could have been stolen. It was 300 yuan, no small amount, enough to marry several wives. P.S. Barking dog that bites means sneaky and malicious behavior. Wang Meili was so embarrassed she wanted to hide somewhere, and she also grew to hate Lin Xinqing. Serves her right, good beating. Xiao Wan. We won't pay her a penny for medical expenses. Zhou Chunhua spat harshly. The people from the Qiao family nodded in agreement. Xiao Jiandong rolled his eyes. Her conscience is completely broken. Zhang Xianghua sneered. If it were me, I'd give her a good punch on the train so she'd remember it. The women in the team were all tough and straightforward. Xiao Jiandong looked calm but spoke firmly. Wang Jiqing went to the countryside less than 2 days ago, and Feng Jiqing already knows about this money. It shows Wang Jiqing's promises are useless. Since she can't keep her mouth shut and can't control herself, just sew her lips shut with thread. Woo-woo. Wang Meili couldn't hold her shame anymore. She cried, covered her face, and ran away. No one from the workers chased after her. After this fuss, everyone had some opinions about Wang Meili. Qi Jimei shrank back, feeling scared. Her angry words seemed to be wasted. They were all people who would act rather than complain. Things were clear now, and each team leader was ready to start working.
Wait.
Seeing Xiao Yuan raise her right hand again, Yi moved back instinctively. She hurriedly asked, is there something else? It's nothing important. I just want to pick a few people to help me clean the cow shed today. The cow shed? Many people were curious and asked, why clean the cow shed? Yeah, we're busy with farm work and can't handle everything. Now you want to pick people to clean the cow shed? Do you think sitting on a cart, people mind how dirty the cows are? This is really nonsense. People from the city always act impulsively. They're too delicate. The person speaking is none other than Han Saifeng's biological mother, Lin Finfang. On the way to work this morning, Han Kaifeng and her mother were gossiping about Qiao Yuan for quite a while. Mainly because they disrespected her as the sister-in-law. They are scheming and spreading rumors behind her back, like saying Zhou Chunhua is bad to their family. Lin Finfang is naturally a clever and calculating woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have immediately encouraged her daughter to date Qiao Jianan after seeing Qiao Fui become the team leader. Han Kaifeng is only a year apart from Qiao Jianhua, and Qiao Jianhua isn't as easy to fool as Qiao Jianan. Otherwise, who would say their daughter-in-law is not good enough? Now that her daughter is upset, Lin Finfang naturally wants to cause trouble. Zhou Chunhua saw her mother-in-law's mind was like being kicked by a donkey, suddenly acting hostile towards her family for no reason. Her words also smelled terrible, like she had eaten something foul, and her anger from last night exploded. She opened her mouth to curse loudly. This morning, Han Kaifeng tentatively said she wanted to send some meat to her family, but her mother didn't agree. First, because Qiao Jianan wasn't on the mountain, so he didn't get the meat. Second, because she was angry inside. Last night, she couldn't sleep after tossing and turning, and she forced Xiao Chongfu to tell the truth. Only then did she realize her eldest daughter-in-law was a troublemaker, the most hidden and scheming. She was the most malicious, stirring trouble between her eldest son and his brothers, trying to cause discord among siblings. When children don't get along, it hurts her deeply. She was so angry she couldn't sleep all night, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. When dawn broke and the rooster crowed, she got up dressed, ready to curse. Seeing Han Saifeng's pregnant belly, she endured it. She almost burst with old, suppressed anger. Yet she still tried to hint at wanting meat, as if she was craving something else. Han Kaifeng hadn't finished dealing with her yet, and another shameless mother-in-law appeared. What a piece of work. Could her daughter Yuan be her to criticize? Her daughter Yuan is perfect in every way. She wasn't afraid of making a fool of herself. Zhang Xianghua held her sister-in-law's arm and, with a faint glance at Lin Finfang, started to mock her. Our old Qiao family has been poor farmers for 8 generations, so we can't be delicate. If anyone's delicate, it's you, Lin Finfang. You used to be so stubborn you wouldn't even eat dumplings, saying the edges were hard and you couldn't bite. Oh my, unlike us, we enjoy eating dumplings and are happy. But you can't compare. The Han family is wealthy. Lin Finfang's family is even better off. Her older brother used to wear big gold necklaces around his neck as a child. The Qing Shan Liangzi team doesn't like to talk about useless things. In some places, the old Han family still dares to speak loudly. It's good enough that they don't act arrogantly. Clearly, Lin Finfang also thought of this. These days, mentioning family background, what about her? Her face was pale, like a defeated rooster. Han Kaifeng couldn't hide her embarrassment and gently tugged at Qiao Jianan's back collar. Qiao Jianan made no move to speak and subtly reached out to pull Han Saifeng's hand away.
Han Kaifeng clenched her teeth.
Zhang Xianghua didn't notice their small actions and continued, without investigation, you have no right to speak. You don't know the facts and are just talking nonsense. Do you have a problem with that? With her status, this kind of talk was a knockout. Everyone was surprised.
No.
Lin Finfang hurried to deny, her legs trembling with fear, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Madam, my mother didn't mean that. Even if she had 1,000 guts, she wouldn't dare. She's just uneducated and inexperienced, and she was talking nonsense earlier. Please, be generous and don't be like her.
Calm down.
At this point, Han Kaifeng had to step forward. She spoke nicely, but inside, she also had opinions about Zhang Xianghua. Qiao Yuan was a relative, but her mother was not? It was just small talk and casual chatting, yet doing this in front of so many people made her family look bad. It was overreacting. But under pressure, she could only choose to speak softly. Zhang Xianghua smiled and said, "Why would I be angry? Your mother didn't mean what she said." Han Kaifeng choked and turned to look at her mother, who seemed lost and absent-minded, then at her father, Han Wanli. Her father's pretending to be deaf and mute made her even angrier. But she couldn't ignore it. She could only force a stiff smile and say to Xiao Wan, my mother is old and confused. I apologize for her. Please don't take it to heart. That's okay. I've always been generous. Xiao Yuan, surprisingly easy to talk to, smiled slightly. Han Kaifeng was about to thank her when she heard Xiao Yuan continue cheerfully, since Auntie doesn't want me to clean the pigsty, then I won't. Your voice is the voice of the crowd. I can't go against everyone. I'll go home now, prepare the rabbits for bloodletting and skinning, and then eat the meat. No way. Absolutely not. I disagree. Several voices rang out at once, each face flushed with excitement and anger. Yu Xiongqian's eyes were wide like a cow's. Xiao Wan, don't argue with these foolish women. She doesn't understand anything. Clean up immediately. If you want to use someone, just say so. Our team will fully cooperate. And you'll get full work points. I'll give you full points too. He just wanted the rabbits alive and hoped for more baby rabbits.
Right.
A squad leader immediately suggested, I think it should be Brother Qiao Jianhua and his 2 brothers, plus Qiao Jianbei and the 2 from Dongshi. All 6 of them are capable. You and your siblings are familiar with each other. You can instruct them freely. Wow, what an unexpected gain. Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled. Xiao Jiannan's face turned green. So he's just not good enough? What does it mean to just forget about him? Why is the rabbit important? Xiao Jiannan looked at Xiao Jianhua and the others. They showed no surprise on their faces. This made him even angrier. Turns out, the whole family knew except him. He is the eldest grandson, the leader among the younger generation. Why wasn't he told about such an important matter? Han Kaifeng nudged him and whispered, Jiannan, what's the rabbit? Why didn't you tell me? If she had known earlier, she might have planned something to get a better deal. This must be a big deal, and it made the accountant and the other squad leaders anxious. Xiao Jiannan's face looked bad. He glared at Han Kaifeng, who was eager and whispering, and said harshly, if you want to ask someone else. He felt like she was poking at a sore spot. For the first time, he thought Han Kaifeng wasn't very smart. If you have the ability, don't bother me, he said, turning away. They argued quietly. Meanwhile, the second squad leader saw everyone was confused. The team leader, who looked calm and confident, didn't explain but stood proudly with his arms crossed. Then he spoke loudly. Here's what happened. Xiao Yuan was a young, educated person. When she went to the countryside, she brought 5 pregnant rabbits. She's clever and came up with a good idea to help our team get rich. She gave the 5 rabbits to the team. After discussing with the team leader and the accountant, we decided to start a rabbit farm. These 5 rabbits are our team's hope for wealth. Rabbits are good, they don't get sick easily, and they can have babies. Today, 5 rabbits could become 500 next year, 5,000 the year after, and so on. Soon, our team will be eating meat every day, wearing new clothes every month, and the children will have candies. Old Chi's kid won't have to worry about a wife. Old Lu's daughter won't worry about marriage. By then, matchmakers will be knocking at our door. The leader passionately described the bright future of raising rabbits. His words painted a big, promising picture. He spoke with enthusiasm and lots of saliva flying. The team members blushed with excitement, their mouths wide open. Some were so emotional that their eyes turned red, and they started crying. They kept saying good, and life is promising. Even Xiao Yuan almost raised her hand at a 45-degree angle, shouting yeah. She was truly talented. Zhou Yuan sighed softly, thinking that second squad leader was eager to improve. Brother Jianbing, what's second squad leader's name? This uncle is quite capable, praising her highly. He exaggerated her laziness and claimed she was a selfless worker, constantly caring for the rabbits about to give birth. How did she not know such nonsense? She was sleeping soundly. Jia Jianbing looked at his smiling younger sister and asked, You don't know? He's the oldest son of old Ho behind our house. His name is Ho Jinsi. He's a good person, capable and clever. I didn't realize he's such a good talker. Zhou Yuan shook her head and said proudly, just telling the truth. It's my fault I'm too excellent. Jie Jianbang was speechless. His face was quite thick. At this moment, Ho Jinxi finished speaking. Yu Xiangqian asked Zhou Yuan, "Little one, do you need anything else?" She thought for a moment and said, "The rabbits have just given birth these days. We need to work quickly. First, clean the cow dung. This is urgent. If we share 2 shovels, we can finish in less than an hour." She continued, "The main thing is the wall, the cage, and the windows. The cowshed's wall is too broken, just made of mud bricks, so we need to patch it with mud. The windows also need fixing. The cowshed only has the frames left. I think half of the windows should use oilcloth and the other half glass. No glass means no sunlight inside, which isn't good. Rabbits like dry, ventilated places. Moisture makes them sick easily. We can't afford full glass, so we'll do half and half now. When the team has more money later, we can replace it with full glass. What do you all think?" "Oh, dear," Zhou Jiqing called them leaders. A few leaders straightened up, hands behind their backs, exchanging glances, then nodded in unison. "All right, do as you say." Zhou Fuyu also said confidently, "Later, I'll go to the commune to ask for glass from the leaders. If you have any other requests, tell me and we'll handle it together." If the leaders didn't help, he would cry, but he'd still find a way. Then Zhou Yuan remembered that she had underestimated the situation. She thought 4 people would be enough. But she just realized the cow shed wasn't small, and it would be a lot of work to tidy up. Also, the little rabbits are cold sensitive. They definitely need a firewall. Winters here are too cold. Getting frostbite is no joke. Thinking this way, she said, "I think after tidying up, we should build a firewall in the middle. It doesn't need to be wide, just narrow. The rabbits are small, and although they have fur, it's too cold here in winter. We can't let them freeze to death." She added, "This isn't urgent." Zhou Fuyu waved his big hand and said, "That's no problem. You guys start cleaning, and after that build the firewall. We have everything we need. It'll be done soon." Things settled that way, and the 4 team leaders took everyone to work. Qiu Yuan stayed behind with Qi Jimai. She had also planned to stay with Zhou Yang, but seeing enough people, she didn't mention it. Earlier, she had hit Wang Meili, and some old workers at the Youth Institute wanted to stop her, but Zhou Yang and Qi Jimai held them back. She noticed this. "Qi Youth, today you can help clean the cattle shed with them. You don't need to chop cow dung. My brothers will handle that. Just help fix the windows, pass the hammer and nails, and this." Qiu Yuan took out a piece of paper from her pocket, actually from her space. She handed it to Qi Jimai. "This is a list of tips for raising rabbits. When you're free, please copy a few more copies and give them to the team leader." She was the accountant, and the small team leaders needed to learn how to raise rabbits. It wasn't easy for the team to make a living, so they couldn't be careless. Qi Jimai took the paper, knowing that Qiu Yuan was looking out for her. She hadn't gone to the fields, but she knew how hard it was. She gratefully said, "Thank you, Qi Youth. From now on, just call me Xiao Mei." "All right, don't call me Qi Youth either. It sounds formal. Just call me Xiao Wan," Qiu Yuan said while biting her eye at Xiao Fuyo, who was about to leave. She quickly waved to Qi Jimai. "Xiao Mei, I won't talk to you for now. I have something to do. You and my brothers go to the cattle shed together." After saying that, she hurried to run away. Qi Youth, wait." Not 5 meters away, Feng Hua called her back. Qiu Yuan's eyes lit up, and she stopped abruptly. "This is the money I promised you, exactly 10 yuan.
"Count it," Feng Hua said.
The Qiao brothers, who hadn't gone far, looked enviously. Same surname. How could someone be so outstanding? Qiu Yuan took the money, shook a few bills, and smiled. "No need to count. I trust Feng Youth. Feng Youth, next time you have such good luck, come find me. I'll give you a friend's discount, 99% off." TSK, Wang Meili wasn't entirely useless. Maybe she could survive by relying on people like her in the future. Thinking about Feng while living next door, her chances to earn money would be many. Qiu Yuan excitedly rubbed her hands and shouted to Feng Hua, who was walking away, "Feng youth, don't worry. As long as I'm here, not even a mother fly will come within a meter of you." Feng Hua staggered at her words. Later that morning, Qiu Yuan had earned 300 yuan. Wang Meili was cruel-hearted, and Qiu Yuan had hit someone. Xiao Yuan brought her pet rabbit, and the news of the upcoming farm spread quickly throughout the team. There were mixed opinions about her. Some admired her wealth, while others warned their children to stay away from Wang Meili. Some said Xiao Yuan was difficult to deal with and had a mean streak. Others praised her for bringing everyone together to get rich. Most people were concerned about the farm itself, some hopeful, others doubtful. An old saying goes, "Wealth is great, but not if it's covered in fur." Starting a farm isn't easy. If it fails, it could die from disease, and they'd lose money, something they couldn't afford. Despite what others said, Qiao Yuan was happy and hurried home excitedly. As soon as she entered, she shouted loudly, "Grandpa, don't go to the commune today."
"I'll go."
"I can get glass." "You go?" Grandpa was confused.
"Who are you going to find?"
"The commune leaders don't even know you." He had already changed his clothes. "I'm not going to the leaders, but I promise I can get the glass," she said confidently. The glass at the disease control office was running low. Her small house and cow shed still needed a few dozen pieces. But she wasn't the only one in need. She could ask someone else's family, why not? They wouldn't dare oppose her. Thinking about going back to her old ways. No, fighting evil and promoting good, that made her happy again. No, that's the team's business. You can't handle it alone. Grandpa shook his head, looking at her as if to see if she was causing trouble. Just tell Grandpa the truth. Do you have a way? If you do, I'll even have your grandma cook you some meat tonight, he said. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. She was just joking with a child. She wasn't 3 years old anymore. Grandpa, I have a classmate who works at a glass factory. She's a girl, and I went to a key high school in the city. Many of her family members are well-connected. I kept in touch with them before I went to the countryside. I even saved their phone numbers and promised to contact them if I needed help, she said seriously.
She wasn't lying about that.
Before going to the countryside, she had jotted down all the contacts, including the principals, in her little notebook. Those were valuable connections. Grandpa's eyes widened. Really? Of course.
Who would I lie to?
I can't lie to my dear grandpa, she said innocently. He paused for a moment, still a bit skeptical. His niece was capable, no doubt, but also quite resourceful. Xiao Wan, debts of favors are hard to repay, he said. She was indifferent. Do you think they're fools? I also have some value, you know. When the team's farm gets bigger, all the big factories will be eager to work with us, she replied confidently. At that time, who gets it and who doesn't will be decided by us. No one will look down on us as rural bumpkins anymore. They'll have to seek our help and come to us eagerly. Maybe they'll even bring us gifts. When the time comes, if they ask me for help, whether it's buying meat for their families or for the factory, I will help. Selling to anyone is fine. It's a win-win situation, and we can build good relationships. If I have the ability, they will stay in touch with me often. If I am just an ordinary person, they won't bother to pay attention. This is called strengthening oneself to succeed. Xiao Yuan proudly lifts her head. Oh, my Yuan is so capable. Old Lady Qiao laughs happily, holding Yuan and admiring her. Is there also a shortage of meat in the city? Xiao Frio looks surprised. In his mind, workers have secure jobs and monthly meat coupons should be enough. Everywhere in the country has shortages. Now, meat is hard to buy even in the city because supplies are limited. To buy a piece of meat, people line up early at the grocery stores, sometimes for 3 or 4 days, and still might not get it. They are much better off than us old farmers, but they still crave meat. Grandpa, I have a true story for you. There used to be a director at a pharmaceutical factory who was very resourceful and could get rare things. He was appreciated by the leaders and was transferred away. Now he's a deputy head at the city department store, and I heard before I went to the countryside that he might get promoted again. Xiao Frio finally believed him. Then I must also join the commune. I haven't reported the breeding farm to the leaders yet. Hurry up and report, and hurry to make money. Xiao Yuan's eyes flicker. Grandpa, I think it's better if you don't go, she says. Some leaders in the commune are considered steady but conservative. They follow higher-ups' orders without issue, but if you ask them to be flexible or creative, that's too difficult. Basically, they don't pursue progress. But she wants Grandpa to improve. Not for a big promotion, just to join the commune so he can get a pension after retirement.
Why?
Why not say it openly? Xiao Fuyo looks confused. Old Lady Qiao also looks uncertain. Xiao Yuan pouts, still looking clever. Think about it. What if the leaders don't agree? Xiao Fuyo's face twitches. This possibility is real. Before, a brigade wanted to open a brick factory in Erdeo Bay because they were making money. Shun Tuzi from Erdeo Bay strongly opposed it, and later, no one knew how he convinced the leaders, but they refused to approve it. The brigade leader was so angry he cursed loudly. Seeing a chance, Yuan continues to persuade him. Why not do it first and report later? Let's set up the breeding farm first. When the rabbits reach over 1,000, we can sell them and then report to the higher-ups. With the achievement, it's no longer empty talk. Grandpa, by then you'll have more confidence when you go to the commune. Who dares to say we're bragging or talking big? You can even slam the table, and if you're brave enough, point at Shen Xingsheng's nose and scold him. Hearing her say this, Qiao Fuyu smiled so broadly that his teeth showed. But when he remembered his original plan, his smile faded. I was thinking, besides glass, maybe the commune could give us some bricks and tiles to fix up the cow shed properly. Our team's account has no money, so I thought the leaders at the commune could help speak for us. We'd pay after selling the rabbits. Oh no, that won't do. Xiao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Those bricks and tiles are from Erdeo Bay. Grandpa, doesn't that mean you're putting Shintuzi down a notch? Xiao Yuan knew well about Xiao Fuyu. Sure enough, he looked unwilling. She added fuel to the fire. Let's not talk about that. Suppose we have to ask the commune for help. What if they ask us to help other teams run rabbit farms for free in the future? Why should we? That kind of thing doesn't happen. Old Madame Qiao and Xiao Fuyu said in unison. Xiao Yuan spread her hands. Grandpa, you also said it's hard to repay favors. If the commune helps us, can we not show respect? And their leaders? With our small strength, can we really push back against their bigger power? Or maybe the factory run by the commune will buy our rabbits first, but at a lower price than the city offers. What then? Thinking about it made her angry, and Xiao Fuyu wanted to slam the table. Xiao Yuan continued to imagine. Or maybe the factory says they have no money now and will pay us later. What if we're too poor and have to wait a year or two? What then? Everything will be a mess. It's better for us to quietly make money first. Xiao Fuyu suddenly slapped the Kong. I'm not going anymore, I'm not going. No matter what, I won't go. Xiao Wan, you go by the glass. When we sell the rabbits, I'll pay you back. Don't worry. With Grandpa here, no one will cheat you. Go early and come back early. Ride the team bicycle and be careful on the road. After giving instructions, he went back to the west room, changed into work clothes, and went to help in the cow shed. Mom, I'll be back in the evening after dark. Don't worry, I'm leaving now. Xiao Yuan said goodbye to old Madame Qiao and ran happily. She rode her bicycle to the commune, rushing there quickly, almost sparking from the pedals. When she arrived, she immediately stored her bicycle in the space. Then she hurried to the train station, took her letter of introduction, and bought a ticket back to the city. It's been only 2 days since I last saw my dear friends, Zhou Xingli, Li Guilan, and Zhou Yudong. I miss them all very much. After a busy morning, I got in the car before 8 o'clock, and by 10:30, Zhou Yuan had already arrived by train. I found a quiet spot, took out my bike, and headed straight to House Place. On the train, I thought about it and decided to take a big risk, since House Place is the fattest target. Zhou Yuan leisurely rode her bike around House. She knew her way around the timing perfectly. After riding halfway around, she sensed something was wrong. House windows had been replaced, but everything was eerily quiet, very still. She was about to ask someone about it when she heard loud arguing from a nearby alley. Her eyes lit up. She sensed something interesting. Like a piece of gossip in a field of melons, she quickly rode her bike closer to the scene. About 10 meters away, she heard a woman shouting loudly, "You all wait for me. When my old How comes back, I'll show you. Today I make this clear, anyone who touches me will regret it. Try me if you don't believe." Humph, such bravado. "Who are you scaring? Do you think How can come out now?" said a police officer with a serious face. "Stop wasting time with her. Take her away," another officer ordered. The woman, How's wife, lost her temper when the police ignored her and tried to arrest her. She started shouting wildly, "Ah, you're hooligans, hooligans." The leading officer's eyes turned cold. "This is your last warning. Resist, and you'll face serious consequences." How Yaozu's case is very serious, with a large amount involved, so much that even 2 lives wouldn't be enough to settle it. As for you, whether you have problems or whether you'll stay quiet depends on your behavior. Be honest and cooperate, or face strict punishment. His words sounded just and commanding, but people used to being arrogant don't easily fear authority. Luckily, she still had some brains. When threats didn't work, she started crying. "Wah, wah. My How is innocent. You're wrongly arresting good people. My How works hard every day, leaves at dawn and comes back late at night, with white hair and full of sickness. Who is he working for? Who is falsely accusing him? My How is too kind-hearted, which got him into trouble.
Wah.
Who is trying to hurt us? A few days ago, our home was robbed and we almost died inside. Now some people, who might not even be real, come to take us away and secretly persecute us. How, come back soon. Without you, we're just helpless women and children." She cried as she pulled her 2 children into her arms, holding them tightly for protection. 2 children were raised to be foolish and mean, often acting silly and bad. Now, their biological father has been caught, and they have no idea what to do. They only feel angry and helpless. When they see their mother crying loudly, they stare fiercely at the police. The police have seen many types of criminals before and are not easily fooled. Without hesitation, they order, "Take them all away." How's family watches helplessly as a group of officers rush toward them, filled with hatred. How's eldest son goes crazy, hitting the police wildly. His sister also steps forward, grabbing and biting at the officers. The siblings are big and strong, acting wild and frantic, causing the police to become flustered. How's wife continues crying and pleading, "My husband is having a hard time. Please help us." She even asks the people around for help, saying, "Everyone please help us. I won't let your kindness go to waste." The people around have different expressions. Xiao Yuan watches eagerly, feeling excited and rubbing her hands. Seeing How's family act so shameless, she immediately scolds loudly. "Oh, How Yaozu works so hard every day, but he's just busy stealing from others and putting it into his own pocket. How Yaozu looks honest, but he does terrible things. As the old saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover, and don't measure the sea with a cup." That's about How's family. A barking dog doesn't bite, and that's How Laosher. Old but still alive. That makes him a thief. Living too long is dangerous, and that's How's family of scoundrels. Take a deep breath of fresh air outside, because you won't have this chance again. Everyone in the city knows what you've done. If street dogs could talk, they'd tell stories for 3 days and nights. Your whole family is rotten to the core, with sores and mouth ulcers. Young men, young women, you've all caused trouble. Oh, you're so bad, I wonder if you can even be reborn in the next life. Xiao Yuan stops, knowing her words sound superstitious. Everyone understands her meaning. Her fierce words surprised everyone. How's family used to be dominant, but now How Yaozu has been caught. Still, if he's tough and gets released again, what then? The police feel satisfied and almost want to give her a thumbs up. How's mother and son glare with red eyes, itching to tear apart Xiao Yuan's mouth. The eldest son, standing at the front, sneers with a disgusting smile, almost making Xiao Yuan one of the first milk she drank as a baby. "Miss, be careful." Before he finishes, everyone sees Xiao Yuan act quickly, punching him twice in the face, leaving him with 2 black eyes. Following that, a powerful kick sent Hao's eldest son flying 2 meters away. He landed with a thud, making a loud bang. Everyone at the scene was stunned silent, with no sound except for the faint noise of breath. Hao's eldest son was heavy, weighing around 170 pounds, and his body trembled from the. He was so heavy that a slender, fair-skinned girl with strong arms and legs seemed able to kick him to the point of bleeding. Yes, he bled. He vomited blood loudly. An experienced officer immediately guessed that several ribs were broken, which might have punctured internal organs. The young officer shivered and muttered, "Such strength." Xiao Yuan walked up to Hao's eldest son and looked down at him. "If you dare to look at me with that disgusting stare again, I'll gouge out your eyes and step on them," she said, moving her foot provocatively. "And I'll give you a free kick to end your family line." True to her word, she stomped toward him. Everyone seemed to hear a cracking sound, like an egg breaking. This caused the man who was already in pain and vomiting blood to suddenly faint from the pain, curling up like a big shrimp. All the people present, including the women and aunts, instinctively clenched their legs.
"Ah,
you little brat."
Ban.
Hao's mother and her 2 children all curled up on the ground, crying out in pain. Xiao Yuan raised her arm and shouted, "This kind of trash wastes air if alive, wastes land if dead. Everyone, come on. Let's get rid of this evil. Revenge for the people, justice for the victims." The crowd had long resented Hao's family. One person stepped forward first, and others quickly followed. An older woman, crying and wiping her tears, was the first to act. She hesitated, afraid, but her resolve grew stronger. She stepped closer, staring fiercely at Hao's daughter, then suddenly rushed forward. "Give me back my daughter. Give me back my daughter." She cried out painfully, like a bird crying or a monkey wailing. Many women and aunts around her also started crying. Someone who knew the story choked out, "Lu's daughter is so pretty, but because of her, Hao's daughter was jealous and bullied her. She's not quite herself anymore." Lu's family came to reason, but they were beaten up. Lu's husband was so angry he nearly hanged himself. Luckily, he was rescued early. Lu's eldest daughter-in-law is quite good. She didn't dislike her sister-in-law and took good care of her, dressing her neatly every day. Such a tragedy. Serves them right. Hit them hard. Soon more people rushed forward, and Hao's family was beaten and crying out loud. "Hey, you all are heartless. How many bad things have you done? Your family of 4 should all go to jail. You wicked kids, you dog stuff, if you keep yelling at me, I'll break your legs. I'll put you in a frying pan like a roasted chicken." The angry crowd's voices carried far, and more people gathered around than before. Xiao Yuan's eyes shone like searchlights. "Wow, she can curse so fiercely. Impressive, my auntie. Is her mouth powered by red peony? When she has time, she plans to cook 2 roasted chickens." The 3 people from the Hao family, exhausted from shouting, finally ran out of words. Fists, slaps, pulling hair, scratching faces, pinching, kicking. All were used on the mother and daughter. An older woman sat heavily on the Hao girl's face, her fat buttocks blocking her nose and mouth tightly. The old lady was very energetic in hitting people. Eventually, everyone was so tired they couldn't continue, and the noise stopped. It's unclear whether they were suffocated or overwhelmed by the smell, but the Hao girl kept rolling her eyes back. She no longer felt pain. It was as if she saw her great-grandmother. The one-sided beating went on for a while. The crowd grew bolder, and even Hao's eldest son, who had fainted, was not spared. "Shouldn't we stop this?" a young police officer asked nervously. He was worried someone might lose control and accidentally kill her. The senior officer was calmer.
"Don't worry.
These injuries look bad, but they're not serious. The damage isn't worse than a kick from that girl." Soon, the 3 were beaten so badly their faces were swollen, and they had lost many hairs. Several teeth were knocked out. They looked like dying dogs, lying motionless and barely breathing. Some people cheered around them. Someone, overwhelmed, picked up a large brick, ready to hit her head. The police saw this and knew they had to intervene. They could vent their anger, but not let anyone get killed. They still had many questions to investigate. All right, everyone, stop now. If you kill them, you won't escape responsibility. The crowd's eyes turned red, but they didn't listen. At this critical moment, Xiao Yuan stepped forward again. She raised both hands and shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop fighting. Listen to me. It's better if they die now. Killing them would not only dirty our hands, but also let those hiding in the dark, who are in the same boat as Hao, escape punishment. We are law-abiding citizens. We can't interfere with the police. We must let the police investigate thoroughly. No bad person should go unpunished. They must admit to all the terrible things they've done. Give the victims justice. Give the victims' families justice." Xiao Yuan waved passionately, full of righteousness. At this moment, her presence was commanding, like a towering figure. Everyone around started clapping enthusiastically. Yes, they deserve it, they said. Exactly. Right. The police officers were overwhelmed. No matter how much they said, it didn't seem to work. This young girl spoke as if she cast a spell. Everyone stopped and even echoed loudly. Xiao Yuan jumped onto a nearby stone. At this moment, her perspective was very different. She raised her hands and pressed down to signal everyone to be quiet. If anyone knows the inside story or is a victim themselves and was afraid of retaliation before, now you don't need to be afraid. The police are here to help us. Please actively report and provide clues. We want to shame them forever and make them eat humble pie. By the way, Xiao Yuan looked at the police. Are there rewards for providing clues? The police looked at each other, unsure if there was or not. An older officer twitched his mouth. Yes, rewards depend on how important the clues are. If there's no money, there are commendation letters, banners, or at least some food stamps or meat coupons. As long as there's a reward, it's good. They wanted to unite all possible forces. As soon as they heard about rewards, many people bravely stepped forward. Police officers, I am his neighbor. I know something. Police officers, I also have information to report. The old police officer looked at Xiao Yuan with a meaningful expression. She grinned, showing her small white teeth, smiling brightly and very obedient. At this moment, Hao Yaozu's wife suddenly spoke. Police officers, I admit my mistake. I've told you everything I know. Please take us away quickly and send us to the hospital.
I don't want to die.
As long as she actively reported and made a contribution, maybe she wouldn't have to eat humble pie? Better to live than die. Hao Yaozu's wife looked at them with pleading eyes full of hope. The police. Wow, this was unexpected. Before leaving, the old police officer approached Xiao Yuan with a smile. Little comrade, thank you for your help today. Xiao Yuan tilted her head. How do you want to thank me? Verbal thanks are useless. She preferred something real. If they wanted to freeload, that was not okay. The old police officer was speechless for the first time in his life. I think you're pretty capable. Do you have a job? Why not come work for the police? Xiao Yuan. She thought if she became a police officer, she'd be like a thief shouting, "Catch the thief." If she became a cop, her master from her past life might crawl out of the coffin to strangle her. Being a police officer? That's not suitable. She didn't deserve it. Xiao Yuanwan tilted her head and thought for a moment. I'm only 15, still a kid. It's not suitable for me to work with you. If you need someone, I can recommend someone. I'm strong and quick-witted. The old police officer. He regretted engaging in the conversation. Not willing? Xiao Yuanwan pouted. All right then. Let's do a simpler reward. I was a rural youth sent to the countryside.
Our team asked me to buy glass.
You wouldn't believe how poor we are, spending every penny carefully. When I came here, I saw how Yaozu's house was settled. Maybe. Saving a little is better than nothing. The old policeman was helpless. He had never seen such a bold little girl. She was shameless but clever and not annoying. Fine, you can go unload. At worst, he would buy supplies himself later for the public. Xiao Yuanwan smiled even more sweetly. Thank you, uncle. You're such a kind person. What should I call you? Which police station do you work at? Today we've met, so let's get to know each other. We'll stay in touch. The old policeman. Others. They found it strange. They had never seen someone so shameless. Noticing she wasn't speaking, Qiao Yuanwan wasn't embarrassed and continued. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Qiao. My name is Qiao Yuanwan, meaning gentle and kind. My parents are workers at our city's pharmaceutical factory.
I was sent to the countryside as a youth.
I graduated from First High School, Class 1. Uncle, what about you? The old policeman saw he couldn't avoid it anymore and, feeling a bit proud of Qiao Yuanwan, smiled and said, I work at the police station on the east side of City Department Store. My name is Wei Dingbang. You can call me Uncle Wei. If you need anything in the future. Wei Dingbang hesitated. He couldn't continue. As soon as he spoke, Qiao Yuanwan took out a small notebook. He said one thing, she wrote it down, and then she sketched a quick drawing, his portrait. Surprisingly, it was quite vivid, at least 80 to 90% accurate, almost like a wanted poster. She wrote phone on the notebook and handed it to Wei Dingbang. Uncle, I'll give you my contact info. Please write down your phone number too. Just write it, don't say it out loud. Too many people listening isn't good. Leaking information was a big problem. The people around, ears perked up, listened carefully. What's the big deal if they heard? They could still call the police if needed. Wei Dingbang took a deep breath, quickly wrote down his number, and handed the notebook back to Qiao Yuanwan. He hurriedly said, I have to go now. I'm busy. If you need anything, just contact Uncle Wei. After saying that, he quickly had someone drag Hao's family away. If she doesn't leave soon, they'll find out everything about her family and her wife's occupation. She's too talkative. Uncle, goodbye. I'll visit you when I have time. She spoke kindly, making it seem like she was a real relative. Wei Dingbang and his group hurriedly left, soon becoming small black dots. Qiao Yuan put away her notebook, smiled, and headed straight to Hao's house. At the alley entrance, 2 soldiers in uniform stood under the shadows for a long time, watching from start to finish. A young soldier wiped his sweat and said, Wow, this girl is really fierce. She talks tough like a leader. Her tone sounds like our political officer. My mom keeps urging me to find a wife, but honestly, I'm a bit scared now. Do you think anyone who marries this girl will get beaten if they disagree? She's way tougher than the sisters-in-law in our family compound who only argue. Lu Jinan's eyes darkened. Yes, she's impressive, but only because she's strong and likable. The girl is only 15. Enough, stop talking. First, go find my uncle-in-law so we can finish our task early and return to the team sooner. A woman in the crowd recognized Qiao Yuan. She hurried back to the medicine factory's family compound with her basket of vegetables. Qiao Yuan quickly took down the glass, finishing 36 pieces in just a few minutes. She tied them securely with rope, packed them into a sack, and strapped it to the back of her bicycle. She looked at her watch. It's lunchtime. She pedaled home. Just as she reached the gate of the medicine factory's family compound, she saw a woman with a basket of vegetables among many others. She was talking excitedly, gesturing wildly, with exaggerated expressions, like telling a funny story. Really, I swear to heaven if I lied, let the sky send a thunderbolt to strike me down. That little girl from the Qiao family. You didn't see it? She was so fierce. She kicked someone until they bled. You've seen Hao's eldest son, right? He's as fat as a pig, and he was kicked several meters away. So strong, it's scary. TSK, he even kicked that area, and I was so scared at the time. Her basket fell to the ground, and 2 eggs broke. Is that true? A little girl with that much strength? Maybe you're just exaggerating. Look at my eggs. Really, don't forget. She even hit Qiao Yudong before she left. But didn't the girl from the Qiao family go to the countryside? She just left 2 days ago. Why is she back? Could she have sneaked back? That would be illegal. Not only that, if she keeps staying, the Qiao family's work might be at risk. Qiao Yuan's eyes lit up. She pushed her bike over. Ma'am, are the women chatting? Saving money, hitting people, and then bullying others again. This made Qiao Yuan feel extremely happy, her whole face beaming with a gentle smile. With her smooth, delicate face, she looked very charming. The only problem was that no one knew she had accidentally hurt someone. The aunts all fell silent, cautiously gathering closer and holding hands. They looked at Xiao Yuan with suspicion. Usually, these women were fierce fighters, but now they were surprisingly obedient. "Hey, why aren't you talking? Just now, I saw you guys talking excitedly from far away."
Could it be that?
Xiao Yuan squinted her eyes and stretched out her voice, scanning everyone present. "Why are you holding hands now? Are you fighting a flood?" "Nothing much, just from the next street." Old Wang's daughter ran away, and her mother said she didn't know which man she ran off with. Yes, we were just talking about it." "Not talking about you," the last comment revealed the truth. But Xiao Yuan was no longer interested in teasing the women. She was more focused on the Wang family. Did her mother really say that? That her daughter ran off with a man? Yes, she really said that. She was shouting at the gate all morning, just like when you went to the countryside. Another aunt added, she cursed loudly, and her sister-in-law, her brother, and her younger brother all cursed too. They all have dirty mouths. It was like they were cursing enemies. Anything could come out of their mouths. That girl is so pitiful. Honestly, it's better if she ran away. Whoever is born into that family is cursed for generations. Wow, Xiao Yuan really learned a lot today. Is she really their biological daughter? Or did they pick her up? She couldn't think of any other reason besides that. One aunt waved her hand and looked curious. Definitely her biological daughter. Did you not notice? Wang's girl looks a lot like her family. More like her father, with a small nose and little eyes. Basically, it's old-fashioned thinking, favoring boys over girls, not treating girls as people. Xiao Yuan pouted. This has nothing to do with old customs. There are plenty of families in ancient times who loved their daughters. Even if they favored boys, it wasn't as extreme as her family. It's just that her mind isn't right, and she's mean-spirited. It's strange to be so malicious. Xiao Yuan asked again, did Wang Mei leave without leaving a message? Just blaming her daughter for everything? I don't know, the Wang family didn't say. The aunts shook their heads. Li Lirong suddenly came over. I know. I overheard Wang's eldest daughter-in-law say that once you go to the countryside, you never come back. That girl probably went as a young, educated youth. Where did she go to be a young, educated youth? Well, I don't feel comfortable asking. Anyway, if it were me, I would just walk far away, and they wouldn't find me for a lifetime. When I became a educated youth, my household registration followed me. Wang family can't control me no matter how hard they try. Li Lirong thought Wang Mei's move was clever. Xiao Yuan pouted again, but Wang Mei might not think the same. Maybe she still hopes to return home in glory. That woman's way of thinking is just different. Growing up in that environment, it's hard to be normal. Ma'am, Auntie, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going home now. I haven't seen my parents for just 2 days. I miss them so much. Xiao Yuan smiled and pushed her cart into the courtyard. After locking the cart and leaving the glassware on the car, she felt safe. She strolled happily back home.
Wow.
Xiao Yuan pushed open the door and saw a family of 3 about to eat. Mother Qiao was placing bowls and chopsticks on the table. The food looks good. I knew my memory wouldn't fail me. Yesterday, I just bought the receipts, right? Look at this. Stir-fried spicy peppers with pork slices, garlic shoots stir-fried with meat, chives scrambled with eggs. What's that cold dish? Xiao Yuan took a few steps forward. Oh, spinach. All my favorites. Mom, that's why I say we are truly mother and daughter, so in tune. But, Mom, you should add some scallion leaves to the spinach for flavor. Without scallions, it's not quite right. Xiao Yuan's mouth kept moving as she sat down heavily. She glanced at her family's faces, which looked like a painter's palette, and she was even happier. Someone go get a set of bowls and chopsticks, she said. How come you're back? Why did you come back? Xiao Yuan's brother, Qiao Yodong, suddenly exclaimed, surprised. Father Qiao looked grim and snorted heavily. He sat down on the stool with a huff. Mother Qiao looked gentle. I'll go get it. Your brother worked all morning and is exhausted. The The factory has been busy lately, working 3 shifts every day. I thought I'd buy some meat to help them recover. I didn't expect you to come back. Well, the meal is a bit small. It's okay, I'll eat less. I'm not tired, and I won't let my hunger affect my daughter. Xiao Yuan tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. She couldn't understand why Mother Qiao was acting so well. Brother Qiao glared at her and said angrily, Mom, stop spoiling her. You're tired too, aren't you? You're getting older. If you don't eat enough and faint, what'll happen? If you fall into the machinery, that's very dangerous. If something happens, what will I do? For the first time, Qiao Yodong showed real filial piety. Mom, I'll eat less. I'm young, I'm not afraid, Qiao mother said, touched, wiping her eyes. No, you're all part of me. I love all of you. I just got hurt a few days ago and haven't recovered properly. How did she get hurt? Of course, she was beaten by Qiao Yuan. The mother and son acted in unison, pretending to be innocent. Qiao Yuan's left ear was in, her right ear out, saying whatever she wanted. She wouldn't lose any flesh over it. She was just watching the show. It was quite entertaining. In the end, she couldn't hold back and even laughed out loud. Qiao's father was already very angry. Seeing Qiao Yuan laugh so shamelessly made him even more furious. He asked sharply, What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Dad, you really mind too much. Qiao Yuan smiled more sweetly, looking obedient. Mind everything, heaven, earth, whether people are laughing or not. I saw the meat and I was happy. I was joyful. Can I laugh? Is laughing now a crime? If you love to control so much, why didn't you promote me to factory manager? You're really blind to good leaders. You. Xiao's father was furious. What nonsense are you talking? Xiao's mother signaled him to lower his voice. If others heard, who knew how they would interpret it? It might cause the factory leaders to think badly of them and give her a hard time. Qiao Yudong snorted coldly, You're getting more and more daring, saying whatever comes to mind. Qiao Yuan was just a reckless person. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating, choosing only the meat. She also served herself a big bowl of yellow millet rice and pressed it down. The 3 family members looked like they had eaten something terrible. Seeing her behave like that, Qiao's father got even angrier and slammed the table. Mom and Dad haven't even started eating, and you're already stuffing yourself. Do you have any manners? Do I look like I don't know? Qiao Yuan straightforwardly took the dish of spicy fried meat, poured the whole thing into her bowl, mixed it with the rice, and it smelled delicious. After taking a big bite, she said, It's the father's fault for not raising me properly. Since I was little, you haven't taught me anything. Now you're blaming me? I haven't even blamed you yet. Now that I'm grown up and my personality is set, I can't change it.
Just bear with it, old man.
It's like I did some bad thing in my past life.
You.
Xiao's father's forehead veins bulged, his face turning red with anger. He scolded her fiercely, Qiao Yuan, your wings are hard now. You're rebelling against heaven. Do you think I can't control you anymore? Xiao Yudong watched happily, wishing Qiao's father would stand up and give Qiao Yuan a good beating. Xiao's mother quickly patted her husband's chest. Old Xiao, why get so angry at the kid? Don't get upset over nothing. She's still young. Young? It's all because of your indulgence. Didn't she say I didn't take care of her before? Today I will take charge. Xiao's father stood up and raised his hand. Under the stick, a filial child is born. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. Old Xiao. Xiao's mother tried to stop him. Don't let the neighbors see and laugh, she said with a bang. Then she turned to Qiao Yuan and said, Xiao Wan, quickly apologize to your dad. Say you were wrong. Come on, do it now. Qiao Yuan was not afraid at all. She calmly continued eating her vegetables. She finished all the garlic shoots with meat and half of the spinach. After a short while, she lifted her eyelids and said, Qiao Yudong says you spoil me, and Qiao Shengli also says you spoil me. What exactly do you spoil me for? You say things that make me sick and I feel like vomiting. Stop flattering yourselves. As for admitting mistakes, only those who are wrong admit it. I don't think I did anything wrong. You should reflect on yourselves. Seeing her mother's face grim and wanting to say something, she frowned and said, Enough, enough. Stop pretending. This isn't a big stage show. There are no outsiders here. What are you acting for? The family of three looked at Qiao Yuan like a hard, foul-smelling stone in a cesspit, making their teeth itch with anger. Facing her, they felt like they might die young. When arguing, the three of them together were no match for her. When it came to fighting, Qiao Yuan dared to go all out, surprisingly strong. She could take on 10 people like them. When it came to risking everything, she dared to cross the ocean. She was a madwoman, fearful of the strong, afraid of the reckless. She was both stubborn and fearless. All three lost their appetite. Watching Qiao Yuan eat heartily, her mouth greasy, they felt frustrated and their lungs almost burst with anger. After eating and drinking enough, Qiao Yuan gently wiped her mouth and said, That's enough.
I'm tired.
I want to go back to my room and sleep. You should go to work now.
Don't worry about me.
She stood up and headed toward the north bedroom.
Wait.
Yuan's brother, Yudong, was anxious. What do you mean? You finished eating and you're not leaving? If you don't leave soon, you'll miss the afternoon train. Could she be planning to stay at home? That's not acceptable. Yuan. Her mother also became anxious now, mostly regretful. She regretted enrolling her daughter in the countryside school, so close to home. If she had known her daughter would be so ungrateful, she would have sent her to the south. Being far from home made it hard to visit. It also caused trouble at home. Yuan, don't sleep in too late. Maybe you can sleep on the train? If you come back late, your grandma will worry. There was no choice. Her mother brought up Grandma Qiao. Qiao Yuan waved her hand dismissively. No way. Grandma cares about me. She wants me to come back and stay for a few days. Staying for a long time is fine. Grandpa is the team leader. If I don't work, no one dares say anything. Anyway, I'm still young. I don't want to go back. Working in the fields is too hard. I really can't stand it. You don't earn work points, so where does the grain come from? What do you eat? Her father couldn't help but slam the table again. Qiao Yuan confidently replied, You three only need a little of my quota points. I wonder how much a little girl like me can eat. You are my real dad, mom, and brother. Blood is thicker than water. Can't you sacrifice for me? These words were often spoken by Mother Qiao before. Qiao Yuan's words hit like a thunderbolt, shocking the three family members. Qiao Yudong stared wide-eyed. You mean you're not leaving? Father Qiao also stopped pretending to be serious. That won't do. We can't even feed ourselves properly. Besides, if you don't go back, you'll be an illegal resident, and someone might come to arrest you. Our whole family will get into trouble. Mother Qiao was the most anxious and started crying. Remember what happened at old Li's family in our residential area 2 years ago? Because his younger son secretly came back, his work was stopped. But later, people went back, and their jobs were restored. Qiao Yuan continued to pretend she didn't understand. Mother Qiao was so worried, she pounded her thigh. That's not the same. Li's family all had their wages cut. Their eldest son, who was about to become a team leader, lost that chance. All the awards and recognition for being hardworking are gone. It will also affect housing allocations. We finally got a house, and your brother is still hoping for one in the future. Yuan, I beg you, you can't let your brother suffer like this. Oh. Qiao Yuan quickly stopped her. Mom, don't scare me. What are you asking me to do? I still want to live forever, forever and ever. She was superstitious and loved money, but never stole from graves. The three Qiao family members. What exactly do you want? Father Qiao clutched his chest, trembling, shouting. Do you really want this family to fall apart? Qiao Yuan spread her hands and smiled. Dad, why do you say such harsh words? We're family. If you think I speak harshly, I think what you do is even worse. You dare to do anything. Qiao Yuan's lips curled slightly. I dare a lot of things, oh, the ocean. Mother Qiao turned pale with fear, about to go forward and cover her mouth. But Qiao Yuan dodged her, and Mother Qiao was so anxious she stomped her feet and waved her hands wildly, but couldn't stop her. She could only lower her voice and say, "Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense." Qiao Yudong's legs went weak, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He could only lean on the table to stand barely. Father Qiao's hand trembled with anger, his face looking fierce. "Your mouth will cause trouble for the family sooner or later. Sending you to the countryside was to protect you, but you hate it. You want to drag the whole family down. Fine, fine, my wife and I worked hard to raise you. I never thought I'd raise a hateful person, a wolf in sheep's clothing who doesn't respect elders or cherish family." He paused and asked directly, "So, what will make you go back?" He wasn't stupid, but used to pretend he was. This time, he was straightforward. He was tired and scared. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Qiao shared the same thought. Why not choose a farther place for the countryside assignment, like the Northwest or Yun province?
Sigh.
Qiao Yuan sighed and sat back on the stool. Living in the countryside is just too hard. Going to the commune depends entirely on walking. We can only eat meat during the new year. Wanting to buy a new dress feels like a distant dream. I don't even dare to spend money on small things, not even a penny for candy. Building a house and buying daily necessities almost drain all our money. We still haven't found a way to earn more. When I think about the future, my heart feels heavy and frustrated, almost going crazy. I don't want to feel this way, but I can't control myself.
I'm sorry.
The Qiao family understood. It turned out that a few days ago, they needed fewer supplies, so they came back for a second round. Is there an end to this? Will there be a third, or even a fourth wave? Just thinking about it makes them want to go crazy. They regretted it deeply. Their insides felt sour with regret. Why did they sign Qiao Yuan up for the countryside assignment? They should have just let her stay in the city. She would get married in a few years anyway, and enduring a few more years would pass.
But now...
Mr. Qiao looked dejected. Life at home isn't easy either. The bicycle. He just bought it. Yuan, you're like stabbing your mother's heart. When words don't work, they turn to softer approaches. Mrs. Qiao cried painfully. Qiao Yuan looked on calmly, silent, resting her chin on her hands. She was adorable and obedient. Mrs. Qiao couldn't cry anymore. Seeing her parents defeated, Qiao Yudong wanted to step in himself, but he was too timid. Here, the bicycle is yours. Mr. Qiao made up his mind harshly. Old Qiao.
Dad.
Both mother and son exclaimed. Qiao Yudong said, Dad, I need a 3-in-1 radio for my wedding, and I've already given the one I had. Now you're giving away the bicycle too? How am I supposed to get married? Bicycle tickets are hard to get. A black market ticket can sell for 50 yuan. So, what do you suggest we do? Mr. Qiao asked irritably. Qiao Yudong hesitated for a long time, but had no good ideas. It was all because Qiao Yuan was too outstanding. Mr. Qiao sighed. If he had known his only son couldn't handle things, he would have tried to have another son when he was younger. But now it's too late. He waved his hand and continued, starting this month, the family will save the meat tickets for your brother's wedding. I won't give you much, just half a jean. The cloth tickets aren't many. We used some for the quilt. The quilt is yours now, and there are only 5 feet of cloth tickets left, all for you. As for money, I'll give you another 100. These words were spoken with great difficulty. His heart was bleeding. Oh, Dad, you're so kind. I feel so embarrassed. I'm going to the countryside, and you give me a bicycle, a radio, and so much money. I feel ashamed. Don't worry. With these good things, I am sure I will live steadily in the team. Qiao Yuan smiled like a blooming flower. She didn't want to come back often. She had food and drink in the team, could eat and drink whatever she wanted, and didn't have to work. She also had her own small house, beautiful as it was, so she didn't want to come back and see those bothersome people. The 3 members of the Qiao family felt relieved. Qiao Yuan happily said, Mom, please give me the money, the ticket, and the bicycle receipt. I need them to leave quickly, or I'll miss the train. After taking the items, she went for a walk outside Lao Wang's house. Qiao's mother stiffly pulled at her mouth, but didn't come out of the house for a long time. Xiao Yuan blinked her big eyes and asked, Dad, did my mom give all the money to Grandma's family? That's why she hasn't been found all this time. Dad, I heard my eldest uncle's fourth son has a girlfriend who wants a sewing machine. If not, they won't get married. Is that true? Honestly, the bigger the ability, the bigger the appetite. My eldest uncle's family has been marrying off daughters-in-law these years. They probably have no savings anymore. TSK, you two should be more careful. Don't lose the tickets we prepared for Qiao Yudong for no reason. House thieves are hard to guard against. Qiao Yuan's small mouth was sharp as if poisoned, full of words meant to stir trouble. Qiao father and Qiao Yudong looked very serious. It was because Qiao Yuan hit their sore spot. Just yesterday, the Li family's eldest uncle's family came to visit, crying and soft-talking. They wanted to buy the sewing machine ticket, promising to pay later when they had money. That ticket was hard-won by them for Qiao Yudong's wedding. Naturally, Qiao father wouldn't agree. The two families ended up in a big quarrel. Qiao father and Qiao mother argued loudly last night. Here they come. Qiao mother hurriedly ran out of the house, scared. She wanted to relax a bit, but now she didn't dare. Here, the money is for you. Thanks, Mom. Qiao Yuan smiled and tugged at the money, but she couldn't pull it out easily, so she sat back down. It wasn't like she was begging. She was just eager to buy, no big deal. Give it to her. Qiao father shouted at Qiao mother. Qiao mother pouted but reluctantly handed the money to Qiao Yuan. See, it's still my dad caring for me. Qiao Yuan checked the money and said, no problem, just right. I'll leave now. Without any hesitation or even a wave, she left the house directly. Everyone in the neighborhood immediately peeked out, like gossipers in a melon patch. They watched as Qiao Yuan rode a bicycle with one hand and pushed another bike with the other. Several women couldn't help but come downstairs and gather together, excitedly chatting and pointing at the Qiao family's window. Aunt Li Rong, your family is close to the Qiao family. Do you know what's going on? Why did they take all of old Qiao's bicycles? Did you Dong's relationship fall apart? Even if it did, they shouldn't give the bicycles to Xiao Wan. It's not like she'll never get married. Why did the three people in the Qiao family agree? Is Xiao Wan causing trouble again? That girl Xiao Wan. She's so fierce. Whoever marries into the family will have a tough time with the grandma. Li Rong, tell us quickly. Everyone was chattering, eager to hear the first-hand news from Li Rong. They were very curious. It's just about bicycles. Not a big deal. Li Rong felt proud. She hadn't heard everything clearly, only bits and pieces. She pieced it together with her imagination and guessed the reason. She looked mysterious and said, You all want to know? Oh, stop teasing us. One aunt hurriedly pushed her. Li Rong wasn't annoyed. She was even more proud. Can't tell you? If I don't, Xiao Wan won't leave. Do you think the Qiao family isn't afraid? Xiao Wan made a tough statement. If they don't give the bicycles, she won't leave, and everyone will go hungry. She even said the Qiao couple might lose their jobs. The aunts suddenly understood. That's a sneaky trick. But it works well. Oh dear, in our family compound, we can't secretly sign up parents for the kids anymore. If everyone starts copying this. Everyone sighed. Xiao Wan once again broke everyone's expectations. In the next few days, the Qiao family kept dominating the hot search on the neighborhood's news, pushing the Wang family to second place. Many families had children of the right age to go to the countryside, making the atmosphere very tense. Parents were cautious, trying to reason gently. This matter gradually reached the factory. Qiao Yudong's girlfriend, Chen Changshu, almost fainted when she heard about it and had a big argument with Qiao Yudong. If her relatives hadn't warned her, she really would have broken up. Men are too weak, and the little sister-in-law is too fierce. How will they get through this? Chen's parents also came to cause trouble. The Qiao family was in chaos. Xiao Wan didn't know any of this. When she returned to the team, she was stopped at the village entrance by Qiao Fuyu. Xiao Wan, did you find the glass? Qiao Fuyu rushed out about 10 meters. Seeing Xiao Wan nod, he immediately grinned. He ran over to help her push another bicycle, and they walked and talked. Xiaowan, where did this bicycle come from? My dad gave it to me. Your dad gave it to you? You went back to the city? Why would your dad give you this? Xiao Fuyu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Did your dad lose his mind? Xiaowan couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa, isn't it because my dad cares about me and loves me? That's nonsense. Xiao Fuyu rolled his eyes. You're really good at fooling people. I know your dad well enough. Xiaowan chuckled and didn't hide anything. After she finished speaking, Xiao Fuyu held back a smile and said, You can't do that next time. If you push people too hard, they'll get angry. It looks bad and isn't good for you.
Don't worry, sir.
I understand. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, this will be over. I have bigger plans ahead, and I won't waste my time on them. It's not worth it. She still wanted to improve. She knew how important reputation was. Seeing that she understood, Xiao Fuyu didn't mention it anymore. He opened the burlap sack. Wow, so much? Xiao Yuan took out the previous items as well. Total of 73 yuan. It was originally 76, but I accidentally broke 3. I didn't want to throw the broken pieces away, so I kept them to use as bean skins. They work really well now, better than small spoons or bottle caps. Oh, and give me the glass first to install in my small house. The rest can be used by the team. Xiao Fuyu's mouth twitched twice. Everyone else sacrifices their small family for the greater good, but she was fine. Her small house wouldn't need many pieces anyway. He asked, How much did it cost? Not a penny. My uncle gave it to me. Your uncle? Xiao Fuyu looked confused. Which uncle? You only have 2 uncles. The uncle I just met today. He's an old police officer, really nice. Mainly because your niece is loved by everyone. She's charming and attracts attention. Plus, she has a strong sense of justice and helped them out a bit. As a thank you, they gave me these glasses for free. They even wanted to arrange a job for me, but I didn't agree. Are we the kind of people who help others a little and then climb up the ladder when they thank us? Xiao Fuyu didn't believe a word, but he saw that his niece was resourceful.
Xiaowan, you're better than me, he said.
Xiao Yuan immediately chuckled. From now on, you can be the team leader openly, and I'll give commands behind the scenes, okay? Xiao Fuyu was speechless. The older men in the team didn't even think about taking power, but his niece was already eyeing it. Xiao Yuan led the way to open the door, ignoring what her uncle was thinking. She continued, Uncle, I tell you, ever since I found out we're going to the countryside, I've been dreaming about ways to get rich. Besides raising rabbits, is there anything else? Xiao Fuyu quickly asked. From her tone, he knew she had more ideas. Before he could even unload the glass, he kept asking questions. Let's raise rabbits and see how it goes. When we make money, everyone will work together with more energy. Making money is addictive. Seeing how clever she is, Xiao Fuyu immediately believed it. Our ancestors said that there is gold in books. Since Xiaowan studies so well, she can definitely help everyone earn gold and make big money. Xiaowan now spends money quite freely. Alright, from now on, if the team has any issues, I'll tell you, and we can discuss them together. I also thought about raising pigs at first. I even went to the Commune's farm to ask about it. I didn't know much, but I found out raising pigs is quite complicated. Now, they emphasize scientific feeding, what pigs eat, when they eat, all carefully planned. Mother pigs also need special care after giving birth, like massages. It's quite tiring. We don't understand that either. I thought about sending someone to learn, but our team has few literate people and most are not eager to learn. No one wants to go, and those who do just get stubborn. I thought if it's really hard, I could send the accountant and the second squad leader. They know how to read and are smart. But the farm wouldn't teach us, which made me angry. I went to the commune to ask the leaders to help, but guess what they said? Hearing this, Xiao Fuyu got very angry. He thought Xiao Yuan was very clever. It's better not to tell the commune about raising rabbits. He had forgotten about this before and was thinking of showing off in front of the commune and making them pay. Xiao Yuan casually poured him a glass of cold water, and she drank half a glass herself. She grinned and said, You think raising pigs is easy and won't get sick or lose money? No. Xiao Fuyu finished the water, put down the cup, and angrily slapped the bed. If it was really that easy, I wouldn't be mad. Old Lady Qiao saw Qiao Yuan come back and, worried she was hungry, gave her some snacks she had bought earlier. When Xiao Fuyo mentioned this, she added, the commune leader said that your team is so poor they can't even eat enough, and you still want to raise pigs. Don't let the pigs starve and turn into roast piglets. That made me so angry, I didn't eat all day. Old Lady Qiao smiled and handed her a piece of peach pastry. She licked the crumbs from her hand and continued, that leader isn't very nice. His words are terrible, worse than mine. It's spring now, and I don't know where he's been sent. I guess he's bad at talking and has offended the higher-ups, or he's been dismissed. Xiao Yuan listened happily and took 2 more pieces of peach pastry, giving them to Old Lady Qiao and Xiao Fuyo. She insisted they eat, stuffing the pastries into their hands. Old Lady Qiao, grateful for her granddaughter's kindness, smiled so much her eyes narrowed into slits. She carefully took a bite. It's really delicious. I gave you a piece this morning for your grandpa. Your grandfather said the food he ate was better than what your father brought back for the new year. The brands are probably different, said Xiao Yuan. After eating a piece, she stopped and put a piece of malt candy in her mouth. Her peach pastry is from a family in Jing City known for their rice flours. They use plenty of ingredients, and there's quite a bit stored away. She plans to find a good time to share some with her family. But right now, she wasn't thinking about eating. She remembered the leader they mentioned earlier and asked, how is the new leader? I don't know him well, said Xiao Fuyo. He came in May, and we've only had 2 meetings. He's quite young, looks about 30, I'd say. Old Mrs. Qiao made a face. No beard, not steady in work. Young and inexperienced. What can he do? Just not messing around is good enough. They common folks don't ask for much, just to live peacefully, eat well, and stay warm. They're worried about those who are unskilled and always causing trouble. Life becomes unstable, and people feel anxious. Xiao Yuan didn't agree. Being young isn't necessarily bad. Young people have energy and quick minds. As for whether he's good or not, they'd see soon enough. She glanced at Xiao Fuyo and smiled. Grandpa, you're still young too. You can also give it a try. Xiao Fuyo finished his peach pastry and rinsed his mouth. He was still holding some water in his mouth when he heard her. He spat it out suddenly. Luckily, he reacted quickly and aimed his mouth downward, so he didn't spray everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Fuyo choked and coughed hard. Old Mrs. Xiao rolled her eyes. Oh no, even drinking water makes you choke? What's wrong? Are you scared because I said you're still young? Xiao Fuyo kept coughing and waved his hand. After he finally stopped, he said, I'm already quite old, but I still feel young. Once Jinon's family has a child, I'll be a grandpa too. Grandpa is even older now. Xiao Yuan blinked sweetly. Grandpa, at your age, it's the perfect time to work hard. Don't lose heart. Once our team does well and you get promoted to the commune, you'll have a pension when you're old. Isn't that wonderful? In China, most people are over 70 but still work hard. Her grandpa is only 48, still in his prime. When they heard about having a pension in old age, old Mrs. Qiao and Xiao Fuyo's eyes widened with excitement and their hands trembled. Really? Can it happen? Wouldn't that be just like workers? I believe it will definitely happen, said Xiao Yuan confidently. She asked Xiao Fuyo, Grandpa, what does our team have the most of? Mountains, he replied. They live in Zuolin City, where the mountains stretch for thousands of miles. Dense forests cover the land, and trees grow everywhere. Xiao Yuan nodded. As the old saying goes, depend on the mountain for mountain products, depend on the water for water resources. Our team may not have as much land as Erdeo Bay, but we have one advantage they don't have. It's an advantage even Erdeo Bay can't catch up to. What advantage? Xiao Fuyo quickly asked. I don't know, he said. Erdeo Bay also has mountains and water. Our team has me, said Xiao Yuan, standing tall with a loud voice. Xiao Fuyo and Old Lady Qiao both looked surprised. Not knowing what to say, they quickly turned away. After work, Old Man Qiao, who was walking in from outside, looked puzzled. Boss, what's wrong with you? Why is your face all wrinkled like orange peel? Didn't you get the glass?
Haha.
Xiao Yuan couldn't hold back her laughter, her body shaking. Grandpa, my great-uncle, is so impressed by me. Well, it's my fault. I'm too good and too confident. Old man Xiao, old lady Xiao, and Xiao Fuyo all looked speechless. Their child was so thick-skinned.
Whose kid was this?
Both old man Xiao and old lady Xiao simultaneously sneezed 3 big times. After laughing, Xiao Yuan became serious and talked about several ways to get rich. Grandpa, our team is lacking in everything. We can't have too big a stall. We need to take it slow. Xiao Fuyo suppressed his excitement. I understand. Food must be eaten bite by bite, and tasks must be done step by step. Xiaowan, tell me, besides raising rabbits, what else can Grandpa do? Xiao Yuan said, he can go to the commune and find someone to ask about the new secretary. How powerful is his authority? Xiao Fuyo understood immediately. Xiao Fuyo is quick and energetic. Early the next morning, after breakfast, he rode his bike to the commune, carrying a basket of vegetables. When asking about things, it's good to give a little gift. The Qingshan Liangzi team is poor, everyone knows that, so bringing some vegetables is fine. Xiao Yuan went to the cowshed and helped Xiao Jiandong and Xiao Jianxi fix the glass. They had almost finished cleaning the cowshed yesterday, and by the time they finished, it was past 9 at night. Only the roof grass was left to do, but there was no suitable grass at the moment. They had to wait until autumn, when the grass turned yellow, to cut it from the western meadow. For now, it's okay as long as it doesn't leak rain. After tidying up, the cowshed looked quite bright. Staying inside didn't feel stuffy. Just after plastering the walls, it was a bit cold inside. Xiao Yuan shouted loudly, Jianxi, you too, light the fire. Warm up the house. Rabbits like warm places, and it's a bit cold inside. Xiao Jianxi brushed off the dust on himself and replied, okay, just right. The window frame we took down yesterday is over there. I'll chop it with a small axe. Do you have matches? Yes, I keep some in my pocket. Xiao Yuan looked at him suspiciously. Why do you carry matches with you? Did you learn to smoke? She said this while leaning in to smell Zhou Jiandong.
No cigarette smell.
Are you a dog? Zhou Jiandong quickly pushed her head away. I used that yesterday when I lit mosquito coils. I forgot to leave it at home, so I kept it in my pocket. The mosquito coils were a gift from you. In summer, mosquitoes are everywhere, especially in the cowshed, where they swarm in large groups. Zhou Jiandong and Zhou Jianxi are the most mosquito-prone. They are bitten all over and covered in bumps. Zhou Jiandong went home to get some mosquito coils. Zhou Yuan looked at him with pity. The poor kid's face was full of bumps. Why didn't they bite his eyelids? Mosquitoes are so useless. I still have some mosquito coils at home. When you're done, just ask me for some. Don't be stingy. Mosquito bites don't hurt, but they itch and are quite annoying. Especially when the mosquitoes buzz nearby, it's really maddening. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan said, I heard some flowers can repel mosquitoes. I'll look for some and grow a few at home. Come on, can I even grow flowers at home? Zhou Jianxi couldn't hold back anymore and started criticizing Zhou Chunhua. Little Yuan, you don't know my mom. She kills everything she tries to grow. Look, she managed to keep a potted rosebush alive and blooming nicely. She was so jealous she took 2 cuttings and asked Dajiang to take care of them. The Dajiang's plants were almost ready to sprout new leaves, so she took one home. But within a week, it died. Then she tried growing coxcomb, stinkball, lantern flowers, all died. The only thing that survived was a small dragon claw plant. He wanted to throw them all away, but his mom wouldn't let him, saying they were good for clearing heat. Zhou Jiandong also joined in complaining. Luckily, we all plant crops together. Zhou Yuan chuckled. I think second aunt is doing pretty well with her chickens. They lay eggs every day and are quite fat. Zhou Jiandong was also puzzled. Who knows? The chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs are all doing well and have never died. Growing flowers and plants just doesn't seem to work. Maybe overwatering? Inside the house, the temperature rose. Zhou Yuan went back to Zhou's house to get a sack of straw. Qingshan Liangzi grows rice, but not much, and the straw is mainly used for starting fires. Each family takes some, and they've been burning it for over half a year, so there's not much left. She managed to gather half a bag from the corner. Not enough, so she asked Old Wang's wife for some more. They finally had a whole sack. She spread the clean straw in the cage, added some food, and filled the water trough. After tidying up, she ran back to Zhou's house to move the rabbits. 1 rabbit per cage. Zhou Yuan crouched down to observe. I think they'll probably give birth today. If not today, then definitely tomorrow. Zhou Jiandong pouted. How do you know? I can't tell. Did the rabbit tell you it's about to give birth? Jiao Jianxi is just Jiao Jiandong's little helper, and he quickly chimed in. I didn't notice either. Are you two fools? Jiao Yuan rolled her eyes at them. Did you two not see the small booklet Qi Jim I copied yesterday? You didn't notice the mother rabbit stopped eating and started building a nest with grass. Look at the fattest gray rabbit in the middle. It's pulling out its belly fur to line the nest. That means she's about to have babies. All right, let's go. Mother rabbits don't like to be watched when they give birth. Let her be, and let her do it quietly. Knowing the rabbits were about to give birth, Jiao Fuyo didn't eat and rushed straight to the breeding farm from the commune. He grinned widely and looked through the window for a long time, smiling happily. 5 rabbits, 500. 2,000. 5,000.
Over 10,000.
Thinking of this, Jiao Fuyo's mind naturally imagined their team making money by selling rabbits, everyone wearing new clothes, eating meat, children eating candies, and going to school. Every family building brick houses. His smile grew wider, showing his teeth but not his eyes. He was so full of hope that he couldn't sleep all night, tossing and turning. Zhang Xianghua also didn't sleep well because of him. She was drowsy, waking and sleeping, just managing 3 or 4 hours of rest. Thanks to her biological clock, she woke up around 3 a.m. and yawned, her eyes too tired to stay open. Old Mrs. Jiao saw this and felt sorry for her. Hua, did you stay up all night? Go back to sleep. I'll make breakfast myself. Mom, I want to do it myself. When do you want to go? We can do it quickly together.
I'm fine.
I wake up and can't fall back asleep. There were many people eating, and everyone could eat well, so cooking wasn't easy. Zhang Xianghua was about to scoop water with a basin to wash her face when Mrs. Jiao pushed her into the room. All right, stop arguing. You have to work during the day. I can take a nap during the day, but you can't? Look at you yawning all the time. Don't hurt yourself with the... It's miserable inside and out. Go back to sleep, and I'll call you when breakfast is ready. I can manage on my own. I'm not that old or clumsy. It's just a few dishes and some leek and potato soup. We also have some leftover cornmeal pancakes from last night. Just fry another batch this morning. It's simple. Today, the farm is close to home, so you can come back for lunch without packing food. That's even easier. Then, Mom, I'll sleep a little more. Zhang Xianghua felt a bit shy but was too tired to resist. Mrs. Jiao waved her off. Go quickly. Zhang Xianghua lay down and immediately fell asleep, enjoying a deep nap. Jiao Fuyo, worried all night about the rabbits, was now walking briskly, full of joy, and happily returned from outside. As soon as they entered the yard, he shouted, "It's born! It's born! All 5 rabbits are born!" Zhang Xianghua and Xiao Yuan were peacefully sleeping and dreaming when suddenly his loud voice made them shiver. Zhang Xianghua quickly sat up and asked, "What's wrong? What's going on?" Xiao Yuan, feeling her racing heart, was still half asleep and thought the police were coming to arrest her. She swiftly jumped up, opened the window, and flipped herself into the backyard vegetable garden. Her feet touched the ground, and she became fully alert. How embarrassing! So embarrassing! She was a good person. She wasn't afraid of anything. Her big eyes rolled around, and seeing no one paying attention, she jumped again. She sneaked back into the house. She casually wiped her feet, lay down again, snored softly, pretending nothing had happened. Outside in the cucumber patch in the backyard, old Xiao was picking cucumbers when he suddenly exclaimed. Was his old eyesight failing? Someone was born. Guess how many in total? Xiao Fu strode into the house loudly. His loud voice woke everyone up. Old Madame Qiao looked at Yuan, who was yawning non-stop, and casually grabbed a fire poker, giving Xiao Fu 2 whacks. Why are you shouting? It's early morning, and all I hear is your loud voice. Don't you know others have been working all day and are too tired to open their eyes? You have no sense at all. Oh, mother, I'm your son. Your hits are too heavy. Look, my arm is red. Xiao Fu stretched his slightly red arm in front of old Madame Qiao. She looked at her grown-up son's wrinkled face and couldn't help but push him away. Go to the side. If I weren't your mother, I wouldn't bother hitting you. You're dark from the sun. How can I tell if you're red or not? You're getting old, yet still so delicate. Don't you know how hard I work? Old Madame Qiao rolled her eyes. Then she saw the bloodshot in Zhang Xianghua's eyes and couldn't help but glare at him again. You big man, still the squad leader, yet you're so careless. The rabbits are born because of you, and you can't help it all. Why can't you sleep well at night? Look at how you've caused Xianghua to stay up, and the chickens are almost crowing before she can sleep. She finally gets some rest, and you wake her up again. This man just isn't good enough, rough-hearted and unkind. Everyone has their faults, even her own husband. Last night, there was a mosquito buzzing in the room, and its noise kept her awake, making her anxious. The more she tried to sleep, the more she thought about needing to go to the bathroom at night. She was afraid of waking her granddaughter, which made her uncomfortable. She pushed her husband to get up and look for the mosquito. I pressed several times, but he just wouldn't wake up, and his snoring got louder. I don't know if he's truly asleep or just pretending to be dead and too lazy to move. This made her very angry. Finally, her little granddaughter heard the noise, felt sorry for him, and got up to light the mosquito coil. Soon, the mosquitoes stopped buzzing. Only then did she sleep until dawn, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to sleep at all. Thinking of this, Grandma Qiao rolled her eyes at Grandpa Qiao. Grandpa Qiao was sitting comfortably at the door, smoking his pipe, when he suddenly saw her roll her eyes. He was quite confused. Why are you ignoring me? Why did she wake him so early? Just looking at you, Grandma Qiao replied back. After that, she turned her head and gave Grandpa Qiao a sidelong glance. Old man, do you have anything to do this morning? Nothing much, he answered. He wanted to take a nap, but now he didn't dare. His mother had been very energetic all morning. Since there was nothing urgent, Grandma Qiao started giving out chores. You wash all the clothes you changed yesterday. When they're dry, use tweezers to pinch them so the wind doesn't them away. After washing, cook the pig food. Grandpa Qiao looked surprised. Mom, I wash clothes?
I don't know how.
Besides, I'm the squad leader. If people see me washing clothes, it would be so embarrassing. Can I have a different task? Grandma Qiao crossed her arms and made a teapot shape. No, if you don't wash, who will? I can't be the only one washing. And what's wrong with being a squad leader? There's no rule saying the squad leader can't wash clothes. Just because your rank isn't high doesn't mean you shouldn't do chores. You don't wear the clothes? Well, if you wear them, someone has to wash them. I can wash and Hua can wash, but you can't? Jianhua's 3 boys wash their clothes themselves right after taking them off, and I wash my husband's. Xiaowan also washes her own. But you and Xianghua haven't washed yet. Usually Xianghua does it, but today it's your turn. Don't complain. Just wash them. They're a bit sweaty, but a quick soap scrub will do. If you can't do this, what can you do? Grandma Qiao became angrier the more she spoke, even wanting to throw Grandpa Qiao's clothes out. Oh, Mom, I'll wash them. Just be quiet so no one hears. Grandpa Qiao stretched his neck and looked outside the yard, afraid that someone might overhear and damage his image as squad leader. Grandma Qiao snorted and told Zhang Xianghua, from now on, let him do all the washing. Men have strength. No need to waste the opportunity. After breakfast, I'll take apart the quilt and let him wash it too. Isn't your room dirty? It will all be clean today. The weather is good, the sun is strong, and after washing, it'll dry by afternoon. I'll make the bed then, and you'll have a nice cover tonight. She sneered. If you don't believe me, you'll remember next time. Mom, I'll wash the quilt at the big river. When I get a day off, I'll do it there. It's okay for him to come and go, but Xiaofu has to wash the bedding, and Zhang Xianghua really doesn't feel at ease. Grandma Qiao waves her hand, quite stubborn, and says it's fine. I'll go with the boss. I'll watch him wash. I don't believe he can't clean the clothes properly. Even the runners wash their own clothes, and I've never seen anyone wear them so dirty. Anyway, today's laundry can't be avoided. Jiao Jianya cheerfully chimes in, Grandma, you're wrong. The few runners in the team are pretty dirty too. Their hair is messy and tangled. They have scruffy beards and yellow teeth, and their breath smells bad. Their clothes are so dirty you can't see the colors, and the sleeves are all torn. Worried Grandma might not believe him, he emphasizes, really, I'm not lying. That's just because they're lazy, Grandma Qiao thinks. I'm not blind, and I know what I see. But some runners keep themselves tidy, he argues. Why don't you see that? Really? Jiao Jianya scratches his head and thinks carefully. Maybe not. Grandma Qiao chokes on her words, annoyed and angry. If you keep talking so much, no young girl will be interested in you. From now on, you'll be just like Old Chi in our team. Old Chi was the dirtiest runner in the team, and Jiao Jianya didn't want to be like him. He honestly keeps quiet. But he feels wronged. He only told the truth, and now he's being labeled as a runner. Jiao Jianhua and Jiao Jianzhong try not to laugh, mumbling softly, pig brain. Mom, my brothers are calling me pig brain. Jiao Jianya, with sharp ears, immediately complains to his mother. Usually, he would complain to Grandma Qiao, but today he dares not. Everyone be honest, Zhang Xianghua warns, though she doesn't specify who she's talking about. Jiao Jianya lifts his head proudly. Jiao Jianhua and Jiao Jianzhong roll their eyes together. Seeing that asking for help works, Jiao Fu looks at Grandpa Qiao with pleading eyes, clearly saying, I don't want to wash clothes. Grandpa Qiao clears his throat. Wife, is the meal ready? After eating, go to work. I'll go get the bowls and chopsticks. Jiao Jianzhong just finished washing his face and didn't even wipe it, immediately finding something to do. I'll pick up some biscuits. Jiao Jianhua, a step slower, quickly escapes the scene.
Yeah, Chiani,
I need to go first. I haven't gone to the toilet this morning. He runs so fast he forgets to go back and grab toilet paper. Jiao Yuan thinks about whether there are small sticks or wooden pieces in the bathroom. As for corn cobs, well, those are for firewood. Jiao Jianya's backside isn't worth using. Zhang Xianghua glances at her husband, feeling secretly pleased, smiling as she takes a basin and scoops water to wash up. Old Lady Qiao led her dazed granddaughter, Qiao Yuan, back into the house. She gently tucked her into bed, drew the curtain tightly, and smiled kindly. Yuan, it's not even 4 o'clock yet. You can sleep a little longer. Grandma sees you're still sleepy. When you wake up, I'll make you some noodles and a fried egg. Do you want any vegetables in your noodles? Chives, Yuan replied. Chives are a bit old and not very tasty, her grandma said. June chives smell terrible. Grandma used to say that. Yuan remembered her grandma's words. Then cilantro is fine. I can stir-fry some scallions in a pan, then add soy sauce after. When the soy sauce smells good, I add water, her grandma continued. That's good. We still have soy sauce left from making dumplings, Yuan said happily. She closed her eyes peacefully. She thought she might have trouble sleeping, but she didn't notice when her grandma left. Seeing her granddaughter sleeping soundly, Grandma Qiao went to the west room to eat. Xiao Fuyo, forgetting his earlier sadness, ate and said, all 5 rabbits have given birth. One big white rabbit had 10 babies, and the largest gray rabbit had 13. The other 3 mother rabbits each had 12 babies. Wow, 10 plus 13 plus 3 times 12, that's... Xiao Fuyo excitedly put down his chopsticks and started counting on his fingers. Xiao Jianning couldn't help but remind him, 59. Yes, 59. Very impressive, Xiao Fuyo said with a smile, squinting his eyes. When I checked, they were all nursing. Probably born in the middle of the night. I looked carefully, they're pretty strong. They should all survive. Though he hadn't raised rabbits before, he had raised piglets and knew what kind could survive. Old Mr. Chow swallowed his bread slowly and said, "The rabbits Yuan brought back are strong and have many babies. In a couple of months, those 5 mother rabbits will be able to breed again. If we take good care of them, they might have 2 litters before the new year. That would be nearly 200 rabbits. By February next year, the rabbits born today could also have babies. I wonder how many of these 59 are mothers. Even if half are, that's 30. If each mother has 10 babies each time, in less than a year, our team could have over 1,000 rabbits." He was surprised himself when he said this. Such fast breeding was truly impressive, amazing. The others in the Chow family were also thinking about rabbits. Their minds involuntarily switched to small amounts of money. 1 rabbit, weighing about 7 jin, could be worth about 6 yuan. 10 rabbits would be 60 yuan, 100 would be 600, and 1,000 would be 6,000. Xiao Jianya's hand trembled, and he exclaimed, "My goodness, this much money. I've never seen so much in my life. If it were stacked together, it would be taller than me." Xiao Jianhua also looked excited. "Our team has 170 households. Each family can get quite a bit of money." Xiao Jiangdang poured cold water on the idea. That's not so simple. In the first year, many rabbits won't sell well. Plus, building factories and saving money for piglets, there won't be much left. Still, it's not bad. Grandma Qiao smiled happily. Having hope for the future is better than anything. Everyone agreed with her. Grandma Qiao was happy inside and eagerly put on her shoes to go outside. She peeked into the east room and looked at her precious granddaughter for a long time. The more she looked, the more she loved her. "Oh my, how did I get such a beautiful and smart granddaughter?" she whispered happily, taking a gentle sniff. Then she happily went back to the west room to continue eating. Xiao Jiangding thought for a moment and said, "If we keep going at this pace, the cow shed will soon be too small." "Yes," nodded Xiao Fuyo, who had also been thinking about this. "When it gets cold and the ground freezes, we can't build anymore. Before November, we need to build at least 1 more shed, about 60 or 70 square meters. With more rabbits, we need a guard post and a small house nearby for overnight stays." Old Man Xiao agreed. It's best to choose a bigger place to build, since the number of rabbits will keep increasing. 2 or 3 rooms won't be enough. It's okay if we can't build now. We can leave the land and build later after selling some things. Xiao Jianhua, the most careful, asked Fuyo, "Dad, I heard Xiaowan say that once the rabbits are raised, she also wants to raise chickens and pigs?" "That's the plan," Fuyo replied. "Then we must plan carefully. It's best not to raise these animals too close together. Keep some distance. Animals with fur are more prone to diseases. If they are close, the diseases can spread, and none of them will escape. Our team can't afford such a big loss." Xiao Jiangding added, "The main concern isn't that. It's, what will we feed so many animals?" Fuyo looked at his second son with admiration. Xiaowan already has a plan. She said she wants to go to the Agricultural Science Station in Beijing before the new year. Her classmates told her that the station has newly bred seeds. They say potatoes can produce 3,000 jin per mu and sweet potatoes 4,000 jin per mu. With such high yields, even corn, rice, and soybeans should be plentiful. Xiaowan plans to gather more information from her classmates and then go see for herself. Food is the lifeline of the people. Hearing about such high yields, the Qiao family was excited. "Really? Can it be that high? Are those seeds expensive? Why wait? Let's go now." The youngest, Xiao Jianya, was the most impatient. "I heard about this good news and couldn't wait to fly over with wings." "Go where? What's the use of going now? Once bought, where do you plan it? Can't you use your brain?" Old Mrs. Chow was startled by her grandson's loud voice and almost choked on a corn cake. "Yell all you want, it's up to your dad. Don't say I follow some good advice." Old Mrs. Chow couldn't help but roll her eyes again at Xiao Fuyu. Xiao Fuyu was speechless. He thought it was unfair to blame him. Feeling wronged, he mumbled softly, "Who am I following then?" Old Mr. Chow buried his face in his soup bowl, pretending not to hear. He barely spoke this morning.
No one could really follow him.
He carefully glanced at old Mrs. Chow with the corner of his eye. Just then, old Mrs. Chow was also watching him. Their eyes met. Angrily, old Mrs. Chow put her bowl on the table. What are you looking at? It's just following you. Do you want to blame me now? In the west room, the other members of the Chow family were silent. In the east room, hearing old Mrs. Chow's loud voice, Chow Yuan was awakened again. She realized that before moving to the small house, she couldn't expect to sleep peacefully. It was true. At 7:30, Chow Yuan was slurping noodles when suddenly she heard someone shouting outside the door. The voice grew closer. Chow family's sister-in-law, are you home? Chow family's younger sister. Oh, we're here just to chat with you. Chow wife. Zhao Tsuehua. Chow Yuan held her bowl, knelt on the Kong bed, and looked outside through the window. Grandma, it's Granny Yang and the others visiting. Old Mrs. Chow put down the quilt she was unfolding and went out with a smile. Xiao Fuyu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the women in the brigade well, very stubborn and talkative. They wouldn't leave until noon, so he wouldn't have to do laundry. Xiao Yuan quickly finished her meal and tidied up her dishes. Old Mrs. Chow welcomed the visitors into the house. Xiao Yuan greeted them warmly. Without needing old Mrs. Chow to tell her, she thoughtfully brewed a pot of Longjing tea for the 3 elderly women. In the countryside, there weren't many formalities. People drank directly from bowls. The women immediately smiled happily. Serving tea was the highest treatment here. They all said, "No need to bother. We're not outsiders. This tea is precious. Save it for guests. We'll just drink water." Old Mrs. Chow invited the 3 women onto the Kong and poured each of them a bowl. "This is only for family members to drink. I can't bear to give it to outsiders. Try some. Yuan brought it for my old man. She said her grandpa smokes a lot, which isn't good for his lungs. He's been smoking for decades. When he wants to smoke, he drinks some tea instead." Sometimes, after eating a piece of candy, Grandma Chow swallowed the last bite. While showing off is fine, it shouldn't be too much, or it might make others jealous. These days, Chow Yuan is watching over things. Old Master Chow smokes less now, even coughing less at night. Grandma Chow took a sip first and said, "I can't drink it well, but black tea is okay. Green tea is too bitter. Better with cool water." Grandma Yang also took a sip and tasted it, saying, "It's okay for me, quite fragrant." Grandma Wei said, "I'm just not used to it." Grandma Wang said, "We're just poor folks. A little bit of cold water in the jar can make half a bowl." Listening happily, Chow Yuan went outside to pick 4 cucumbers from the garden. The cucumbers had just been picked, not grown much. After thinking, she also pulled some radishes and carrots. The water radishes are not spicy, crunchy and fresh, and she chose small carrots, sweet and crisp. She washed them clean and brought them inside. The 3 grandmothers were even happier, their faces all creased with smiles. Grandma Chow looked proud. Grandma Yang held Chow Yuan's hand and praised, "Oh, little Yuan is so pretty. Look at her nose, her eyes. Among the villages, she's the prettiest." She also said she had good judgment, not stingy, and was generous. Grandma Wei also praised, "She's tall too, about 1.6 meters, right?" Grandma Chow smiled and said, "Yes, about the same height as my eldest daughter-in-law, about 1.65 meters. Grandma Wei nodded. "I think she might grow taller. She's still young. Maybe another 3 or 4 years. Neighbor Granny Wang also agreed, "Your children all look good. Big eyes, double eyelids, tall too." But the prettiest was still little Yuan, with a face as white as a peeled egg. No spots at all. Even her wife found her rare. Grandma Chow smiled so much her eyes disappeared, showing her teeth, and quickly told everyone to eat. She kept joking like a typical Chinese mother. "Oh, stop praising her. She's just a kid, can't handle too many compliments. Besides, are your kids bad? They're all good." Little Yuan even praised your daughter Ying, saying she's sensible and capable at such a young age. Grandma Chow first praised Grandma Yang. Grandma Yang smiled happily and kept humble. Then Grandma Chow looked at Grandma Wei, Your Jigua is also a top young man in the village. He's lively, sweet-talking, capable, and about the same age as Jianhua. He's about to be a dad. Our kid still doesn't have a partner. No matter how much we ask, she's not in a hurry, and if we push, she gets angry. We can't do anything about it. It would be better if your family Zeg were relaxed and focused on important matters. You're not much older than me, and you're almost living together with 4 generations. You're quite lucky. Grandma Qiao showed a bit of envy, not mentioning that her own family was also nearing that stage. Zegua's wife got pregnant earlier than Wei Jigua's wife. Wei's family has 5 grandchildren. Wei Jigua is the youngest, and he married not long ago, and his wife was already pregnant. The second, third, and fourth children are all girls. One married into this big team, and the other 2 married into the friendship team. They all live well, with kind-hearted in-laws. The only worry is Wei's eldest son, who's been married for nearly 6 years without children. No one knows who's at fault. They haven't been to the hospital, but his wife has tried many folk remedies. Because of this, Wei's eldest sister-in-law often argues with Wei Jigua's wife during the new year, but she can't win. She's not confident. When she mentions wanting great-grandchildren, Grandma Wei's mouth stretched into a big smile. Our Zegua is just this good. He was eager to get married when he was just a teenager.
Haha.
Several old ladies burst into laughter. Xiao Yuan quickly slipped away. The old ladies tend to be very lively when chatting. With nothing else to do, she simply rode her bicycle, took her basket and sickle, and went up the mountain. Grandpa, I'm just going for a walk on the mountain. All right, be careful and don't go too deep into the woods. Got it, I'll be back before cooking. The mountains are far away, so even riding a bike doesn't get her there quickly. Xiao Fu was relieved. He needed to prepare pig feed. Grandma Qiao in the East Room was still busy praising each other. After praising the first 2, she naturally wouldn't forget the neighbors. Sister Wang, no need to say more. Your daughter-in-law and 4 grandchildren are all very filial to you. You haven't seen it. Sister Wang wanted to feed the pigs, but her granddaughter stopped her, worried she'd tire her grandma out. I heard it all at home. Granny Wang isn't good at bragging, but her neighbors are sharp-eyed. Before Grandma Qiao finished speaking, Granny Wang straightened her back. They all live in the same big team, so everyone knows each other's families well. The children are all filial. The 4 old ladies talked about their children, then gossip about the village, then about the educated youth. For example, Wang Meili eagerly wanted to shave heads, but Feng Hua didn't pay her any attention. She kept pestering. Grandma Wei looked curious. Yesterday at work, Wang Meili was still rushing to help Feng Hua with chores. I heard about that too. Those young educated youths, Granny Wang looked a bit disdainful. Feng Hua avoids her like the plague. Wang Meili is so thick-skinned to keep pushing. Unlike us back then, when a matchmaker introduced someone, the parents just asked if it was okay. If they agreed, they nodded shyly. I was so happy with my old Wang back then. She looks quite sturdy and honest. In the future, no one should bully her. The matchmaker also said that the Wang family is known for living a simple, honest life. That day, I poured a glass of wine for old Wang. Afterwards, my mother told me I was too eager. She said the groom should be the first to show interest, so he doesn't act proud. On their wedding night, he was too shy to talk to me, his face turning red like he had drunk 2 gin of wine. He stammered when speaking. I thought, oh no, what's wrong with him? No wonder he didn't talk much when they met. I felt I had lost out. Later, I found out he talks more than anyone else. Old Lady Wang laughed as she said this, reminiscing about her youth, as if it happened yesterday. She sighed, old now. My old Wang's face is so dark now. Just looking at him annoys me. He keeps farting at night, making loud noises. I wish I could kick him out. The 4 old ladies burst into laughter, teasing each other. They started sharing stories about their marriages, like how the men behaved at their in-laws' houses, fetching water, chopping wood. Some even secretly sent slippers or boiled eggs, which helped them settle down. After sharing, they all agreed that Wang Meili was quite wild. Wang Meili was worse than Xiao Yuan. When old lady Chow talked about her, she was very blunt. She said, "She has a bad reputation. It'll be hard for her to find a husband later." Whenever people mention Wang Meili, they first think of her chasing after men she just met. She gossips and stirs trouble. Who would dare marry her? Those who don't know her well might fall for her, but Feng Jiqing is not blind. He's sharp and knows who can protect him. He even spent 10 yuan to hire her granddaughter to protect him. With such cleverness, old lady Chow couldn't help but praise Feng Hua. As the saying goes, good men don't need perfect wives, and bad men marry pretty women. But that's nonsense. If a woman is beautiful and capable, who wouldn't want to marry her? When Feng Jiqing came, he built a house, obviously not short of money. His family is well off and from Beijing. They must have told him not to look for a partner in the countryside, or returning to the city would be hard. Young old lady nodded repeatedly. They must have told him that. I wouldn't agree to marry someone from a small place either. Plus, there are people in his family who hold him back. Whoever marries her will be like being drained by the Wang family. Wang Meili's misfortune at the Jiqing's place spread quickly through Qingshan Liangzi brigade, as if everyone was turning a blind eye to it. The marriage was seen as a union of two families. No one wants their child to become a burden in the future. The Yu family has many troublesome issues that can't be easily resolved or explained. The key point is that Wang Meili is clearly not a sensible person. Who would be so foolish as to offend the village chief's family on the first day? Such stupidity is obvious. Grandma Wei chewed on a cucumber with a crisp sound and muttered vaguely, "The main problem is that Wang Meili isn't particularly attractive. She's thin and dark, with hands as small as chicken claws, and looks old. If Qiao Yuan's appearance were a bit better, she might have some hope, but Grandma Wei wouldn't dare say that out loud." Grandma Qiao casually stretched her foot and said, "People rely on clothes. Horses rely on saddles. She's wearing even worse clothes than my wife. My wife's shoes haven't even been patched." While cooking pig feed in the kitchen, Xiao Fu, who was filling the water tank, instinctively looked toward the east room. His mouth twitched sharply. When did she change into new shoes? He remembered that just now, when boiling noodles for Xiao Wan, she was still wearing patched blue cloth shoes. There was quite a fuss. The three elderly women, with sharp eyes and ears, immediately noticed. Grandma Yu was startled and exclaimed, "Oh, Qiao Granny, you're still wearing liberation shoes? Or are they new? Who bought them for you?" Grandma Qiao casually pulled her foot back and said, "Xiaowan bought them for me and my husband as a sign of filial piety. She told me the shoes were too big, but I'm just an old woman. I can wear whatever I like. When she has money, she should buy herself some colorful cloth to make new clothes. Young girls should take the chance to dress up nicely. When they get old, they won't be able to wear anything. You'll enjoy your happiness in the future," the three elderly women said with envy. They took turns praising Qiao Yuan and complimenting Grandma Qiao, making her happy. They kept offering tea, cucumbers, radishes, and carrots. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan arrived at the mountain edge, found a spot to store her bike in the space, and started wandering around the hills. The forest was tall and dense, with sunlight filtering through the crisscrossing branches. It was very quiet, only the clear chirping of birds and the sound of insects. Occasionally, a playful breeze blew, ruffling a few strands of Qiao Yuan's hair. The air was filled with the scent of nature, trees, sunshine, and earth blending together, creating a unique aroma. Qiao Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. She closed her eyes, spread her arms, and enjoyed the peaceful moment of nature. She walked and stopped along the way, picking a flower here, catching a butterfly there, feeling very relaxed. Near a mountain trail, she saw a group of ants moving their home. She watched with interest for a while. Then she took a small piece of bread from her space, crumbled it into crumbs, and placed it on the ants' path. After watching a few ants whispering to each other, an ant came to carry a breadcrumb. She then patted her back and stood up to leave. She had played in the mountains for about an hour, and her basket was now filled with 2 wild chickens and a fat rabbit. She took out a broken, rusty sickle from her bag and cut a small bunch of long, sturdy grass nearby. First, she tied the rabbit's legs, which kicked awkwardly and annoyed her. Then she snapped the wild chicken's neck and threw both the rabbit and the chicken into her basket. She filled the basket with pig grass and covered the chickens and rabbit tightly before clapping her hands and walking down the mountain. Just as she lifted her foot, she saw a large, fierce-looking ant. She stepped on it and said coldly, "You saw something you shouldn't have, so you must die." Afterward, she swung her 2 pigtails and left the mountain. When she got home, she found that the 3 elderly women had already left. She looked at her watch. It's just after 10. Why did they leave so early? Didn't they want to chat a bit more? Meanwhile, Joe Fuyu was washing clothes and heard this, laughing out loud. Old Lady Joe also wanted to laugh but held back, her mouth forming a strange curve, as if she was hiding something. She reached out to take the basket from Zhou Yuan's shoulder. Zhou Yuan was puzzled. "Why are you laughing?" Old Lady Joe couldn't hold it anymore and first gave Joe Fuyu a sharp look for laughing uncontrollably. She said, "You made tea and prepared food, right? Maybe water radishes and hot tea don't go well together." The 3 of them kept farting after eating. Zhou Yuan's hand trembled as she reached for the rabbit and couldn't help but laugh. Farts that make noise aren't smelly, and smelly farts don't make noise. Luckily, they're not stinky. Come on. Old Lady Joe instinctively covered her nose. It almost made me faint from the smell. Very bad, all in a row, one after another, so much that I couldn't stay in the East Room. I felt embarrassed to cover my mouth here, and I didn't want to laugh out loud either. I was so uncomfortable. As soon as they left, I opened all the windows wide and even shook out some sheets outside. Tonight, there definitely won't be any mosquitoes in the house. They were all overwhelmed by the smell, At the end, Old Lady Joe couldn't help but laugh out loud. Next door, Old Wang's family was also talking about this. Grandma Wang suddenly patted her thigh. "Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed. I'm getting old and I can't hold in my farts anymore.
They're so loud now."
It's also my fault. I ate 2 water radishes in a row and drank 2 big bowls of tea. Soon, my stomach started rumbling. I told them I wanted to go home. Aunt Yang and Aunt Wei said to stay a little longer and finish lunch, so I didn't say I wanted to. It was so uncomfortable, my bottom felt like it had nails, and I was pressing the bed. I was afraid I'd let one out. But just then, Aunt Xiao told a funny story. I laughed out loud, and suddenly I farted. I couldn't hold it in, and it made a loud, smelly noise. "Oh, dear, my old face." Grandma Wang slumped on the bed, sighing. She had no energy to cook anymore. Old Lady Wang tried to hold back her laughter and comforted her. "Mom, it's okay. Didn't you say that Aunt Yang and Aunt Wei also farted later? They farted after me, and theirs weren't as loud or as smelly." She herself wanted to cover her nose because it was so bad. Grandma Wang was speechless. How could she advise her? Maybe she should eat a couple of carrots and drink some hot water, pretending to hold in her and go to the neighbor's place? Ridiculous. Being a daughter-in-law is so hard. All right, she decided to keep quiet and start cooking lunch. She planned to make simple radish and potato soup and sprinkle some cilantro on top after it was done. It would taste very fresh. Xiao Fuyo's quilt hadn't been washed. After washing the clothes, Grandma Qiao asked him to help prepare lunch. "Big brother, quickly light the fire and boil some hot water. Xiaowan caught 2 wild chickens, so we'll eat them at noon. Don't throw away the chicken intestines. Wash them well and eat them too. While the water is heating, go dig some potatoes in the basket. For lunch, we'll stew the chicken with potatoes in the small pot in the western room. I'll wash my hands and make some dough for pancakes. Oh, and that rabbit, we'll keep it for a few days before eating. We shouldn't eat all the good things at once." "Got it," Qiao Fuyo replied. He carried a bundle of firewood, lit the fire with birch bark, and poured a bucket of water into the pot. The water in the jar was reserved for washing vegetables, dishes, or rinsing rice. The well water was cold, so even in summer, they tried not to use it directly. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan finished washing up, changed her clothes, and came out. "Grandma, I'll peel the potatoes later." "No need, you can rest. Going up the mountain is tiring, Grandma said. She was so busy chatting that she wished she had known her granddaughter was going alone. She wouldn't have let her go alone. The mountain was full of wild boars and other animals, so it was too dangerous. Even in nearby mountains, there were no wild boars, but it was still scary. The mountain was so big, and if someone suddenly appeared, it would be frightening. If she met someone with bad intentions, it would be worse. Plus, it was hot outside, and her face would get sunburned. Thinking of this, Grandma Chiao warned her, "Yuan, I know you're capable, but you're still a young girl. Be careful when you go up the mountain. It's best not to go alone. If you want to go, call your uncle or Manhwa to go with you. I just don't feel comfortable when you go alone." Xiao Yuan understood her grandmother's worries. She directly said that she couldn't take down a tiger with one strike, which was unrealistic, so she could only reveal a little. Then she lowered her voice and said, "Grandma, just keep your worries to yourself. I know my limits and value my life. Let me tell you secretly, I've gone up the mountain to hunt wild boar before. Not just once. Don't think I look thin, but I'm not weak. I have strength and skills. Whether I face real animals or fake ones, I'm not afraid. I won't kneel and beg. This time, I'm going back to the city." Xiao Yuan shared her impressive feat of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly with Grandma Chiao. Grandma Chiao opened her mouth in surprise and quickly asked, "The police won't make you pay for it, right?" "No, it's all people who just want to eat peanuts. Even if I fought, it wouldn't matter. The police even thanked me." "Grandma, you forgot. The glass was a gift from the police. You said that, but you only helped a little." Grandma Chiao sighed at her granddaughter's bravery. "Hee, I just did it to avoid worrying you." Xiao Yuan chuckled foolishly and quickly changed the subject. "Grandma, are you making just one dish for lunch? Won't that be enough?" Grandma Chiao took a small woven basket and handed it to her. "If you're not tired, go pick some beans in the vegetable garden. I plan to stew some beans with potatoes." Xiao Yuan didn't want to eat stewed beans. It was hot, and the food didn't taste good. "Grandma, I'll make the beans. I'll do dry-fried beans. It will be fragrant, spicy, and good with rice. I want to eat it." Luckily, there were dried chili peppers, soy sauce, and sugar at home. She made a simple version, but it would be fried in oil. She dared to fry in oil, and her grandma could give her a tough hand. When she heard her granddaughter wanted to eat, Grandma Chiao immediately agreed, even ignoring her own meal. "All right, do it however you like." Xiao Fuyo, who was coming back from digging potatoes, quickly started salivating. He loved spicy food. "Xiao Wan, make more. Grandpa also loves it." "Okay, I'll pick more beans." Grandma Chiao silently dug out 2 small bowls of cornmeal, feeling worried. Xiao Yuan was quick and efficient, soon picking half a basket of beans. Seeing the aging spinach, she also pulled out half a row. "Grandma, I'll pick spinach. I'll blanch it and dip it in sauce." Grandma Chiao, with her hands full of cornmeal, looked up and said, "All right, I'll stir-fry it with sauce later. Use garlic chives and add some green onions. Your grandpa will be happy with that. He can eat a small bowl himself." The 3 of them busily worked for an hour. Just as the meal was served, the workers returned. "See, I told you I didn't smell wrong. It's probably stew meat." Xiao Jianding looked at the table and smiled happily. He quickly ran to wash his hands and face in the yard. He poured water for Grandpa Chiao and handed him a towel. "Grandpa, do you want some water?" "No, I won't drink. It's hot." Old Mr. Chiao shook his head, quickly finished washing up, and went into the house wet. He looked at the table, which had a pot of potato chicken stew, a dish of stir-fried green beans, a small bowl of spinach, a pot of cornmeal porridge, and a cornmeal pancake. He immediately changed his mind, saying, "These dishes look so good, I'll have some." The whole family sat around the table. Xiao Jianya stared eagerly at the food, salivating. Especially the potato chicken stew. His eyes nearly popped out. Zhang Xianghua smiled and patted his back, saying, "You're so greedy. Have you been eating less meat these days?" "Well, I've been eating less for the past 16 years, Xiao Jianya replied confidently. "I've gone without much food for 16 years. I'm just making up for it now. And eating meat makes me crave more." Old Mrs. Chow chuckled and said, "Oh dear, looks like you've caught the craving bug." Zhang Xianghua scolded with a smile. "That's just silly. If you had half of Xiaowan's ability, you wouldn't need to eat so much meat." Xiao Frio took a small teacup and poured about 2 ounces of wine for old Mr. Chiao. He then asked Xiao Frio, "Dad, do you want some?" "I don't drink. I need to go to the farm this afternoon," Xiao Frio replied. He was worried because he hadn't seen the rabbits all morning. Old Mr. Chiao picked up his teacup, about to take a sip of wine, but then noticed that Xiaowan wasn't there. "Where's Xiaowan?" he asked. Old Mrs. Chiao scooped a piece of meat into his bowl and smiled. "She's delivering meat to Uncle Da's house. She'll be back soon. Let's eat first." After eating, they could lie down for a while and take a short nap before going back to work in the afternoon. Zhang Xianghua quickly put down her chopsticks and bowls, saying, "I'll bring 2 small bowls and serve some food. We don't want Xiaowan to miss out on a good meal again. With these 3 boys, no matter how much meat we have, it's never enough for them." She added, "I thought she might have gone to the bathroom." "I thought so too." Qiao Jianhua put down his chopsticks and stopped Zhang Xianghua. "Mom, I'll go get her." "No need. I've already kept some aside, old Mrs. Qiao said after tasting some dry-fried green beans. "Don't say it. Xiaowan cooks better than I do. Her food has real flavor," she added. Xiao Jianya struggled to lift his face from his bowl, mumbling with meat in his mouth. "Grandma, it's not just a little tasty, it's way too delicious. Grandma's cooking is a bit salty, but it's okay. It doesn't have much flavor besides that. I can make it too, just add some water, boil it, and add salt. Xiaowan's dishes are different. Look at these green beans, so fragrant and spicy. I don't know what she put in. It's a little numbing but very tasty. Today, I can eat 6 pancakes and drink 2 bowls of porridge." Old Mrs. Chiao, hearing this, was so surprised that after so many years of cooking, she still hadn't earned enough. She was really upset. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating, then began to scold. "Little brat, you've got some nerve. You dare to complain that my cooking isn't good. My cooking may not be the best, but I raised all of you strong. Even if I cook better, you still wouldn't be fat as pigs. Pigs can be slaughtered for New Year's and sold for money. Besides wasting food, what else can you do? If you think my cooking isn't good, you've bought all the seasonings, oil, salt, vinegar, MSG, pepper, and flour. Look at how I cook. Am I good or not?" She split a penny in half and refused to buy anything. How could her cooking be good? Old Lady Chow scolded while thinking, if you ask the master chef at the restaurant, he just adds a little salt and a few drops of oil. Let's see if he can make the dishes taste good. I don't believe it. I also stew chicken myself. If you think it's not tasty, then put it down quickly. Anyone who doesn't like it, put it down. I can still eat 2 more pieces of meat myself. At the dining table, men, women, and children all shook their heads in unison. They weren't as foolish as Jiao Jianya. "Mom, your cooking is always delicious. Don't listen to him." Jiao Jiandeng smiled like a flower, his mouth sweet as honey. He picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, praising as he ate. "They say wild chicken is tough. I didn't taste that at all. The meat is firm and chewy. The saltiness is just right. The cooking is perfect, tender and fresh. It's so fragrant, I almost swallowed my tongue. And this corn porridge looks simple, but no one can make it taste like Mom's. The corn aroma is strong, and if you add a little more water, it's runny. If you add less water, it dries out. Now it's just right. Absolutely perfect. I don't know how Mom can be so amazing." With her skills, she could be a chef at a state-run restaurant and even teach 2 apprentices. They wouldn't need to look for other cooks. They'd be lucky to have her. They don't have her eyesight. Even if they had good eyes, they shouldn't let Mom go. "I can't sleep well if I don't eat her cooking." Jiao Jianhua also lost his composure. At this moment, he was very flattering. His mom was happy and the whole family was happy. He eagerly picked a larger piece of meat and put it into Old Lady Chow's bowl. "Mom, eat this." Jiao Jianya was stunned, with an expression of disbelief. How could his lying be so impressive? He was ashamed to be associated with them. Carefully, He reached into the chicken bowl with his chopsticks, quickly picked the biggest piece, and silently placed it into old lady Qiao's bowl. Suddenly, he grinned, looking quite flattering. Mom, I'm just worried you're tired from cooking every day. When you're tired, I feel sad. Actually, I'm the one who loves eating your cooking the most. Just look at my size. I'm the strongest in the family. I can eat 4 bowls of your homemade soybean paste with rice. Old lady Qiao couldn't help but laugh at their teasing, giving Jiao Jianye a playful glare. Don't flatter me. I still don't know you. And you worry about me too much. Your heart is bigger than a cow's. Anyway, hurry up and eat. After you're done, wash the dishes thoroughly, especially since there's oil in today's food. Xiao Jianye immediately nodded and promised, Don't worry, Grandma. I'll make sure to wash everything very clean. I'll add some alkaline powder and scrub with hot water from the pot. You're still aware of adding alkaline powder? Grandma Qiao picked up some meat from her bowl and put it in her mouth, teasing her little grandson. Xiao Jianye wasn't happy. Grandma, why look down on me? Did you forget I often wash the dishes? I forgot, said Grandma Qiao. When Xiao Yuan entered the room, she saw Jianye looking very upset. What's wrong?
She asked.
What's in the basket? Grandma Qiao looked at the basket in her hand, which seemed to contain something, and asked with a smile. Eggs given by second aunt. Xiao Yuan took out the eggs and gently placed them in the kitchen basket. While washing her hands, she smiled and said, When I went, second aunt and the others had already come back. They were just about to eat. Zhang Xianghua brought out the remaining dishes and said with a smile, Today, your second aunt and them worked closer to us. Zhang Xianghua and her group are from the second small team. Second aunt and her group belong to the third small team. Each team has different plots of land, some far, some near, some on slopes, some in low areas. Overall, it's quite balanced. Deciding which land to work on each day is up to the team leaders. The squad leader usually doesn't interfere. Second aunt insisted on giving me 10 eggs. I said no, that I'd save them for Sister Kai Feng to eat during her postpartum period. But second aunt wouldn't accept that. They argued for a while, saying that in summer, eggs spoil easily, and they'd save them for next month when hens lay eggs again. If there's still not enough, they'd trade with friendly neighbors. Xiao Yuan sat on the kong, a traditional bed, picked up her chopsticks and pouted. When I took the eggs, Sister Kai Feng wasn't happy. She rolled her eyes at me from behind. She thought she kept her actions secret and was turned away, but I saw everything. For the sake of family harmony, she never keeps things inside or reports minor grievances. If something happens, she reports loudly and clearly. As soon as she speaks, the Qiao family understands everything. In the east room of Qiao Chongfu's house, there's a big mirror hanging by the door, so everything is clearly visible. Qiao Jiangding asked, Did you come back empty-handed? Of course not. When I left, I also gave her a big eye roll. After rolling her eyes, she turned around and walked away without saying a word. She didn't bother with her. She was stunned. Thinking of Han Saifeng's guilty and surprised expression, Qiao Yuan almost laughs. She then told everyone, my eyes are bigger than hers, and my eye rolls are more impressive. Qiao Yuan is a proud and strong woman. Qiao Jianhua, Qiao Jiandang, and Qiao Jianye all felt relieved. Grandma Qiao snorted, From now on, if you give something, just keep it. No need to give back. You think your conditions are good, and you're not missing much. Your second uncle's family is also struggling, so you want to save them some trouble. You think relatives shouldn't be too strict, but some people might not appreciate it. It's better to exchange favors with relatives. If you keep giving without receiving, eventually it will be expected. If you don't give now, some people might get annoyed. As the old saying goes, kindness is repaid with kindness, but kindness can also be repaid with indifference. That's the truth. Grandma Qiao was not only teaching her granddaughter, but also speaking to Qiao Jianhua's 3 brothers. Qiao Yuan had been here for just a few days, but the family ate meat almost every day, and she had quite a few snacks too. Not to mention, wild chickens and rabbits could be exchanged for a good amount of money at the commune. Eating her share meant Qiao Yuan lost out. Among relatives, Things aren't always so clear-cut. Those doing well sometimes help those who are struggling. But you need to keep track of these things in your heart. If you can't make up for money, you should do other things. If not now, then in the future. You can't fall behind. Zhang Xianghua and the others weren't stupid. They all nodded and agreed happily. Zhang Xianghua also said, Jianhua, Jiandang, and Jianya, you three brothers are all grown up now. In a few years, you'll be able to support your father. Your grandma's words should be taken seriously, not only remembered but also acted on. The couple wasn't afraid of one person not understanding, but they worried if both of them were confused. Jianhua, Jiandang, and Jianya are all good guys. Old man Xiao couldn't help but praise them, then added, Yudong and Yuan can't rely on anymore. In the future, if anything happens, you three must support Yuan. You are her real brothers. Old man Xiao still held old ideas. He believed that without brothers in her family, a girl would be easily bullied wherever she was. Xiao Xingli only had one son, and that son was spoiled. He was unreliable. Not only that, he even encouraged his parents to send his sister to the countryside. After she got married and had children, it might get worse. Unless she was reborn, there was no hope for her in this life.
Got it, Grandpa.
Don't worry, Grandpa. If anyone bullies Yuan, I'll beat him until he's crawling on the ground. The three brothers pounded their chests confidently, knowing they would do that without being told. Xiao Yuan smiled happily, but inside, she felt a bit disappointed. She had seen a lot in her 2 lives. Before marriage, she was close to her parents, but as she grew up, even if she was older, she wasn't as close. After all, a father and mother are different. Fortunately, she remained calm and only felt disappointed for a second. Since there were no outsiders, Grandma Qiao couldn't help but complain a few more times. I told you from the start, buy pigs to watch the pen. Han family's daughter is just a neighbor, quick to sell things, and Han Wanli looks simple. How could their daughter be good? But Xiao Jianan is blind and clueless. His mind seems to be kicked by a pig. He got involved with someone without knowing what he was doing. No matter what I say or how I try to persuade him, he won't listen. Sigh. Now it's too late to say anything. Grandma Qiao sighed and then asked, did Brother Jianan say anything? Since she was his fiancé, she couldn't control him. The key was to watch her own grandson. Grandma Qiao didn't hold much hope. She knew what kind of grandmother her eldest grandson was. She took a piece of meat and put it in her mouth to soothe her mood. As she tasted the meat, her anger eased a lot. Seeing Xiao Yuan's small mouth puffed out happily eating, she smiled and said, if he dares to say something unpleasant this time, after dinner, I'll take a stick and give him a lesson. Xiao Yuan hurriedly swallowed her food. Brother Jianan's eyes were on the meat, and he didn't notice anything else. Old man Qiao suddenly snorted. He'll get a good scolding. Everyone laughed. At the Qiao Chengfu household, Qiao Jianan happily ate meat, glancing at Qiao Jiandong and Qiao Jianshi, who were also grabbing meat with chopsticks. He couldn't help but say, Xiao Yuan, you don't realize how many people are in our family. There are 7 of us, and this bowl is enough for anyone to taste, just a little. Xiao Jianshi paused his action of serving meat to Qiao Chengfu and said sternly, Xiao Yuan, if you don't send it to him, you won't even get a taste. A wild chicken isn't much, but giving us a bowl isn't bad. And you still complain? If you're begging for food, don't be picky. When I talk to Xiao Yuan from now on, don't send us anything fancy. She went to the countryside alone. It's not easy for her. Just take care of herself. Don't be so careless. When faced with shameless people, if they give food to others and they don't appreciate it or even complain, look at you, I just said it casually, and you're not happy. Qiao Jianan looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing that Qiao Jiandong was also serving meat to Qiao Chengfu, he became more annoyed but still tried to defend himself. I'm just worried about your sister-in-law. She's pregnant, and for months she hasn't had any meat. She's so thin from hunger. Her legs aren't even as thick as my arm, and her belly isn't that big.
I'm worried sick.
I just fear that when the baby is born, she'll be weak and hard to care for. I've thought about it myself. Qiao Jianan wanted to say that he was born prematurely himself and understood well, but just as he was about to speak, He remembered Yuan's words about a 9-month premature baby. He quickly changed his words: a weak body, prone to illness, costs more money. It's better to nourish the baby well inside the. Zhou Jiandong listened and felt even more speechless. He couldn't help but retort, "This is our family. If you want to eat good food, why don't you earn it yourself? If you're capable, go hunt on the mountain. No one's stopping you. You know where the mountain is. You're just lazy and incapable. Who's to blame? Besides, if you're worried about the kids, why don't you eat less yourself and save the good stuff?" As he spoke, Zhou Jiandong glanced at Zhou Jiannan's plate, where some chicken meat was left unfinished. I am your older brother.
How can you talk like that?
Zhou Jiannan was overwhelmed. These days, he was constantly being teased. But he wasn't really foolish. He knew he was in the wrong. He could only use his older brother status to assert himself. Zhou Jiandong snorted coldly, with obvious sarcasm on his face. Zhou Jishi also pouted and muttered, "Here we go again. When you can't argue, you just use the older brother to bully us. Is it only the big brother who bullies the younger ones? You all." Zhou Jiannan was so angry that his finger trembled, unable to speak. He really wanted to stand up and leave with dignity, but was reluctant to give up the meat. He could only grumble and hurriedly eat a piece of meat, then hesitated before trying to pick up a piece of potato. That day, he was so angry that Zhou Zhongfu spoke more. Since deciding to split the family, he had returned to his old sharp-tongued ways. He didn't want to bother with his eldest son, but felt sorry for the other 3. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability. He silently picked the meat back into his bowl. "I won't eat. You and Jianbei, Jianxi, you can eat. I'll just taste the potatoes and the meat. They're pretty tasty," he said.
"Eat? Why not?"
"Dad, you work the hardest. You should eat the most." Zhou Jiandong directly handed some meat to Zhou Zhongfu's mouth. "Dad, you and Mom don't need to save for us anymore. We're still young. There will be plenty of good days to come. As you and Mom get older, if you don't eat now, you won't be able to chew later when your teeth fall out." Zhou Zhongfu couldn't argue anymore and smiled as he ate, replying, "No saving, I'll listen to you." Zhou Jiandong then helped Zhou Chunhua serve some meat. Zhou Chunhua, unlike Zhou Zhongfu, was cheerful. "Third son, give me a big piece of meat. I'm not as humble as your dad. I just love eating meat." She thought her third son was right. As long as she could live, even at 80, she'd still have about 30 years left. When the team's rabbit farm expanded and became richer, better days were ahead. Her sons were only in their teens or 20s, so they still had at least 60 or 70 years of good living ahead. She didn't need to save, just take good care of herself. She aimed to live to 100. Later, they could all share eggs together. After all, the eldest wasn't really weak. After awakening, Zhou Chunhua seemed like a different person.
"Oh, right."
Zhou Chunhua suddenly said, "I'll buy 2 more toothbrushes tomorrow. From today on, your dad and I will also brush our teeth properly. No more eating meat whenever we want. If our teeth all fall out, just watching you all eat will make me sad." When Qiao Jiandong was putting meat on his plate, Qiao Jianxi was also serving Qiao Jianbei. Jianbei wanted to avoid Jianxi's hand offering him meat. Hearing the word annoying, he obediently moved his bowl closer. After Qiao Jiandong and Qiao Jianxi finished serving meat, they each took a piece for themselves. Only 2 pieces of meat remained in the bowl. Han Kaifeng stayed silent, quietly scooping a bite of stewed green beans, not touching the chicken at all. "Feng, why aren't you eating meat?" Qiao Jiannan noticed no one responded to him and, feeling a bit indifferent, tried to start a conversation. After swallowing his cornbread, he reached out to serve Han Kaifeng some meat. She quickly turned her body and moved her bowl away, calmly saying, "You all eat. No need to save food for me." Qiao Jiandong was clever and sensed there was something behind her words. He remembered his earlier words might have upset her and didn't want to cause trouble, so he ignored it and continued to serve himself. He took a bite of green beans and a piece of cornbread, eating happily. Meanwhile, the couple was either serving or avoiding, and Zhou Chunhua felt uncomfortable watching. She took the last piece of meat from her bowl and ate it herself. She even poured the remaining potatoes and soup into her bowl, deliberately smacking her lips. Seeing her behavior, Han Kaifeng froze and stopped arguing, no longer making a fuss. Xiao Jianan couldn't tell what was going on and looked at Zhou Chunhua, asking softly, Mom, why did you pour everything into your bowl?
Why not?
Is that a problem? Zhou Chunhua didn't even lift her eyelids. If anyone dared say it was a problem, she would be ready to argue. Xiao Jianan looked at his mother and timidly asked, Mom, what's wrong with you these days? He actually wanted to ask why she didn't care about him anymore. She seemed angry and sharp-tongued, making it hard to speak. But he hadn't done anything wrong. Could it be that Xiao Yuanwan was talking badly about him behind his back? Zhou Chunhua kept eating without replying, serving herself a small bowl of porridge with grains. She also handed Xiao Chongfu a piece of lettuce. Seeing Xiao Jianan still about to ask more, Han Kaifeng nudged him under the table. She quickly helped smooth things over, saying the meat was sent by Xiaowan for Dad and Mom to eat. Mom can eat as much as she wants. Besides, Mom has been busy at home and outside these days, so she deserves to eat well. While speaking, she also took the piece of meat Xiao Jianan had served her and gave it to Zhou Chunhua, saying, Mom, you eat. Then she told Xiao Jianan, you don't need to worry about me. I haven't been skimping on meat these days. With the hot weather, I just want to eat something light, said Zhou Chunhua with a smile. She looked up and shot a quick glance at Xiao Jianan. They say raising children is for old age, but what good is it for me to raise you? Since you were born until now, your father and I haven't gained anything from you. You're almost an adult now, but we still have to take care of you. Without us, you'd probably starve. I've always loved you the most and favored you in everything, but you're the least filial. About your early birth, your health was not good. The third and fourth children are twins, born a month early. They weren't very big when they were born, like little kittens, and they didn't have enough milk. Are they like you? As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Jianan and Han Kaifeng looked uncomfortable. They had a bad feeling. The more Zhou Chunhua spoke, the more upset she felt, and her tears flowed faster as she choked out, I used to not understand. I thought you were doing well, making me proud, and surpassing your third aunt. You and Jianbei's 3 brothers are all family. No one is at a disadvantage or gaining unfairly. I didn't care too much about small things. As a mother, I spoiled you more and more, thinking I was doing right. But now I realize I was wrong. I shouldn't just ignore the little things because Jianbei, Jiandong, and Jianxi have fewer issues. I thought I was doing my part by giving you everything good in the family. You've taken so many benefits, yet you're still not satisfied. I always thought you were still a child, not grown up yet, and things would get better. But I see now that's not true. The more I favored you, the more you became spoiled, selfish, and irresponsible. You take brothers' minor disagreements as normal and don't appreciate what they do. Zhou Chunhua looked at her 3 sons, Jianbei, Jiandong, and Jianxi, and felt even worse inside. Teaching people is hard. You can't teach someone to be good, but you can teach them what to do, and once you do, they learn. This is true. Her in-laws had begged her many times not to favor one child over another, but she didn't take it seriously. She thought children are small and don't argue much. We're all family, just a few mouths to feed. What's the big deal if someone eats a little more or less? She was too lazy to give orders or control how much each did. She didn't think deeply about it. But one day, her in-laws asked her if she wanted her children to be like Qiao Shengli and his wife, estranged, not close, resenting her favoritism, or like Qiao Yudong and the others, born from the same parents, but now enemies. That woke her up completely. She suddenly realized, was she really that biased? At night, she couldn't sleep. She kept thinking that everything came from her belly, and she felt very sad. She wondered if she was being fair or biased, and she realized she was indeed biased. Over the past few days, she acted like nothing was wrong, but inside, she felt very upset. She was afraid that her second, third, and fourth children resented her. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and tears fell like beads. She casually wiped her tears with her apron. Then she tried to her nose with the apron, but quick-handed Xiao Jiandong handed her a small piece of tissue. Zhou Chunhua's nose was running, her nose was red, and her eyes were red too. She took the tissue and blew her nose loudly. Xiao Chongfu also felt uncomfortable inside and suddenly took out his pipe, taking 2 big puffs. Jianan, you're a father now. Your mom said so much, you should think about it yourself. I won't say more. Your mom and I have been thinking these days. You've been married for a little over a year. Maybe we should just divide the family.
Dad.
Han Kaifeng was so scared she lost her voice. Dad, dividing the family now, how are Jianan and I supposed to live? I'll be giving birth in a couple of months, and it's harvest season. We need to work in the fields and take care of the kids. We just can't handle it all. Han Kaifeng felt very anxious inside. Why does it have to be divided? She used to love Xiao Jianan the most. Why did things have to change so suddenly? Can't she just love him more? If they split up, how will they live? Xiao Jianan was also shocked and quickly said, Dad, Mom, my grandpa and grandma are being taken care of by my uncle. You too. We what? When talking about the children, Zhou Chunhua hesitated a bit. But as soon as she mentioned caring for the elders, she couldn't sit still. I and your dad don't rely on you. Do you think you and Jianan are as filial as your grandpa and grandma? Your grandpa and grandma are living happily. Your grandma still takes care of the family. She and your great-aunt have never argued in decades. Our family, your third uncle, your old aunt, they all treat your grandparents like they are their own. No matter how many people come or whether they bring things, your grandma always welcomes them happily. No complaints about how much they eat. Do you two understand? I'd be happy if you didn't stir up trouble among your brothers and sisters and cause fights. That's all I want. She sneered and shot a glance at Han Kaifeng. Han Saifeng's face turned pale instantly, and she realized that what she said a few days ago was probably overheard. She felt deep regret. Why couldn't she just be patient and wait until the children were a bit older and more independent? Xiao Jianan also swallowed nervously, wanting to speak but holding back. P.S. The most amazing thing about Northeast dialect is that Northeasterners only speak it. It's hard to write down. For example, instead of stir up trouble, they say stir call, chohu. Seeing how timid they were, Zhou Chunhua snorted and said, My husband and I can still work now, earn enough points, and enjoy some meat. When we can't work anymore and are bedridden, will it be you, Xiao Jianan, who takes care of us, or Kaifeng? She glanced at Xiao Jianan and Han Kaifeng. Kaifeng had already lowered her head. Feeling the gaze on her, she supported her waist with one hand and kept touching her belly, biting her lip and not daring to speak. Zhou Chunhua's expression grew more serious, giving Xiao Jianan a look that said, See? I was right. She continued, We're not spying on you two, but you two have looked down on us. From now on, you don't need to support us. I believe I've earned good karma in my past life. Mom, when you and Dad grow old, I will take care of you. Xiao Jianan was scolded like a fool. Xiao Jiandong suddenly felt refreshed and cheerfully interrupted, I'm the second son, so I should be the one. Xiao Jiabei thought he was the most suitable and felt it was his turn. As the old saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. He wasn't as clever or lively as his 2 younger brothers. In the future, he would honestly farm with a team, with his parents nearby to make decisions, giving him peace of mind. Xiao Jianxi also chuckled happily. Well, whoever has money will be the boss. He was sure he could find a wealthy wife, support her, and take care of his parents. Life would be great. Seeing that the children weren't alienated from them, Zhou Chunhua and Xiao Chongfu couldn't stop smiling, finally feeling relieved. Xiao Jianan was unhappy. He had been scolded earlier and had been angry ever since. Now, his 3 younger brothers were also trying to compete with him. They were flattering their parents at his expense, clearly not respecting him as the eldest. His anger grew, and he couldn't hold back. He started yelling at his brothers, Forget it. You talk nicely, but it's all just show. If you're really so filial, why don't you dare ask what the Commune is doing that day? Xiao Jianan looked like he'd caught a trick, feeling proud inside, but he didn't hold back his words. Even when Han Kaifeng kept signaling him to stop, he ignored her and blurted out his thoughts. If it weren't for Kaifeng's analysis, I wouldn't have known you guys were on the mountain stealing the big animals to sell to the commune. Where did the money go? Did you give it to Mom and Dad? How much did you sell? Did you tell Mom and Dad? You haven't even mentioned it. You're hiding everything. Who are you hiding it from? The family hasn't even divided the land. Mom and Dad aren't old yet, and they still run the household. Yet you dare to hide money and play tricks. He still claims to be filial, but he's just fooling around. Giving money to his parents without saying much, he can still get 10 or 8 yuan.
What? What?
Selling money? Hearing about money, Zhou Chunhua immediately perked up. Yes. Xiao Jianan raised his chin proudly.
At first, I didn't think about it that way. It was Kaifeng who told me.
I just realized that even close brothers can hide secrets. Such a good thing. And they didn't tell me, pushing me aside. Before he finished, Zhou Chunhua interrupted loudly. Jianbei, did you guys really fight over it and sell it? How much did you sell for? Xiao Jianbei hesitated. He wouldn't lie. Zhou Chunhua was anxious, pounding the bed.
Come on, speak.
You're such a grown-up. Why are you still talking so unclearly? Sorry, I can't speak clearly. Xiao Jianan looked proud and excited, stirring up trouble, jumping around. It was painful to watch. Han Kaifeng pulled him back. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. Xiao Jianan got even more excited, feeling happy inside. Shut up. Shut your ugly mouth. Shut your trap. Zhou Chunhua, Qiao Jinshi, and Xiao Jiandong spoke in unison. Xiao Jianan's smile froze on his face from being yelled at. Xiao Jinshi looked at the surprised Xiao Jianan and then at Xiao Jiandong, who told him to shut his trap. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare, his face showing strange expressions. Xiao Zhongfu shrank his neck and moved closer to Xiao Chongfu. Zhou Chunhua was also startled by her 3 sons' boldness and worried they might misunderstand. She hurried to explain. Mom doesn't want your money. You earn it, and keep it yourselves. I don't want it. I'm just curious. I got too excited, hee. Money, huh, it's been a long time since I saw it. Xiao Chongfu quickly added, whoever has the strength, use it. Earn as much or as little as you want. We don't care. When you get married, whatever your eldest brother spends, you can too. We're fair, but having more doesn't matter. If you want a lively celebration, just figure it out yourselves. He said all this up front to prevent the eldest son and his wife from causing trouble later. Han Kaifeng lowered her head, feeling unhappy. As the eldest daughter-in-law, how could she be the same? Xiao Jianan remembered how he had excitedly blushed and shouted his complaints earlier, only to be met with family criticism. His face turned red and white alternately, feeling very annoyed inside. He was even more upset to hear they wouldn't take the money. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to say something but didn't know how. If he asked for a share, he felt he didn't deserve it, but seeing his brothers get rich made him uncomfortable. His lips moved like a fish out of water, funny and ridiculous. Han Kaifeng glared at Xiao Jianan, cursing him silently in her mind. What a useless fool. He always let her down at critical moments. She thought she was being discreet, but in fact, Xiao Jiandong, who was always watching her, saw everything. Xiao Jiandong decided to speak openly. We sold some things. We caught a wild boar. But it was Xiaowan who killed it. We didn't do much, just helped carry it down the mountain. Before he finished, Han Kaifeng interrupted with a sharp scream. Impossible. Xiaowan is so young. How could she be so strong? I might believe she caught a rabbit or a wild chicken. I even believe a foolish roe deer. But a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds, with tough skin and thick meat, one slash with a knife might not even cut through. She's a skinny girl, without a rifle. How could she kill it? I don't believe it, no matter what.
It can't be.
Can't be what? Zhou Chunhua cut her off sharply. Don't leave half of it unsaid. Say what you're really thinking face to face. Stop whispering behind our backs. Zhou Chunhua showed no mercy to Han Kaifeng, who was trying to save face. She now saw clearly that her daughter-in-law, who liked to stir trouble between brothers, was not worth her goodwill anymore. Han Saifeng's face was hard to show, and she hesitated, afraid of saying the wrong thing and losing face. But she also felt uncomfortable inside. She touched her swollen belly, gaining confidence, and loudly said, "Maybe Xiaowan was just covering for someone else, claiming she did it herself. Are you trying to say she got all the money?" No matter what, you're just afraid we want to take your money. You're worried we might ask to borrow some. The brothers decided to go up the mountain together, but not a single one called Jiannan. The night before, Jiannan and I even went to see the milkmaid, and no one mentioned it. You're really good at hiding things. Xiao Jinshi couldn't help but want to reply, but Xiao Jiandong held him back. He just wanted to see how his good sister-in-law, who was pretending to be innocent, would react when her disguise was exposed. P.S. Is covering for someone a common way to say it in many places? Han Kaifeng continued to hold her head high, and seeing no one rebutting her, she raised her voice. "When we came back from the commune that day, we bought a lot of good things, right? Don't say there was nothing, many people in the team saw it. They said it was just pots and pans, but I don't believe that. Just this morning, I saw Janya eating candy. Where did he get it? Such luxury. He ate 3 pieces in the morning. All from the Chow family, all brothers, all one family. We didn't even see a single piece of candy." The more she spoke, the more she felt wronged, and she started to cry. "Enough!" Xiao Jiandong shouted loudly. He had heard enough. "It seems, sister-in-law, you're holding a lot of resentment. Let's be honest and speak openly. You say you didn't ask Big Brother to go up the mountain. When Brother Jianhua came to call that morning, he was shouting loudly in the courtyard. It was so loud that neighbors all around could hear. You too dare say you didn't hear? Since you heard it and wanted to go, why didn't you say anything?" Xiao Jiannan and Han Kaifeng looked a bit uncomfortable. They really did hear it. "But," Xiao Jiandong continued with a cold face, "it's just that you think going up the mountain won't get you anything, so you're afraid of wasting effort. You also want to keep Big Brother's money, hoping someone will come ask you. Come on, do you need 3 or 4 invites just to go up the mountain? Who do you think you are? Your family is so poor that you can hear the coins jingling, and you can't even have enough to eat. Why pretend to be proud of being a great-grandchild? It's laughable." Seeing Xiao Jiannan open his mouth to speak, Xiao Jiandong cut him off with a sharp look. "Don't rush to deny it. I've known you, Xiao Jiannan, for 18 years. I know you inside out." 18 years? Xiao Jinshi, standing nearby, looked confused. "Oh, 18 years old. That makes sense." Zhou Chunhua muttered blankly. "You've known him since he was born?" Xiao Chongfu and Xiao Jianbei. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Jiandong ignored them and kept going. "You didn't get any candy, so you're all upset and resentful. When someone invites you to eat meat, you don't even thank them much. Big Mouth Maha eats more than anyone, almost to the point of choking. You eat so much meat, but I've never seen you share any candy with Xiaowan. If you traded the meat you ate for money, how many candies could you buy? And yet, when you don't get someone's candy, you act all wronged. So shameless. I feel ashamed for you." Xiao Jiandong lightly slapped his own mouth. This move wasn't very hurtful, but was very insulting. Xiao Jiannan immediately lost his temper, jumping and shouting, You, I'm your older brother, and this is your sister-in-law." Xiao Jiandong didn't care and rolled his eyes, continuing, "People give their candy to whoever they want. They're not your parents, so why should they spoil you? If this gets out, let others judge. If anyone's wronged, it's Xiaowan. Xiaowan is the one who's truly wronged. Honestly, I'm not afraid to tell you, Xiaowan generously gave out her candy when she had trouble, and she gave quite a lot. Not only candy, but we also ate watermelon and snacks. It was our parents who didn't give you anything."
"Why?"
"Because they didn't think you deserved it?" He knew very well, and Han Kaifeng felt regretful for her careless words. But family is family. It's normal for the tongue to clash with the teeth sometimes. This little quarrel wasn't serious, but they heartlessly ate the treats she was carrying while she was pregnant. She was carrying the 4th generation of the old Xiao family. Han Kaifeng, besides feeling angry, started to feel a bit anxious. If she weren't pregnant, She wouldn't dare to cause such a fuss openly. Xiao Jiandong, not feeling full, simply stopped eating and stacked his bowls and chopsticks together. He moved slightly onto the Commune, a traditional bed, leaned against the wall, and crossed his arms. About the money from selling pigs, I'll tell you honestly, it's shared among Brother Manhwa, Xiao Wan, and the 7 of us. Honestly, we've had the advantage. Don't even think about taking this money. No matter what reason you find, it's no use. You won't see a single cent. That's all I have to say today. Xiao Jianan and his wife looked terrible, their faces long and grim. Xiao Jiandong couldn't stop talking and started to explain further. Since sister-in-law was pregnant, more than half of the eggs laid by the chickens at home have gone into her mouth. For example, last month we had 4 hens, 2 laid eggs every day and the other 2 every other day. That's about 90 eggs a month. Sister-in-law eats 1 boiled egg in the morning and 1 steamed egg at night. You can ask around the village, no other pregnant young wife eats so many eggs. No one eats 1 a day. But my second brother, the 4th brother, and I don't mind. It's normal for pregnant women to eat well. The remaining 30 eggs, our mother sold 20. The last 10 eggs, you Xiao Jianan get a headache today, so you eat 1. Tomorrow, if you're short of breath or feel chest tightness, you eat another. Even if you can't go to the bathroom, you boil an egg with a little oil. I remember, last month, we ate 4 eggs in total. Xiao Pan, who's tired from school and eats poorly at school, her food is watery, not clean, and always sandy. Our family cares for her. Every time she comes back, we cook her 2 eggs. She comes home twice a month, that's 4 eggs. If you want more, I'll let Mom make persimmon soup and put eggs in it. You're so angry, muttering as if I've taken advantage of you. You never feed the chickens, never clean up their droppings. Where do you get the nerve? And yet, you're afraid of losing out. When we drink soup, you always look for eggs to put in, but I've already broken them up. My second brother, Xiaoxi, and I, along with Mom and Dad, almost didn't taste a thing. What more do you want? Do you still feel wronged? We, as younger brothers, have done our part. You should be grateful. Since he could remember, the family's best food was always for Xiao Jianan, and the 3 brothers did all the chores at home. It's true they felt some resentment, but it wasn't overwhelming. This was normal in every household. With many children, there are favoritism and conflicts, and poverty means good things are rare. Their parents grew up the same way. They're grown up now, and will have their own families in the future. It's definitely not okay to be taken advantage of like before. Xiao Jianxi couldn't stand seeing Xiao Jiandong rushing into battles alone, so he also said, "Third brother, that's exactly what I want to say. In the future, when there's good food, we all eat together. When there's work at home, everyone helps out and pulls together. No more laziness or shirking work like before." Xiao Jianxi glanced at the family members with unhappy faces, especially Xiao Chongfu and Zhou Chunhua. He made up his mind, clenched his teeth, and boldly said, "Let's split the family now. If Mom and Dad are reluctant, then my second and third brothers and I will divide ourselves." Xiao Chongfu and Zhou Chunhua's eyes turned red. Xiao Jianbei quickly waved his hands and said anxiously, "Fourth brother, don't say that. It's not necessary, really not necessary."
Why not?
Xiao Jianxi was a bit angry at his second brother's softness. Isn't it obvious? Staying together might cause brothers to turn against each other and become strangers. Better to split now. Xiao Jiandong clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "Yes, that's a good idea. Our family used to live so chaotically. That's wrong. From now on, we'll be honest about everything. No one will cheat or get cheated. Only then can we keep our good feelings." Zhou Chunhua's eyes filled with tears. The words from her sons already explained everything. As parents, they hadn't done well. Xiao Chongfu took a deep drag on a cigarette. His back suddenly hunched more, and his wrinkles seemed to deepen instantly. He sighed and looked at his 4 sons, saying, "Let's follow what fourth brother suggested. After the baby is born and turns 1 year old, the oldest couple can move out. Second, third, and fourth brothers, when you get married and want to stay at home, just like the oldest, stay for 2 years. If you don't want to stay and want to run your own household, we, the elders, will support splitting the family. Xiao Jianbei and the other 3 brothers nodded in agreement. Xiao Jianan hesitated and said unwillingly, "Got it." Han Kaifeng was unhappy but had no choice, so she could only sulk and went to the kitchen to get some water. After splashing water on her face and washing up, she lay down in her room. Xiao Jianan immediately followed without saying a word. Zhou Chunhua and Xiao Chengfu looked on and sighed deeply. P.S. The kind of person Xiao Jianan is reminds me of a relative of mine. Born in the 1950s. The elders favored him the most, supporting him through high school. The other children only went to elementary school. He refused to take care of the elders or accept any pension, and he didn't visit them. After the elders passed away, he received the most inheritance and kept telling acquaintances that the elders didn't favor him. That's why he was angry and refused the pension. When the elders died, he didn't spend any money on them. It was all thanks to his siblings not arguing over it. Are the elderly unkind to other children? Well, it's okay since they are all their own children, so it's not a big deal. Therefore, the other children don't hold grudges, but they are aware of the situation. Family matters are complicated. It's just that the siblings don't interact much anymore, and they even avoid visiting the graves of the elderly. In the afternoon, the whistle blew 3 times for work, but Xiao Jianan and his wife didn't come out of the house. There was no movement inside. Xiao Jiandong sneered and shouted loudly, "Hey, big brother and sister-in-law, are you still not awake?" Second brother, Xiao Shi, "Maybe the 3 of us should rest this afternoon too. Go back and sleep some more?" Before Xiao Jianbei could react, Xiao Jianxi quickly agreed, "Sure, I'm so sleepy I can barely keep my eyes open. It's so hot today, I feel dizzy and lightheaded from the sun. Let's stop working and go back inside to lie down and sleep." Xiao Jianxi pulled his 2 brothers toward the house. He also dragged Xiao Chengfu and Zhou Chunhua, not letting them go to work. "Dad, Mom, you 2 should rest too. Learn from big brother and sister-in-law. Resting isn't a bad thing. Anyway, I want to follow big brother's example. Whatever big brother does, I'll do too. If big brother doesn't work, I won't either. If big brother earns 4 work points, I'll try to earn 5. I don't need anyone else. I'll even pull my own hair out to give to Xiaowan as a ball." Zhou Chunhua directly slapped him in the neck and scolded, "Xiaowan doesn't want that." Inside, Han Kaifeng angrily pounded the bed and pushed Xiao Jianan. Her words sounded strained, like they were squeezed from between her teeth. "Look at your good brothers, full of bad intentions. None of them are working, so no one earns work points. What will we get at the end of the year? Grain? Our whole family will be drinking Northwest Wind, knowing we need to add another mouth at home. Humph. How can your family be so petty? My sister-in-law threw underwear at me, and now my brother-in-law dares to scold me. What kind of life am I living as the eldest sister-in-law?" Xiao Jianan didn't like hearing this and got angry too. "What's wrong? Is your life not good? Do you think I'm useless?"
Han Kaifeng responded.
"Is that what you're worried about?" No matter how angry Han Kaifeng was, she could only vent her frustration in vain. Their tricks were too harsh. Both couples were at a loss. They could only be honest and get up, put on straw hats, and go outside. Han Kaifeng lowered her voice as she walked, saying, "Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and go out first. If you wait too long, they'll start shouting through a loudspeaker. I can't afford to embarrass myself like this." Xiao Jianan draped a towel around his neck, rolled his eyes, and said, "You keep talking about me. Why don't you go faster?" Han Kaifeng replied, "I'm heavier. Are you embarrassed to compare with me?" Han Kaifeng picked up a straw hat and lightly tapped Zhao Jianan on the back. Zhao Jianan didn't dare to delay anymore. When they came out, Zhao Jiandong and Zhao Jiaxi immediately stopped their work. In the hot summer, talking made them thirsty. Soon after, the team noticed that Zhao Jianan had turned over a new leaf. From working only 3 days a week to working steadily every day without fail. His work points increased from 4 to 6, then to 8, and finally stabilized at 10. He improved every day. However, the other 3 boys in the Jiao family couldn't figure out what was going on. They had gone from 10 points down to 4, Then after half a month, gradually back to 10. Some sharp-eyed people saw a clue. But that's another story. At this moment, Jiao Yuan didn't know that a bowl of chicken had sparked a big fight. She had a peaceful nap, sleeping for an hour and a half. When she woke up, it was already past 2. She wandered around the breeding farm and saw that the rabbits were doing well, so she slowly headed home. On the way, she unexpectedly met her big goose, which immediately flapped its wings and puffed up. She gave it a strong shove. The goose was stunned and dizzy, eyes shining with stars, and hurriedly ran away. She then showed a satisfied smile, blew on the goose feather in her hand, and left with a gentle smile. At the cooperative supply and marketing station in the center of the team, sales clerk Zhao Zhenjin watched the whole scene with her mouth wide open. That night, lying in bed, she whispered to her husband, "You didn't see it. That big goose was so scared it shrank its neck, drooped its wings, and ran far away." Wang Daji asked, "Was that the one you chased after when you just started work?" "Yes, that one. It used to be so proud, seeing people it would stretch its neck and want to peck. It even fought with dogs before, making the dogs howl. Many kids in the team were afraid of it. That little girl from the Jiao family wasn't afraid at all. She stood there with her hands on her hips and shouted loudly." "Shout what?" Wang Daji asked curiously. Zhao Zhenjin cleared her throat and started imitating. "Come on if you dare, come on. See if I don't cook you in a big iron pot." She laughed while doing it, but worried about disturbing her family's sleep, so she trembled all over.
Daji, you don't know.
The family that raises the goose was so scared that as soon as she left, they hurriedly drove the goose back home. "I think I won't dare to let it out again." Zhao Zhenjin was very happy about this. She had always been afraid of that goose but felt shy to admit it, worried people would laugh at her for being an adult afraid of a goose. She happily turned over in bed, her eyes shining brightly. "Tell me, how would you describe that girl from the Jiao family's temper? I don't read much, so I can't find the right words. Anyway, I've never met anyone like her, whether in the commune or the team. It's quite interesting." The supply and marketing station in King Shanliangzi Brigade had 2 clerks. Zhao Zhenjin was sent by the commune, and another person was the youngest son of the village's old secretary, named Zhang Zhongli. Zhang Zhongli was, besides Qiao Xingli, the second most secure job in the village. The Zhang family could eat 2 dishes at every meal, and people in the village always admired their household. Zhao Zhenjin and her husband had a good relationship. They would talk about even small matters. When Xiao Yuan was building her house and slapped Wang Meili, those were 2 big events. She returned home immediately and eagerly learned new skills. That's why Wang Daji remembered Xiao Yuan very well. Wang Daji was holding a fan, fanning her, and said with a smile, "That's good. No matter where she is, she's not bullied. If our daughter can grow up like her, I'll be at ease." Zhao Zhenjin happily patted her daughter's small, rosy face. The baby was only 8 months old, chubby and adorable. She couldn't help but glance at Wang Daji and say, "Let's not talk about her personality now. I wish she could look like that girl from the Qiao family. She's really pretty. Just don't look like you, so dark." Wang Daji chuckled softly. "When our daughter grows a bit more, you can take her to see Qing Shan Liangzi a few times. Let her see more. Our mom always says, she looks like whoever she sees." "Yes, Daji, your brain is quick. I didn't think of such a good idea. Our daughter is still too young to understand anything, and it's cold in winter. It's not suitable now. Next spring, when she's a bit older and can talk, I'll take her to work. The more she looks, the more beautiful she'll be." Zhao Zhenjin was dreaming sweetly in her sleep, imagining her daughter praising her and giving her a map. Early the next morning, before breakfast was ready, old Lady Qiao stood by the bed of Qiao Fuyo, holding a quilt. She looked down at him, who was still snoring, and stared from above. She stared for a while, but he didn't wake up. Old Lady Qiao was so angry she pinched her waist and made a teapot shape with her hands. "Qiao Fuyo, get up quickly. Open your eyes and see what time it is. Still lazy and snoring? It's already bright outside. The flowers are blooming, and breakfast is almost ready. You're still sleeping soundly. How did you promise yesterday? Did you think that if you didn't wash today, you could just skip it? Hurry up, take down the bedding, eat your breakfast, and go wash. Go early, it's not hot, and it won't be hard. Why do I have to keep telling you to do such small chores? Oh my, what's with that look? Like you've seen a ghost. Xiao Fuyo was so startled his heart was pounding. After a while, he wiped his face and said helplessly, Mother, you try it. When I'm sleeping peacefully and I suddenly open my eyes, I see a big face right above my head. Her face is a bit dark, with wrinkles, and her flesh still sagging. She also stares with big eyes, almost popping out of her head. Anyone would be scared. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his fist would have gone out, and he might have given her a black eye. She would have cried, but had nowhere to cry. Old Lady Chow pursed her lips, realizing her eldest son was truly frightened. Feeling a bit guilty, she threw the quilt onto the bed, brushed her hair behind her ears with her hand, and cleared her throat. All right, you're still the team leader. You're so timid. Get up quickly. Breakfast is almost ready. From the moment she said the first word, Old Lady Chow turned to leave the room. By the time she finished speaking, she was already outside in the yard, walking quickly toward the chicken coop. Soon, the loud cackling of geese filled the yard. Mom, you got up so early today? Jiao Jianya, with his hair sticking up, still picking his eye crust, yawned as he staggered out of the side room. While scooping water to wash his face, he asked, What are we eating for breakfast? Today's far away, so I won't be home for lunch. We need to bring food. Mom, can you scramble some eggs with the eggs we have and bring it along? I think I need to eat more. Mom, look at me. I've been eating well these days. Do you think I've grown taller? After speaking, he straightened up, wanting Old Lady Chow to see clearly. She looked at him sideways, thought about the remaining grain at home, and spat out, a tall guy at 1.78 meters, taller than your father. Still want to grow? Do you want to grow into a giant like Qing Shan Liangzi? Now, you can make 4 bowls of rice in one meal. If you grow more, you'll need 6 bowls. Oh my goodness, you're so scary. I can't believe it. Do people still want to live?
Mom.
Jiao Jianya looked sad and angry. That's because I don't have enough oil and water. My stomach feels wronged and keeps growling with hunger. What can I do? Old Lady Chow laughed angrily. Oh, your stomach is really something so dramatic. If you're so capable, let it cry out loud in front of me. Go to the side and don't delay my work. Big people only think about fun stuff. Then she headed outside. Jiao Jianhua and Jiao Jiandang sat by the window, laughing at their younger brother, calling him a giant like Qing Shan Liangzi. Jiao Jianya continued to look sad. Zhang Xianghua gently patted him and smiled as she scooped sauce from the jar with a bowl. Jiao Jianya's eyes lit up. Mom, what's this? Before he finished, Old Lady Chow used her apron to hold 6 eggs, 2 big geese eggs, then placed them into a basket. She hesitated, took out 3 eggs, and turned around. Seeing her eager little grandson, she made a firm decision, stomped her foot, and added another egg. Her face showed pain as she did so. She handed 4 eggs to Jiao Jianya. Here, for should be enough. Oh, Mom, you're so clever, Jiao Jianya cheered happily. Startled Old Lady Chow, she couldn't help but scold him. Lower your voice. What are you shouting so early in the morning? Don't you know your sister is still sleeping? Xiao Yuan helplessly looked at the newspaper on the ceiling to exercise her eyesight, with the sound of a goose honking nearby, along with her grandmother's loud voice. Unable to sleep, she got up and decided to have breakfast together. After eating, they went to the river to wash clothes. She placed the washboard across the back of the bicycle, with a big basin on top. Xiao Fuyo tied it securely with a rope. The clothes to be washed were put in a bag and laid across the beam. Xiao Yuan grabbed 2 pestles and threw them into the basin, then took a bar of soap. Grandpa, if you only take 1 bar of soap, it might not be enough for so many clothes. 1 big piece should be enough, Xiao Fuyo said, not having washed clothes before and not understanding. I'll take another one. He then went into the house. Mom, where do we keep the soap? Xiao old lady was washing dishes, not looking up. Didn't I give you a new piece? I'm worried it won't be enough. She immediately looked up and glared. Such a long piece of soap, just for a few clothes. Not enough? Are you planning to bubbles? Xiao Fuyo, empty-handed and a bit confused, came out. When he looked up again, his little niece in the yard was gone, but the bicycle was still there. He looked around but saw no one. Old Lady Xiao shouted from the kitchen, "Big brother, what are you dawdling for? If you keep wasting time, it'll be noon." Knowing it was not even 5 o'clock yet, Xiao Fuyo pushed his bicycle and headed out, quickly reaching the gate. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw his little niece with 2 braids, smiling sweetly on the road. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "You run so fast."
Hee hee.
She couldn't say anything. Her grandmother's loud voice was too powerful. "Grandpa, should we go to the West River or the small river on the east side?" "Let's go to the West River. The banks of the small river are full of trees, and there's no place for the washboard." "Okay." On the way, Xiao Fio looked a bit sneaky, afraid someone would see him, the proud team leader, washing clothes. Luckily, everyone was at work, and the old folks who liked to chat hadn't gone out yet. When they reached the big river, they found a shallow, clear spot. They set down the washboard, sat on a high grass mound, which made washing easier with a. Xiao Yuan tried sitting on the board, and it was just the right height, steady and not wobbling. She then laid the clothes to be washed under her, worried about wetting her pants, specifically her underwear. Xiao Fuyo washed while muttering, "How much soap is just right? Grandpa, you should learn from me." Xiao Yuan happily layered soap, swinging the pestle with joy, singing loudly. A big river flows east. The wind carries the scent of rice flowers along both banks. "No, that's wrong. You sang it incorrectly." She sang beautifully, with a bright voice and a clear tone. Xiao Fu listened eagerly, but couldn't help but remind her, the lyrics are "a big river waves wide, and besides, our river flows from south to north." Xiao Yuan smiled widely, nodding and humming happily, continuing to sing cheerfully. "My home is on the Songhua River in the northeast, where there are forests, coal mines, and fields of soybeans and sorghum." Xiao Fu listened with enthusiasm, eyes shining, smiling broadly, and even joined in singing loudly. The two of them sang together, with great energy. People working in the soybean fields in Shida Dianzes raised their heads, leaning on their hoes and looking ahead. One said to the person next to the furrow, "Who's singing? It sounds so good. Such a strong voice." Another rubbed his sore waist and agreed, "You're right. Not bad at all." He also hummed along. Meanwhile, someone listening to the song clenched his hand around the tightly. In summer it was hot. Sheets washed in the morning dried in just 2 hours. Xiao Yuan and Grandma Qiao finished lunch and sat on the bed in the east room, making quilts. Grandma Qiao held a needle and scraped her hair a few times, saying, "These sheets are so bright after washing. It's worth using a whole bar of soap." Xiao Yuan kept sewing without stopping. "I told my uncle to use less soap, but he wouldn't listen." Grandma Qiao's mouth twitched, and she looked at her cute, fair-skinned granddaughter. She wanted to say something but hesitated and swallowed it back. She changed the subject. "Your house is almost dry. In the next couple of days, whenever you feel like moving, ride your bike to the Commune to see if you can buy some old newspapers. Buy more, and then paste 2 layers on the walls to prevent dirt from getting in. If you don't like how it looks, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative has decorative paper for walls. We can paste another layer. Your house is small, so it's easy. Just ask Brother Hua and the others to help you paste it before the new year, and it'll save trouble." Xiao Yuan's thread accidentally tied itself in a knot. She untied it while saying, "I'll go early tomorrow. By the way, I need to buy some food. The day after tomorrow, I plan to visit my second sister in Erdeo Bay." Hearing this, Grandma Qiao couldn't sit still and started planning. "You don't need to buy sugar and snacks separately. We still have some left from before. There's quite a bit. Also, after wrapping dumplings last time, we had some flour left. Maybe I can steam some buns to take with you? It's hot now, and I worry they'll spoil if left out. Or I could just give her the flour and she can make whatever she wants when she's hungry. but I'm not sure if it's convenient.
Just take the bread.
You and my grandfather can keep the sweets and snacks to eat. I'll buy more for her. Grandma Chiao knows that my little sister has made up her mind, so she doesn't argue anymore. She poked her head again and sighed. There are so many young people in the youth team. It's not easy to get something good to eat. It's also your second sister's fault for insisting on going to the countryside in Urdeo Bay. Once I go, I'll ask second sister. If she regrets it, I'll see if Uncle Da can transfer her here. It shouldn't be a problem. The team leader does have some authority. They worked quickly. In no time, a quilt was sewn. Xiao Yu unfolded it and placed it in the bed quilt. Then she took another quilt down. She stretched her neck and peeked out the window. Seeing that her grandfather was not there, she lowered her voice and said, "Grandma, do you think I should go to Urdeo Bay to see my second sister? Should I also visit Sister Jianzi? It's not good not to visit when you live in the same team." Grandma Chiao moved her neck. "You don't need to bring anything when you go to her place. You're still young and don't earn work points yet. No one will mind if you don't bring anything. When your auntie finishes work, I'll talk to her. If she wants to bring something, you can take it to her." Xiao Yuan again peeked outside, lowering her voice even more. "I'm not worried about the stuff. I just don't like going to her house. Her mother-in-law is also quite nosy. Last year, I visited my second sister. She took me to her house for a little while. Her mother-in-law didn't stop asking from the moment we entered. First, she asked my age, what grade I was in, and if I was doing well in school. That's normal. Old folks have their ways. Then she started asking how much my dad earns, how much my mom earns, how many times a month they eat meat, and how much money they save in a year. She even complained that their children are all thin and pale, with patched-up clothes. She kept staring at my clothes. Then she asked if Qiao Jidong had a girlfriend. The funniest part was, she called her daughter over to show me. "Grandma, do you think that's too much?" The little girl blushed and shyly smiled, with her lips pressed together. It was the first time I knew what speechless meant. Grandma Chiao was so angry she widened her eyes. "Why didn't you say anything back then?" "I asked Jianzi about it during the New Year." "What does her mother-in-law mean? Didn't Sister Jianzi smooth things over?" Xiao Yuan shook her head. At first, Sister Jianzi wasn't home. She went to grind grain. When she came back, her mother-in-law stopped asking. Jianzi wanted to invite us to eat, but I couldn't stay long. I told her I was leaving with my second sister. That wasn't all. Her mother-in-law also wanted to introduce me to a match. She said her family lives in the gully and has a nephew who's a few years older than me and looks good. She also said that her family's mountain was convenient for hunting, so they never lacked meat. She rambled on about various things, acting as if she was introducing you to a good deal. Old Lady Chow was so angry after hearing this that she stopped making the bed and started scolding loudly. Her, talking nonsense. What kind of is she spouting? She dares to open her mouth. I'll tear her apart. Her family is so poor that even mice cry when they go there. She's really shameless. When Jianji got married, I saw her nephew once. He's not even as tall as our water jar, and he's so thin, like a little chick. That small body of his, a strong wind cut him away for 2 miles. He doesn't look clever at all. He probably couldn't find his way home even if blown 2 miles away. His speech is full of nonsense, always bragging and exaggerating, trying to sound impressive, and he's always swearing. He looks rough, with small eyes, a flat nose, and a big mouth like a pig. He eats loudly, gobbling his food. Even Wu Dalong looks better than him. His photo could be used as a door god, scaring people to death. Her granddaughter looks like a peony flower, a true phoenix chick from the Chiao family. If she has good conditions, she still needs to choose carefully. Someone like Li's family, just mentioning them makes her feel unlucky. Old Lady Chiao is getting more and more angry, her voice rising higher. Xiao Fuyo was feeding pigs in the pig pen when he heard the noise and came into the house asking, "Mom, what's going on?"
"Who are you scolding?"
"I'm cursing some people who don't know their place. Frogs dreaming of eating swan meat, ghostly powder, shameless people."
"Dùng bitter withing mats, utterly shamao."
Old Lady Chow suddenly slapped the Kong bed. Her stance was fierce. and the cotton quilt puffed up with a cloud of dust. Xiaowan, tomorrow I'll go to Erdogan with you. I want to see if that old woman dares to talk nonsense in front of me. I'll tear her ugly mouth apart. Xiao Frio still didn't understand, and seeing old lady Qiao ignoring him, he asked Xiao Yuan, which old lady did your grandma mean? His head felt a bit chilly. Could it be? Xiao Yuan blinked obediently. Sister Jian Ji's mother-in-law. Why is she shameless now? Xiao Frio asked more deeply, not knowing much about his in-laws. He had only met her 4 times. Once for introductions, once to give gifts, once at the wedding, and once when Xiao Jianan got married and the in-laws came to bring gifts. Usually, the daughter-in-law's mother went to visit when the baby was born, so he hadn't interacted much. He'd only heard that they spoke quite privately. Without waiting for Qiao Yuan to answer, old lady Qiao started explaining loudly, imitating her vividly, more lively than Qiao Yuan, gesturing with her hands, holding a needle in one hand, and hitting the Kong, or her thigh, with the other. She was busy and animated. Xiao Frio frowned, instinctively took out his pipe, lit it, and took a few deep puffs. He hadn't expected his in-laws to be so unreliable. The in-laws are so clueless. What about the children they raised? Xiao Frio took a puff of smoke and thought for a moment before speaking. Mom, how about you don't go the day after tomorrow? I haven't seen little Ji in a long time. As a father, I really miss her. I've been feeling weak these days, bones sore, head uncomfortable. It would be good for little Ji to come and see me. What do you think? Old Mrs. Qiao understood immediately. Without hesitation, she nodded.
All right.
Xiao Frio knew what she was thinking. She was also a bit worried about her eldest granddaughter. Plus, going so far by bike might tire little Wan out. Then, little Wan will go by herself the day after tomorrow. After seeing little He, she can come back. Tell little He to pass a message to little Ji.
You know what to say, right?
Xiao Yuan quickly nodded.
Got it.
Old Mrs. Qiao thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy. She warned, if you see her on the way and she starts causing trouble, just tell her off directly. Don't give her any face. Who does she think she is, an elder? An elder should act like one.
Got it.
Xiao Yuan grinned happily. Last time, she only worried about little Ji because she was afraid she'd get scolded back and cause a fight between the couple. She also worried that Grandma Li might find her and cause trouble for her second sister. But now, she was Nyo Hilo Yuan. She had strength and skills. Hee. The next morning, Qiao Yuan rode her bike quickly and headed straight to the scrap collection station. When she arrived at the gate, she first observed the yard. No dogs. Then she entered. She was afraid of dogs, even small ones. An old man was at the door organizing toothpaste wrappers, with a bouncing scale nearby. Good morning, sir. Do you have any old newspapers? I want to buy some to paste on the wall at home. The old man squinted and looked at her, then slowly nodded and pointed without saying a word. Qiao Yuan didn't mind. She was smoking a pipe, unable to speak clearly. Besides, everyone is usually tired at work and charming after work. She understood. Thanks, sir. By the way, do you have any high school textbooks? The old man nodded again and pointed in the same direction. All right, she thought, smiling. She took a pair of gloves from her pocket, put them on, and turned to go inside. It was clear the old man was capable. The place was well organized. There weren't many newspapers, probably because only big factories subscribe. Their small community had few factories. She picked some clean, whole newspapers from a small stack and put the rest neatly back. Then she looked through a pile of books and found 10 math books, 6 Chinese language books, and 3 political science books. Some books looked like they had been chewed by dogs, clearly belonging to a student who didn't care much about their textbooks. There was also a Chinese language book with notes written all over it, but the handwriting looked messy and difficult to read. It was hard to look at. There were many spelling mistakes, too. She sighed in disappointment and put the Chinese book back. She was worried that if Qiao Jianhua and the others saw it, their already poor grades would get worse. Then she found a book titled Algebra and another called Physics in the corner. There were a total of 17 books in the science series, including 4 algebra books, 4 physics books, and 4 chemistry books. There was also one solid geometry, two plain geometry, one analytic geometry, and one trigonometry book. Now, the new China bookstore was selling each book for a dime. When news of the college entrance exam was announced, the price immediately rose to 7 or 8 dimes. But it was hard to buy them because they were out of stock. The whole room had been almost completely searched through. She carried a stack of books and old newspapers and walked out. "Sir, please weigh these," she said. The old man looked up and lifted his foot, tapping his pipe on the shoe sole. He said expressionlessly, "Old papers cost 6 cents a pound. These are over 5 pounds, but less than 5.5. You can give me 3 yuan 20. Qiao Yuan hesitated for a long time, but didn't have the money ready. The old man. "It's all public property. No change can be given." If he wanted to take advantage of socialism, it was impossible with him around. His expression grew serious.
"Sir, what are you saying?
Do you think I'm the kind of person to steal from the public? I am a successor of socialism, a flower of the motherland. I'm not broke. I just don't have small change." Xiao Yuan proudly showed her small wallet to the old man, glancing at it for a second or two. The old man. He actually looked quite wealthy. In a flash, she saw 4 or 5 large banknotes. She was a chubby girl. The old man forced a smile, his face wrinkling into a chrysanthemum shape. "Why don't you see if there's anything else you like, and we can make it a full amount?" This old man definitely knew how to sell. "All right," she agreed. It was only 8 cents. Xiao Yuan looked around once more. In the end, she picked a small, pretty-looking box from a pile of broken wood. The box was carved with flowers and shiny. She didn't know where the lid had gone, but the box was deep enough to hold needles, thread, or small tools. She happily handed the old man 4 mao, 40 cents. As for finding treasures at the scrap yard, she didn't really expect much. In the early 60s, maybe there were some good finds. But these days, people had learned to be careful. Good stuff was hidden away quietly. Even if a few rare items slipped through, they wouldn't show up in a poor commune like theirs. In cities like Beijing, Haojing, Nanjing, or Shanghai, places rich in culture and history, there might still be some treasures. After leaving the scrapyard, Qiao Yuan headed straight to the second department store. She was holding a red bean popsicle in her mouth, moving between different counters. Hao Jianren's collection of tickets was very complete. She had multiple tickets for fans, bicycles, sewing machines, and watches. Next came tickets for meat, grain, cloth, soap, and salt, all quite a few. There were also tickets for milk powder, tofu, oil, and bathing. But the most shocking was the ticket for manure. A manure ticket. Her mind was exhausted trying to understand what Hao Jianren wanted with a manure ticket. To fertilize the vegetable garden? This person is really like a guardian beast, grabbing everything for himself. Qiao Yuan bought 2 cans of yellow peach, 3 gin of peach crisps, 2 gin of glutinous rice strips, and a bag of milk powder. She also bought a gin of brown sugar, 2 gin of noodles, a gin of crispy sugar, 3 gin of rice, and another 3 gin of white flour. The rice and flour were also in her space, but of different quality. It wouldn't be suitable to give to Qiao Yuha. She had bought almost everything she needed, then took out a 7-foot narrow grid cloth from her space, perfect for making a shirt. She also took out 5 feet of beige fabric, which could make a pair of pants. On her way back to the commune, she passed the train crossing. She initially wanted to visit the black market, but decided against it. The small collective didn't have much purchasing power, earning little, and being too tiring. It wasn't worth spending her effort. Outside the supply and marketing cooperative at the commune, 5 or 6 elderly women were gossiping loudly. Seeing Qiao Yuan's big bag, they were stunned. "Qiao Jiqing. Qiao's girl. What did you buy again? Let us see." Before they could speak, Qiao Yuan predicted their words and loudly sang a song. She pretended not to hear and stepped out quickly, like a gust of wind, darting far away. Oh, this little girl from the Qiao family, so young but with ears even duller than my wife's. She didn't hear us shouting. Qiao Yuan had already ridden far away and couldn't help but listen carefully, catching every word. Why didn't she buy things at the supply and marketing cooperative? That's just how it is. In the commune, whatever snacks you buy, people will gossip about it for days. Greedy, wasting money, can't manage life. Oh, she's having a hard time. She has treasure but can't spend it. So frustrating. The next morning, Qiao Yuan woke up early and had breakfast with her family. Grandma Qiao was worried she wouldn't eat well, so she specially cooked a bowl of noodles. She added a few small green vegetables and a poached egg. The aroma made Qiao Jianya drool. Zhang Xianghua went early to Grandma Wang's house to exchange a small pot of strawberries. To avoid damage on the way, she put them in a basin inside a cloth bag hanging on the handlebar of her bike. She also wrapped 10 boiled eggs she had cooked that morning in clean cloth and placed them in the back seat basket of the bike. Grandma Qiao was worried and told Qiao Yuan, "Don't take the small path. It's hard to walk, full of holes. The trees on both sides are tall and dense, and even a mouse might scare you."
"I know, Grandma."
"I'll take the West Avenue," Yuan replied. "Come back early this afternoon. Don't stay out after dark. The road isn't safe. If it's too late, your eldest brother-in-law can give you a ride." "Don't worry," Yuan said with a smile, waving her fist. "On both sides, it's either land or grassland. The view is open, so it's safe enough. If it's truly unsafe and I run into wild boars or wolves, that would be lucky for me. If I meet bad people, I can just send them to see my great-grandma, and she'll give them a good scolding." Grandma Qiao was a very strong woman when she was alive. She probably wouldn't be much different now. Old Mr. Qiao, standing nearby with his hands behind his back, twitched his mouth, thinking his mother might have been reborn long ago. It's been almost 8 years. Even with more people below, it's about time they queued up. Grandma Qiao laughed happily, tears of joy in her eyes. "Child, why do you talk so funny? Your great-grandma is busy playing cards downstairs and has no time to bother with you. All right, I won't nag anymore. You better go now." Ride slowly on the way. Zhang Xianghua saw her grandmother finally finish speaking and hurried over to remind her. "Xiao Wan, you must tell Xiao He. Ask her to remember to notify Sister Ji and go early. If it's difficult, just say seriously that I'm worried about your grandpa, and he might get sick too. Tell her to come back quickly. Last night, she didn't sleep well. Before the new year, her eldest daughter and family came back. She noticed her daughter looked a bit thin and tired. She asked cautiously, but her daughter was cooking in a kitchen, so she couldn't see her expression clearly. Her daughter just said everything was fine. She didn't think much of it. Her daughter wasn't the type to complain, so she didn't ask further. When she heard yesterday after work that her son-in-law was unreliable, her heart sank. She spent the whole night worrying that her daughter was being bullied by her in-laws. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sleep. In the morning, she had a blister on her lip and it hurt badly. Qiao Yuan promised, "I'll ask my second sister first. Don't worry too much. If there's really a problem, my second sister will definitely send a message early. Even Shun Xingxing won't hide anything." "That's right," Qiao Fuyo agreed. "If there's trouble, Shun Tutu will be the first to joke about me." He hadn't thought about it before, but now that he considered it, it made sense. He secretly felt relieved. Old Mr. Qiao nodded and praised, "Xiaowan is smart, just like me." Seeing old lady Qiao wanting to argue, she quickly added, "Her good looks are just like her grandmother's." Old lady Qiao immediately smiled happily. Qiao Yuan didn't expect Shin Xingxing to have such a clever use, and the others in the Qiao family felt a bit speechless. Old lady Qiao and Zhang Xianghua chattered as they saw her off at the gate. The last time Qiao Yuan went to Erdeo Bay was in winter. It was fine on the way there, smooth and easy. She wore thick clothes and didn't feel cold at all. But on the way back, it was terrible. The northwest wind was like a knife, hurting her cheeks. She caught a cold as soon as she returned. In summer, there was no wind and mornings weren't too hot, so she felt pretty happy. She hummed a little tune as she walked. Soon, she passed the Qingshan Ridge. When she reached the West Avenue, she rode on the right side. No matter the era, we must follow traffic rules, right? Irregular driving makes loved ones cry. West Avenue is called a big road, but it's not very wide, about 6 or 7 meters. Luckily, it's smooth. On the east side is a large field of soybeans and corn. Further east is a small path, and to the west is a grass meadow. The village's cattle grazing was here. The meadow was full of mare's tail flowers and sweet flag reeds. During flower season, many children came to play. When she was little, she used mare's tail flowers to make ink for pens, dye her nails, and used reed sticks as swords. She fought with her friends, standing straight, left hand on her waist, not moving. They all looked at each other with fierce eyes, like martial arts masters. Counting to 1, 2, 3 in her mind, they would start fighting fiercely. She always counted directly to 3. The key was to strike unexpectedly and catch the opponent off guard. Speed was the most important in martial arts. Her friends would scream and cry as they ran home to complain. Thinking of her childhood, Qiao Yuan couldn't help but smile happily. As she walked farther away, the grass meadow was gradually replaced by small hills and pine forests. There was no one on the road, only the sound of bicycles, birds singing, and insects chirping. The timid might be scared, but Qiao Yuan was not afraid. She pedaled her bicycle quickly. She hummed a little tune as she rode for about half an hour. After passing the small train station platform, she arrived at Erdeo Bay. It looked richer than Qingshan Ridge. Although there were still mud brick houses, they weren't as low, and a few had tiled roofs. Oh, is this Qiao Zhiging's sister? Here to see your sister? At the village entrance, a woman carrying a clay basket and wearing a pink peony towel on her head greeted her first. Qiao Yuan had been here before. She looked good, and many people in Erdeo Bay knew her. Qiao Yuan quickly got off her bike, smiled happily, and chatted with the woman. Yes, here to see my sister. Did you not go to work today, Granny? No, my little daughter-in-law gave birth last night. I came to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some red sugar to help her recover. The older woman lifted the cloth covering the jar and showed Qiao Yuan the red sugar inside. It wasn't much, only about 2 ounces. Since there were no tickets in the countryside, being able to buy these was quite good. Qiao Yuan immediately praised her sweetly. Oh, Granny, you're so generous and kind. You're truly a wonderful mother-in-law. Nowadays, it's rare to find someone as good to their daughter-in-law as you. She kept praising for a whole minute. The more she praised, the straighter the granny's back became, and she smiled so broadly her eyes disappeared, her face full of joy. She suddenly said, Qiao, you understand me best. No kidding, I need to go home and kill a chicken to make some soup for your sister-in-law. Oh, Granny. Qiao Yuan flattered her again, and then asked, is it a boy or a girl? It's a little girl, but she's very pretty. The granny's smile faded slightly. Qiao Yuan still smiled sweetly, acting very obedient. Girls are good. They are obedient and sensible. They are thoughtful and caring, unlike boys who are mischievous. In a few years, she'll understand how to love her grandma. Just wait to enjoy the happiness of a granddaughter. My mother already enjoys that happiness with me. Seeing her smile so sweet and obedient, and her face like a flower, the granny couldn't help but smile wider. You're right, girls are good too. All right, I won't chat with you anymore. I have a lot of work at home. I've been busy all morning, and the pigs haven't been fed yet. Qiao Yuan nodded happily.